Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out, bring them out. Woo! Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out. Bring them out, bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We broadcast live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. It's Hall of Famer David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, we got you for this 3-hour ride here on this Waddle Wednesday. With open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number. We're brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Cap, yesterday, we got a rarity in Chicago sports, something very rare, and that was Michael Reindorf taking the microphone to explain what's happening with the state of the Chicago Bulls and why Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley were let go. And boy, you talk about underwhelming. That press conference there told you everything you need to know about the state of the Bulls organization.
I did not understand the process that he's going through. I don't. I feel like I'm pretty tapped in on the NBA and how these things work from my years around in whatever role. And you know I'm a huge Billy Donovan guy. I've known Billy since 92. He's an awesome person. I think he's a really good basketball coach. And any organization's better having a guy like that in it. That all said, I've consistently told you that if they kicked him upstairs and said, Billy, we want you to run things, hire a really good young GM to work underneath you, you're going to be in the Pat Riley role, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And then we'll all put our heads together and hire the right coach. I'm good. You're not going to get anybody better than Billy with his level of respect around the league, all of it. I've made a bunch of calls. Bunch of people in the league said, oh, he'd be awesome at that job. We just don't think he wants to do it. But then I hear Michael Reinsdorf say, yeah, we're going to leave basically no stone unturned. We're going to interview candidates and get the right people in here. I don't know why you need a search firm. They're using a search firm I don't understand. I've been around those search firms. They suck. They're not tapped in. They do not believe for a second these search firms are tapped in on who the right people are. They know, well, let's see, who's the Celtics assistant GM and who's the Clippers and who's the Thunder. We'll take the top teams. That's not how you do a search. It's not. And if you're going to have Billy and Pax, bright guys who long histories in the league, if you're going to have them involved in your search, they know everybody in the league. You don't need a search firm. All you need is a company quietly to do a background check. Anything back there, so you announce a guy, and then 3 days later they go, oh, did you know you had a falsified resume or you got in trouble here? You do all that background work that nobody ever finds out about, period. But when you say we're going to interview the best candidates, but if you don't want Billy Donovan as your head coach, then you're not the candidate for us. No, that is not how it works, Michael. The way it works is if you're going to do a search, an exhaustive search, leave no stone unturned. Okay, we found a guy. He is the whatever in Minnesota's front office. That's the guy. Okay. Then he gets to bring in his coach. If he says, boy, I really want Billy Donovan, I love that guy, I want him to be my coach, great. But he also has the right to say, I want Shane Norling. I've worked with that guy. I want him coaching my team. Or I want Jay Moore or whoever it is. Because I could damn well promise you, if I had gotten a GM job, and that was a dream at one point when I was scouting, I wonder if I could ever run my own team. I'm bringing my own guy. I am. I want a fresh start. I'm going to hire my guy. And anybody out there worth their salt that's coming in here to run this thing, I can promise you, in their mind, they've already got, I know who I want for my trainer. I know who I want for my strength coach. I know who I want for my nutritionist. And I know who I want for my head coach, period. And then I'll let him collaborate with me to pick the staff. That's it. Arturis was incompetent. He was truly incompetent. He was awful at his job, and Mark Eversley was worse. Okay, they're gone. Go get the best guy, whoever that is. I've heard good and bad on Bob Myers. Maybe he's the right guy. Maybe he's not. There is somebody out there that can fix this thing, but you got to get out of the way. You got to say, there's the checkbook. That's your key card to get in the United Center, and you can hire anybody you want, period.
Michael Reindorf, Kap, had an opportunity to change the narrative with the Bulls, and he fell woefully short of that. Woefully short. It starts with his opening salvo before he takes calls, and he shakily went through his opening statement. Written, by the way, reading, head down, reading, nothing from the heart. It's as if he's never been asked questions before from the Bulls press also. Just scattershot his answers that he had up there yesterday. You know, I said yesterday, and I'll still stand 10 toes down with this, that Michael Reinsdorf has an opportunity to separate from his dad and be his own man and run the organization the right way. I said that if you have no idea who the next executive vice president of basketball operations or the next GM is, if you don't know, then you should be close to other people in the league in which you could ask, hey, what's going on with this guy? What's going on with that guy? You have to be curious in that spot. It's more than you just gathering the money after every home game. It's more than just knowing how much the organization's worth. You have to be curious when you're in this position with the Chicago Bulls or anyone in that position, Kap. You have to ask. And for him to be able to do the old school search firm tells me that you have not grown in the position. You're in the position, but you have not grown at all. That you have to be able to find the Ernie Accorsi of the NBA to help you out, to find out who the next guys are. Guard Pax, it's now it is Arturis Karnisovas and Mark Eversley, and now you're looking for the next guys. You should already have in the drawer, Kap, something in which you say, hey, in case of emergency, I call this number or call these numbers and talk to people. And he sat there as if he has no idea what the next thing is for the Chicago Bulls, the next GM, the next executive vice president of basketball operations. He has no opportunity to really know off the rip, hey, these are the group of guys we're looking at. Also, you say, you know, this might be transparent on the part of Michael Reinsdorf. It's transparent to a point where I don't think he knows what he's doing or he's struggling in the job. To be able to say, well, you know, the next GM has to be able to work with Billy Donovan if Billy Donovan wants to return. You know, you have to keep all of your lanes open, do you not?
You do.
You have to keep your options open. Listen, Billy Donovan can walk away from this job after the regular season and work someplace else. But yes, you want to keep Billy Donovan, but it's up to Billy. Some things you have to keep close to the chest. You don't have to tell everything. You know, if you're Michael Reinsdorf, sure, you like to have Billy back, sure. But now you're telling general manager candidates that, hey, if you want this job, you got to work with Billy Donovan. You know what that tells me? That tells me you're not going to go to the top shelf to find a guy. It won't be Bob Myers. I'm just calling it right now. That's going to be some young executive that's going to learn on the job in Chicago because that's the way it works around here. That's how we do business. The idea that someone that wants this job says, man, I'd love to work in Chicago. Work with Billy Donovan? Sure. A Hall of Fame head coach? There's nothing wrong with that. But you don't know if Billy wants to return or not. Have no idea if he wants to return or not. I guess my point is, Kap, is that it seems like it's same old on the West Side when it comes to Michael Reinsdorf. An opportunity to wipe the slate clean and to be able to do it the right way by getting the best of the best, like the Cubs and like the Bears. And it doesn't feel anything like that. It feels like same old Reinsdorf business. This sounds like if Billy returns or if he stays, that the general manager already has one ball cut off from his anatomy. Billy Donovan would have the stroke in the organization because Billy would be part of that search. if he stays. He'd be part of the conversation.
Yeah, and again, if you said, hey, I found the guy, like, what I don't understand is if you are the team president, you go to all these league meetings, you should be watching NBA basketball every night. I do. It's my not only is it our job to know what's going on, and I can't tell you the 12th man on every roster in the league, but I watch a lot. I watched that god-awful Bulls game last night. I do. My joke is I watch the game so you don't have to.
Sure.
Meaning everybody out there. What I don't understand is if you're going to truly launch a search, you should know right off the jump. I wonder if I could steal that guy like the Heat did with Pat Riley many, many years ago.
Yes.
Oh, Pat Riley, you want to come down here and be the team president? We'll pay you extremely well. You live in luxury in Florida, and you can run this thing how you see fit.
Yes.
Do you ever hear about the Heat owner?
No, you don't.
You don't.
No.
When Pat goes in to recruit LeBron James, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, what does he do? He sets his bag of rings down. Those are rings. That's what I got. Coaching, playing, and I want you to come here and be part of this. And he gets them. I want that. And if you're hiring an upstart, a younger guy, he should be the best out there, like Ben Johnson was to take the Bears job. The best guy to be the next hire.
You know why? Because Poles had the drawer and knew here are the top candidates. When I part from Eberflus, I'll be able to get the top guy. Now, of course, the owner has to be able to loosen up the wallet in order for that to happen, but it happened. Michael Reinsdorf does not have a drawer. That's my point to you.
Yeah,
does not
you're
have a
right.
drawer. You know why he doesn't have a drawer? Because he's going back to, well, we're going to have a search committee to try to figure out who the next guys are going to be. So, in other words, you have no clue. Being in that chair all that time, you have no guys that's on a list, on a spreadsheet saying, boy, if I could just pay Sam Presti, if I can get him out of there, I want a Sam Presti type guy to run the Chicago Bulls.
Fair.
Or I want to have someone that's not doing it right now to be able to be the best of the best. You're not looking for the best. You're not. Billy Donovan is a Hall of Famer, so that guy is one of the best coaches in the NBA. There's no question in basketball because he's a Hall of Famer, everything that he's done. But as far as executives are concerned, you don't have a list. You have no idea. That's why you're going outside the organization to find that person. So no one in the organization can help you. That's all. On top of that, and we'll play some of the thoughts from Michael Reinsdorf in a little bit. A person like Michael Reinsdorf that says, I need someone that has communication skills. Well, Kap, you should know after the first couple of years, if you feel like your general manager or your vice president of basketball operations doesn't talk a lot, doesn't communicate a lot, then maybe he shouldn't be in your organization. You sat there and dealt with it for 6 years. You heard what he said. Lack of communication from Karnisovas. It's not a language barrier. He speaks the language. He just didn't communicate with Michael Reinsdorf or to the press. You heard him say that.
I did.
So the same thing with Eversley as well. But you sat there and stewed in it for 6 years, and now it comes out in the press conference. He's like his old man. Horace good at the blue flu. That's why he's no longer with the Bull Club. You talk about it now after the fact. Handle it while the thing is happening right now, in the middle of it. That's why those guys should have been fired 2 years ago. So Arturas Karnisovas was not communicating to you, but yet you let him still stay in the job?
And you extend him.
So
I can promise you, if I was the boss, if I was in Michael's shoes, yeah, come in. Oh, hey, Michael. Hey, Arturas, we are going to have a meeting tomorrow morning. I want to know the plan. I want it articulated to our fan base. I want to know what Mark is doing around here because I never hear him speak. And we are going to be better at selling our message to our fan base, to the media. Am I clear? He allows all this and then complains about it?
I get so tired of Chicago being the money grab. Big time city, great restaurants, great atmosphere, full stadiums, fans are just hungry to win, and they just take the money and then they run away. I get so tired of that in this city. That's exactly what it was for Eversley and Karnisovas. They know it was a mess after Garpax. It was. They were here to clean it up. And what we got? One playoff appearance in 6 years. One.
They were worse. Now, again.
You didn't make it better. My point is that they were here to clean it up, and they did not do anything to make it better.
Agreed.
That's my point.
Agreed. The other thing is Arturis is making it known to people in the league, well, they wouldn't let me tank. Really? You went 30 months without trading a human being. That's literally a fact. Look it up. They went 30 months without making one trade of a body off their roster or in their organization. One. That is unconscionable. That is not being told you can't tank. That is being incompetent at your job. That's it. Just admit, we were bad. We failed. If we ever get another chance, we'll be better. Good luck to the next organization that hires those two bozos.
We will hear from Michael Reindorf coming up next, his thoughts as, again, shakily going through the press conference. Clearly someone that does not do a lot of public speaking, and you could tell either he's rusty or was really nervous about speaking to the media yesterday. You'll hear from Michael Reindorf. Does he have a plan for the Bulls? Doesn't sound like much of a plan. We'll talk about it on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago.
A minute to speak.
Coming up, it's me and the good kid keeping things flowing. Tell your friends and enemies. It's the Carmen and Jurko Show. Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Folks, do you need windows? Deep down you go, yeah, we need them. I don't know. Who do I trust? Well, that was us. Windows are rusty. They don't open right. The screens aren't great. Guess what? It's springtime in Chicagoland. And cracking open the windows, letting the fresh air in and making sure everything actually works the way it should is essential. And if your windows aren't, you need to do what Mindy and I finally broke down and did. We reached out to my guy, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. Russ keeps it real. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, guaranteed. So do what we did. We called Russ Armstrong. He came to the house. It was a short process. There's no long soliloquies about this, that, and the other thing. Nope. We walked our house. He said, here's what you need. We ordered them. A few weeks later, install. Oh, man, are they great. 847-881-3060. 847-881-3060. Our energy bills have gone down significantly because of our new windows. Do what we did. ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under with a perfectly dialed-in short game? Well, here's your chance. Because at the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges Golf Club, you've got 3 teammates to help make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with breakfast, a Masters-inspired lunch, drink tickets, hole contests, and prizes, including official Masters merchandise. Spots are filling fast. Sign up now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time. It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small.
And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle, all delivered with a seamless, transparent experience. Visit Advantage Acura of Naperville or start online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
The Chicago.
Kap and J Hood are back
I would like to volunteer to take this old bird out of her misery.
Penis, don't you dare say something like that about Mom.
on ESPN Chicago.
Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Wednesday. It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our telephone number as we talk to you about Michael Reindorf and the Chicago Bulls. I challenged Michael Reindorf for the last couple of days to be able to stand on his own 2 feet, to be able to put a new stamp on the Chicago Bulls and stop taking the Bulls fan for granted. This team never looks at itself in the mirror and never looks at themselves and say, hey, we got to be able to make change. I mean, just moving the chairs around on the Titanic is not making real change. We gave the examples many times on this show about the Cubs and the Bears and how they changed the narrative for those teams. And for the Bulls, same old, same old. So as long as the turnstiles click on the west side, that's good enough. As long as you can get yourself into a play-in game so you can keep the lights on at the United Center, it's okay. It's not okay. Do you want to be a championship ball club or not? That's the bottom line. So we mentioned Michael Reindorf at the press conference yesterday, Kap, shakily going through the press conference with the paper right in front of him. We want to win the Chicago Bulls, the hand shaking in front of the copy. Can't speak from the heart, huh? Losing your ass, having to make change again. Can't just speak from the heart saying, hey, we are a team that wants to win. We want to be a championship ball club again. Can't say it.
Who shook it better, Reinsdorf or Shane Waldron?
I mean, it's a photo finish right there. That's for sure. That's a photo finish. Honest to God. Hand shaking with the copy, with the Waldron right there. That's why he got fired. Couldn't see the play sheet. Hand shaking. Michael Reindorf, we want Billy back.
I also want to take a minute to speak about Billy. Billy is a Hall of Fame coach who not only has my respect, but the respect of the entire organization and locker room. While we will handle any conversations about the coaching staff the same way we always do at the end of the season, I want it to be very clear. We want Billy to continue to be the coach of the Chicago Bulls. At the end of the day, this is about bringing in a new leader for our basketball team that can build a winning team that our fans can be proud of.
Michael Reindorf.
Yeah, again.
With authority.
Again.
Yeah.
I said to you guys for a long time, it's probably 3 months. If I was running.
Over the last few months.
Oh, wait a minute, Michael. Hang on.
I'm not done, Michael. Hang on. I'm cool if you said Billy's going to be the team president in the Pat Riley role. He's going to pick the Eric Spoelstra of the team to coach, and they're going to get a bright young GM who handles all the negotiations, and I'll be there to mentor him. I'll be there to help him. I know everybody in the league. I know where the bodies are buried in the organization. All of that. I'm good with it. But if you're going to truly lead a search, and that search leads to, we'll call him Bob Myers. Hey, Bob, we'd love to have you run the Bulls. We'll pay you the $8 million a year, whatever the money is. It's stupid money. But you got to keep him as your coach. And if Bob Myers says, yeah, I'm good with that. I love Billy. Okay, you guys are on the same page. You got a good GM. I don't think that's how it'll go down. Like, if I'm Bob Myers, I'm like, well, actually, I've got a guy. He's my version of Eric Spoelstra. He's a young coach that I think is going to be a star in this league. I want him with me. Well, then we're not hiring you. Well, that's just a ass-backwards process.
Yes, we always know that when the head coach is hired first and then the GM comes in, more times than not, that does not work. And I'm here to tell you that this will not be a top-shelf general manager EVP hire, Cap, because what Michael Reindorf did in one press conference is he tainted the pool. That's what he did.
He did?
He tainted the pool.
That's a great way to put it.
Well, that's exactly what happened. So how will Billy's presence affect the candidate pool?
Yeah, I think if we're interviewing someone and they want, of course, now I'm giving them the answers, but if I interview someone and they're not sold on Billy, and they're not sold on a Hall of Fame coach, they're not sold on a person who's won championships in college, who's gone deep in the playoffs with Oklahoma City, who I believe with the Chicago Bulls every year, given the team that he was given, I think he achieved really good results. Not the results that we wanted, but that's not because of Billy. So if someone's not interested in Billy as our coach, and if Billy wants to be our coach, and someone's not interested in that, then they're probably not the right candidate for us.
You just heard the measuring stick right there. The play-in, Shay, is the good results. Just barely getting in is the good results. That's where you are. So this gives, I think, even you, Shay, and for a lot of people that have never heard Michael Reinsdorf's voice before, that gives you some insight of why the Bulls are who they are. Gives you a great example of what's going on here, because the play-in is a measuring stick. Yeah, Billy's giving you good results. Well, Billy's not here to tank. The reason why that the Bulls are even as good as they were or had the one-loss record as they did is because Billy is not going to just play young guys so you can get to the top of the draft. So that's why if you're a general manager and you say, okay, let's take a look at this talent. We don't have a lot of talent. We have got to be able to get into the lottery and get young players. Because if the Bulls are not going to spend top dollar on free agents, or if we can't swing deals to get free agents, then we got to get young talent. So that's the way you do it, Cap. You have no other choice.
Correct.
So Reinsdorf goes on to talk about a number of things, including, will you mandate remaining competitive?
Well, we will prioritize the long term. I don't believe that you just do stuff for the short term. I just think that you have to be smart on how you build this up. And to many people, these games may not matter, but I'll take the example of that Houston game. It's a close game. We're up by 3 points. Modest has the ball, and he takes it to the basket and scores. To me, that was a great learning experience for Modest. So I think you have to, in terms of how we build this thing and the communication and whoever comes in and takes this position, they have to understand we want to win, but we don't want to win if it's not sustainable. I look back at, the team that we assembled when we traded for Vooch and DeMar and signed Lonzo. Obviously, if Lonzo had stayed healthy, that team would have been a pretty competitive team. Was it a championship caliber team? No. I'm not even sure at the end of the day whether that team would have been sustainable because there were some older players. So going forward, it's about sustainability. We want to build this for the long term. So I don't want to be just good for 1 or 2 years. I want it to be year in, year out. We have a chance to be competitive and win. And maybe some of those years we can win, go all the way. But it's about long-term success, not just about 1 or 2 year windows.
You know why it reached back to that Houston game is because that's like the first win back on March 23rd. He's talking about that game, March 23rd. They beat the Wizards last night, but there was a long losing streak in the middle of that. So he goes back to the 132-124 victory against Houston as an example of what he's looking for. Really? Really? No clue, Cap.
No.
No clue.
It's really...
That's sad.
Really sad. Again, let me be clear. I've been saying for months, I would ask Billy to run the thing. I would. He's a really, really bright guy, well-respected in the league. And then I'm hiring a GM. He knows everybody. Go around the league. Cost does not matter. I'm going to bring someone in who does the day-to-day stuff. Like, Theo and Jed did. Now Jed's the president, Carter's the GM.
Yeah. Oh, God.
You do those things, and then you hire a good young coach. You have a system in place then. You got a veteran guy up at the top. Like when Riley left Miami, I brought up his record. He was coming off a 15-67 season. They were horrible. People wanted him out in Miami. Go back and look. 2007, 2008, Miami, 15-67. They won 18% of their games. But that guy's a legend.
Yes, he's the best of the best.
Yes.
And Billy Donovan is a Hall of Famer.
And he went, I'm done getting my head kicked in. We're going through a rebuild.
Okay.
And they kicked him upstairs. But he put a guy underneath him, and they hired Eric Spoelstra. And you remember, I know you do, LeBron James went to him and said, you got to get this Spoelstra character out of here. We need either you come back down or go get another coach. And remember what Pat Riley said to him? Get out of my office. Don't ever tell me who to hire.
Yes, LeBron asked Pat Riley, do you ever get the itch to return? And he's like, no, this is the guy. You don't like it, get out.
Correct.
That's exactly what happened. For those on Twitch, by the way, asking, the sound bites we're playing, that's Michael Reindorf. Michael Reindorf.
It's just like, who is this?
Yeah, it's not a caller. It's actually Michael Reindorf. That's the reason. Kap, his voice is not distinguishable.
Yeah, that is the
Yes.
team president and chief executive officer of the Chicago Bulls.
Yes. So just I know people come in and out of the show, but yes, that's Michael Reinsdorf speaking on behalf of the Chicago Bulls. Jay Moore, people don't know who that. I mean, they know the name. It's very rare that he takes the podium. That's why it some people might be a little confused on who that is.
Yeah, yesterday was the first time I ever heard his voice.
Yeah, so that's why. But again, now you don't want to hear it anymore. Based on what you heard yesterday. Don't want to hear anymore because it sounds like same old Bulls, and that's the point of all of this. If there's going to be direction to be able to bottom out, because he didn't want to hear the word tanking.
Well, first of all, Joe, you know I never strive to be in the play-in tournament only. Like that was never the goal. Second of all, we don't know where the lottery changes are happening.
That's true.
So it's really hard to say that right now. There could be a situation, well, you know what's out there and what's been talked about. So we have to see where the league goes. And once we know where that league goes, that's really important, understanding that trend. We haven't always done that. We haven't always recognized the trends of where things are going. Back in 2012 or 13, whenever, the three-point shooting started to increase, I bet you had we anticipated that more and how much that was going to change, we probably would have had a different decision making on some of the players.
That'll be all. That's enough. That's enough, Kap. Here's my bottom line, is that Billy Donovan has a choice to stay with the Chicago Bulls, even though he doesn't know who the general manager and vice president of basketball operations is going to be. Mm-hmm. Could be one person, it could be two people. Who knows? Who knows up there? I have no idea what they're going to do. Billy's going into the unknown, and Michael Reinsdorf said that that it's going to be it won't be long before Billy makes his decision. He said it's going to be pretty quick from Billy's standpoint when the season's over, whether or not he's going to stay or go.
Correct.
That's what he said.
Correct.
So again, if I'm Billy Donovan, I run away from here. You might like Chicago, but I think that there's other opportunities to win in other places. It feels like it would take some time, even for the new GM, to be able to get this thing going. When people tell you it only takes a couple of years, that means that you have ownership that's all in. Does that sound like all in to you? It does not. It does not sound like all in. And I don't care who you put in that chair, Kap. You just can't just turn water into wine in a year or two. Unless you're getting the number one pick, and I don't know if the Bulls are going to be doing that, unless you have a Wembanyama or some of these difference makers right away, the team will be stagnant. It's going to take time. And is Billy going to sit through that? I'd rather for him not to. I'd rather for him to get a job in which he can win. This organization is not trying to win. They're just not. They're making changes, but trying to win, have not seen any evidence of that. And based on what Michael Reinsdorf told us yesterday, it just seems like same old business with the Bulls. That's what it sounds like. And that's unfortunate.
Well, go back to how they did things on their baseball side. He let Rick Hahn tear it down and then said, you're getting Tony La Russa.
Yep.
That's not who I'm hiring.
That's why I wanted Michael just to be himself.
Tune in.
Like, no matter how Jerry Reinsdorf handles business, Michael has an opportunity to say, well, I'm going to do it this way. And I'm going to make sure that I want to put us with the top shelf hire for a GM, top shelf hire if you need a new head coach. You just make changes that are right for the Chicago Bulls and for those 18,000 people that come to United Center every game. But not the case.
Yeah, again, I thought there was a chance Billy would go upstairs.
And by the way,
it doesn't sound like he wants to.
And what is Michael saying? Like, I want him to come back as the head coach of the Chicago Bulls.
Right. When I heard that, I went, ugh. You can't do that, Michael. Again, if he had sat down yesterday and said, no notes, nothing. All right, guys, I'll stay here as long as you want. I'll answer any question you want to the best of my ability. I'm going to be as honest as I possibly can. And Billy Donovan is going to remain with this organization. He is going to be the face of what we do. Mm-hmm. He is, again, you may not agree with that, but if he had done this, Billy's going to help us pick a GM to work underneath him. Billy is going to remain as the coach, and we are empowering him to help us turn this thing around. Okay, you can disagree with that and say you wouldn't do that. That's fine. At least he set a direction. When you say we're going to go interview candidates to run the operation, but if they don't want Billy Donovan, they're not the right candidate for us. That's not how you do it.
It's bad business.
Two totally different ways.
Yeah. It's bad business.
Yeah, I disagree with how he handled things yesterday. I was less than impressed.
The moon was out in Tampa for the Cubs' victory against the Rays. We talk about it next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Over the last few months,
this is your home for White Sox baseball. Glenn Casper, Darren Jackson, and Jeff Mallett, your broadcast team for the 2026 White Sox. It's White Sox and Orioles, live on the South Side. Join us today at 12:30, ESPN Chicago.
Let's talk a little bit about Whiskey U. It's back Wednesday, April 15th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Bub City in Rosemont. You've got Carmen, who actually knows whiskey, alongside Waddle, who just knows what tastes good. Together...
Waddle just knows booze.
Yes, he knows what tastes good. Together, they basically are a masterclass. So they're pouring Old Forester bourbon and Glen Dronach, the single malt scotch, right, Cap? That single malt scotch?
I drink Coke Zero. I can't, Dr. Pepper. I can't tell you.
You got it in the basement. I've seen it. Glendronach salt single malt scotch. So come out and sip and learn a little and do what Waddle does. Just enjoy it. Seats are limited, so grab yours early. Whiskey University, April 15th, 7 to 9 at Bub City in Rosemont. Please drink responsibly. Jay Moore.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey, it's Cap, and whether it's your home or your business, comfort isn't optional. When your heating or cooling system isn't working the way it should, you need a team you can trust, and that's why I recommend Automatic. They've been serving Chicagoland for decades, handling everything from routine maintenance to full system installs. Professional, responsive, and they get the job done right the first time. Don't wait for a breakdown to take action. Call Automatic or visit Automatic.com and make sure your HVAC system is running exactly the way it should.
Chicago Wolves, Rockford Ice Hogs. The rivalry continues.
You're going to get some bad blood.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena this Sunday to take on their division rivals, Rockford Ice Hogs.
It's rock 'em, sock 'em as they go toe-to-toe.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey. Get your tickets for Sunday Chicago Wolves versus the Rockford Ice Hogs today.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087, 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087, or simply visit TRA.com.
Medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Let's talk a little bit about RK. All right, if you wake up early like I do, you still want to enjoy life, not just feel the next morning. That's why you use RK Zero Proof. RK delivers the flavor of warmth of a spirit, but zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. So you can enjoy going out with your friends, enjoy the moment, and still wake up clear-headed the next day. It's the drink experience without the alcohol. Yes, rkbeverages.com. ARKAY beverages.com. RK is the way. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back. Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Keep winning. Keep showing them.
ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings at 6 here on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We'll hear from Tom Waddle coming up at 7:30 with Waddle Wednesday. We're with you until 9 o'clock. And then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, followed by the Rich Eisen show at 12. And then White Sox baseball as they take on the Orioles at 12:30. Waddle and Tyler will be on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there from 2 until 6. The hockey show at 7, Bears Weekly at from 7 to 8, right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Kap, the Cubs were able to bounce back with a victory against the Tampa Bay Rays 9-2. Exactly what the doctor ordered to be able to come back. The offense came to play for the Cubs yesterday.
The offense was outstanding. Alex Bregman, 3 hits. They had multiple guys throughout that roster that were putting the ball in play, coming up with multi-hit nights. PCA hit a home run. Moises Ballesteros hit a home run. But the whole key was your guy, Javier Assad. Took a no-hitter into the 5th. He was just locked in. And when you get offensive play like that, good, you know your defense is one of the best in the game. He just was pumping strikes. Just don't walk people. It's how you keep them from having a huge inning. And then he was throwing strikes and making big pitches in big spots. That's it.
He felt really good yesterday out there against the Rays hitters. Something odd happened if you watched the entire game in the 9th inning. So there's nothing wrong with being aggressive, trying to get a foul ball. You want to maybe give it to a kid. When you see an opportunity to get a foul ball, some empty seats around you, yeah, I'll get a foul ball, give it to a kid. Some adults keep those foul balls for whatever reason because they've never seen a baseball before. Whatever. But there was an incident that happened, Kap, if you were watching like I was and you were late. There is a portly man that was
portly?
Yeah. Well, I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Don't know what his plan is. But we watched as we take a look on YouTube, youtube.com. Go to ESPN Chicago if you missed it. There's a big guy going for a foul ball. And Kap, he went for the foul ball, and I guess he wasn't wearing a belt or a rope around those jeans because all we saw was ass. A full moon in Tampa.
It was unbelievable to listen to what happened.
Shay, go ahead. I mean, that was just amazing yesterday with Tampa Bay Rays and Chicago Cubs, and the guy is just tumbling over looking for a foul ball. But again, in that situation, Cap, you got to wear a belt. You can't have you're dropping trowel and your underwear too. That's what happened. I mean, this is in the 9th inning.
Yeah, it was terrible.
9-2 Cubs.
Tune in on YouTube. You'll see it.
And so, a foul ball going to the right side is out of play, and there's this big guy by himself looking for the foul ball, and all you see is his backside. I mean, his pants went right down below his knees.
Well, the best was JD. Everybody all right down there? Boog? Not a word. I'm not going there.
Yes. Well, I think he fell out. Mike off laughing.
Oh,
that's
there's
what happened
no
there.
question. I love Boog.
I mean, Shay, come on now. I mean, how does this happen? The guy goes for a foul ball and his pants fall down all the way to his knees?
It's got to be the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen happen to a fan.
That was unbelievable.
I can't imagine anything worse happening to a fan. I mean, really, what could possibly be worse than that?
Oh, how about if you're walking from the concession stand? Kinsey says to you, Shay, honey, will you go get me a beer and a hot dog? And you're like, yeah, I'll go. And you go get 2 beers, a couple hot dogs, maybe a hot pretzel you two are going to split. And as you're walking, you trip coming down the concourse, like the stairs to your seat. And all that food goes all over Craig Carmazon, who happened to be sitting at the game. Your boss.
That is a wildly specific scenario. I mean, that would suck.
Or just a random fan.
But imagine that happens, and also my pants fall down, and I give Craig Carmazon a full moon.
Okay, that's
even worse.
Because the point of the joke is that his ass is out, Cap.
Oh, I got it.
You really be assed out there.
Yes.
Oh, man.
We had Assad, we had Rasmussen, and we had ass.
We had this big, just big pale ass.
That was.
And by the way, Shay, in that scenario, it's not like he's going over other fans. He's got the row to himself. And somehow, some way, his pants come down. I mean, so what that was is, okay, let me just tell you what that was. That was like jogging pants, right? Didn't look like jeans. It's probably jogging pants. And just like, what's the thing that holds up the elastic? The elastic wore out on those pants. I think that's pretty clear.
No
like
tie?
a drawstring.
No drawstring?
I think that for a guy like that, I think it just wore out.
I thought it was jeans.
No, shorts.
Let's take a look at it again.
They're like
No,
shorts.
no, I mean, no, they're pants. They're pants.
Oh, you're right. Those are not jeans. Those are like
the jogger pants.
Viore jogger pants.
Yeah.
But it looks commando, too.
Well, especially when the pants went down.
Well, he
was going
don't have any underwear.
Okay. That's just brutal.
It might.
Easy access.
It might be sweatpants.
I think it is. I think the elastic on a big guy, and believe me, I would know, the elastic wears out and then it just comes down. Look at that.
I mean, oh my God. That is so bad. Yeah, those you know what those look like the cheap Old Navy joggers.
Bring gas.
That just have elastic and no drawstring.
Bring gas.
Oh my God, man.
And you don't have boxers?
Bring gas.
I mean, maybe elastic wore on those too now. Listen, Cap. Listen, when you're a big guy, you're just looking to be able to have something to put on that you're not going to get kicked out of the ballpark for. And so I just think the elastic wore out on it, and that's why it went down so quickly. I think that's what happened.
That was so bad.
Bring gas.
All right.
So bad.
Thank you, Shay.
That was.
You're welcome.
If I'm going for the foul ball, guess what? A brother's making sure that drawstring is nice and tight. You're not going to catch a brown moon out there on me. No brown moon. Absolutely not. It's going to be tied tight.
I'm suffocated in there with that brown moon.
Seriously. You're not going to see that. Absolutely not. There's going to be a belt on the jeans because when you're a big guy, you got to figure out, like, where do you put it? Are you underneath the belly, top of the belly? You just got to make sure that it's on there tight. You're not going to see me in that kind of scenario. And he's there by himself. That makes it even sadder. It's not like he's got a lady friend or spouse of some distinction or kids. It's just him out there, ass out, by himself. Sad.
You imagine coming home. I don't know if he's a married man or not, but if he is, his wife finds out about it. Hey, how was the ball game? You're all over the news. You've gone viral. And we're calling Nutrisystem right now. And we're going to get new pants with a drawstring.
Oh, my God.
Why is your ass all over the TV?
We ass. If we keeping the bulk right now, we ass.
That was just unbelievable.
The platform. You feel bad for him a little bit. It sounds like you feel bad for him.
I do.
You feel bad.
He's never going to live that one down.
The platform is next on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Yes. Bring gas.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show. Tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Apt, your #1 destination for the home, has the best selection of Weber grills and accessories like the new Searwood Pellet Grill, featuring a temperature range from 180 to 600 degrees Fahrenheit. That means low and slow smoking, high heat searing, rotisserie roasting, even griddling on a Weber griddle insert, all on the same grill. Get the Weber Searwood Grill today and rethink what's possible on a pellet grill. For free and-home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop at my favorite store in the world. It's Apt, A-B-T, apt.com. Pleasing people since 1936, Mr. Moore.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recover systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Dear Savvy, Toyota says you can have it all. With the Camry, the Corolla, and the Corolla Cross. You've got the tech, you've got the drive, and you've got Toyota value that spells affordable. You ready? Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance, a fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
As you know, managing maintenance, repair, and operations is never easy, but for the ones who always rise to the challenge, Grainger has your back. From professional-grade products you can count on to dependable delivery, they're always here to help you keep things running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Jay Moore.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Kap and J Hood experience on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN. Hello. Chicago.
Good morning.
Time for the platform. Here's Shay Norling.
Shay's platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. It is yet another edition of Shay Guys 2026 this week. I've been trying to work off of mock drafts mostly, see who's projected to be available and go to the Bears, and then look at those players. This week's interesting. All the mock drafts are guys I've already covered. Caden McDonald, I believe, was in Pete Prisco's. The latest from NFL.com had the Bears selecting Alabama offensive tackle Caden Proctor, who I covered early on and was distinctly not a Shay guy because to me he reeks of Mekhi Becton. So, Hoodie, I went into the trenches this week.
Okay.
Except not literally. I continued to look at defensive backs. Because I just have a feeling the Bears might surprise us and go either corner, like last week when I brought up Tennessee's Colton Hood, or safety. The popular name has been Dylan Tiedemann out of Oregon because nobody believes they're getting Caleb Downs.
Is your kid coming here or not?
He's not.
Okay.
So I was looking at safety. I did not look at Dylan Tiedemann. A couple projections have him going a little too high in the first round for the Bears to have a true shot at him.
And
I don't
you
know
have
if that's
Downs
actually going to
going
be the
how
way.
high?
Too high.
Top 5?
Probably not top 5, unless the Jets are really dumb. But in top 10, top 12.
So he's not around.
In range, and you know how I feel. I wouldn't trade up in the draft to get a defensive back. If you want to take one at the pick you have, do your thing. But I wouldn't give up assets to go chase a safety. That being said, I watched a player this week that I liked enough to make him a Shay guy.
Okay.
He is a safety. 6'3", 200 pounds, 4'5", 40, a 9 RAS score, that combine metric. This is very good RAS. We like to see it. He's versatile in college. Majority of work has come in the box, but has taken a lot of snaps at free safety. Experiences a slot man corner also. 77 tackles, 18 stops, 5.5 TFLs, 2 picks, 5 deflections in 2025. Throughout his 4-year college career, held opposing quarterbacks to a 57.4 passer rating against when targeted. You might, Hoodie, have seen this player on Tuesday and Wednesday nights throughout the college season.
3 names? Does he have 3 names?
He might. If you're sick in the head like I am, you watched this school, a school I think is quietly becoming DBU, the University of Toledo. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, safety and rocket from Toledo.
Yes, there it
Shay
is.
guy.
There you How about that, Cap? The kid from Toledo, Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
And his RAS, relative athletic score, which measures your athleticism
elite
against your peers at your position.
Yeah, he scored a 9.0 at strong safety and a little bit higher at free safety. I like him better in coverage than I do as a true rush defender playing in the box, which I think is good.
So he's more of a Byard, not a Brisker.
The way I see it, yeah. And he's rangy. He's quick. Now, he gets beat some. He really has to become more consistent. Because there were a couple examples that I watched where he just got torched deep or was late on a read or missed a rotation. Can't happen at the NFL level, but he's clearly a first-round talent to me. And Toledo has sneaky been developing DBs. There are some guys in that program that are good right now. Obviously, Quinyon Mitchell, first team All-Pro, I think, at least once throughout his short career with the Eagles. EMW made a All-American team. I think he was second team All-American at Toledo. And I love 3 names. Hoodie, we know name equity is important. You got a hyphen, it immediately adds to name equity. If you can have a nice little acronym, EMW, adds to name equity. Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
So here's a guy here.
So he'd be our Chauncey Gardner-Johnson this year. We get rid of one 3-name guy. We get a new one.
Partnership with BMW. I like that.
There you go.
BMW Chicago.
EMW drives BMW.
There you go.
At the Advantage Auto Group.
We'll call him Emer.
High energy and a vocal guy in the defensive backfield. So the leadership is there. He had 5 picks over 3 seasons with Toledo. So when we make the comparison of the defensive backs for the Bears, you say Brisker or Or who, Cap? You said Brisker or
Byard.
Or Byard. Well,
Byard's more of a, ball hawking, free safety.
Yes, sir.
Picks off passes. Brisker, you want him in the box.
Yes. 5 picks over 3 seasons. Go back to your Tuesday football programming. That's where you could find an EMW, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. Remember the name, the
Big
safety
fan.
from Toledo.
Maction.
A Shea guy. Just remember that.
I need a pass rusher to be a Shea guy. I need a left tackle.
There are plenty. I've given you plenty.
I want a left tackle.
I just don't think left tackle's going to happen. And the guys that are going to be available, I don't love. Like Blake Miller out of Clemson. He's good. I don't know that I'm in love with him. Caden Proctor, I just don't like, period. Not that I'm not gospel. I can be wrong.
He is
but they won't be Shea guys.
Big man. 358.
Yep.
But I don't think he's there. I think he's gone by then. Don't you?
Maybe.
Yeah.
The platform is brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. If you're headed to a game, take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5. It's less money spent on travel, more money in your pocket, and you don't have to search for parking or deal with random surge pricing on ride shares. Don't worry about sitting in traffic. The CTA will do the driving for you. CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, Tap to Pay is available on all CTA trains and buses, so you don't have to purchase a ticket ahead of time. You can just tap and ride. Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Kap J Hood weekday mornings at 6.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you. Injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-million, and win with Wallner.
Chicago Wolves, Rockford Ice Hogs. The rivalry continues.
You're going to get some bad blood.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena this Sunday to take on their division rivals, Rockford Ice Hogs.
It's rock'em sock'em as they go toe-to-toe.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey. Get your tickets for Sunday Chicago Wolves versus the Rockford Ice Hogs today.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Got me feeling lucky. I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We got Shay, we got Jay Moore, we've got you. Broadcasting live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade. Brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. We're going to have Tommy Waddle on with us coming up at 7:30 for a Waddle Wednesday, as we always do. Right here on the home of the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. We got some bad news regarding the Chicago Cubs yesterday. If you're a Cubs fan, you did not want to get this news. Jesse Rogers was on with us yesterday and speculated that there's going to be some long-term issues with Cade Horton, and it became official yesterday regarding Cade Horton and his status with the Cubs.
Yep, he is done for the year, and he'll be out more than a year. They have not yet decided whether to use the process that Justin Steele had by the same surgeon, by the way, Dr. Meister, Keith Meister. He's the Rangers team doctor, and he's the elbow guru now. Whether it's called an internal brace, which is not a full Tommy John, but it's still a major surgery, or to do the entire Tommy John, which he's had once before. Either way, he's done for the season. Probably won't see him, much like Justin Steele, till next June. Not good. So, I see people on social every day. Cap, can we go get Joe Ryan from the Twins or Sandy Alcantara from the Marlins? No. No team is trading you their ace now.
Yes.
What do they say to their fan base? We got a couple really good prospects from the Cubs, but we're throwing the towel in on the season.
Yeah, so, Shay, you've known me to say this very often, right? I've said that, hey, I don't miss what I don't see. With Cade Horton, you are hoping they can give you double-digit wins and become the ace of the staff. That was my hope, is that watching Cade Horton, I said, boy, now, along with Bedard and with the quarterback for the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams, we see young talent being able to be at the top, right in front of us, right, so we can see them grow. And I was hoping we see that from Cade Horton. But I didn't know what to expect from Cade Horton this year. I know that it would have been nice to have double digits and him to lead the staff. I didn't know what to expect. But now that he's gone, I just remember what Jed told us. He felt like they have enough starting pitching and enough depth in starting pitching for them to survive.
And he was honest. He said to us on opening day, look, there are going to be injuries. We don't know who those are, but we have to adjust, and we have to have enough in reserve to handle said injuries till you get closer to the trade deadline.
The projection is not the reality. My projection is 12 to 15 wins and being the top guy of the staff. But he's not there anymore. He's not with the Cubs until he becomes healthy again. So now it's up to Boyd when he returns, and Imanaga and Cabrera and Taillon and Assad and on for them to keep this together. The most important thing now that Horton is out is for Jed not to make excuses, to be able to pull the trigger when we get to the deadline.
Correct.
Because you're going to need more starting pitching. Do you think you have enough starting pitching? Actually, you need more starting pitching.
Correct.
You need more relief pitching, because it's nothing like a fresh arm or a fresh bat to just keep yourself revived in a long season, right? You get to the deadline and you look at it and you say, if we added this bat or two, if we added this arm or two, that could help us. So Horton's out. Okay, so the Cubs should still be able to be a strong contender in the National League without Horton.
No question.
Because what we're talking about is the unknown. We could celebrate the young man, but what we're talking about is the unknown with Horton. So now that he's not there, so now you got to move forward.
You are exactly correct. Look, the Dodgers just placed Blake Snell on a 15-day IL with a shoulder injury. That's not good. It's the second year in a row he's been on the injured list. But they'll let him move at his own pace, and we saw him back last fall when they made their run to another World Series. Tommy Edman, right ankle surgery. I mean, Bobby Miller, really hard thrower, 60-day IL with a shoulder issue. Guess what? Mookie Betts, injured list, oblique strain. You can miss 2 months with that. They don't care. They're just going to keep playing good players, and then when the time comes, they will add on. That's what the Cubs need to do.
Well, I mean, but I'm underlining that, Cap, because the last couple of off seasons for the Cubs have been pretty fruitful, I think. But when it comes to the deadline, that's where the Cubs fall short to me. We talked about this last deadline. It was not enough. When they talked about, hey, we needed more relief pitching, Craig Counsell said that in the offseason, in the winter meetings. We needed more relief pitching. I just don't want to hear the excuses from Jed about what the Cubs don't do. If you feel like you can contend, you have to go all out. Don't prospect hug. Find the right players to give yourself an opportunity to stay in the playoffs. The excuses happen too much over there when it comes to the deadline. the white wall. Well, we tried. Oh, we misjudged the market. Hey, Horton's out. You know you're going to need more pitching. So I know that I'm making a projection now, but I'm just calling it now before we get to July and August. Find a way to make the team better if you feel like you're really a contender. That's all I'm saying.
Fair. Absolutely fair. And, the people that want to call up Jackson Wiggins, he's not ready. If he's ready, they'll call him up. Justin Steele has been cleared by the doctors, but there's a process. He hasn't even gone on a rehab start yet. So he's not rolling in here, going to start on Friday against the Pirates. Not going to happen.
Well, this is the scary part to me is like we can say at the deadline you got to make a move. You got to survive to the deadline. All that pitching depth that they loved to start the season, it's not even Jackie Robinson Day, and it feels like it's gone. Boyd's on IL. Horton's done for the year. Hoodie, I felt the way you felt. I thought Horton was going to be their ace. Kap had a Cy Young bet on him. I think a lot of sharper people thought he was a potential Cy Young candidate. That guy's gone. Poof. This is, to me, the same as Justin Steele last year going down in April when people thought he would potentially be a Cy Young candidate.
Well, in 2016, Hoodie remembers it. Kyle Schwarber's running down a ball in the gap, collides with Dexter Fowler, and guess what? He blows out the PCL, MCL, and ACL. You're done. Now, he makes that miraculous return to the postseason, to the World Series, but he was one of your more impactful bats, they thought. And guess what? They pivoted. They figured it out, and they won the World Series.
Sure.
Now, I'm not telling you this team's winning the World Series. I am telling you there's a lot of talent on that team. They got a hit. Like last night, they hit. Drew Rasmussen scratched in the afternoon. His wife went into labor. He's on the paternity list. Okay, now they're in a bullpen day. You better take care of a wounded animal. And they did that.
They did.
All of a sudden, they're throwing guys out there left and right. That wasn't how they planned it. What's Kevin Cash supposed to do? Tell that guy it's April the 7th to miss your wife's delivery. No, it's not Game 7 of the World Series. But you had to beat them. And then Assad comes up, your guy, and he has to perform. And guess what? He did.
I think that's what we're counting on now is, one, the Cubs have to hit, and two, I just feel like it's not their fault, but it's where they are. They've been thrown back into the position they've been in the last couple of years where it's, well, let's hope we get over projections or over expectations from some of these players. Like, you now need Assad to over deliver. You need Colin Ray to over deliver. You need Matthew Boyd to be what he was last year, and I don't know that you're getting that version of Matthew Boyd. You need Shota to not be what he was at the end of last year.
Shota was that way all year after he pulled the hamstring.
This rotation has gone from feeling pretty good about it to I got Edward Cabrera and duct tape and glue.
Yeah. They had to piecemeal this together. That's why, for me, Shay, the deadline is important. The Cubs will contend. They're in last place now, but again, we're just 11 games in. Point is, though, is that they have enough offense to be able to get you through, but they always need to add. Craig Counsell talked about the Cade Horton injury yesterday as he is out for the season and some of next season as well. Craig Counsell.
Yeah, Cade is, we get bad news. Cade is going to have surgery. He's going to miss the rest of the year. So there's damage to the elbow, UCL damage. The exact surgery is they'll find out when they do the surgery. But bad news. Yeah, it's just they go in and, they kind of determine the damage when they go in there.
Yeah, they'll go into his arm, and they'll be like, nope, that thing's completely blown. We got to replace it. And they've got this process down to, it's pretty cut and dried here. Here's what we're doing. And if it's not completely torn or they feel like it's salvageable to some level, they do what's called an internal brace. That's also a big operation. It's not like, you just cut a little piece of meniscus out and Dan Hampton's playing 2 weeks later. No, it's not like that. It's a pitching elbow. So he's done for at least 14 months.
may I just say something to save myself from screening a bunch of useless phone calls over the next couple weeks?
Mm-hmm.
The Cubs are not going to sign Trevor Bauer.
No.
Oh, God.
We get that.
It's not going to happen. If you call up with it, we're not even going to put you on. It's not worth discussing. He's
Correct.
in an independent league in New York. He's not good anymore. What happened. They're not signing him. I'm not taking those calls.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank
well
you very
said.
much.
Now, there is a guy out there, and Jesse said yesterday that he overpriced himself, and that's why he's sitting at home. He's posting on social his workouts. He's healthy. He had a solid year last year, although the peripheral analytics aren't kind to him. They don't go, you got to sign that guy. He's an ace.
Yeah.
Like he got good support, good defense. Lucas Giolito. Now, you're not getting Lucas Giolito sign a 1-year deal for $3 million. He's looking for 20 plus.
Yeah, no thanks.
Right.
Yeah, for the Cubs, no thanks.
Now, if you said, well, we're going to wait. I saw what happened when they signed Craig Kimbrell, like in early June.
Mm-hmm.
He was never the same until the next year when he had a full time to work through spring training. Like, I don't care if you're throwing at a local high school or some JUCO letting you throw to. That's great. There's a big difference between that and stepping on the mound at Wrigley with 42,000 lunatics screaming, this guy sucks. He's getting crushed. Yeah, because he's not ready to pitch.
I was told that he pitched very well at UIC.
Really?
Giolito. He spent time at UIC in the winter. Do you know about that?
I did not.
Yes, he worked out with Sean.
Thanks for telling me now. I would have gone over there and gotten an exclusive at Granderson Stadium.
I got it. I got the exclusive.
Put the tape on. Let's hear it.
I talked to Lucas Giolito. He's actually practicing in the facility at UIC during the winter.
I actually tried to reach him yesterday, so I'm hoping today is a day I can be able to make contact with Lucas. He's a great dude.
What are you going to do, sign him?
What's that?
Are you going to sign him?
Am I going to sign him?
What do you want to talk to him about?
We got Kap recruiting Giolito.
I want to talk to him. I want to know what the deal is.
You want to recruit him.
You want to know what the deal is. You know what the deal is.
Hold on. Can Kap recruit Lucas Giolito? If you get in touch with him, you're recruiting him. I need you to understand that.
Well, it depends. It depends. I mean, if he's looking for $25 million, $30 million a year, it's not going to happen.
So Kap gets on the phone with Giolito, and he goes, hey, buddy, I'm just wondering, what are you looking for financially? And Giolito goes, I think I got a lot in the tank. I'd like a 2-3 year deal, but I'd take one for 25. And Kap goes, yeah, you're not getting that. Take that, click.
Pretty much.
Oh, my God.
Like, I know Lucas. He's a great dude. He is. He's good in the room. Like, he checks a lot of boxes. He's a veteran starter. He's gone through some health things. It looks like he's, last year I think he was 10-4. Yeah. He was healthy. They're not giving him $20 million.
Jay Moore, I'd like to point out, I don't know what Tampa's doing here when they talk about Cade Horton. Cade Horton did not die. He's just on the IL. Did you hear what was playing while Craig Counsell was speaking about Cade Horton? It's as if you produced it in the background. Norman Greenbaum's Spirit in the Sky. Did you hear
wow.
this?
I love that song.
Yeah.
Listen closely.
Cade is, we get bad news. Cade is going to have surgery. He's going to miss the rest of the year. So there's damage to the elbow, UCL damage. The exact surgery
He's
is
not dead.
They'll find out when they do the surgery. But bad news. Yeah, it's just they go in and
wait a minute.
They kind of determine the damage when they go in there.
Kap, he's not dead. When I die, they lay me to rest. Gonna go to the place that's the best.
Norman Greenbaum. It's a great song.
Going up to the Spirit in the Sky.
Hoodie, I haven't seen a tribute like that since the Sox all signed Eloy's jersey and hung it in front of the bats.
Yes, as if he died, like he's Aidenhart. What was how strange is that?
It's a great song.
But he's not dead, Kap. He's
not
just injured.
He's not.
He's not going to the Spirit.
It'd be like playing taps while he's doing it.
Romeo Dobbs on line 1 says he's hoping that Cade Horton is in a better place.
That's it. Remember that one?
Gotta have
the Packers.
You know, Cade Horton, gotta have a friend in Jesus.
Yeah.
Dead, apparently, to the people in Tampa.
Look, he'll come back, you would hope. What is Cade, 24? He's got a long career ahead of him. He's got to deal with the mental anguish of what happened and then get ready to fall. You got to go headlong into your rehab and follow the doctors. And when you come back next June, be ready to roll. That's it.
So, Sky Point to Cade Horton, no longer with us for the season. You got a prayer for Cade Horton? It's all over.
Sky Point.
That's the Norman Greenbaum's got him dead. He's not dead, Cap.
He's not. Like, I'm looking forward to watching Justin Steele pitch.
Good song.
Like, when you're in that, I've asked athletes who've had catastrophic injury, and it never crosses their mind that it can all be taken away in one pitch. Uh-oh. Come off the mound, you go, I know it. I've done it before. I blew the elbow.
Yeah. And if you're Norman Greenbaum, he's burying you.
Right.
He's telling you going to the afterlife. He'll be fine, Norm. He's not dead. Shay asked a very good question and wonders, have we turned the page on something that used to be really cool in pop culture? We talk about it coming up next on Kap and J Hood. Up.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
Yes, Ankin Law. How about that, Cap?
Yep, Ankin Law is the official law firm of our show for years and brings us the sidebar.
May I approach?
Yes, you may. Countless commercials, hundreds of live reads, and if you have a personal injury case, a rideshare injury case, a medical malpractice case, the only one you need to call is the best in Illinois, Howard Ankin.
We always tell you to keep that number in your phone. You never know when you're hurt and you need help, you need to turn to someone. That's who you turn to, Howard Ankin.
312-6-million. 312-6-million. Injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper.
No.
The Sox dropped Game 2 against the Orioles 4-2 on a freezing afternoon in Chicago on Tuesday. Gunnar Henderson banged a game-winning two-run homer in the 8th for the Birds. The Sox can still have a winning homestand if they can salvage today's finale. First pitch, 1:10 p.m. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to create your own milkshake. The winner will work with the Chicago White Sox head chef to design and name their own milkshake that will be sold in the ballpark. The winner will also receive a diamond suite for up to 20 guests at a White Sox home game in June of 2026. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Don't miss Wee Whiskey Fest in Lake Geneva, April 17th through the 19th. I'm talking 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of whiskey festivities. See you at the Grand Tasting on Saturday, April 18th. Get tickets at weewhiskeyfest.com and sip responsibly.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. And you know I love my cake. So I get that big birthday energy without any sugar guilt. The bottle's small, easy to toss in my bag, and perfect when I need a quick, tasty caffeine boost to cakeify my day. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Seven Bridges Golf Club. Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under? Well, the spring scramble at Seven Bridges, you got 3 teammates. You can make it happen. Saturday, April 25th, join them for a Masters-themed scramble with great food and drinks and prizes and official merch. Sign up now at 7bridgesgolfclub.com. 630-964-GOLF. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back. Presented by Advantage Dealer Group. ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Phone lines over for you, 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Here on this Waddle Wednesday, we'll hear from Tommy in just a moment. I want to ask you a question, Shay, about something you put on the rundown today. You ask a very good question, as you always do. He says, why is nobody talking about the fact that NASA sent 3 astronauts within an eyelash of the moon? Is going to the moon not cool anymore? It's a great question. So the reason why it's a great question, 4 astronauts to the moon. 4. So the question is it not cool anymore? Well, I just remember as a kid, Cap, to keep me calm as a kid, my parents would sit me down to watch things like that, right? It's just like, hey, is a moon landing happening? And it's like, okay, you gotta sit down and watch it. It was something that it was a family event during that time, if you recall.
Well, did you do it in school? I know you went to, did you go to parochial elementary and middle school? I don't know if they called it middle school as old as you are, but junior high, whatever.
What do you mean as old as I am?
Well, they didn't call it middle school when I went there. I went to Middleton Elementary, K through 6.
Right.
And then I went to Oakview Junior High. Now it's called McCracken for the former superintendent who was there forever. That was 7th and 8th. And then I went to high school. Did you go to public
grade school, kindergarten through 6th.
Okay, and what about 7th and 8th?
6th and 7 and 8 was St. Albie School.
So that was parochial, or
yeah.
So your parents
Catholic.
paid for you to go there,
Yes.
and then you went to DeSales.
Yes.
And they paid for that.
Yes.
Okay, did they roll in the AV cart? And hey, everybody, they're gonna launch a rocket here. They're gonna land wherever in the ocean.
Yes, I remember that as a kid, as a small child, and then I remember that in school, where there was a big deal to be able to see a moon landing.
It was not even a moon landing. It was like when the spaceship would come back.
Yeah.
My kids are like, they landed in the middle of the ocean. Remember, they'd have the parachutes, like the big balls on the side of the space capsule?
Yeah.
And then they would open the door like in the movie Apollo 13.
Yes.
My kids are like, couldn't they just land on a runway? No, we didn't have a shuttle back then. That was the space shuttle.
There was no shuttle.
My kids
though.
are like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then frogmen would jump out of the helicopter, swim over there, and they'd get these guys out.
Yes.
And then the little basket would drop down, they'd get on, and they'd get hoisted up into a helicopter.
They did not have the CTA shuttle that that Shay's in right now.
No.
Every morning to get
and then
to
they would open up the door of the helicopter, and there'd be these guys there on the aircraft carrier.
I got to get on the CTA to build an express line to the moon when we start building up there.
I think that's okay. You asked the question, though, is it cool anymore?
I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I
Did
thought
they
it was
do
cool.
it in your school? You're younger than us. Did they roll in the TV anytime there was like a big space event?
I don't really remember that. My parents and my dad's a huge geek. My mom actually texted the other day. He was watching the NASA channel in the basement on their big TV in like his man cave space, and she goes, he thought I'd sit and watch with him, but she went and watched like Top Chef or something.
Okay.
I'm like, what does this say about us flying within an inch of the moon? That you're like, yeah, honey, I'm not going to watch this with you. Next Level Chef is on.
I think that is cool, actually.
I think it's awesome.
I do. Now, I know that there's cynics, Jay Moore, that's out there because they think everything's AI, like everything's a gimmick, like nothing's real anymore. But I still think that NASA, who by the way, they have their own channel. If you ever want to see other other landings, and NASA has its own channel now. I think that that's still cool. It was cool for me as a kid. It's cool now.
Yeah, I was watching it in real time on CNN, and they had the countdown of when they lost connection to them as they went around the other side of the moon. It's supposed to have been a 40-minute, disconnection.
Yeah,
and they're supposed to
blackout.
reconnect. Right. And so I'm sitting there watching, and the countdown's coming. They're like, okay, we're going to get connection. We're going to reestablish connection. They got to 40 minutes.
Oh, man.
Then they got to 41. Then they got to 42.
Scary,
I'm like, oh,
man.
no.
Oh,
then
scary.
they came right back in. Hey, we're here. I was like, woo.
Well, remember in the movie, Apollo 13 when they're coming through?
Yes.
Well, the heat shield might have been damaged and blackout. No returning astronauts have ever come back after 4 minutes? Standing
crazy.
by, and then all of a sudden you hear the crackle, and there they are. Yeah.
It's
it was
nerve-wracking,
cool,
man, but I really enjoy it, though.
Yeah. No, well, Shay asked the question, does that still matter? It's still cool. I think it is. I think it's still part of pop culture. There's so many other things, obviously, that are a distraction to everything that we watch in pop culture now, whether it's what's happening at the White House, in sports, with actors and actresses and what they're doing, whether reporters are hanging out with head coaches in the NFL, that kind of thing.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah, so those things are part of pop culture, but also NASA's part of pop culture as well. I still think it's cool.
Yeah, me too.
Tommy, what about a Tommy Waddle? We saw that a moon landing in Tampa with the poor bastard. Did you see that, Tom? The fan in Tampa with his pants down?
I saw.
Which
led me, Jonathan, to my thought is of course Kap went to McCracken Junior High. That just skipped right past you. I thought there would be some
I went to
laughing.
I went to Oakview Junior High.
Well, didn't you say you went to McCracken school?
No, they recently named it for the former superintendent who was there forever, Oliver McCracken.
Oh.
That was his name.
What an appropriate name for a school the night after what happened in Tampa in the baseball game.
Did they roll the AV cart in at Sharonville, Ohio, or there was no electricity there?
Well, there was, but it was created by a cow running on, some sort of contraption. Yeah, that's how they did it.
Like an antique treadmill.
No, we had the same stuff, but I think it's cool too, Jonathan. Absolutely. I mean, I'm enamored by space. I'm scared out of my wits about it.
Okay, if Danny walked in here right now and said, "Hey, Tommy, I've got something for you. These people are big fans of yours, and they're
First
running."
of all, I'd call him a liar, but go ahead.
They're running a shot. It's like Jeff Bezos, Blue Ivy. They're going up to the moon, and you'll get a talent fee. We'd like you to do it.
Keep your money. Keep your money. Listen, last time I had an MRI, Kap, it was an open MRI, and I had to have my wife in the room holding my hand.
Yeah, I got to an MRI when you go in the tube.
Yeah.
And I went, no shot. Not happening.
Yes. And of course, your doctor, Phil McCracken.
That's correct.
Phil McCracken for sure.
Absolutely.
No question.
Very talented surgeon.
It was not a brother. It was not. There is no Phil McCracken as a brother.
Anything McCracken is a brother.
We will Waddle Wednesday will commence right around the corner on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Hit it in the butt.
A brother.
Are you tuning? Take a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Let me tell you about my friends at Automatic. The weather's all over the place. You wake up, it's like, 37, 38 degrees. Then you go home and, it's up to 65. The weather outside is unpredictable, but the comfort in your home or business does not have to be if you trust Automatic like I do. Steve Stahorek and his crew have been doing this for decades. They show up when they say they will. My guy Ivan was there at the house, everything running tip-top. The furnace, the air conditioning system, we're ready to go for the summer. And they get the job done the right way the first time, whether it's maintenance, repairs, or a full system replacement. Automatic knows what they're doing. Call Automatic or go to atomatic.com. That's atomatic.com. That's who I trust. Ask for my guy Ivan. He's awesome. Take that.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months, so make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
ZipRecruiter. Did you know that the average employer sorts through roughly 250 resumes for every job opening? That's a lot of time spent reviewing applications and a lot of potential buried in the pile. That's why you go to ZipRecruiter, cut through the standard, and get the standouts with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day, and now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Jay Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy
was amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. As we go to the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
There he is, Tom Waddle, with us here on Kap J Hood. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
I'm delightful. How are you guys?
Tommy.
Awesome, Tommy. Awesome.
Doing well. We were talking about Cade Horton earlier, out for the season and probably some of next season as well. I know it sounds harsh, Tom, but this is the business.
Yeah, it is.
Because it's like you can't miss something that you don't have. Yeah. We didn't know what Cade Horton was going to be. I kind of thought, projection-wise, that he might be the number 1 starter and double-digit wins and kind of help the Cubs, but he's not here. So now it's up to the Cubs to be able to continue on moving forward, winning baseball games. And when you get to the deadline, I don't want to hear the excuses from Jed Hoyer. Yeah. Well, we misjudged the market, all that nonsense. You know what you need. You know what you have, but you know what you need also.
It's such a great point. Like, first of all, I would say tap the brakes on, if you're a Cubs fan, that all is lost. I mean, you went through this last year with Justin Steele, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Still found your way. Now, obviously, the Brewers continued to do Brewer things, which for the life of me, I don't know that there's a professional sports team that does more with less, regardless of what sport it is, than them. So you tip your cap to them. But, you're not afraid of them. You honor them, you respect them, but you're not afraid of them. Look, you've got arms. I mean, Assad stepped in last night, did exactly what you needed him to do, right? Took the ball, what was it, for 5-6 innings? And
into the 6th. He had a no-hitter in the 5th.
Yeah, I mean, you've got, you're going to get Boyd back. That's what Colin Ray's there for. You've got guys. But now more than ever, Jonathan, you're right. I mean, it's hard to project out to the trade deadline this early in the season. But, I feel more strongly now, I got to be honest with you, about the buy-in in terms of Tom Ricketts and his willingness to push some more chips into the middle than I have in a while. Just based on, and maybe I'm foolish for thinking this, but the only time I heard him talk in spring training was very defiant. He expects to win this division. It's one of the more, one of the more stronger statements I've heard him make over the course of time about what they've pushed in, what they've given, and how he in this division believes that this team should definitely win this division. So my guess would be if you get to the trade deadline and it's necessary to add that arm, that I'd feel more confident this year if I was a Cub fan than last year. Maybe that's blind optimism, but it feels a little different to me this year about what they're willing to do.
So as you look at this team as they're currently constructed, I said to Hoodie, if the offense will carry them, look, they've got to get good pitching. They've got good pitchers there. And then you've got Jackson Wiggins, your number 1 prospect, probably a month out, I would think. You got Justin Steele, probably 6 weeks out. There are guys there until you get into July when you can make a trade. But Alex Bregman's got a hit like he did last night. PCA's got a hit like he did last night. Those guys had 3 hit nights. That, for me, is where it's got to be.
Yeah, Cap, that's the one thing you don't have. And I think Tucker provided it, disagree if you may, last year at times. Like somebody that, there's that one guy in the lineup when all else fails. He's got the ability to drive in a couple or 3 runs with a big shot. While that guy's not there, I think that top to bottom, your lineup is really good, and you should expect more. It was so funny, Jonathan. I was going through the lineup yesterday, and it's obviously a small sample size. Mm-hmm. Only half the team was hitting their weight. You know how that old phrase is, he's not even hitting. Seriously.
Yeah.
I think it was PCA was hitting his weight at the time because he weighs 180, and he was hitting 218. Right. Matt Shaw was hitting his weight. Amaya was hitting his weight. Carson Kelly was hitting his weight. I believe Nico was hitting his weight, but everybody else wasn't hitting their weight. That's going to, that'll level out over the course of time. But, there's no doubt. I mean, this is a tough shot for this team and for a group of fans who may have had a Cy Young ticket on Cade Horton. Not a good day yesterday.
No.
Tom, before we get this, outrage radio or people on social media being outraged, we should just put out there on a Waddle Wednesday that it's cool that Fernando Mendoza, who's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft, is going to stay home. He won't get the big hug from Roger Goodell, the big bear hug. He will be at home with his family. His mom has suffered with MS for a long time. I think that's kind of a cool deal that Mendoza is going to spend time with his family because, again, it's the greatest thing that's happened in his life to be the number 1 pick in the draft, and so it's big for his family. So no big bear hug, but it's good that he's going to be spending time with his loved ones.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't spend time worrying about other people's manufactured outrage. Listen, you do whatever it is that you want to do. This is your day. If you're Mendoza, however you want to celebrate it, you don't owe it to the NFL to be there on stage. This has probably been a really emotional ride for him and his mom and the challenges she faces, and they want to sit at home and enjoy it in this manner. I have no problem with that at all.
And having said that, when the Raiders trade that pick, I mean, it's going to be so much shock in that family.
I think
Wait, what? We're not going to Vegas?
If they do that, I'm going to be really disappointed because, once again, I want one of these reality shows. I said it last year. I think it was about the Giants when it was potentially Tommy DeVito, Jameis Winston, and whoever it was. And Russell Wilson, I think, was in the locker room at the same time. I want the quarterback room show. That's what I want. So I want to see the goofiness and the geekiness of the quarterback room in Vegas with Kirk Cousins in Mendoza. I just cannot wait to see that interaction.
And don't they have Aiden O'Connell too?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know much about him personality-wise.
Wait a minute. You work with him, Tom.
Exactly. Yeah. He's a little angrier than I anticipated, Tim. He's always got a big smile on his face, but he's
I think the quarterback room here would be great. Case Keenum, Caleb, and Tyson Bagent.
No. It is, absolutely. But I like quirky and outrageous in terms of if I'm going to sit down and watch a reality show. And I thought that the quarterback room in New York last year was going to be much better of a presentation than anything Hard Knocks could show you. And I'm really interested to see, and I think it's going to be a very good relationship because I think they're kind of similar from what I can tell from a distance. But the relationship between Mendoza and Kirk Cousins just is, that's a relationship made for television.
The other thing is, look, if he doesn't want to go to the draft, Vontae Mack didn't go to the draft.
Right.
Nobody said a word. They got him on a plane to the big party in Cleveland.
Are people really barking about that?
Yeah, there's people. Yep. It's disrespectful. He's not there. Screw you. His mom has MS. She can't travel.
Yeah, what's disrespectful is asking guys to play 18 games in 19 weeks. That's disrespectful. So, like, the league can stick it. How about that?
Hey, the National Football League.
You know what's disrespectful, Jonathan? Having a policy that rewards a team for doing things the right way and then not honoring that policy and not giving the comp picks. I said to myself I wouldn't go back to it, but I just did. Damn league.
Yeah, that was bad.
It's like a dog on a bone, man. He's Bulldog Drummond. They should have had you in the room instead of George.
No, they would have laughed at me the same way they laughed at the Bears.
I think you would have been more demonstrative, though.
I will say this. No, I got to say, though, Jonathan, I was pleasantly surprised that they continued to knock on the door, though. Whether it was George, I thought George's presentation, I like what I'm hearing from George now. I don't know if he's riding high because of the renewed success or beating Green Bay 2 out of the last 3, including in the postseason. But I like this version of George. He says what he means, and he means what he says. And I know Ryan Poles was pissed off at the Combine and other places about how this thing was being handled. So I was just glad that they took it to their doorstep 3 separate times. Now, they got denied every time, and I'll stop arguing about that. But I thought they actually, for the first time in a long time, showed a little bit of bite.
Yeah, I did too. When we come back on a Waddle Wednesday, I want to talk to you about Michael Reindorf.
No, not the first place Reds? You don't want to talk about
the Reds. Place? They're not in first. Okay. Good try, though. That'd be the Brewers.
No, they're tied with the Brewers, aren't they?
I don't know.
Didn't the Brewers lose last night?
Yes.
I know you got 4 in the 9th that cost me a parlay last night. I was not happy.
The Reds and Brewers are tied for first in the National League Central, Cap.
Take that.
Screw them.
Cubs are last.
When we come back, I want to talk to you about your guy, Michael Reinsdorf. We'll come back and talk about that next.
We has. I mean, if we keeping a book right now, we has. We has.
And now a word from ZipRecruiter. Yes, ZipRecruiter. Did you know that the average employer sorts through roughly 250 resumes for every job opening? That's a lot of time spent reviewing applications and a lot of potential buried in the pile. Well, if you're hiring, here's the good news. You can now review all of these resumes and applications faster because of ZipRecruiter. Cut through the standard and get the standouts with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Also a word from RK. Yes, RK. You know, if you wake up early like I do, you still want to enjoy life and not just feel it the next morning. And that's why I like RK Zero Proof. RK delivers the flavor of warmth and a spirit, but without the alcohol or the sugar or the carbs or the calories, Cap. And that's why you go to RK. Find your favorite RK beverages at rkbeverages.com. ARKAY beverages.com. RK is the way. And now, Cap, you have a word as well.
I do, from our great partners at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Believe in a world of wellness, knowing Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care where you need it, when you need it. I'm proud to partner with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tommy, there's a call on the line for you. Sam in Mokina is with us on Kap J Hood. Sam, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Hoodie. How are you?
Good. Say hello to Tommy Waddle.
Morning as well.
Yes.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Tom Waddle.
How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. Doing good here. I wanted to follow up on our call yesterday. So, I'm pretty outraged at the Bulls right now. And, I've referred to Michael Reindorf as Fredo yesterday because that's what he sounds like to me. I want to ask this to David Kaplan. So, Cap, I know you are very, very much in the pro Billy Donovan camp. In the NBA as a head coach, Billy Donovan is a C- to like a B- coach at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You are what your record says you are, right? Like he's a 500 head coach. He's been in the league 10 or 11 years. Do we know how many times he's made it past the first round, Cap?
I don't have that in front of me, no.
One time. I'll help you out. His first year when they with Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and they blew that 3-1 lead to the Warriors in the conference finals.
Mm-hmm.
Every other single time after that, he's made the playoffs. He's been bounced in the first round. He's pretty much a notch above 500 for his record. And to say that we want to keep him, handcuff ourselves and say a new GM has to hire this guy, we're basically saying we're keeping a coach who's the epitome of mediocrity at this point. And you've been saying we need to keep Billy Donovan. We actually need to promote him as the vice president of basketball operations.
Yeah, I would have him run the organization. Okay,
I'm going to ask you this, Cap. You say that because he has an eye for talent and player development, right?
Because
Can you name? Okay.
Because I know that the guy has an outstanding eye for talent. Yes.
Okay. Can we get an example of his time in OKC in Chicago where you know that he had a hand in picking a guy in the draft and he helped develop? Because I'm going through these rosters in OKC and Chicago. I mean, did he have a hand in picking Patrick Williams? Did he have a hand in picking Dalen Terry?
I do not believe he wanted Patrick Williams. I believe he wanted Tyrese Halliburton.
Did he?
We had Arturas on, and he said, we brought him in, and everybody here really liked him and loved him, but I wanted to take a swing at this. I think he told Hoodie he would be a grand slam home run if he hit.
That's correct.
Can I interject this? This is where I would ask the question. And you guys have forgotten more basketball than I know. And I'm not here to say that Billy is this, that, or the other. And Sam, I thought yesterday, presented his perspective with a lot of detail. How much impact or input does Billy or has Billy had on the personnel side? Because whether or not Billy wanted Tyrese Halliburton or signed off on Patrick Williams, I would want to know the second time. When they re-signed Patrick Williams, does Billy not with his? I mean, he's a basketball Hall of Famer. I would think you're learning now how much sway he has in the building and what the owner thinks about him. Did Billy not go up to AK's office and say, "Look, you can't give him a new deal. He can't play dead in a cowboy movie." And if you're thinking about giving him a new deal, how in the world could you ever give him a player option at the end of that contract? So I would just ask you, Kap, kind of like I'm asking more of a question than making a statement. Of all of the bad decisions that were made from a personnel standpoint, how much input did Billy have?
I can't answer. I'm not there every day. I do not believe Billy got at all involved in contracts because Jerry has told people I know. I cannot believe I looked at that contract or I was brought that contract after they agreed to it and they gave him a fifth-year player option. Jerry now has got his hands on those. He and Michael, they're like, we're going to approve those things because it's the dumbest thing they'd ever seen.
Well, if I'm Billy Donovan...
Billy has nothing to do with the contract.
I get that, but if I'm Billy Donovan, like, I'm got to be consulted on some of this, don't I? I mean, AK didn't come in here with a, resume that stood up to Billy's, and I get they're different jobs, but when you have somebody like Billy who's been in the league as long as he has, isn't his voice loud in the room? When it comes to personnel, I mean, that maybe not. Maybe basketball's different, but, I would think somebody of his resume would have a bit of a say in some of these decisions that all don't look very good.
After 6 years, you'd think he'd have a voice. I guess my point is, Tom, is that Billy Donovan is a guy that strikes me that he likes to get his hands dirty, meaning that he wants to be the head coach and not an executive. I mean, it sounds good, but he wants to be a head coach, and I would say that he should go someplace else. The 256 losses or whatever it has been, he's part of that losing as well. The one playoff appearance, he's part of that as well. Yeah. We're trying to paint him as like this great coach that can turn water into wine, and he could not do that with the Chicago Bulls. And you can blame AK and Eversley for that. They get a portion of the blame, but also Billy does as well. Yeah. It's time for a clean slate over there. And by the way, Michael Reindorf painted candidates into a corner for that press conference yesterday, and that was bad business too. So same business as usual with the Chicago Bulls, seemingly.
That's what I don't understand. If you're going to go get whoever it is, Bob Myers, Steve Myers, Phil Myers, I don't know, you got to let them bring in who they want. Now, if you told me Billy's going upstairs and going to be the head of basketball operations, you could say you don't like that hire. I would have no problem with that. I've been advocating for that. But then you got to go out and hire a coach and a GM underneath him. That's not what's going on here.
Also, Ray Meyer and Oscar Meyer also be part of that.
No question.
That's the one thing I would say is that the if you're going to bring in somebody as a general manager, I don't care what sport it is. It could be football, it could be baseball, whatever it is. You've got to let that guy hire his own coach. And it's not, a shot at Billy or anybody else, but I think you've neutered the process and you've eliminated some candidates who may want to come in and have full say as they should as to who's going to be the coach.
Tommy, have a great day. You and Sylvie.
All right, boys.
Catch you on YouTube when the White Sox play. You have a great day.
We did a 6-hour show yesterday. You guys know that? 6-hour show.
God bless. You finally worked for a living.
Wow.
Have a great day.
That was fair.
We appreciate you.
Kick
Tom
rocks.
Waddle on the Yingling hotline on a Waddle Wednesday. Shot or no shots now.
In America.
We have Shot or No Shot that comes your way next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's the good kid. When it comes to my ride, I don't mess around. That's why I drive an Advantage Chevy. 3 locations. Chicagoland's covered. Boom. You want a Chevy? They got every Chevy. You want savings? Oh, yeah. They've got that, too. And here's what matters most. Trust. When you walk into an Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you're not getting the runaround. They respect your time. They respect your budget. They shoot you straight. Head to Advantage Chevrolet in Hodgkins and see what I'm talking about. Advantage Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Do you read more about your team in the off-season than in the season? Does your game day outfit include a brown bag with eye holes? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected. Because seeing your painted face in the rearview mirror after a loss isn't just depressing. It's distracting. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Captain J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Broadcasting live from the Jeff Dickerson Studio at the Chicago Board of Trade with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. And the Kap J Hood Morning Show is presented to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. With more, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
Good morning, boys, on a Wednesday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. Huge opportunity for the Bulls. We'll see what they do. I was not impressed by the press conference, as we've been opining. John?
That's correct, Cap.
You're good? You having a good morning?
Yep.
By the way, huge shout-out, David Flom, Chicago Cut. Thank you. He brought breakfast for us for after the show. They now serve breakfast Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Awesome stuff. So there's food for you guys there.
That's right, folks. The Advantage Dealer Group. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. With more, here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, let's get started with shot or no shot. As Cap was talking about the Michael Reindorf presser yesterday after the firing of AK and Eversley, Reindorf admitted any potential GM hire will have to work with Billy Donovan. Anything else would effectively be a non-starter. This is a must for their front office. You have to want Billy Donovan on the sideline. Mm-hmm. A lot of people came away from this, we'll say, less than enthused. It was one of the more uninspiring pressers I can remember. Shot or no shot. Yesterday was the worst Chicago sports press conference since the Bears kept Pace and Nagy.
That is a no shot. There has been a lot more with the Reindorf family that has been very unsatisfying.
Yeah, 41-win baseball team. Got to be at the top of that list. It's got to be. No question.
But that's a team being bad has nothing to do with the press conference that the owner or front office issues after the fact. Those two things aren't related. Like 41-win baseball team is horrible, but I didn't have any problem with anything Chris Getz said because he at least admitted there was a direction and he had a process and a plan.
Okay, but play the press conference from Jerry the year but when he fired Rick and Kenny. Jerry spoke. Remember that?
Yes.
And Jerry said, I see no reason why we can't compete next year. They won 41 games.
Yes, that was awful.
He wasn't telling the truth.
I guess I was thinking about it, those Bulls press conferences in the 90s, Cap, just how Jerry Reinsdorf was brazen and talking about Horace Grant the way he did and talked about certain players. It was completely out of bounds and unbecoming of an owner, the stuff that he would say. Now, again, it might have been honest, but I don't think I would have said that. Some of the Jerry Krause stuff. No, this was not good. This was just not confident, shaky at the press conference, I thought, from Michael Reindorf, as if he's never had to answer questions about the Bulls before. It was weird. Like, you're in that position. You may not do a lot of press, but you're there with the script, reading line by line, and not well, by the way. Not well. Fair?
Fair.
Okay.
The presentation was not one that engendered great confidence.
It's not. It's up there. That is for sure. I mean, Jerry, him being brazen over the years wasn't great either. But Michael Reindorf, what we saw, and I know it was a shock to the system to a lot of people, Kap, because Michael Reindorf didn't speak very often. And then when you hear him speak, it's like, do you have any clue of what you're talking about? It sounded like a press conference from the 80s or 90s. We will have a search committee to find out who the – really? In this day and time? So you mean to tell me that you don't pull out the drawer in your office and go, I got 4 or 5 candidates right here. That means you don't talk to anybody in the league. I mean, you got to have some kind of idea of, like, you know what? I watched that team. I watched that organization. That Spurs team, that Pistons team, that Boston Celtics team. And you got to admire it, right? That Spurs team.
Like, if I was in his shoes.
You should already know. That's my point.
I would go, obviously, to the league meetings. I'm sure he does. But I would fly to different arenas. Hey, can you guys get me a credential? I want to sit down on press row. I want to see a game in San Antonio. Watch your operation. How is your game day operation done? What kind of music are you playing in there? Any cool promotions we could bring back to Chicago? And, by the way, at the time, while I'm there, I've got a little notepad. I'm like, wow. That assistant coach I really like that guy right there. And you talk to people and you find out nuggets of information so that when you sit in that press conference, you already know that dude in Memphis. I like that guy. Ooh, that guy in San Antonio. I like that guy. To have a script and get a search firm, not engendering a lot of confidence from me.
Not in 2026. That's sad, actually.
Fair.
It's an organization that can't look at themselves in a mirror.
But Silvy had a tweet out yesterday, which I thought was right on point, where he laid out when they got Tim Floyd, he was handpicked. There was no search. Remember? I told you I interviewed the late Jerry Krause. Rest in peace. Yeah, we're thrilled to announce Phil Jackson has signed a 1-year deal. He'll be back with us next year, and that will be his final contract. What if they go 82-0? He could go 82-0. He will not be back. Like, celebrating it. And then they handpicked Floyd. And then they handpicked this Silvy Road. Fred Hoiberg. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
If you want Billy, let Billy run the whole thing, then say that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I don't want that at all. I don't want that for Billy Donovan at all. He needs to get out of here. The president of basketball operations, like, more times than not, Shay, we can go chapter and verse of where that has not worked. Stan Van Gundy in Detroit.
The worst.
It's just,
the worst.
To me, I mean, the Brad Stevens and the Pat Riley are great examples of how it can work.
Right.
But there's so many examples where it does not work.
But I would have, if Billy would have done it, it sounds like he doesn't want to do that. He wants to coach. I would have kicked him upstairs.
Well, and do the SVG thing and make him PBO and coach. Same time. That's what SVG did.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
And it was a complete disaster.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
It won't matter. If ownership's not going to allow anybody to tank, which we don't know. We'll see. They can't come out and say they're going to tank. They'd get fined and punished.
Right.
But he said they won't. If ownership's not going to allow anybody to be bad, then it's going to be a mess no matter what they do.
Agree.
Yeah. Just as long as the lights are on in the spring for that play-in game, it's good enough. As long as people keep coming to the games, I guess it's okay. From Michael Reinsdorf's standpoint, I guess it's okay. All right, Shay, what else do we have?
Casey Johnson tweeted that Billy Donovan thanked AK and Eversley for bringing him to Chicago and that before his meeting next Monday, he needs to see a plan and path from the organization before he makes a decision about his future with the Chicago Bulls. Sports Illustrated's Chris Mannix caught hold of this and tweeted, quote, "This is almost verbatim what Billy told me in the bubble after his last season in OKC. Shot or no shot, Billy Donovan is going to leave Chicago."
To me, that's a shot. I mean, and there's other jobs and better organizations for Billy to work in. You know, you talk about how great Billy is as a head coach. I mean, again, he is a Hall of Famer. So I just think that he's not here for the development. This is not a quick turnaround. I don't know who you've been talking to, Kap. It is not a quick turnaround unless the Bulls get the #1 pick in the draft. And I don't think that that's where they're going to be because they tanked too late. remember who's running the organization. I talked to people around the league that asked me, what are you guys doing? And I said, well, what do you think of the team? They say, well, you don't have any stars to hang your hat on. And you have all this cap space. Who is going to be the GM that'll be able to look at that cap space and say, we got to get a difference maker in here right away? You have the most cap space in the league. And so because it's the Bulls are just not honest with themselves. That's the whole thing. You're this close to the lottery, to the draft, and now you fire the general manager. You're already behind the 8 ball, by the way, in that regard. Because you don't have AK, you don't have Eversley. The draft's here. The draft combine is right around the corner here in Chicago. Who's evaluating that talent? It's just, to me, Cap, it's just going to take some time here. And I don't think that Billy should be sitting there waiting for the Bulls to be a contender. He'll do whatever it takes to win, but he can't do it with this kind of talent.
Yeah, I had somebody, current exec in the league, tell me 2 days ago, that's a 2-year turnaround. You could turn it in 2 years. I'm not sure I agree. And he didn't say they could win the title in 2 years. He said you can absolutely be contending in the East. In the East, you've got your picks. You might get the Portland pick, and you got the most cap space. But he said you better get somebody hired in there quick, like you said. It's all around the corner.
You have to leapfrog 5 or 6 teams to be a contender in the East. The Bulls?
I'm just telling you what he said. I'm not telling you I agree.
I'm just telling you that's nonsense. You can turn it and get to the playoffs quickly in the NBA if you know what you're doing. If you know what you're doing. That's the whole thing. Detroit and Boston and the Knicks and Cleveland and Atlanta now, Philadelphia, Orlando, Charlotte's turned around. Those are better franchises than the Bulls.
Agreed.
Not just because of how they played in the regular season, just because they have turned it around and they're better franchises.
Agreed.
The Bulls trying to leapfrog the Heat is not necessarily success in my mind because you've always been around the play-in game. Shay, when we talk about the best of the best in the league, we know who they are. They're usually top 4 or top 5 teams in the East or West. Bulls are nowhere close to that. You need talent for that. Where's the Wembanyama on this team that turned around in a couple of years?
Agreed.
Where's the Riche to turn it around like it's happening with the Atlanta Hawks?
Again, this is why I say be bad, because you're going to have at least one lottery pick, probably a pick around the 15 range from Portland, assuming they make the playoffs. You'll have 2 picks in the top 20 this year in all likelihood. Just be bad next year. You can get another lottery pick. You can take some bad money. You can get more firsts from other teams. Like, this is how rebuilds happen quickly. They just have to be willing to do it. The least inspiring thing about me in keeping Billy Donovan is I don't think he's going to be willing to do it. We know he's on the sideline trying to win every game. That's why they won last night. That's why they beat Houston a week ago in despicable fashion. Yep. They should not be doing that.
Well, they're not going to lose to the Wizards. There's just no way. The Wizards are the worst.
But you get my point. Like, Billy Donovan is not he's not interested in developing young players. It doesn't seem like to me, because he doesn't give them minutes. There's no reason Colin Sexton should be playing as much as he is for the Bulls. None.
Well, Dillingham got a ton of time last night.
Finally, been begging for it.
Yeah, the Wizards are laying down on purpose all
But
season.
You know what I'm saying? They've had Rob Dillingham glued to the bench ever since they traded for him, so they could play Colin Sexton and win games they have no business winning. If you keep Billy, this isn't an insult to Billy Donovan, but if he's not going to be willing to be bad, then, dude, you can't be here. I'm sorry.
Yes. And by the way, if you really believe in Billy Donovan and his ability to be a head coach, Cap, you just use your own line. He's better than this. He is better than this.
Correct.
The six years, 1 playoff appearance, and not having a lot of difference makers to help him get over the hump. It's just not happening here. The Bulls should reset everything, including Billy Donovan out.
Yeah, Dillingham, 27 minutes, 26 points, 4 fours, 5 fours, 5 threes. I mean, 5 threes, 3 of 4 at the line, and 7 boards. Pretty good. Pretty good performance.
Should be every night.
Sexton played 30 minutes.
It's too many. Makes no sense. He's going to be a free agent. What are you doing?
Further and further away from the lottery balls.
They should, if they were a real team, a real organization with a plan, they would have traded for Colin Sexton and immediately bought out his contract. He never would have played a game here.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
But
fair.
But winning means a lot to Billy and means a lot to Michael Reindorf as well. One of the reasons why that the front office is no longer here, no playoffs. lights out at the United Center for the Hawks and the Bulls. Lights out.
Crazy.
But that matters to Michael Reindorf, though. Oh, at least we're competitive. That's not competitive being in the play-in. It's not, especially when you're in there a lot, like the Heat. It's nonsense. All right, Jay, can you squeeze in one more, sir?
Sure thing. Last night in Major League Baseball, a brawl broke out between former White Sox pitcher Reynaldo Lopez and Jorge Soler. If you're watching on YouTube, the video of a clip of this is playing right now. This is full-fledged boxing match. Reynaldo Lopez never lets go of the baseball and also connects a punch on Jorge Soler's head. Whatever the consequence or how bad this is for Reynaldo Lopez, how bad of a look, how bad it is for Jorge Soler, and frankly, the Braves catcher, who I think it was Jonah Heim, has no interest in getting involved in the fight or helping out his pitcher at all. Shot or no shot. When baseball fights are like this, it reminded me of Tim Anderson and Jose Ramirez. There was Miguel Cabrera against a Yankee. They were shadow boxing in the batter's box. Baseball fights like this are the best fights in sports.
It's no shot hockey.
Yeah, there's some great hockey fights, man. And the one, did you see who ended up holding Reynaldo Lopez back when they got him separated? It's Trout.
Yeah, Trout.
Mike Trout. I love that he's in there.
Kind of bulldogged him, too.
He
Trout
did.
was like, he looked
He
imposing.
had him like if he was a left tackle. You're not going anywhere.
Okay. Serious business here. Lopez uses the baseball to fight. That is a double-digit suspension in my book.
He didn't throw the ball, and he didn't swing did he swing with the ball?
He used it as a weapon.
He connected on a punch to Soler's head with the baseball in his hand.
Okay, yeah, double digit.
No, I mean, but deep, though. Now, this is not 10 or 15. So you used a weapon to be able to fight. That's like me fighting you with a roll of dimes. I'm using or some kind of foreign object, as they say in professional wrestling. You can't do that. You're using the baseball.
Oh, he's got a foreign object in his shorts. I remember that growing up. Yeah.
Yes. Like you can't have the foreign object in the hand. Cap, that's dangerous. What if he would have connected several times with the baseball right to the temple
and given him like an aneurysm or some craziness?
What happened then? You can't. That has to be deep into the All-Star game for that.
What is unfair about baseball suspensions? If it's Nico Horner and he gets 10 games, he misses 10 games that he's playing. But if it's Reynaldo Lopez and you go, yeah, you're out 10 games, that's 2 starts.
It's got to be deeper than that, though. That's a weapon he's using.
I'm going to guess he gets 10 games. That's what I think they're going to give him.
2 starts. Yeah.
It should be 15 games, 3 starts.
It should be.
Anymore, the way they mess with the rotations, it still might only be 2 starts. I mean, you can play around with this as much as you want. If they want to go to a 6-man rotation, like they can. You'd almost have to go to 18 games to guarantee that he misses 3 starts.
Is that not assault in the streets?
It's assault if you do it barehand. You don't have to be holding anything.
But I think with a deadly weapon also is a thing.
But
why don't they just do it for time? Just go, Reynaldo Lopez, you're suspended for 21 days.
If I'm walking around holding, this is the thing I always question is like you start to talk about it that way. This is assault in the street. If I'm walking around with a baseball and I punch somebody, is that assault with a deadly weapon?
You can kill somebody with a baseball.
Of course you can, but I could also kill someone with my bare fist. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
No, I'm not saying I could, but like people can. You can. That can happen.
I've shaken hands with you. Your hands are soft. You're not going to kill. You can't bust an egg with
That's
those.
fair. Like, okay, fine. I shouldn't say I could do it, but people can do it. You get my point is like in the streets, of course this is assault, but in sports we never see it play out that way.
That ain't right, man.
Fair.
You know that ain't right.
Like if Jonah Heim's not getting in the way of the fight, if he's not holding Soler back because he's going to the dugout to grab Reynaldo Lopez a folding chair, then I'm like, okay, we've got this is escalated too far.
So when
Does he
I
throw the hat up in the air too on the ship?
So when I was a wee small child, Norm Van Leer and Sidney Wicks got into a fight at the Chicago Stadium.
Yes.
And Sidney Wicks picked up a folding chair and ran after Norm. Yeah. It was crazy. Craziness. I don't know how long the suspensions were, but Norm was swinging punches. It was crazy.
Couple of games. Probably stayed in the game, too. No
Back
tech.
in the 70s?
Yeah, no tech. Stayed in the game, probably, back in those days when you could smoke there in the 100 level. I could see that happening. I don't know, man. That baseball in the hand, you punching someone with it, you try to take them out.
But it's also kind of like if you're Jorge Soler, I didn't play the entire clip because it would have taken too long. Soler stands in the batter's box for about 20 seconds just staring at Reynaldo Lopez, not moving at all. Lopez is standing there, glove, ball. He's looking at Soler. He's going, what's going on? And then finally Soler starts walking towards him and then charges. If you're going at somebody who's holding a baseball, what is the expectation? Oh, of course he's going to drop that before he tries to hit me. You know what I mean? Like he's walking into the situation.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, it was Van Leer who picked up the folding chair. I just looked it up.
No shock there.
Him and Jerry Sloan. They're never a tougher backcourt.
That's wild.
Wild.
That video we just saw there was wild. I love a good baseball fight.
It's amazing.
It's good stuff.
Amazing.
When you connect, especially. All right, coming up, we will give you around the NFL. We've got news and notes for you from the league. We'll give you that coming up next on Waddle Wednesday on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show. Now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Let me tell you about our friends at Breakthrough Beverage, because Whiskey University with the great, the powerful Carmen DeFalco is back. Wednesday, April 15, 7 to 9 at Pub City in Rosemont. You've got Carmen, who knows his whiskey, alongside Waddle, who just knows about alcohol. Together, that's basically a masterclass. They're pouring Old Forester bourbon and Glendronach single malt scotch. So come on out, sip a little, learn a little, or just do what Waddle does. Just enjoy the booze. You know Tommy's motto, win or lose, drink the booze. Seats are limited, so grab yours early. Whiskey University, April 15th, from 7 to 9 p.m. at Pub City in Rosemont. Please drink responsibly, Mr. Moore.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
Thanks again for taking me to the game, man. I can't wait to get in there. By the way, what's in the bag?
Oh, I bring my own hot dog and peanuts. Saves a ton.
Savvy. And what about the beach chairs?
Why buy seats when you can save big and bring your own?
We can't get in without tickets.
Tickets? What do you think the portable TV is for?
Don't save money pretending to go to the game. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Another hospital bill from the accident and another letter from the insurance company.
Did you call them?
3 times this week. I keep getting transferred. Nobody will tell me anything.
Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Put down the bills, hang up the phone. We'll handle the insurance company, help you find the right doctors, and be your one call for answers. Injured in an accident? Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. No fee unless we win. Attorney advertising.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines is home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. Enjoy a stunning 9-hole par 3 under the lights, plus state-of-the-art practice facilities to sharpen your swing after a long day. Golf Center Des Plaines.
Need a haircut? With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when you're up next. Because getting a great haircut shouldn't mean putting your life on hold. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Kick back and relax this summer when you shop at Menards. Your summer oasis is calling, and Menards is here to help. From outdoor furniture to patio accessories to grills and summer essentials, Menards has everything you need to make your summer dreams a reality. Don't wait. Hurry into your local Menards and see and feel the furniture for yourself. Save big money on everything you need to create your backyard oasis today.
Save big money at Menards.
Chicago Wolves, Rockford Ice Hogs. The rivalry continues.
You're going to get some bad blood.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena this Sunday to take on their division rivals, Rockford Ice Hogs.
It's rock'em sock'em as they go toe-to-toe.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey. Get your tickets for Sunday Chicago Wolves versus the Rockford Ice Hogs today.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? Tee it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's answer you looking for on these things here?
Time to go around the National Football League here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With the latest on the Patriots, here's Shay Norland. Shay?
All right. I was going to get to that in a couple stories, but thank you, Hoodie. You have led me directly to the maybe weirdest news item of the day in the NFL. It's interesting. You can't even find it on the ESPN website, but if you go to page 6, you'll see a lengthy blog, a gossip column, we'll say, with photos of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini hanging out together at a hotel in in Arizona. Both Rossini and Vrabel have already responded to the article. Vrabel said the pictures show nothing more than two friends having an innocent time together. It's ridiculous to even justify this.
God.
Rossini also said it lacks critical context. There were 6 people hanging out. This isn't a big deal. This isn't what the photos are alleging.
Okay. I can promise you this. If that was me and there was a picture of somebody attractive and I'm holding hands and then laying next to her at a pool, it would not be a pretty scene when I got home. I can promise you that.
Oh, forensic files.
They would need forensic files to identify me. My wife would, she'd go nuts.
This whole time, I thought this is how he got info from Jed Hoyer.
A level on your back, Jed. Hold on, I missed a spot. Anyway, Moises Ballesteros, take that.
Cut me down.
What are we
Jed,
doing?
SPF 50 or 60?
What are we doing on the extension front? I want to break that story.
Hold on, the sun's moving. Come on, move your chair. Ah, much better sun there. Now,
Turn over, Jed.
now let's talk. Oh my!
Wow.
Now let's talk about Jackson
a little aggressive
Wiggins.
there.
I need some Wiggins.
Not that kind of guy.
Wiggins information. Come on, Jed.
When we bringing him up?
Hold my hand and tell me that Wiggins is coming up. Take that.
Are you keeping Rossi, or are we going to get this council guy?
Yes, that did not look good, Shane Norling. That did not look good, those pictures. Were they doctored?
No, they're not doctored. And to be honest,
were you there? How do you know?
I just, come on.
That's just an educated guess. You don't know.
Shane took the picture.
I'll give you my perspective on. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Oh, he was in the bushes.
Yeah, that's what's not said here. Is there were 6 people hanging out. Hey, Diana, name drop, please. I was one of the 4
I kind of like them both
that weren't you or Mike.
Swept Marquette.
Honestly, my opinion on this, whatever they're doing, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It might bother their significant others if there is some nefarious stuff going on, but whatever. Like, they're hanging out. What am I going to do about it?
That gets it wet.
Now, if it were being used to manufacture stories to get A.J. Brown to New England, then that might be a different thing. But at the same time, like, are there really laws against that? Like, Kap, if you're going to get earnestly, not like you're applying sunblock to Jed Hoyer, but earnestly, if you're getting info from somebody and you bump into, you're on vacation and you find out they're in a hotel an hour away, you might go hang out by the pool and go talk to them for a little bit.
It depends. What do they look like?
All right, relax.
Make me feel better.
Yeah.
Hi, Joan.
Yeah, like, say you had some sort of relationship with Ben Johnson. You're friends. And you find out he's staying an hour away from you at a hotel, and he's poolside.
And
you go belly up to the swim-up bar.
Depends. If it's the middle of July before training camp, no. If you're telling me free agency's in 4 days and I can get a scoop, yeah, I'm doing my job.
But
I'm not.
sex.
I'm not laying on a lounge chair next to him.
Rub your meat.
And yeah,
Oh, you're not sharing a hot tub with him, is
and
what
we're
you're
not
saying?
holding hands.
Get in my
Or hugging?
I love rubbing
Right,
and touching
like-
my meat.
That
Now-
gets it wet.
Now, if you told me that the owner of said team was like in her prime, Jeannie Buss, yeah, that's a little and we're holding hands.
I knew before he even said it that he was going to Jeannie Buss.
Flat hair.
Just as soon,
Like in
as soon as
in her Playboy days.
Blackhawks. Or as soon as you said, if you're the owner of a team, in my mind, I'm like, Jeannie Buss is about to come up on this program.
Right. And if you said, oh, wow, see the picture of Kap holding hands and he's in a hot tub with Jeannie
Every guy
Buss?
can bust.
Yeah, that would be a problem for me at home. Not good.
Any way you can get info, Mindy. I was just on the job.
But
Hey, hon. Yeah, what's going on? I'm at this resort in Arizona. I'm here for the owners' meetings. That smoking hot owner of the team, Jeannie, I'm going to go sit in the hot tub with her. If you see any photos, I'm just trying to get info.
Crack is whack.
Yeah, it would not go well. Zetterman better appreciate the effort then.
But I love sex.
Here's Shane Norling.
Whatever gets A.J. Brown to New England, man. That's all I can say. Some other newsy stuff happening this week. Fernando Mendoza is not going to attend the NFL draft. At least he isn't planning on it.
Every guy can bust.
When is the last time, thank you, when is the last time you can remember a presumptive #1 overall pick not attending the draft?
Vontae Mack.
Trevor Lawrence.
Lawrence, was that COVID?
2020?
Or was that the weird one in Vegas where they canoed him out in the fountain to get him on the stage?
Let me take a look. I think that might be the case. I don't think Trevor Lawrence was there. I could be wrong. I don't think Trevor Lawrence was there.
No, the 2020 NFL draft, the first pick was Joe Burrow.
He was there, wasn't he? No, that was the Zoom NFL draft.
It was.
That was the fireside chat draft with
where Goodell did it from his basement.
Yeah. Well, I think that he wants to be close to his mom. Totally understand that. She can't travel. If you remember when Indiana won the national championship, the father did not jump up and applaud. He sat with his wife because he wanted to be with her for all of the great moments for Indiana.
They got her to the game, but it was like a big effort.
She couldn't get up, and he didn't get up also because he wanted to be with her.
Correct.
So I totally understand it.
And then the other thing I wanted to get to this morning, Lamar Jackson reported to Ravens camp. This was reported yesterday, that he was there and answered like the Declan Doyle, we hope we get everyone. Obviously, Jesse Minter, new head coach, hoping that Lamar would report to camp. Lamar typically does not report to camp. It's easy to look at this and say, well, new head coach, he wants to be involved. He wants to, hit the ground running with a new system. Might be a little bit more of a nefarious side to it. The Ravens restructured Lamar's contract because his cap hit was so massive, but the reality is he's out of guaranteed money after 2027. He's looking for an extension. Is Lamar only showing up to camp because he wants new paper, and will the Ravens give it to him?
I'm going to say yes to that answer or that question because anytime you have a question, it's always money first. So he wants to straighten up and fly right, I think, and that would not surprise me.
Yeah, I'm going to say, look, he wants new paper. He's going to get new paper. He's there because he has a very close relationship with Jesse Minter. Just like the Myles Garrett showing up to be with Todd Monken, they have gotten off to a very good start, and he wants to be a leader. He's got his paper. Lamar and Jesse Minter, super tight, and he's there as respect.
Myles Garrett, as well as Baker Mayfield, also did not appear at the draft, Shane.
All right, so it's more common than I remembered.
No, it's only a handful.
Yeah.
Just like, but Mendoza doing it, I think, for a good reason.
Yeah, family first,
yeah.
Of course.
Myles Garrett not being there.
By the way, did you see the video of Baker Mayfield yesterday? Squatting 465 pounds.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out how to do the tush push.
I'm like, oh, my God, that guy's a monster.
Yeah. All right, and that is our look around the NFL right here on Kap and J Hood. We're with you weekday morning starting at 6.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Nipped it in the butt.
Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago. AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
And now we're from Advantage Dealer Group. Let me say you've used some time. If you're shopping for a car and already bracing yourself for the process, don't. Just start with the Advantage Dealer Group. Toyota, Chevy, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. They got all the brands. What they don't have is the nonsense. No drawn-out negotiations, no surprises when the paperwork shows up. Just clear numbers, honest conversations, and people who understand you got things to do. Buying a car shouldn't feel like you're breaking down X's and O's. Wherever you are in Chicagoland, make it easy on yourself. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Jay Moore.
You've never donned the green jacket. You probably never will. You're known for your slice and your ability to miss the green. But that doesn't mean you aren't serious about your golf game. Take your practice to a serious level with Golf Center Displays. Practice until midnight. Play night golf like you've never seen before. Try an automatic 300-yard driving range that reloads a ball once you've smacked it. Even in bad weather, Golf Center Displays has you covered. Literally. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
When you tell someone what team you cheer for, do they apologize? Does your first childhood memory involve crying on a Jumbotron? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected from things like fire damage caused by violently unplugging the TV. Or an accidental overhand left to the drywall. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
An outward from True Green. Yes, True Green. Getting and maintaining a lawn you love is no small task, but nobody makes it easier than the pros at True Green. I use True Green just like Jason Day and Ben Griffin and so many of the other PGA Tour golfers like yourself. Who's he?
Mediocre golfer.
That's right.
He has a great lawn.
Doesn't make the read. Don't waste times on the weekends on lawn care. Hey, once you go to True Green, truegreen.com, True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Now back to Kap and J Hood, presented by Advantage Dealer Group on ESPN Chicago.
Caleb. Oh, jeez. Another year of this, huh? Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 9 o'clock. Then it's Carmen Jurko at 9, Rich Eisen at noon. White Sox baseball as the Sox take on the Orioles. Waddle and Tyler will be together. No Silvy today, Kap. It's Waddle and Tyler.
Where's Silvy today?
At 2, they'll be on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago there. And the hockey show at 6, followed by the Bears Weekly Show at 7. Right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. I told you there's going to be ups and downs, Kap, when it comes to the White Sox. On the road to 70, already lost the series to the Orioles, trying to salvage the series, as we baseball broadcasters like to say, salvage the series.
See if you can get 2 out of 3. Let's go.
Well, trying to get 1.
Who was it, Gunnar Henderson, that took one of your bullpen guys deep?
Yeah, you know, you're going to lose your share of ball games. It's a long season, Kap. But as I was telling you, watching the game yesterday with the White Sox, man, this whole nibbling thing, you've got to be aggressive in the zone. Look, you already at a deficit because you don't have the top of the top talent, but you can compete if nothing else. 8 walks by Sox pitching yesterday, that just won't do. Sorry. 8 walks, 5 by Shane Smith. And then you get the relievers in these soft-tossing relievers. I say soft-tossing because I want my relievers to be able to get it over the plate or get some swing and miss. Like Hicks and Murphy. Come on, man. You got to compete. You're going to lose games. It's just what it is. I just don't like the 4 and 5 out innings. You're just putting extra pressure on your defense when you do that. 8 walks won't do. Just sorry. It's not good enough. You're going to the Sox in their own Sox way had 3 bloops with 2 outs or around that to be able to get a 2-0 lead early. Like 3 bloop hits, right? And then you just know that wasn't going to be good enough. You needed more offense.
Well, I also watched in the 9th, they did get a man on.
Yeah.
And Helsley, who throws hard, is facing Murakami. And did you watch that at bat?
Yeah.
He had 0 chance.
Yeah.
Mooney had 0 chance.
Yeah.
And the pitch that struck him out was on the black, so it would have been a strike at 100 miles an hour or 99, and he swung through it. He had no shot against that guy. That's not a shot at Munetaka Murakami. That's praise for Ryan Helsley. There's a reason that dude gets paid what he gets paid.
It is what it is, man. You know, it is what it is.
Can't put yourself in that position.
I do want to ask you about the fifth inning in the game with the Sox and Orioles yesterday. You got Newcomb on the mound for the White Sox, right? You have an opportunity to try to set up a double play. A ground ball goes right back to Newcomb. He looks to second and goes, oh, there's nobody there. So he's got to immediately go to first base. Mm-hmm. Newcomb whirled around with nobody there. The infielders assumed that Newcomb was just going to first. You can't assume that.
You got to play the ball the right way.
You just got to – I told you to rewind that from the fifth inning yesterday. You just got to get there because I think that could have been a bang-bang play, but at least you get the runner going to second base in that spot.
Get the lead runner.
If nothing else.
Correct.
Didn't do that. It's little things like that, man, that makes you lose ball games.
It is.
It just drives you up a wall if you're a manager, I'm sure.
And Shane Smith, who came in with an ERA of 18 whatever, Shane Smith, his stuff was electric yesterday.
Yes.
He got the first 5 outs he recorded were all strikeouts. He punched out 8. He didn't get through 4 innings. Pitch count was almost 100. What, 96 in the fourth?
Effectively wild.
Shay, it is
too wild.
It is the strangest line it's the strangest line that you'll see in a long time in baseball.
8 Ks, 5 strike, 8 Ks, 5 walks, right?
3 2/3, 1 hit, no runs.
Effectively wild.
You got to get more length out of these guys. That bullpen's not that good.
White Sox All-Star Shane Smith.
Not this year.
Tips the cap, goes back in line.
Not this year.
It's with a 10.80 ERA. Ain't that something?
Representing the Chicago White Sox, Munetaka Murakami. That's probably where it's at.
I think they stuffed the ballot box overseas.
There you go.
I think they do, Shay. And Bridgeport.
No question.
Maybe a few votes for him in Bridgeport, but I think the rest is overseas.
Yes.
I think that's what it is. So it just, that's what drives you crazy in a long season. Just little things like that, and you don't have enough offense to score. It's just what it is. But that's the thing that bothers you.
Fair. Look, I think they're better than they've been. They're just not anywhere close to where they need to be. But there are reinforcements marinating in the minors and one at UCLA. Get those guys here, things will start to turn.
Thank you for the pat on the head. No one asked you. We turn now to...
Oh, wow.
What?
I'm trying to be fair here.
No one wants to hear your Sox thoughts except the people that give you information at 35th and Beck. They don't mind talking to you. But the bottom line is that you don't care.
I do care.
Cap, you only care about the Chicago National League Ball Club. That's all you care about. For us, it's just charity. Your thoughts about the Sox are charity. Everyone knows it. There's no need to hide. Everyone knows that you laugh at our misery. You know how I know? Dr. Brew. He's my source, and a great one.
He's a great source, but he's wrong on this.
He told me all I need to know.
Like, I want the White Sox to do well, other than when you play us.
You want the Sox to do well because that means money. Possible money in the pocket. That's all you care about.
No, it's a Chicago team with Chicago on their uniform.
All right, Marshall Kaplan. Don't be like your dad. Your dad had it fair. He understood. Kids, it's Chicago. Root for everything. You didn't want to hear that, and you don't want to hear it now. According to Dr. Brew.
I've grown up. Oh. I've matured.
Okay, sure. How old are you today, Cap?
That's private business.
The answer's 7.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
I'm 4.
Yeah, so that's the answer. That's all right, though, Cap. Here come the Cubs. Cubs and Rays today. Make sure I get all of my chores done that mom/wife has for me so I can watch Cubs and White Sox baseball today. It's going to be great.
Yep, I'm looking forward to watching both ball games. The Cubs today.
He watches the Sox in the Apple Watch, by the way, folks. He doesn't spend the electricity. He doesn't spend the money to be able to watch the White Sox on the big screen. Can't do that. Cubs, yes. Sox on the Apple Watch. Too bad. What?
That's not true. I have them on monitor 2.
Shay, is that fair that he just uses the White Sox to get information but doesn't care about the team? Is that fair? Safe. How about that? See?
The part where I would have to strike him out or ring him up is that he pretends to care.
Ah, yes, the old pretend to care. Yes.
I do care. 100% I care.
He needs that information. That's what it's about. But our misery, he laughs at.
I do not. I would never do that. You've got some nice young prospects coming along, and one day there'll be brighter days ahead.
That's right, Chris Getz. Yeah, it's a tough road, but you guys are going to be... Hang on a second. Got another call. Suck. They're terrible. Hello, Chris. Yeah. So, yeah, really tough situation right now. Young kids. Take that. Hold on a second.
In fact, conspiracy time.
Laughing.
The year he picked him to win the World Series and bought a partial season ticket package, he did that knowing he's a cooler.
Oh, yes.
That's not true.
Yeah, you put the Kap stink on him intentionally.
The Kap stink. Iowa State would like to have a word.
Oh.
And so would Cade Horton.
Oh.
That is so bad.
What is it true?
We might actually, you know what? This might have to become like a 60 Minutes type segment tomorrow.
Oh.
We might have to deep dive tomorrow. Just how far the Kap stink traces back.
Oh, no.
This could be personal growth for you, Kap.
No. Absolutely not.
We're not doing it?
I am all in on hoping that they win other than when they play the Cubbies. That's it. I'm a Cub. I'm just being honest.
Sox have a day game today, so he knows they're up and early and listening.
Mitch, Dak MVP, Cowboys Super Bowl.
Oh, man. It's a deep dive.
Aaron Rodgers with the Jets.
No! We have to. Well, we're going to have to do some good research to find out more tomorrow. Yeah, 60 Minutes. Harry Reisner will be in to take a look at your
Harry
to look at your sporting life. Good old Harry Reisner will be in.
There's no way that guy's still alive.
He's always trying to kill people too. Don't forget about that part of it, Shay, as well. Always killing people. The Kap and J Hood cut of the day. Jay Moore is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Hosts Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Jay Moore, look, I get it. GLP weight loss shots are popular. They're everywhere, but not everyone is thrilled about the weekly injections. So what if your GLP was easy to take like a mint? That's why I want you to know about this new pill that they have that's mint-flavored tablet, and it's simply easy for you to use. It dissolves under your tongue, no needles. It's designed to curb your appetite and reduce cravings, even sweets and carbs, and of course carbs are my enemy. But when hunger is under control, it's easier to eat less, stay away from junk foods that trip you up, and tackle your weight loss goals head on. Go to noneedles.com/smalls. Again, noneedles.com/smalls. Promo code SMALLS to save $50. That's noneedles.com/smalls. Promo code SMALLS to save $50. Prescription is required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you. Jay Moore.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Chicagoans take pride in their city, so why not protect it from smog? Unleaded 88 gasoline, also called E15, burns cleaner than standard gasoline and helps reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the city we love. It's been reviewed by the EPA and approved for all of us to use to clean up the air and help us breathe easier. Better for the environment and supporting local farm families right here in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump near you.
Another medical bill from the accident. Another bill, a letter from the insurance company saying they need more documentation.
Did you call them?
I've been on hold 3 times this week. Nobody's telling me anything. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We'll deal with the insurance company. We'll connect you with the right doctors for your injuries. We'll be your one call for everything.
Everything?
Everything. Postman Law. Injury attorneys who deliver peace of mind. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup. Now get even more with ESPN Unlimited plan, available at no extra cost. Unlock additional content in the ESPN app, including WWE Premium Live events. Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram @The Catman and @IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Just a correction in the scorebook. Silvy will be here today. So I think your advice to him on text was great. I say take the day if the schedule says Tyler and Waddle.
It said Tyler and Waddle right here in front of me. But things change, apparently.
Silvy will be here, he and Waddle, on all afternoon today, beginning at 2. And thank you again to David Flom and Matt Moore, Chicago Cut. Brought us breakfast. They now have breakfast every weekday, 7 a.m. to 10:30. That was delicious.
Thank you, Chicago Cut Steakhouse. The best in lunch, the best in dinner, and now the best in breakfast.
Phenomenal.
We thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on Kap and J Hood. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. How about a Tom Thayer Thursday tomorrow?
Let's do it.
So long, everybody.
Take that. See you, Silvy.
From Chicago.
I've got the best job, Carm. Shay acts like he knows everything.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9, ESPN Chicago.
I don't like our team.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years. And this summer, they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Okay, can I go now?
Let's hear it, Professor.
All right. Join us for Whiskey University, Wednesday, April 15th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Bub City in Rosemont. We'll study Old Forester bourbon and Glendronach single malt Scotch whiskey.
Not bad.
I don't overanalyze it, Carm. I just know great Scotch when I taste it.
Just continue, please.
Whiskey U! Come sip, enjoy, and learn something new. I mostly just enjoy.
We noticed.
Class is in session April 15th from 7 to 9.
You forgot one thing.
Oh, yeah. Please drink responsibly.
Bravo. A+.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, guys. You ready to let the dogs out?
What? Carmen DeFalco.
It's kind of impressive.
John Yurkovich. This is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's out there for everybody to see.
It is what it is. Carmen Jurko.
Morning, everybody. It's Carmen and York, presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Happy Hump Day. It's Carmen and York. The Cubs offense came to life last night. They beat the piss out of the ball last night down in Tampa. It was like batting practice. It's like batting practice. I'm watching York try to arrange his mic.
It's the only mic when I walk in that's cockeyed.
I don't know what Kap does
Every
in the
other
morning.
one
I don't
has
know.
the ESPN on the bottom. When I get in here, the ESPN's up on top and everything's cockeyed.
What's he doing to that thing? I don't understand it.
I don't know.
Every one of them, Yurko's not kidding. Every mic at every station.
He's manhandling and doing less to this mic than Mike Vabro is doing to Diana Ricci.
What a way to start.
Yeah, there you go. There's a little something for you. There's a good morning and a how are you.
What a way to start. What a way to start. Oh, my God. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I don't know what Cap's doing to that thing.
Yeah,
He's twisting and turning.
He's got all types of things
like
going
these
on.
are nice. These are like perfectly nice, suitable, capable booms, and
they
go up and down, and they turn it, and they've got these beautiful mic flags on them.
And I'm just trying to get to where you're at right now.
You know, for the cameras, but Cap's got this thing all twisted.
This thing's upside down. It's
I don't know
on
what he's
top.
doing.
I'm just like, what's happening here?
I have no idea.
Jeez.
No idea.
Hey, look,
Yes,
I mean, there's the flexibility.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the way the arm's supposed to work here. When
Somebody
I come
needs
in here, it's flipped.
Get him back in here. Somebody give him a tutorial.
What the hell he's doing?
Go get him real quick, Jack. Because it is something. Yurko every day's got to come in and try to I don't know what he's doing to that thing.
I got to finagle it.
If you're watching on YouTube, you'll know exactly what we're talking about. Like somehow
I'm still a little cockeyed here, but
he's
I'll figure
flipping
it
the
out.
mic upside down.
There we go.
I don't know.
I'm getting there.
So funny. That was a great line. What a way to
That's
start.
what I'm here for, fellas. I'm here for the comedy.
You say, God, somebody needs to bring it, Yurko.
Yeah. But it was funny when
come in here.
When I saw the photos.
Oh, well, hold on. What are you doing to this thing every morning?
What do you do to this?
Upside
mic?
down and turned around. Look how easy this is. This is all you got to do.
I haven't done anything.
It was all turned upside down.
I found it this morning.
Well, who's doing that, Waddle?
And who sits here? Waddle? Finagles this thing?
What is he doing? He's manhandling that thing.
But you never change it. You keep it that way.
I keep it however it is.
That's the way you like it. All right, I got you.
I don't touch it.
Let's blame
So
Waddle.
we're going to get Waddle in here. We're going to give him a course on how to handle this stuff.
No question.
Somebody
that guy
get
is
Waddle in
killing
It's
us,
a
man.
Tom Waddle thing.
We're gonna take care of this.
Very good.
We
Thanks,
are gonna
Cappy.
take
We'll tell Waddle.
Appreciate you coming
So
back.
it's Waddle that's doing the manhandle.
Waddle. We got to pop him.
Oh, my God.
Whoa, we got a branches clearing brawl?
Oh, we had a good one last night.
I love this. There's actual punches being thrown.
We had
We
had a good one last night in the Anaheim game. It was late. It was Atlanta and Anaheim out in Southern California. It was a pretty good one.
Beautiful.
Actually, I think I might even have the highlight of that somewhere. Hold on.
I like it. Somebody came running in from second. That looks like the big fella from right field.
The best is that, like, Jonah Heim, who's Atlanta's catcher, he just sort of, like, he saw Jorge Soler start to take a few steps out toward the mound, and he just kind of waited. The ump actually went first.
Yeah.
Jonah was just, I think, in his mind, like, well, he's not really going to run out there, is he?
There's going to be a little criticism there for the catcher.
I think, hey, Jonah.
And look at him. Boy, he's the first one to push everybody in front of him, too.
Dude, it was...
Catcher wanted no part of anything there, guys.
It was fantastic. Bunch of Chicago ties to that fight. Former Chicago ties. Reynaldo Lopez and Jorge Soler. And Reynaldo Lopez, at that point, had received the ball back, so he was holding the baseball. And... because it took a while. It was like a delayed reaction.
Yeah.
There was a play down at second base. The runner was on the move.
Lopez kept his glove on.
And he kept
the ball in his hand. Yeah.
He had the ball in his hand.
That's pretty uncanny of him.
It was
And finally, the other guy comes from the Angels, and he just says, geez, settle down, Reynaldo.
Well, did you see who tackled him? Did you see who finally got Jorge Soler to the ground?
No.
It was Atlanta Braves manager and former big leaguer Walt Weiss, who's like, I don't know, he's in his 50s probably.
Former second baseman for the Oakland Athletics.
He's the one who actually finally got Jorge Soler on the ground.
Yeah, I love
it was
that.
classic.
There we go. It's early April. We're
Let's
already
go.
fighting in baseball. This is what we need.
Let's go.
And against two teams against two teams that don't see each other a ton.
I've never seen it. Lopez, he's like, yeah, you want to go? And he's got the glove on one hand and the ball in the other. I've never seen that.
We got a lot of peacemakers, though. A lot of peacemakers, which is good.
And he's just swinging at him with the ball in his hand, which is kind of smart, I guess. Like,
third baseman's flying in there. Boy, the catcher wants nothing to do with anything.
We got the video going
He is going
right
to
now.
be chided. That catcher is going to be chided for his lackluster effort. I mean, he's the front line to protect his pitcher. If you want the tools, here we go. If you're out there, 312-332-3776, if you've ever worn the tools of ignorance, if you've ever been a catcher.
Ignorance.
Okay? If you've ever done that.
What is that term? Is that a real term?
That's a real
tools
term.
of ignorance?
The tools of ignorance.
I've never heard
Yes.
that.
Oh, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
The tools.
That's because you made the dumb decision to be a catcher.
I
Probably
guess.
because your dad was the coach and nobody else wanted to catch, and he made you catch.
Catchers are like goalies
Yeah.
in hockey and soccer. Like, you got to have a screw loose to want to catch.
You got to be a little bit
And I
nuts.
respect the hell out of you.
gotta
Don't
be
get
a
me
little bit
wrong.
nuts.
I'm not, like, knocking it. I'm just saying, like, I mean, we all did it, right? Yeah, I hated catching. I mean, in goalie, forget about it. You're a goalie. My niece is playing goalie. She's playing hockey. Plays for the Sabres, playing hockey.
Right,
and she, like, you got to have a screw loose to be playing goalie. God bless you, though.
All right, here we go. Tools of ignorance. Humorous nickname for a baseball catcher's protective equipment, highlighting the irony of the position's danger despite the intelligence required to play.
How about that?
So you didn't know?
I never heard
Tools
that,
of
the
ignorance.
tools of
Yeah.
ignorance.
So if you've ever worn the tools of ignorance and you've seen the replay of this catcher not wanting to engage, even remotely engage to the point where he's actually throwing Atlanta players in front of him, say, go get him. I'm right behind you.
Incredible.
Oh, my heavens.
It was awesome. I mean,
Well, he's gonna catch some. That's all. He's just gonna catch a little gruff from the teammates when they go back and they take a look at it.
At some point, hey, you might have another one today, depending on if Wilson Contreras gets hit or not, because there's been some bad blood going between the Boston Red Sox and the Brewers this week. And Wilson Contreras is saying it's like a career-long thing. Like, he spent so many years in the division playing the Brewers with the Cubs, and he is sort of fed up with constantly being plunked. He said he had the count. You think that's an accurate number, or is he just making that up?
What was the number?
He's claiming he's been hit 24 times in his career by the Brewers. Is that an accurate count? What do we think? Might be.
He's played against him a lot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He played in the division. Think about how many times. That also seems like a lot, doesn't it? Though to be hit that many times by one opponent.
Look at his IDMB, whatever.
No, his baseball reference.
Yeah, baseball reference page. I'm thinking movies.
No, I'm sure we can find that.
Take a look and see if he's been hit by pitch that many times in his career.
The best is that his brother is a Brewer.
Yeah, they like hitting him.
And he was not happy after their first game yesterday. Now that game was mostly tame as far as I saw yesterday. Contreras, I think, actually had a hit in the game. The Miz did strike him out in the first inning, and he laid out a big kind of like FU. Not like to Contreras, but sort of to Contreras. And Contreras kind of stared him down as he was coming off the mound all fiery and fired up.
The Cincinnati Reds have tied the Milwaukee Brewers for first place.
Yes.
8-3 with a +1 run difference.
The NL Central has been good so far, as expected.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people think certainly the Brewers aren't going to be a bad team. I didn't pick them to win the division this year. I picked the Cubs to win. But the Cubs should be very good.
I had the Reds making the playoffs in our preseason picks.
And I had the Pirates. So we kind of anticipated it was going to be a competitive division. And so far, that's exactly what's happened. But it's way too early to start.
Way too early.
Judging. Yeah.
This is breaking news.
It
Brought
better
to
be
you by
good.
the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news.
It better be
on
good.
ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
All right, breaking news brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. Find your advantage at the Advantage Dealer Group. Jackson?
2 weeks into the baseball season, the White Sox have optioned their opening day starter to AAA. Shane Smith has been sent to AAA.
That's got to be a record.
Some more seasoning.
First of all, listen, I got to say I'm not shocked, but that's got to be a record.
Some more seasoning. That's what we need.
I know he had 8 strikeouts yesterday, but he didn't get through the 4th inning again, and he had 5 walks.
Yeah.
It's just been...
That's putting pressure on the staff.
It's been bad.
A little fine-tuning, boys. We need some seasoning. That's all that's got to happen here. Get back down there, get a little seasoning.
Boy, that's
we'll
got to
get
be
him
a
back
record.
up here.
You know you're bad when your opening day starter 2 weeks in is option. That's got to be a record, right?
I mean, I can't think of anything else like that.
Got to be a record.
Well, Detroit, Chicago White Sox, not the worst team in baseball.
No.
So,
and their bullpen blew it yesterday. Although Shane Smith it was a miracle that the Baltimore Orioles didn't have more runs. I mean, it was some absurd stat. I think I heard Len and DJ say, was it like 9 guys through the first 4 innings they left on base? Or something like that. It was absurd.
Len compared it on the broadcast, and I thought it was perfect. It's like when a hockey team has 30 shots on goal and doesn't score, and then the White Sox wound up scoring first with 3 shots on goal.
It was absurd.
It was extremely lucky.
Like, they had nothing but traffic. 5 walks will do that to you. So Shane Smith has been sent down. There's really been nothing to talk about with this pitching staff other than Grant Taylor as the opener and Sean Burke a little bit, right? Coffee on the good kid.
Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, Grant Taylor's been good.
That's what I said. Grant Taylor.
No,
did I not say that?
No,
I'm sorry.
You did say
like
that, and I'm agreeing with you.
The only positive stuff to talk about in terms of like the pitching and the way it's gone, because again, the bullpen blew it again yesterday. The starting pitching hasn't been very good, but like Burke and Grant Taylor.
Wilson Contreras is the only player in the last 50 years to be hit 20-plus times, 24 by any team in fewer than 500 plate appearances.
Oh, wow.
Against them. 468 plate appearances.
Oh, wow.
So there you go. That number is right.
That number is right.
Jesse has confirmed it.
Hembo apparently. He was sending us a tweet that Hembo sent out. Paul Hembekides sent out.
Hembo.
About.
Isn't that the lead singer of the band out west? Red Hot Chili Peppers?
No.
No,
that's Anthony Kiedis.
Oh, my fault.
He should though because of that. I guarantee you, Hembo does not know who the Red Hot Chili Peppers are.
What a shame.
I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Because that's just the way he is. He is very proud of his sort of pop culture ignorance. Like Hembo used to be on with Greeny all the time.
Right.
He was one, and he's still on part of the Get Up crew. But like people who listen to Greeny's radio show would know Hembo. And he was like very proud of his, like I said, his ignorance when it comes to all things pop culture. He doesn't know movies. He doesn't know music. I mean, I don't really know music either, but like he's like next level.
I get you.
I guarantee you he does not know who Red Hot Chili Peppers.
But either way, Contreras has been hit that much.
That's a lot.
That's what we know.
Yeah.
Now we know that's fact. Glad to get it to you. That's what it's about.
All right, what a start.
Only the facts, ma'am.
Coming up, I want to play Michael Reindorf from yesterday for you guys.
I heard some of it.
Well, the most important stuff is the stuff about Billy Donovan. I mean, we're not even sure Billy's staying because it's going to be Billy's choice. But here the Bulls go again, sort of putting parameters on whoever's going to come in and try to rebuild their organization and run their operations department. I just don't know why they do that. And I don't think Billy's a bad coach by any stretch of the imagination. And I think Billy Donovan, as I've said many times, is the least of their problems over there. I also don't know why you'd be forcing any coach at this point, certainly in a coach with a below 500 record for your franchise, on a new personnel boss. I'm not sure that's the smartest thing to do. And I guess the one question I would have for Bulls fans is, and we have gotten like no traction on this the last couple of days whatsoever. I think apathy has really set in for the Bulls. I really do. I think people are like, who cares? Whatever, and who cares?
Yeah.
But I know Bulls fans are out there. I mean, I know it. They exist. And when this team is good, I don't want to make this sound like they're only like I'm a Bulls fan, so I say
no, they've supported this team through a lot of crap.
I don't want to make it sound like we're only front runners or only interested when they're good. I don't think that's the case. I think the Bulls have the support of diehard sports fans in this town, and they have the support of NBA fans, and they have a built-in established fan base from a lot of glorious years. Yes, it's been a minute, but a lot of glorious years in the 80s and 90s. I know that they're out there. I know we exist. I think a lot have gone quiet because this has been so bad the last decade. It has been so bad because of how poorly it's been run and all the mismanagement and all the missteps and just sort of sitting on their hands here for far too long in terms of their personnel and like picking a lane. And Michael actually addressed some of that yesterday. And I think he wants somebody to come in here and be more willing to make quicker decisions when they evaluate their roster. And so that's good. But my one question to Bulls fans would be, do you have any faith or hope that this ownership group can preside over truly rebuilding this franchise, finding the right people to do it? Do you have any faith or hope whatsoever? In the NBA, the good news is your hopes can turn on a dime because of the nature of the game and like one player singularly reshaping things so much. If you luck into one, whether that's a high draft pick or you just find some steal, like the Bucks found Giannis, where they found him at 13 or 15, wherever the hell they drafted Giannis, or like a Kawhi Leonard that was drafted at the back of the lottery. Like, you know, if something like that happens, you know your fortunes can turn quickly. So that's the one positive, that it could always happen because that's the nature of the game and that's the nature of the NBA. But do you have any real faith that Michael Reindorf can preside over reshaping this franchise now? That's the one very simple question. Can it work? 312-332-3776 is the number for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
This is your home for White Sox baseball. Len Casper, Darren Jackson, and Jeff Miller, your broadcast team for the 2026 White Sox. It's White Sox and Orioles, live on the South Side. Join us today at 12:30, ESPN Chicago.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped Game 2 against the Orioles 4-2 on a freezing afternoon in Chicago on Tuesday. Gunnar Henderson banged a game-winning two-run homer in the 8th for the Birds. The Sox can still have a winning homestand if they can salvage today's finale. First pitch, 1:10 p.m. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to create your own milkshake. The winner will work with the Chicago White Sox head chef to design and name their own milkshake that will be sold in the ballpark. The winner will also receive a diamond suite for up to 20 guests at a White Sox home game in June of 2026. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Whiskey lovers, I've got the weekend for you. Guys, it's Carmen. We Whiskey Fest is back in beautiful Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, April 17th through the 19th. I'm talking 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of whiskey festivities. And I'll be back for year 3. See you at the Grand Tasting on Saturday, April 18th. Now presented by the Grand Geneva Resort. We Whiskey Fest, one of the best in the Midwest. Get your tickets now at weewhiskeyfest.com and sip responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, with Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup, but you can get even more with the ESPN Unlimited plan, and it's available at no extra cost. So unlock additional content in the app, including WWE Premium Live events. Visit Xfinity.com/your subscriptions to activate and start watching in the ESPN app.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it only took 69 games, but Patrick Williams got to 20. What do you know? It just happened to be against the Wizards, who are intentionally trying to lose because they are very much incentivized to do so. There's a lot of hand-wringing about tanking and stuff, Yerk. Maybe not an easy fix. They've tried some things, but when you're incentivized to lose, as the Wizards are,
yep,
I'm not sure what you're supposed to do about it. I mean, do you know what the Wizards' record is in their last 24 games?
I'm guessing in the last 24 games, they are 2-22.
They're 1-23. Nice guess, Yerk.
Thank you.
They've done
a lot of losing.
They are 1-23. So way to go, Patrick Williams. Way to get your 20. He had not had a 20-point game this season.
You just can't give him credit, can you?
Of course not. Why would you? He's averaging 6 points a game.
He had a 20-point night.
He's making $18 million to average 6 points and 3 rebounds. No, I won't give him credit.
Maybe he was inspired by the firing of the management.
He was inspired by the fact that they played the Wizards, who allowed an 83-piece to Bam Adebayo this year.
Maybe he heard
that's what he was inspired by.
Maybe he heard you mocking him.
I'm not mocking him. I'm giving you facts.
Yeah, but
he's averaging 6 points and 3 rebounds. He's making $90 million.
Chiding him.
Maybe that's chiding.
Mocking.
That's not mocking
him. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Chiding. I changed my word.
Yeah.
Maybe he was motivated because you chided him.
Maybe.
You could become his personal coach.
Or maybe he was playing the Wizards.
Can we do that?
Who are incentivized to lose.
Can you become his personal inspiration coach?
Sure.
I think that would be
good. Can you get to the locker room and just degrade him and then get him playing to his top levels?
It only took 69 games for him to have a 20-point performance. That's all. 69 games. Unbelievable. So here was Michael Reindorf meeting the media yesterday. By the way, we learned from Michael, if he's being honest, and I don't doubt that he is in this scenario, that this wasn't just about the Jaden Ivey thing. I mean, maybe that's the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, Yerk. But that this was being contemplated by Michael Reindorf and the Bulls ownership group going back to last summer, that they were starting to think about a change. And Michael even said at one point, I've been contemplating for a while, like, whoa, how did we get here and how do I fix this mess? And he realized that the only thing to do was to get rid of AK and to Mark Eversley. But here he is talking about Billy Donovan and when a new personnel boss is going to have to keep in mind. And it sounds like Billy's not getting bumped up or anything. Sure, if he sticks around, he might have a little bit more say and more input. Michael very much seems open to that, but they're hiring someone to run the basketball operations department, and that person better like Billy Donovan. Here was Michael Reinsdorf yesterday.
Yeah, I think if we're interviewing someone and they want, of course, now I'm giving them the answers, but if I interview someone and they're not sold on Billy, and they're not sold on a Hall of Fame coach, they're not sold on a person who's won championships in college, who's gone deep in the playoffs with Oklahoma City, who I believe with the Chicago Bulls every year, given the team that he was given, I think he achieved really good results. Not the results that we wanted, but that's not because of Billy. So if someone's not interested in Billy as our coach, and if Billy wants to be our coach, and someone's not interested in that, then they're probably not the right candidate for us.
And he said, I'm giving them the answers. I don't know why you'd put yourself in. And first of all, how deep did Billy Donovan ever take Oklahoma City? Did they ever go deep in the playoffs?
Did they get to a Western Conference final?
No. Don't you have to kind of go to like a conference final?
They were out of the first round once, and that was the first year with KD and Russell Westbrook.
They only got out of the first round one time. I wouldn't say that's like a deep run in the playoffs.
I wouldn't call that
I feel like
a
you
deep
kind of
run.
have to get to the conference finals.
Conference finals is a deep run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
You'd be thinking
they did
correctly.
get to a conference finals. Oh, they did. All right, so they did. So they got out of the first round that first year, and they won the second round as well. So they did get to a conference final. So, all right, that's
deep run. He had KD and Westbrook. Like,
well, but
how much
still,
credit are we going to give
enough.
him? That was prime KD and prime Westbrook with Serge Ibaka, too.
As long as you get to a conference final, though, I feel like you can say it. So they did. They made one conference final. Unfortunately, after that with Billy, they had 4 straight one-and-dones. But they did get to one conference final, so that's good. And again, I don't think Billy's a huge part of the problem, but why would you put any sort of restrictions on who you might hire based on that candidate's affinity for the current head coach in place?
Seems cockeyed.
It does.
It's cockeyed. He's got to be able to come in there with his own thoughts on how he wants to run an organization. We criticized the Chicago Bears for doing it backwards a number of different times, where they had the quarterback, they got the coach, they didn't coincide, they didn't marry it together. It was a problem there. Not that it's going to be a problem, but it's not exactly simpatico. If you're going to bring a new front office in, usually you allow them to choose the coach.
You should be opening up this search to everything because your organization is in a bad way. And this is too common of a occurrence. It's a recurring theme with the Reinsdorfs all the time, and I walked you through some of it yesterday. In their minds, there was one person to replace Phil Jackson 30 years ago, and that was Tim Floyd. Bad.
Yeah.
There was one person to replace Tibbs and all the success he had. One. It had to be, let's go back to Ames, Iowa, Fred Hoiberg. Bad. There was, the GM for the baseball team wanted to hire. They were finally resetting some things and changing the way they were going to do things. They had a new vision in mind, and the GM wanted to hire somebody, and the owner came in and said, no, there's only one guy right now that can do this job. Forget about interviewing other people. Forget about finding someone young and someone with new thoughts and ideas from a very successful organization. There's only one guy, and he hasn't managed in a decade. It's got to be Tony La Russa. This is too common of a theme and an occurrence with them. And more often than not, it blows up in their face. So when are they going to learn? I don't know how the Getz thing will end either. I mean, I think Chris Getz has actually done a few good things, but I don't know how it'll end. And we can still question some of the talent acquisition. But that was another example of, well, there's only one guy. it's got to be Chris Getz.
It has
There's
to be.
only one.
Yeah.
I don't know why it always has to be that way in their world. And you can be loyal, and I appreciate loyalty, but you're trying to, you're talking, it feels like sometimes it's out of both sides of their mouth, I guess. You're talking about how much of a mess your organization has become and how do we fix it. Why are you locking anybody into place at this point when you're trying to redo things and reset things? Does that make any sense? And I don't know that it does. Tom's in Hobart, Indiana. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
How you doing, guys? Hey, yeah, just talking about, the Bulls and everything. It's my biggest thing is it's Reindorf owned team. They just blow smoke up our butts all day long, regardless if it's the White Sox or the Bulls. I don't believe nothing's going to change until, the ownership changes, personally.
You might be right, Tom, because there hasn't been, what the track record would tell you that you're right. Billy Donovan's scheduled to meet with ownership after Sunday's finale. That's according to Michael Reindorf himself. Reindorf said he did not expect Donovan's decision to take long, but reiterated that he wanted Donovan to remain his coach and even planned to push him to be more involved in personnel decisions. One day after Bulls VP Arturas Karnisovas and general manager Mark Eversley were fired, Reindorf explained his decision to move on after 6 years with the duo at the helm, addressing the fans in his opening statement about building a, quote, real and sustainable winner, close quote. We throw that around a lot. Let's see by your actions how serious you are and where they go. They are going to have a search firm help them find the new personnel boss. Sometimes that can be useful. More often than not, I worry that the people you're giving a paycheck to for very little work are simply going to do the bare minimum, though, and just kind of point you in the direction of a few people they know, give you a couple of recommendations, take a check for $150,000 and say, okay, VP, well, thank you for your
This is who I trust
service.
and who I'm familiar with. So these are the names that I'll give you. Right? That's how it works.
It's usually how it works.
And if you hire a consulting firm, then you don't use their recommendations, you feel like you wasted money.
You feel like you're wasting money.
Feel like you wasted your money. You hired them for a reason, and if you don't take the recommendations, you feel like you wasted your money.
But how do you build that real sustainable winner? And should you spend the coming weeks interviewing lots of people and not attaching yourself to anybody that is part of the current mess? And I wonder if that's not the better approach. I think the Bears showed you that when they tried to really dig in for the first time and do like a lot of due diligence when they were hiring a new coach a year ago. Now, maybe it ultimately was going to get them to Ben Johnson no matter what, because that seemed like a layup, the proverbial layup. Like, you got to go get Ben Johnson. But they really spent time talking to a lot of different people, getting a lot of different ideas. And I feel like that's usually the best way to do this. And I don't know why you would hire a new personnel guy and then tell him this has to be the coach, because usually when someone comes in to run the department, they do have their own people in mind. And if you're trusting in that person and you're trusting in that decision-making, don't you have to give them that leeway and give them that autonomy to say, this is my vision, this is who I believe in, this is who I want? I don't know why you'd have to tell anyone that this interview process isn't going to go far if you don't think Billy Donovan can still be our coach. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show, ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Evan Cohen here. Did you know the average employer sorts through about 250 resumes for one job opening? That's a lot of time reviewing applications. Well, if you're hiring, here's good news. You can now review resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates who are very interested in your job show up at the top of your list. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
No one likes having to choose. That's why, with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Another day of chasing the insurance company. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. Stop chasing. We handle everything. You just heal. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Carmen and Jurko live now on ESPN Chicago. The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out their podcast. It's on the ESPN Chicago app.
Hope everyone's having a great morning. Day baseball again today, 12:30 pregame, 1:10 first pitch. As the White Sox will wrap the series against the Orioles. Then the Royals are next up on deck as the White Sox will hit the road for Kansas City. Getaway day today. Cubs will wrap later tonight against the Rays in Tampa, trying to win that series. We'll talk to Jesse Rogers at 11. Zach Lowe, who is, has covered the NBA for a long time, ESPN and various outlets. Very, very plugged in NBA insider with a lot of connections across the league. He tweeted this, Yerk.
Yep.
High-level front office executives are reportedly wary of joining the Bulls due to a lack of trust and ownership, per Zach Lowe, at @ZachLowe_NBA on X. He said, I talked to a front office free agent who could have his pick of any job if they came open. And he said to me, what do you think? What would you do if you're me? I said, whoever saves the Bulls will be a legend in the NBA forever. To which he responded, that sounds great in theory. I don't trust the ownership. And that might be a problem they run into.
There you go. Somebody will take the job, though. Somebody will take the job.
Oh, of course.
You know,
Absolutely.
I mean, listen, the Raiders' job
There's
was
only
like that for
30
a while.
of them.
Hey, the Raiders' head coaching job was like that for a while, where they'd interview guys and they'd be like, nah, don't know if it's the Raiders' job. I remember when Ken Wisenhunt, we were interviewing him down, he was the offensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and we were down in Texas, and we interviewed him. He didn't take that job, but he took the Cardinal job.
Right.
Remember? And he got the Cardinals into the Super Bowl, and then he was fired, unceremoniously years later. But there have been people that have turned down the Raiders because they don't trust the Raiders. In the NBA, it sounds like it happens to be the Bulls.
Someone will take it. You're
course.
100% right.
Of course.
Maybe not the guy they want, because the best of the best might look at it, and at least one front office person who could get any job, any promotional job that he wants, as deemed by Zach Lowe, said that I just don't trust ownership. And most people, I think, are wary. Robert's in Romeoville. What's up, Robert?
Good morning, gentlemen. I hope you could hear me.
Yes.
I would call you guys and say that AK was George with the Penske file, doing nothing in the office. And it looks like the whole damn front office was working on the Penske file, guys. Because how is it that they were thinking last summer about this and they don't know what to do? You're confused? How are you confused? I'll tell you what to do. You fire them, get rid of them. They were doing their job poorly, and they let them continue to do their job poorly. If Michael, his presser was so inspiring. If he was a captain on the boat and they said, hey, we got a hole on the boat, he will not know how to solve it. He will let everyone's doing for it. It's going to sink, because if you don't know what to do, he's not going to do it. He's letting this franchise sink, boys. Letting it sink. They're all working in the Penske file.
I love that's a great analogy, Robert.
Good reference.
You haven't done anything with this. You've been working on the Penske file. I love it. This was Michael yesterday. Any regrets on not tanking earlier? This is what Michael Reindorf said.
I don't like to use the word tanking, but
that's fair.
That's just not who we are as an organization. And I love Billy and really respect him as a coach. If I indicated to him that we wanted to lose games on purpose, we wouldn't be sitting down with Billy at the end of the year. He wouldn't be our coach. I think everyone out there who knows anything about my dad, they know how much he believes in being real and doing your best to win games. And it's unfair to the coach. It's unfair to the players. It's actually unfair to our fans. Sure, there are some fans, many fans, who might say, lose games on purpose, tank, do whatever you can to hopefully win the lottery. But there are a lot of fans that go to the games who aren't there to see us get blown out every game and who want to see us compete. And I saw those fans. When we beat Houston a couple weeks ago, I saw the excitement. I saw the competitiveness of the game against Phoenix the other day. So I actually don't have any regrets. The lottery is a kind of a crapshoot anyways. Last year, if Josh Giddey doesn't hit that half-court shot against the Lakers, Cooper Flagg is the #1 pick for the Chicago Bulls. So I don't want to mess with the basketball gods. We'll take our chances. We're going to have a great pick this year regardless. And hopefully we can start this process for moving forward.
There's something delusional in there, though, about, first tanking, whatever use of euphemism you want to use. I mean, what are you doing right now? I mean, Michael says here, I'll play you the beginning again.
I don't like to use the word tanking, but
that's fair.
Well, but what word do you want to use? What are you doing right now?
Yeah.
You got to the second half of the season. You're going to be sub 200 winning percentage. That's tanking. Now, you've sucked at it because you're going to pick 10th.
Right. You're no good at it.
Whether you like to use the word or not, what do you think it is you're doing?
What is this that if somebody doesn't hit a shot that he's getting Cooper Flagg? What was that?
I don't know. I've got to go back and revisit exactly what the parameters were that would have led them.
Well, I mean, I don't get that. All of a sudden, they were going to get the #1 pick. That's what he made it sound like.
I know.
If this doesn't happen that way, that all of a sudden the Bulls would have had the #1 pick.
All right, let's get to that in a minute. Hold that thought, because that's fair. I didn't know exactly what he meant either.
I didn't know what he meant there either.
There's got to be something obvious.
Stanking instead of tanking, just stanking.
Stanking, that's the word he wants to use.
That's what he wants.
This isn't like, I don't know, we can visit that, but like you know what he's talking about, Jack?
With the Josh Giddey shot? So Dallas was one spot ahead last year of the Bulls.
There you go, that's why.
And had Josh Giddey not hit that shot, the Bulls and Dallas would have flipped odds.
There you go.
Because the Bulls would have lost.
Because the Bulls would have lost. Okay,
there you go.
Dallas went all the way from being one spot ahead of them to the top of the draft. It was pretty unlikely, right? What was Dallas's percentage last year?
Low. I don't know exactly, but it was under 10%.
So that's what that is, Jurk. But forget about that. I
got you. That shocked me a little bit.
Like when he talks about if anybody knows my dad, how committed he is to winning. Really? Then educate me. Who's your dad? The guy whose baseball team has won 3 playoff series in 45 years?
Yeah.
Now, it was awesome in 2005, and I loved that I saw it and enjoyed it. And they treated White Sox fans to a world championship. But wait a minute. Your dad loves winning and values winning?
He's committed.
Is committed to it by making 7 playoff appearances in 45 years? By winning 3 playoff series?
Sounds like he's more committed to making money.
It's a half century. Like what commitment to winning?
Jerry Reinsdorf makes money for his partners. That's what he does.
That's what he's committed to.
That's right. And that's what he's done, and that's what he continues to do.
There's something delusional. What commitment to winning? Trading second-round picks for cash? What commitment to winning are we talking about?
You never have a chance for a Jokic or a Ginobili.
Exactly.
You never have a chance for it because you're too busy selling it for cash.
That's right.
You wouldn't know.
So, like, what commitment? Or, like, I would love a brief education on that exactly.
It's talking point. That's all it is. It's one of his talking points.
And whether you like to use the word or tanking or not, like, that's what you're doing now. You didn't do a very good job of it, but that's what you're doing.
Well, they're doing a good job of it now, but it's too late.
Yeah. John's in Phoenix. What's up, John?
Yeah, hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. I agree with everything you guys are saying. Like, the more I listen to that presser, the more irritated I get. This group, this organization, as long as it's ran by the Reindorf the same way the White Sox are, there's no hope of attracting talent. This is the group that allowed Zach LaVine to get a max contract. This is the group that has allowed Patrick Williams to get an extension with a player option.
That's crazy.
Any smart coach, any smart GM, anybody with a brain in their head is not going to want to come here and live under the thumb of the Reinsdorfs, who are setting parameters before you've even hired somebody. That has to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. So, as much as I love the Bulls, and I named my daughter Jordan just to show you how deep my fandom goes, it hurts me that I may not ever want to bring her to a Bulls game because this is an embarrassing organization at this point, boys.
John, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I don't know why you're putting certain things in place with your coach if you are hiring someone to overhaul your basketball operations department. And this is really not an indictment of Billy Donovan. I don't mean to make it that. I don't think Billy's a bad coach. I don't think Billy's a problem. I think he's been one of the few professional bright spots within this organization the last handful of years, and one of the few guys that has done his job well. Unfortunately, not a lot of other people have. Say hi to Bobby on the South Side. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
That press conference, oh, my God, yesterday. So Billy Donovan won back-to-back national championships at Florida with Joakim Noah. Joakim Noah, I believe, retired from the NBA 5 years ago. So we're talking about a guy who won back-to-back championships 2 years ago. Now, we don't know if Billy Donovan is a really good NBA coach, so this is not an indictment on him at all. Michael Reinsdorf mentioned that he went on long playoff runs with Oklahoma City Thunder.
Once,
I think he made it to the second round one time.
Yeah, one time. They made one conference final run. That first year, they went to the conference finals and lost. That's it.
And there's so many good young coaches out there. The guy from the Hornets, the guy from the Magic.
Sure.
That I don't even know their names. there could be the perfect executive out there that has a coach in mind that he knows is going to could lead the Chicago Bulls into, success. So nobody's going to want to take that job. We have a better chance of hiring Pete Myers, the old assistant coach and player for the Bulls, than we do Bob Myers. So we have to get that out of our system.
That's pretty good, Bobby. That's funny. Bob Myers coming here seems like a reach, especially when front office executives are already telling Zach Lowe, we read you that tweet, that, I just don't, what would you do if you were me? I just don't know if I trust that ownership group. Not good. 312-332-3776 if you guys want to ring us up. Dallas had a 1.8% chance last year, guys, to get Cooper Flagg. And a lot of people think there's some funny business involved there. Maybe it's just pure dumb luck. 1.8 is not good. Bulls once lucked into something similar with Derek. The Bulls were at 1.7, so that's what Michael was talking about. They were one spot, but they were 12th. Dallas was 11th, Yerk. I
think it's just time for your big
year.
Market teams to get some stars.
Well,
because how do
you do that though?
You rig it.
You rig it. Well, that's what you got to hope.
That's what happened last year.
Got to hope they rig it. The Bulls have a 4.5% chance, better than last year.
By the way, that's why Doncic is in L.A. He's in L.A., big market. Went from Dallas to L.A.
Yeah.
And then they said, your reward will be, make this stupid move. You'll be fired next year.
Yeah.
You won't have a job. But the organization will get Cooper Flagg. You'll get the number 1 pick in this year's draft.
They do have a better chance this year with where they are in the standings. Last year was just 1.7. This year the Bulls are going to be at about 4%. So it's like double. They got that going for them. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
$2 million Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. They win, guys. They win big for their clients. Played professional football, spent years in radio, and I endorsed a lot of companies. I don't put my name behind just anyone, but this one's personal. Never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now, the Veroliak Law Group. For 60 years, they've helped injured people recover more than $9 billion through legal representation and consulting. And it's not just numbers. They've helped some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want an experienced doctor. When you need a lawyer, it's no different. If you've been hurt in a car or truck accident, workplace injury, medical malpractice, wrongful death, call a firm with a proven track record. Call my friends at the Veroliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
Baseball fans, this is your spot. Join Neutral at Hawthorne's Backyard in West Chicago and turn game day into an experience. You can catch every pitch while you're in the action. Play wiffle ball, pickleball, hoops, volleyball. Yeah, it's all there. So come on, grab your crew and join us on April 16th to enter for a chance to win prizes, including Cubs tickets. It's April 16th at Hawthorne's Backyard in West Chicago. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus.
Hey guys, Silvy here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Evan Cohen here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out. Not just their resume, but their energy. They're eager, engaged, and you know they want the role. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering up to 25% off windows and doors and 0% financing for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends April 30th, 2026.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under? At the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges, you have 3 teammates to make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with food, drinks, prizes, and official merch. Sign up at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
The Wizards don't mind tanking. They've lost 23 of 24 games. The Bulls get to play them again tomorrow. Hey, Patrick Williams might have another 20-point game. They are very much incentivized to lose because they are clinging to the worst record in the league. Indy's close. The Wizards have now lost 23 of 24. They are 17 of 62 on the year. And they, just like the other 4 worst teams, or the other 3 worst teams in the NBA, they have a 14% chance of winning the lottery. But if they maintain the worst record, they are at least guaranteed to pick in the top 5. So, yes, they want to lose. So do the Sacramento Kings, who were fouling a 87% free throw shooter in the penalty with the lead last night.
With the penalty in the lead.
They were with the lead. They were fouling an 87% free throw shooter.
Doesn't make sense.
Oh, it makes sense. When you want to lose, it sure does make sense.
I gotcha.
It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I got you.
And Draymond Green had a pretty funny response afterwards. He's like, I get fined all the time. How about, and he goes, you fined 2 teams for what's happening in this league. How about tonight? Fouling a near 90% free throw shooter in the penalty when you have the lead in the final minutes of a game? Boy, you talk about ballsy. Like, hey, go foul him quick. Get him to the line. We got the lead.
We need to lose.
We're up 1.
We need to lose.
Go foul Seth Curry.
Do it again. The do it again one is the one that gets you. Do it again. This is what we need.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, so Draymond's like, how come I always get fined? Well, Draymond, you get fined for plenty of good reasons.
A multitude of reasons.
But he does have a point, maybe. It's like, really?
Oh, yeah. Everybody knows what's happening.
Oh, my God. Eddie's on the north side. What's up, Eddie?
And boys, that's called fixing games, period. There's no other explanation for it. You are actually fixing the outcome of the game that you're going to lose.
You and the betting. It's always about the betting with you, Eddie.
But is it the perception that the Bulls weren't trying when they signed Levine, DeRozan, and Vooch?
No.
That they weren't trying to win?
Sure they were.
I think they just made wrong moves.
Yeah.
Whoever's
Yes.
picking these people to pick up. And it's just the same like the White Sox. Remember on these airways a couple of years back when they signed all these so-called high-end talented guys and everybody was saying they were going to go to the World Series this year? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I know Kap was saying, oh, this is the year the Sox are going. And then what did they do? All of them didn't hit anything. One of them had 1 home run, 2 home runs, and then they're all gone now. And then it was Reindorf's fault that they didn't win. But he went off and listened to whatever he listened to, and he signed all these young players, or you know what I mean?
Listen, I know, I hear what you're saying, Eddie, but you can't say you're serious about winning and being one of 2 franchises in baseball to never sign a player to a $100 million contract. You can't, especially in a market like this. You can't say that you're always trying to win or that you're committed to winning or that's nonsense. And what he's committed to is as long as we're about 500, That's all Jerry's ever been committed to.
Competitive.
As long as we're about 500.
It's come out of his mouth.
So if Michael wants to say that, fine. Hey, as long as we're about 500, like we have the illusion that we're competing, fine.
Right.
You can't be serious about competing in baseball in the third largest market without ever spending $100 million on a player. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is not 1991.
No. It's just that those two, you can't.
That's it. You can't.
You can't do it.
That's it.
You can't claim that, he's always cared about winning. No, he's kind of cared about, like, being 500 and making money.
And
that's what he's cared about.
And he always didn't mind finishing second or third when going for a player. Machado, Bryce Harper, being whoever.
We tried.
Oh, boy. Our contract was actually, remember Kenny Williams could come in? Our contract's actually a better contract.
Yeah, well.
He chose a lesser contract. Really?
No, not really.
Really? Is that what he did?
That,
I don't think so.
That you could say. You could say.
Yes. That's disappointing. Where they try to sit there and sell you on a concept that they did the best. No, they didn't.
Right.
You were third best, second best, tops.
All right, we got more calls rolling in on this because people are more fired up maybe than I thought. People are kind of sick of it. And you have any confidence that Michael Reindorf can now fix this? Is that I'll reread that Zach Lowe tweet too, just so everybody has an idea what might be going on and what the perception is around the league. I know what the perception was like about the previous front office, but what the perception is like about the ownership group. I'll read you that Zach Lowe tweet again coming up. 312-332-ESPN. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on all of our April promotions. Between the Miguel Vargas bobblehead presented by Fanatics on April 24th, the 90s City Connect jacket presented by Miller Lite on April 25th, and Dog Day presented by Tito's Homemade Vodka on April 27th, there's sure to be something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yuengling.
That is right, my friend. They make Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Everyone's having a nice morning. Jesse Rogers, 1 hour from now, talking baseball. Cade Horton, for the second time in his young career already, Yerk is going to have to go under the knife for his right elbow. Cade Horton had surgery. He had TJ back in 2021 at Oklahoma. It sounds like this is going to be the internal brace procedure. Jesse can kind of give us more on that a little bit later. It's what Justin Steele had last year. I think same doctor. Steele's working his way back. Assad came up. Assad was good yesterday. I mean, that Tampa lineup right now, not so good, but Assad was really good. And the little bit of trouble he got in, I think it was in the fourth inning when I was watching it. Yeah, I think it was the fourth inning. He wiggled his way out of a little bit of a jam. And the only hit he gave up was an infield hit, and might not have been a hit at all had Nico Horner not been going over to cover on a steal attempt. So Horner had to kind of like stop, get back to his left, Yerk, knock the ball down, and then in an effort to he was never going to throw out Chandler Simpson anyway. Chandler Simpson was the fastest guys in the league.
Sure.
But Horner sort of knew it and then kind of rushed it, and the ball bounced away. And so, like, that was it. I mean, he was really good. The Cubs are going to have to piece this together without Cade Horton, though, which is not ideal because he was really wicked good to finish last year. Unfortunately for the Cubs, he got hurt at the worst time and couldn't pitch in the playoffs, and now he's got to have another procedure on his arm. So Jesse will give us the update in about an hour. The White Sox will wrap their series trying to get a win against the Orioles today. Sox have lost 14 of 15 to Baltimore. Ouch. And they'll try to get one win here today before hitting the road for Kansas City. 12:30 pregame, 1:10 first pitch. At 2, Waddle and Silvy will be doing their show on the YouTube stream. And then when the game is over, they'll be on as normal here on ESPN Chicago and on the ESPN Chicago app. Let's spin back that Michael Reindorf one more time. You guys can listen again as he walks you through the change in leadership and Billy Donovan's role within this organization. They're going to meet after the final game on Sunday, but Michael is not hiding the fact that he wants Billy Donovan here, and he wants any new personnel boss to keep. Not even that he wants. It sounds like he's demanding whomever they hire is going to have to keep Billy Donovan as the coach. Here's Michael Reinsdorf talking about Billy and new leadership yesterday.
Yeah, I think if we're interviewing someone and they want, of course, now I'm giving them the answers, but if I interview someone and they're not sold on Billy, and they're not sold on a Hall of Fame coach, they're not sold on a person who's won championships in college, who's gone deep in the playoffs with Oklahoma City, who I believe with the Chicago Bulls every year, given the team that he was given, I think he achieved really good results. Not the results that we wanted, but that's not because of Billy. So if someone's not interested in Billy as our coach, and if Billy wants to be our coach, and someone's not interested in that, then they're probably not the right candidate for us.
I just don't know why you'd box yourself in that way. I really don't. Because you might really be wowed by a candidate, and you could get to the end of it, and he says, but listen, I have to have the autonomy to pick my coach, my staff. I build out that staff with that coach. Oh, well, sorry. I don't know why you'd put restrictions on it.
He also put a caveat up there if Billy wants to come back.
Well, that's true. Billy's going to meet with ownership on Sunday.
Right,
that's
which
true.
is not 100%, it looks like. It's not 100% that Billy wants to
I don't
come
know,
back.
but he talked about how happy he is here, and he signed an extension last summer, and it sounds like he definitely, in the early going of any North Carolina search, kind of said thanks but no thanks, and was not much of a thought for the University of North Carolina here over the weekend. They kind of knew the answer. It sounds like they got a pretty good idea a while ago, and once Tommy Lloyd said no, the backup plan all along was going to be Michael Malone, not Billy Donovan. So I think he'll be back. And I just don't know why, if you're Michael and you're really truly wanting to turn around, as you deemed it, what has gone so terribly wrong. Like he said it, we're a mess. I don't know why any part of that mess has to be guaranteed to come back. And I don't mean that as a slight to Billy or an indictment of Billy, because I don't think he's nearly as big of a problem as a lot of the other issues that this organization has. But I still don't know why you would do that as an owner, looking to reset it and find someone that can restart your operation. And again, here was the Zach Lowe tweet. At Zach Lowe _NBA on X. I talked to a front office free agent who could have his pick of any job if they came open. And he said to me, what would you do if you're me? I said, whoever saves the Bulls will be a legend in the NBA forever. And he said to me, that sounds great in theory. I don't trust the ownership.
That's it. Don't trust the ownership.
The Bulls need saving, Yerk. They need saving. Isn't that sad? The Bulls need saving.
And that's from a top qualified candidate that could have any job.
According to Zach Lowe, yes.
And if you don't think they don't talk within their circles.
Oh, they do.
When they get together, if you don't think they're not talking and communicating. Yeah.
Oh, they all know. And I can tell you for a fact that people around the league thought very little of the Bulls front office. They just thought that they were incompetent. Not bad guys, not good guys. Who the hell knows? Doesn't matter. They thought they were incompetent. I could tell you that with certainty.
Well,
they thought they were incompetent.
This question that comes up is about ownership.
I understand that.
Yeah,
I understand that. But to your point about
So,
like the
too,
way
if
they
the
all
front office
kind
was
of talk.
incompetent, yeah.
Yes.
If the front office is incompetent, the not trusting the ownership is a whole different demon. That's a different demon.
I know.
Yeah. Having two guys in charge that are knuckleheads and chose a plan, that plan was not great.
But does it all, like, as they have these conversations and they look at the situation, does it always go back to all of them to, well, the real problem there is just the ownership group, too. Nobody's going to be able to work their way out of that mess. Matt's in Streamwood. What's up, Matt?
Hey, Carmen Jurko, thanks for taking my phone call. Billy Donovan's not going to be part of this coaching search, or the GM search, like they did with Lovie Smith and hiring Phil Emery. I hope not. But my question is regarding, what do you think of the possibility of the Bulls trying to get B.J. Armstrong back with this organization? I believe he was passed over before for John Paxson. I know there was a little bit bad blood when he was Derrick Rose's agent, and I know it's been that. But he is the assistant GM of the Kings. He's been there for 2 years. There's the tie to this organization that I know Jerry does like B.J. Armstrong. So what do you think of the possibility of possibly reaching out to B.J. Armstrong?
I don't know. I would think that there are better, younger people that I would probably prioritize before B.J. Matt, to be honest. I didn't even know that. He's with the Kings. Is that what Matt said? B.J. is working in the Kings front office? I would stay far away from any that's like getting, quite frankly, it's like constantly going to the Kansas City Royals and asking them to help you in your personnel department. I mean, and the White Sox have done plenty of that. I wouldn't touch anybody from the Sacramento Kings. I mean, that's the worst organization. That's arguably the worst organization in the league. Is that what BJ's doing? Is he working in the Kings front office? I didn't even know that.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I would. That wouldn't interest me one iota. And I certainly wouldn't be plucking guys from the Kings right now. Maybe that's silly to. I'm a sports talk show host, so it doesn't really matter. I guess if I were an owner, I wouldn't cross off necessarily any organization. I'd be open to ideas and hear some things and let's see where else they worked and who they worked with. But I mean, it feels dirty going to the Sacramento Kings. That franchise is a complete joke and an absolute mess of a franchise. I don't even know what kind of comparison I can make to put it, like if people don't follow the NBA.
Kings used to be a good team. They used to be.
It's been a minute.
It's been a long time. It's been 30 years, right?
Well, they had one good year like 2 years ago with Mike Brown. They popped one good season. Otherwise, like since they've been super relevant, sustainable, competitive, it's been 25 years. Look, they've been to the playoffs once since 2007.
Feels very Cleveland Browns.
That might be a good comp. Like, why would you be picking guys off of, the Sacramento Kings, who are just like really just an awful, awful franchise? Ed's in Plainfield. What's up, Eddie?
Oh my God. Let's hire someone that was responsible for bringing Zach LaVine to our team. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Jesus, guys, I only call when I got a burr under my saddle, and I've got that burr. I speak Reindorfian, so when in your previous clip before the break, they said we're not tanking. No, they prefer the word sucking. We're sucking.
Yeah.
In terms of like what they're looking for, I bet that they're conferring with Bill Polian and Ernie Accorsi before they pick the head coach. And then I'm Team Billy Carm, like you, of those three, A.K. Eversley and Billy.
Yeah.
But didn't Donovan leave OKC because he didn't want to be part of a rebuild? So if he stays with the Bulls, I'd question his sanity, number one. And number two is talent evaluation ability, because it's easy to say AK and Eversley were the brains behind their bad moves, but what if Billy had an equal voice? And when Reinsdorf said the team he was given, that's a further indictment on your inactivity, and this move to fire those two knuckleheads should have been done a couple years ago. So the whole thing, just start with a clean slate. It's so Reinsdorf, and in most walks of life, being loyal is a good thing. But the White Sox and our Blackhawks, Carm, with Pulford years ago, they remain loyal to guys that are incompetent, and it's horrible. So,
I would think clean slate is the way to go. Eddie, thanks, buddy. I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, Billy didn't want to be part. COVID struck, and they were kind of stuck in neutral a little bit. He couldn't get them out of the first round for 4 consecutive years. That team was changing a little bit. They went down to 44-28. Now, that was the truncated COVID season when it got abrupted. When it got restarted, they got bounced in the first round. And Billy did not. I don't know all the behind the scenes of what really happened there. Was Presti ready to move on anyway? Billy had kind of framed it as he did not really want to be part of a rebuild. And then the Thunder famously won 24 games in, again, 2021 was slightly truncated year because it was still coming out of COVID. It was a 72-game season.
Right.
Oklahoma City in Dagno's first year went 22-50. Then they won 24 games. So they had back-to-back seasons where they didn't have 25 wins. Then they got to 40. Then they got to 57. Then they got to 68 and won the title. They've got 63 now, and they're the favorite to repeat. Billy didn't want to be part of that rebuild. Sign me up for being part of a rebuild with Sam Presti, not the Reindorfs. So I like Billy Donovan. I don't know Billy Donovan at all. I shouldn't say I like him.
Yeah.
I think Billy's a fine coach. I'd question the judgment a little bit.
Sure.
I don't want to be part of a rebuild. I'm going to go work for the Bulls. I'm going to leave Sam Presti. How'd that work?
Well, you know the results. It did not work well.
No.
And you know the results of the Vooch, DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine. You know, that didn't work well. You just know.
I mean, jeez.
Wendell Carter, was he here with those guys?
Yes.
He got traded away too, right?
Wendell got traded in the Vooch deal, didn't he? Wasn't it
Oh,
Wendell
he was part
and
of that? He
two
went to
firsts?
He was in that deal.
And he's in Minnesota now. Where's he at?
Wendell's in Orlando.
Oh,
Wendell
Orlando.
Carter's still in
That's right, Orlando. That's right. The
Mhm.
Magic. Yeah.
Josh is in Columbus. What's up, Josh?
Hey guys, appreciate you taking my call. I will say, kind of the moving on from AK and Eversley has certainly re-energized me a little bit as a Bulls fan. I mean, it's the very least that the franchise can do after making us sit through the crap show that they've put on the floor over the last 6 seasons. But after listening to some of the Reinsdorf stuff, I mean, the problems start higher than just basketball ops, right? And I think there are 2 examples in this town of an owner getting it right. Obviously, Theo with the Cubs.
Yes.
But then more recently, and by God, I sometimes want to cut my ears off listening to him talk, but Kevin Warren, stadium aside, you do not land Ben Johnson without Kevin Warren. He has changed the way that George McCaskey has thought about approaching the business of football. So maybe the Reinsdorfs get it right. Maybe they throw a shot in the dark and hit a bullseye. But until you get that person in the door, whether he's the president of basketball ops, the general manager, whatever the heck his title is, you've got no shot.
Josh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I like the trying to brainstorm like the really like the small number of times maybe that ownership has 100% gotten it right. And Theo is obviously the right choice.
Yes. The right choice to build them, get them there, win the game.
Kevin Warren might end up being the right choice, although I agree. Sometimes when he speaks, it's like, man, oh, man. The politician in him is unbelievable. But I don't know that
that's what he's here to do.
That's true, and I don't know that they get Ben Johnson without him.
Right.
I'm not sure if anybody can bend the ear enough of George McCaskey to convince him.
Right.
And
he's here to get the stadium built.
And that's true. Eventually, they'll get the stadium built.
He's here to get the stadium built. He's also here to hire the head coach, which they did. They hired the right head coach, period, moving forward. And now comes the process of getting it done.
Yeah.
You know, you inherited Ryan Pauls. You decided to keep Ryan Pauls, right? You decide to keep him. When you give him a contract extension, you decide to keep him. Now we're going to see if that's the right combination. Ryan Pauls, Ben Johnson, Kevin Warren. We'll see if it's the right combination.
I hope, Yerk.
And it's the next, really, the judgment that you make now is over the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, no knee-jerk reactions, no, hey, craziness over here. If something nutty happens, what you got to do is you got to take a long-term approach here to find out if you got what you have.
Yeah. I guess the other example I'd give you is that Rocky kind of, took over and immediately changed a few things and was aggressive in how he wanted to find different voices and people.
And made mistakes.
Made plenty of mistakes.
They made some mistakes.
He made plenty, but
they were quick to rectify some of the poor mistakes that they made.
Like bringing in someone like John McDonough who could come in and start an overhaul of like the way your organization operated, the way it was perceived, the way it did business was important. You know, quickly pivoting off of a franchise legend as your coach to say, yeah, we brought Joel Quenneville here for a reason. We think he's going to do better. Like, think about the way that worked out. Remember,
he came in as a consultant.
He was, like, did
some organizational something or another.
Right. And then, what, 4 games in the next year, Savvy was let go?
Yeah.
Was it 4 games in?
4 games in. Mark Bergevin.
Yeah, Mark Bergevin.
Was here. Remember? I caught him
like
and
right.
McDonough in a big conversation going on while training camp was happening for the Chicago Blackhawks. Training camp was going on. They were having one of their outdoor festivals there.
Yeah.
You know, got people with cards and people with this.
A McDonough special.
They're in a deep conversation. I'm walking in with the ex-roommate and the kids.
Yeah.
And I kind of startled. He looked over his shoulder and he was kind of startled by the fact I was there.
Eavesdropping.
I come to find after things had happened.
Yeah.
I was probably there on a conversation where he's asking Bergevin about Savard.
Yeah.
And
like, what should we do?
What do you think? You know, boom, boom, boom.
So that's like tough decision, but they were like, oh, hey, this is going to be better for us. Yeah. So there are some examples of it working.
Not that was the conversation, but it seemed like I had come upon him at a time he was in a deep conversation with Bergevin. And he introduced me to him.
Yeah.
You know, and everything. And then a few things start falling in place, and then it's like, oh, what conversation did I walk in on? That's all. That's what I would say. I can't tell you it's 100% that's what they were talking about, but it was a deep conversation. Yeah. You know how you got regular and then you got
this was like they were locked in on
one-on-one. Yeah. They got deep into something, yes.
312-332 ESPN. More of your Bulls thoughts coming up here as we talk about the changing of the guard over there and like how much is actually going to change. With the Reindorf family still doing a lot of like the same old. Yeah, we're going to hire new people, but they got to keep Billy Donovan. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Vasectomy. Oh, that scary word. Men cringe when they hear it. Hey, I cringe too. Well, I'm here to tell you, cringe no more. I had it done last month. I was back to work that afternoon. It was that easy. Thanks to Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. They offer this safe, easy, 30-minute, virtually painless in-office vasectomy. No joke. No needle. No scalpel. No hospital stay either. And the doc there, wow, he made me feel so comfortable and so relaxed. No ice packs or frozen peas. Nothing like that. And my wife, well, she's ecstatic too.
If your family's complete, log on to vasectomychicago.com. Read the testimonials. Learn more about no needle, no scalpel in-office vasectomy. Offered at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago with your tax refund on the way. Now is the time. Most insurance accepted. Call now to set up your consultation at one of their 5 locations. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier and free parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Call toll free at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is here to help you build a better life at home. And now it's easier than ever. Just hop onto IKEA.us or the IKEA app. Load up your cart with all your favorite furniture and home accessories, and then boom, pick them up right in your neighborhood. Now you can pick up your IKEA favorites near you as soon as the next day with convenient Chicago area pickup points at Loyola, UIC, U of C, and Gurney Mills. So shop it, tap it, and pick it up and start loving your home a little more with IKEA.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, But the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Ugh, medical bills piling up. Insurance is ghosting me after the accident. Who is it?
Postman Law, injury and accident attorneys. We handle it all. Postman Law delivers peace of mind. Visit postmanlaw.com. Attorney advertising.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
A lot warmer today than yesterday. It's going to be pretty nice, actually. Better day for baseball. It was cold yesterday.
Chilly, Carp.
Holy cow.
Chilly. It was a chilly day.
Enjoy mid-60s today, though. Now, today will be a nice day for a baseball game. 1:10 first pitch. The White Sox, just 2 weeks in, have optioned Shane Smith to AAA.
Opening day starter, Carmen. Opening day starter.
Sean Burke goes today. I saw Sean Burke pitch in the home opener last Friday after Grant Taylor served as the opener. He was real good. Taylor and Burke have been the two bright spots within the pitching staff, if you ask me, so far. The two big bright spots. Jesse will join us to talk baseball coming up at 11, as he always does every Wednesday. We got the brunch rush in just a little bit. Taking your Bulls calls now on ESPN Chicago. Alfonso's in Orland Park. What's up, Alfonso?
Hey, what's up, guys? As always, you guys are spot on with a couple of things. One, as far as tanking, the NBA is a joke. What the Kings did should be fraud. Whenever there's money involved and there's betting consequences, that's fraud, number one. If I lost because these guys are purposely losing, I'd be pissed, number one. Number two, the Chicago executives have, and probably I'm close in age with you guys, the majority of our lifetime, they've been a joke. The worst of the worst, and I believe there's been polls that rank executives, whether it's the Bulls, the Bears, the Cubs, at the bottom of the leagues. And I can't understand that. We're the third biggest market. We have the greatest fans. But the reality of what these execs do, whether the Bears in their stadium, the Bulls, let me just start with the Bulls. Take away the Michael Jordan era, and what are the Bulls? And, oh, by the way, Reindorf is the leader that broke up the greatest team of all time. But let me ask you this. With Reindorf coming out and saying that whoever he hires has to accept Billy Donovan, number one, that's going to scare away all the top execs. Anyone worth their weight ain't going to come over and start with their hands tied. And then the rest of the candidates are just going to lie and say, oh, yeah, we love Billy Donovan just to get the job. So I need to understand, and maybe you guys could tell me why in Chicago we're such an executive joke.
I can't tell you. I don't think, Alfonso. I don't know, but you're right. You might scare off a really attractive candidate. I mean, you might. And how big do you want to go here? And do you want to try to get someone like Bob Myers? I don't know that he's going to want to be told who his coach has to be.
Yeah, I don't know any executive worth his salt that would get mandated who the coach has to be.
And I wonder if there's any consigliere over there ever talking to these owners,
unless
saying to Michael, Michael, I don't know that we want to put ourselves in a box like that.
Unless my game plan is that, okay, this guy's going to be responsible for a real tank. You know, this guy's Billy Donovan's going to be responsible for a real tank. He's going to know what it's like to win 15, 16 games because I'm inheriting him. He's going to go along with what we want to do. We want to go with the tank. We're going to lose 60, 64 games, And that's the way it's going to be, unless the NBA changes the rules.
But apparently he didn't want to be part of that in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, but
and
he may not now. We'll find out what happens come Monday.
Yeah, he's going to meet after Sunday's finale. And who knows, this time next week, maybe we'll be talking about Billy says, you know what, I'm going to go somewhere else. I mean, I think he'll be back, but I don't really know that for sure. Chase is on the south side. What's up, Chase?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man.
Yeah, so there's a guy, I thought possibility that could pair up with Billy Donovan, and that's Doc Rivers. And the only reason why I say Doc Rivers is because I don't know if you guys heard, but you think we got it bad over here at the Bulls.
They got a mess.
I don't know if you guys heard, but it's a mess over there in Milwaukee. It's a train wreck over there.
Yeah.
And there's rumors saying that there's a rift between Doc and Giannis, and it's just a whole train wreck. And there's a possibility that Doc Rivers, I know he's saying he might walk away as a coach, but given the fact that he is a Chicago guy, and plus he has a lot of plugs in the league, so I'm wondering, could that be somebody who maybe could be interesting in coming here, maybe because of his Chicago ties, and he does have a lot of skins on the wall. So
to run the front office, though. I mean,
I don't know. Maybe not that, but just him. I don't know. Just somebody you can bring in as a advisor, somebody in the office or something. I don't know, but I'm just thinking about Doc Rivers because of he has history in the league, so that's why I'm mentioning his name.
I guess you could kick the tires on it. I mean, he's got a little experience doing it in the league, not much. Thanks, Chase. I love Doc personally, but I that's not anything I'm interested in at this point. As a Bulls fan, as an NBA, I'm not interested in Doc Rivers running my front office right now. I'm just not. Doc, everybody now pulls the Kurt Signetti, by the way. Did you read the Shams article? That's a silly question. Shams wrote a really good article.
That is a silly question.
It's a silly question.
Yeah.
Shams wrote a really good article about what's happened with Giannis and everything in Milwaukee. But at one point, again, it sounds like Doc was like having to try to rally and motivate his players, and he did the Signetti, which they're all doing now. He's like the third guy for doing it. He did the Google me. Doc apparently said to the guys, Google me. I've won this, I've won that.
Okay.
They're all pulling a Signetti.
Yeah.
And the players were like,
I'll Google you. Okay. But what have you done for me lately?
The players are like, we're kind of done. We're sort of tapping out here. Yeah, that sounds like a whole disaster.
Yeah.
There's been, like handshake deals to let Giannis sort of control where he's going to get traded, and then sort of backing out on that. And then Giannis apparently saying in July to them at the end of July, like, trade me to the Knicks. And they were like, trade you to the Knicks? It's August next week. We can't trade you to the Knicks now. They got a whole disaster. And the passive aggressiveness out of Giannis has been, I love it. Bucks fans, we hear it from our buddy Travis Wacker, who we work with, who's from Milwaukee. He's a big Bucks fan. It's all made up, and Giannis is happy. No, he isn't. It's not all made up.
Yep.
He's despondent. You guys are buying into what Giannis is telling you, and I get it. You're a fan. Giannis has been great for you guys. You believe what Giannis is saying publicly. But what's not being made up is everything that's happening behind the scenes. Giannis saying, trade me.
Yeah. No,
I don't want to leave Milwaukee.
He's not going to the Chick-fil-A and picking up chicken for everybody anymore. Remember when he did that?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. It's not happening anymore.
What Giannis is saying to the fans is not the same thing that he's saying behind the scenes.
Right.
Which is, get me out of here. So they got a little bit of a disaster on their hands up in
Get me out of here. I'm in hell.
That's their problem. I don't care about what happens with the Milwaukee Bucks. Let them be dysfunctional. Barry's in Sycamore. What's up, Barry?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I got two questions. I'm not that familiar with basketball, but which team in the NBA do you think has been the most successful over the last 8 years? And I don't mean just winning championships, but getting deep into the playoffs.
The last 8 years? I mean, probably Denver, Boston. If I'm going just off the last 8 years, probably one of those two. I mean, I love what Oklahoma City's done, especially recently. But so I don't know. There's a couple of examples for you.
So everybody's talking about what the Bulls do wrong. If you were going to model the Bulls after one of those two teams that has been successful going deep into the playoffs, What 4 things does Reindorf has to do that?
Well, yeah, I mean, like in terms of finding people maybe from those organizations, is that what you mean, Barry, or just how to how to mimic what they're doing?
Keys to turn it around.
Turning it around. I got what you're saying. Yeah. Well,
keys to turning it around.
Well, they've got
turning it around.
Yeah. Well, Barry, thanks, buddy. They've got good leadership. Look, they tried to pluck off of Denver's tree and off of Tim Conley's tree with AK.
Yeah.
That blew up in their face. I don't know what the secret sauce is for Brad Stevens. They've got a good ownership group. They've got Brad Stevens. Well, you're shaking your head. What? Brad Stevens isn't good?
No, I agree with you. I think it's an interest. Look at how they're built. Oklahoma City traded away Paul George and Russell Westbrook, got back a bunch of picks.
Yes.
And built from there.
They got back a bunch of picks and SGA.
They tanked and got back picks and traded their guys before they fell off. You look at Boston. They traded away Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett before they fell off, and they got back Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, and then they're good for 10 years in a row because they got back 2 superstars. And the Bulls didn't trade away their guys before they fell off.
And they don't have
so
any
now
picks.
they're stuck.
And they don't have picks. Here's the one good thing about the cap space. Like I said, it's not, don't fall for like, oh, they have all this cap space the way you would in the NFL. It's not the same. Big free agents aren't probably coming here, and it's got nothing to do with like, oh, the Bulls or Ryans or this, that. They're not coming to Chicago. They never have. They probably never will. That's just the way it is. So don't be like, oh, they can go out and I don't even know who you'd want to spend it on. But where it can help is absorbing bad deals and adding to your pool of draft capital.
Yes.
That's where it like can be useful and helpful. And if you do it smartly and you do it right, you could find yourself in a situation where you're armed with like a tremendous amount of capital to wheel and deal, acquire a disgruntled player, acquire a bad contract, and add other premium assets to your war chest to then go out and try to fix your team and better acquire talent. So yeah, what Oklahoma City did, they kind of realized they got to a point where the glory years were done. They were all gone. KD, Harden, and Westbrook were all gone. Had some success, made a finals, made the playoffs a lot. And Presti's like, I got to bottom out and restart. And again, how do you think it worked? I'd say pretty damn good. Not every organization is going to do it successfully. You have to have good people running your operation, and Presti's the best. San Antonio has been a well-run, good organization for a long time. Have fallen on hard times.
And when they go bad, they go real bad.
But they know how to do it.
Yeah.
And they went real bad for a little while and accumulated a fair amount of talent, won the lottery, and now they're set. With a young 3-pack of players, it sure looks like they're going to be able to build a sustainable winner around. So not everybody can do it, but there are examples of organizations doing it. Boston, San Antonio, Oklahoma City. That's what you have to do. However you're going to mimic that, you've got to find smart people and people who know what they're doing, good talent evaluators, guys that are shrewd, guys that know when to cut bait, guys that understand the importance of adding first-round picks, not just second-round picks. A complete 180 of your last personnel boss. The Brunch Rush is coming up next.
Listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
Here comes on the Chicago Bears podcast this week. We're keeping you updated on everything between free agency and the draft. The Bears still got a lot of work to do, and we'll keep you updated on all the breaking news with John Yurkovich, Shay Norling, Courtney Cronin, and of course our own Jason McKee. Make sure to tap in wherever you get your podcast, the Chicago Bears podcast.
Yep. Carm, let's settle this. When buying a car, what are people looking for?
Confidence. You want to know you're in good hands.
That's why we go to the Advantage Dealer Group. Chevy, Toyota, Acura, Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Take your pick.
Yeah, no matter the badge, the experience is always the same. Professional, honest, respectful.
Hold on, guy. My Advantage Chevy crew, they might bring a little bit extra juice.
Oh, please. Cadillac, Buick, GMC, and Hodgkins. We call that quiet confidence.
Quiet, not my style. Look, we can argue brands all day.
But you can't argue service.
Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under with a perfectly dialed-in short game? Well, here's your chance. Because at the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges Golf Club, you've got 3 teammates to help make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with breakfast, a Masters-inspired lunch, drink tickets, hole contests, and prizes, including official Masters merchandise. Spots are filling fast. Sign up now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. It wasn't long ago when gorgeous spring days made me angry. It was beautiful outside, but our windows wouldn't open, and they'd only stay open with a stick propping it open. That's when we began our partnership with Window Nation. They installed custom-fit windows and made a huge difference in the Silverman household. Right now, you can save up to 50% off. The more you buy, the more you save sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com today to book your consultation.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NetSide.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Carmen and York presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC on Hodgkins. Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Jesse Rogers joins us in 25 minutes. Time for the Brunch Rush, brought to you by the Village of Elmwood Park. Jack, take it away.
What do you have, Jack?
So, Dexter Lawrence requested a trade from the New York Giants. And there's been a lot of debate about whether the Bears should go and try to trade for him. The price might be high. It could be as high as a first-round pick. Lawrence was an all-pro 2 years ago when he had 9 sacks as a defensive tackle, but he had a down year last year. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I think the conversation continues to evolve. Would you trade for Dexter Lawrence if it meant you give up a first-round pick?
No.
Fans are thinking so. I'm reading our comments on our YouTube page and things like that, and a lot of fans would make the move.
Nobody values draft picks. It's amazing. No, I would not.
I would lean toward no. Second and the 6th, maybe, yes. First rounder, no.
You're also going to have to pay him. Remember that. He's making about 20, and he wants a raise. He probably wants somewhere in the vicinity of what, who's the kid in Philly? Of what Jordan Davis got. So you're going to have to give him a bump up in pay. He wants a new contract. He's a very good player going into year 8. I'll pass on trading a first-round pick and having to pay him.
Yeah. Like I said, first rounder, no.
Nobody likes draft
Second,
picks.
yes.
It's amazing. I can't do well with them, man. They don't pick good players anyway.
I agree with you. I think it is too much, especially since he had a down year last year. But to play devil's advocate a little bit here, you could potentially be bringing in a guy who just 2 years ago was
He's very good.
a top 3 defensive tackle in the league.
That always comes at a cost. Everybody says that without understanding the cost.
Cost.
There's a cost.
He's not a free agent pickup. He's a cost.
And that's
You're
what
giving
seems
something
to
up.
be forgotten a
Jack.
lot of times. Well, you could be getting this. You're getting it at a cost.
Yeah. It's going to cost
You're
you
paying
something.
a premium on it.
Yeah.
And I just don't. And even though he had a quote unquote down year, still had very good underlying
Numbers.
metrics.
Yeah.
Is like nobody doubts that he's not a good player. That it's coming at a cost that would be high.
The answer is no for the first rounder.
And it's just like that seems to be people just want to throw it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Forget it. Doesn't matter. Just go get him. I don't like the cost of getting Dexter
Yeah, I'm going
Lawrence
to tell you
at this point
what
in his
becomes
career.
important when you've got to pay your quarterback also. It's going to be important that you utilize some of these first-round picks and get quality players that are not expensive. And if you can do that, that's when you've got that natural flow within a football team where guys are young, they're good, they're inexpensive, they become expensive, then you make decisions. You just saw it happen in front of your own eyes when they said goodbye to Brisker. There he is, gone. Why? You had to get rid of him. Why? Can't afford him. DJ Moore, what happened? You got him, boom. A good trade, quality stuff. You got him when you traded number one. They got Bryce Young. But at some point, even good players end up going by the wayside because they cost too much money.
If you have
That's the way it happens.
Yeah,
That's the natural rotation. He was here. He helped us. He got us to a place. And now we got to say goodbye to him because there's younger, less expensive talent here.
Yeah.
And just because you screwed up so badly on the defensive line and you couldn't identify a defensive lineman if one came up and smacked you in the face and said, I'm a defensive lineman of some quality, because you have a grotesque inability of identifying quality defensive linemen, you don't go doing something crazy.
Well, I think that's
crazy.
what Poles has resisted the temptation to try to throw valuable assets at like fixing those mistakes. They got to try to do it with some young, controllable talent. I think that for the first time, he's really tried to show some great patience and some diligence to be like, okay, we can't get carried away. And yeah, I'm sure they called the Raiders a little bit on Max Crosby. They definitely did. And they might even call the Giants just to inquire about Lawrence, and that's fine. But they're only going to go so far, and I think that kind of restraint is actually good. I commend it right now, considering where they're at. I think it's smart. Very much in the minority, I guess. All right, what else, Jack?
Draymond Green spoke yesterday after the game. The Kings fouled the Warriors and Seth Curry while leading
twice
with under 4 minutes to go in the game. Very strange, very odd, but the Kings are trying to lose. Doug McDermott actually did the fouling, which I didn't realize he was still in the NBA.
He's still in the NBA.
Because I don't see a whole lot of Kings basketball.
I guess their play-by-play team, the Golden State, they were like, wait, are we watching a hack of Curry here? Like, never in the history of the league has there been a hack of Curry. Like, he's an 86% career free throw shooter.
Here's
unbelievable.
Draymond Green went on a long tangent about the tanking, and he gave a long speech about it. Here's about the first minute of what he had to say yesterday.
This is good.
I saw a team tonight foul Seth Curry with 3 minutes to go in the game for no reason. In the penalty. I get fined when I do wrong. Just fine the hell out of people. You know, we love taking money from players. Keep fining the teams. I've seen 2 fines. And we all know everybody take. But you've seen 2 fines. You know? If it was players, snatch that money in a heartbeat. Why isn't it the same? Everybody love money. Well, so, you know, the punishment for players is always, let's take the money. Well, now it becomes time to punish teams, and all of a sudden, nobody don't know what to do. Why not?
Well, there you go. He wants to find the teams.
I love it from Draymond. I'm telling you, he went on for like 4 minutes, Jack said.
Yeah.
I love it, actually. I do. And I'm curious as if the league will have a response at all to that, because they want it. You want to start weeding this stuff out more and more, and you're like trying to monitor odd behavior. They're in this battle with the Bucks right now with Giannis and everything.
That's odd.
Like, that's odd behavior.
If you're in
in fairness, I wasn't watching that game live. I didn't see this live. I saw it this morning. And maybe I'm missing some of the context. But as far as we could tell from and I saw it this morning for the first time on Get Up. And I just read a little bit about it. Like I said, I read that like Golden State's announcers were like, wait, what is happening? And people were like, could this be? Like they had the lead.
Yeah.
I don't know that are we missing context for those of us that were watching it live? Is there something that we're missing? I don't know how it gets any more blatant.
You described it perfectly earlier.
I don't know how it gets any more blatant. That a team with the lead in a game is fouling intentionally away from the ball, an 86% career free throw shooter in the penalty. I like, if I'm missing something, let me know. I don't know how, but from the seat right now, it doesn't seem like it could get any more blatant. And this is what the league wants to curb. So I think Draymond is 100% right. I don't always agree with Draymond. I love it. I think he's right. Step up. You want to talk tough, Adam Silver? Step up. And he's right. Player screws up, player gets fined. Player does something wrong, player does something the league doesn't like, player does something conduct detrimental, the player gets fined. You want to talk about conduct detrimental when all you've done for 2 months, Adam Silver, is whine about tanking. Mm-hmm. Now what are you going to do?
Nothing.
Well, he might. He fined the Jazz. Who else did they find? They fined the Jazz, and they fined, they hit somebody else here like 3 weeks ago.
Pacers?
It might have been. It might have been Indy, who's done it as blatantly as anybody for obvious reasons.
They hit the Mavericks a couple of years ago, and the Pacers this year.
Well, it was the Jazz.
When they hit the Jazz.
It was the Jazz when they pulled it.
Yeah.
They pulled their starters.
Yeah.
The guys that were scoring 28-plus points.
Exactly.
And they benched them all out. You guys are playing too good?
So
we got to bench you.
If you're Doug McDermott and your coach tells you to do that and you think it's to lose the game, do you refuse?
McDermott looked confused. Again, I wasn't watching it live. I only saw this being discussed this morning in the replays of it. McDermott did look confused. Like, wait, what do you want me to do? I honestly can't think of it like anything more blatant. And so it'll be interesting to see if I don't know that the league's going to have a response or not, if they've looked at this, if there's anything from them. But Draymond is 100% right as I see it. What else, Jack?
So the White Sox have sent down their opening day starter Shane Smith to AAA after a bad start yesterday. Jurko, how many of the White Sox starters, now that Shane Smith is out of the rotation, can you name?
You can name today's. You heard me mention him.
Shane Smith.
Yeah, but he's gone.
Grady.
Grady?
He's just going to start throwing
There's
out
no
names.
Grady.
There's no Grady.
Wood.
There's no Wood.
Polite.
Was Polite?
Yeah.
No. You heard me talk about today's starter. The one guy who's been kind of good.
Burns.
Burke. Close.
I said it. Burns. Burke.
Close.
Not Britt.
No, not Britt. Not Burns.
Dotson.
No, there's no Dotson.
No Dotson. Hoyt.
There's no Hoyt Wilhelm.
No Hoyt.
You're thinking of Richard Dotson?
Lamar Hoyt.
Lamar Hoyt, yeah. There's no Lamar Hoyt.
There's no Hoyt either.
There's no Hoyt.
How about son of Hoyt?
There's no son of Hoyt.
Son of Hoyt.
There's no Wilbur Wood.
Contreras.
There's no Contreras.
All right, we're just going to name the 2005 team now.
Garcia.
No, that's the first one I named off the 2005 team. I was naming 1970 and 1983 pitchers for the Chicago White Sox.
Gary Peters.
Not that you would know. McDowell.
No. No blackjack. He's not going to be able to name many. He got Sean Burke. I'll at least give him that one.
Burke. I got Burke.
Eric Fetty.
I remember him.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh,
Anthony Kay.
Anthony Kay.
Davis Martin.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
That's why your White Sox stink.
They're my White Sox.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yeah. That's why your White Sox stink. That's why they're terrible.
Thank you kindly. It's Carmen.
You're welcome.
Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for many years, I've had the opportunity to endorse many products and companies. And I've always felt it's important to choose companies that I believe in. I've never had the opportunity to endorse a company owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for 60 years. They've even taken care of some of my neighbors and close friends. When you need medical care, you want a doctor with the experience and skill set to help you. The same holds true when you need a lawyer. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for their clients through legal representation and consulting. They have over 60 years of experience and skill, serving over 40,000 clients for personal injury, auto accidents, truck accidents, wrongful death, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and all of your legal needs. Call my friends at the Verdoliak Law Group at 844-4VLG-LAW. That's 844-4VLG-LAW.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Turn your dream kitchen into a reality during the IKEA Dream Kitchen event. Now through April 21st, IKEA family members save 10% when they spend $3,000 or more on section kitchen cabinets and eligible appliances and countertops. That's modern style, smart storage, and everyday functionality designed your way. Plus, section cabinets come with a 25-year limited warranty. Not sure where to start? IKEA's expert kitchen planners are here to guide you. Your dream kitchen is closer than you think. So visit IKEA Schaumburg or IKEA Bolingbrook today.
With Progressive customer service, there are lots of ways to connect with us, so you never have to miss a second of your favorite sport. Because you'd much rather watch a ball go through a net 124 times in 48 minutes when you don't really have to pay attention until the last two, and then somehow those 2 minutes will take an hour. You don't want to miss all that. Luckily, you can chat with Progressive on our app, online, or over the phone without missing a single one of those times the ball goes through the metal circle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. Confetti Craze makes it easy to turn any day into a party with its delicious birthday cake flavor and big birthday energy. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. I bring these tiny bottles everywhere to cakeify my day with tasty caffeine boosts. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Show announcement for the day. Jesse will actually join us at 11:15. Jurko's not happy about it. He doesn't want to wait that long to talk to Jesse.
No. Here's the problem that we have. We spent hours upon hours of research, budget, trying to figure out the perfect time slot. Jesse argued for a specific time slot. He wanted it earmarked. He wanted it to be every week at the same time. He went to the powers to be above us. Matter of fact, to make his claim and state his claim so he could get exactly what he wanted. Then when we finally say okay and we give it to him, he treats it like it's nothing now.
He even lobbied.
Nothing.
He even lobbied for an open.
Yeah,
and I did 2.
Right, 2 opens for him.
2 opens.
Yeah, and then he got to choose which one he wanted, and then tried to tell Jay Moore how he could improve it. So you understand what the problems are here?
I think you're.
Do you? No.
casting
Do
aspersions
you
on
get
Jesse.
it now? I think what he needs now, if he's going to come out at 11:50, not as a lot of time. Top of the hour, we come out with the open. He's not here. That's it. We played at the top of the hour.
Too bad, so sad. Will Venable, in fairness, Will Venable's meeting the media.
That's not my problem. That is not our problem. Jesse should have known then, before he started crying about wanting to get something done at a specific time, that his time needed to be flexible, Carm.
Jesse needs
Instead
like his
of
own
put-
intern over there,
Hey.
or his own page. Just have the intern listen to Will Venable.
He put us through some angst, Carm.
Yeah.
We went through actual angst here because of him.
Come on, Jesse.
All right, you know what I'm saying? We said, hey, things happen differently over there. We'd like to keep the time flexible. He wanted it pinpointed.
He did. He wanted it
Okay?
benchmarked.
So there you go. That's all I'm saying. And when we tried to bring up the fact that he might need to be flexible, he mocked us, Harm.
Well, Jesse will.
We were mocked, chastised.
Jesse will join us at 11:15.
Great. Go ahead and kowtow to him. I won't. Matter of fact,
Jesse's our guy.
in a rare move by John Yurkovich, I may not talk to Jesse today.
Come on, Jesse. In a rare move.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to boycott the interview today.
In a rare move.
Should I hit the sounder for that?
Something that has never happened
Breaking
here.
news.
I may not ask Jesse a question. Or is that happen every single week?
I think that's pretty much
Or does that
always.
happen every single week?
That's pretty much always the case. Jesse will join us to talk
Oh,
baseball.
I did some Cubs research real quick.
Oh, let's do it coming up. You
All
got
right,
some
coming
research?
up. I got some
Take a
Cubs
quick- We got a
research I
break,
did.
and
All
then
right.
Yurko's good. Look at that, the little baseball Cubs research.
Yeah,
that
for
Yurko
all
did.
the people that panic, and
All
I just
right.
want to simmer them down.
I love it.
That's what I do.
Yurko's going to make you simmer down now.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Come on, Jesse. Kap J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the shop floor.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was T-boned by a utility truck.
Please have him call me.
My guy.
Your guy?
Correct.
Not this again. Howard Ankin is my guy.
Hold on. Cap, your friend, Hoodie, your buddy. I'm their guy. And I'm also your guy and your guy.
Call 312-6-million for injury law made personal.
Howard Ankin, our guy, on the Kap and J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
My guy.
Yeah.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines is home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. Enjoy a stunning 9-hole par 3 under the lights, plus state-of-the-art practice facilities to sharpen your swing after a long day. Golf Center Des Plaines.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them for 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
That is rolled right field. First homer of the year for PCA. Look out. A no-doubter, and the Cubs add on. It is 6-0.
Cubs were teeing off on the Rays yesterday. Cubs bounced back. They win 9-2. 5 extra base hits, 3 stolen bases. Horner, Bregman, and PCA combined for 8 hits. 3-hit day for PCA, Yerk. The Cubs had 11 batted balls at 100-plus miles per hour yesterday. 11. 7 of those turned into hits. A couple of groundouts, a couple of flyouts in there, but 7 of the 11. But that's a lot of It's a lot of balls. A lot of balls in play over 100 miles per hour. 11 of them yesterday. So they hit a bunch of balls hard down in Tampa. And then a poor guy chasing a foul ball in the stands in the 9th. His pants came down. You talk about stuff you've never seen.
Came down.
We talked about the fight in Anaheim last night. I've never seen a pitcher, Reynaldo Lopez versus Jorge Soler. I've never seen a pitcher keep his glove on and hold the ball in the other hand and start fighting. No, I've never seen it.
And you use that ball as a weapon.
And he's trying to.
He used that ball as a weapon.
Soler.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've ever seen a guy's pants come down on accident chasing a foul ball in the stands.
It was a full moon.
It was a
bacon strips.
That was full moon.
Yeah.
Bring gas.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
No. Imagine the children.
Jim DeShays' call of it was so funny because his reaction was just like, what is happening? Boog didn't even know what to say.
Yeah.
He went silent.
Yeah.
Just stunned disbelief.
Couldn't believe it. When the full moon comes at you, you know that?
What do you think happened there? How did that, his pants
got caught,
were up when he got...
Might have got caught on something, and there went the pantalones, maybe he moved so fast, He just moved so quickly, he ran out of his pants. Maybe they weren't secured properly up top.
That was a rough look. Yeah.
I got something for you.
All right, go ahead. What do you got?
All right, everybody worried about
Jesse
the Cubs.
in 12 minutes.
Cubs are 5-6, right?
The Cubs are 5-6.
Well, the anatomy of 92 victories last year for the Cubs. The anatomy of 92 victories.
All right.
May 9th, the Cubs were 22-17 last year.
22-17.
22-17 last year. 5 games over 500.
Good start.
Good start.
You don't think
It was a decent start.
All right, decent start. All right, fair enough.
It was a decent start. By June 17th.
All right, 1 month later?
1 month and a week later. 5 weeks later.
5 weeks later.
Let's do 5 weeks
All right.
to be safe. 5 weeks later, they were 45-28.
Now that's pretty good.
They had gone 23-11 in 34 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice little streak, right?
I would say
nice
so.
Little streak to let you stretch your legs a little bit.
Yeah.
The process you were doing that, the Milwaukee Brewers were doing something
even better.
Way better. But we're talking about the Cubs anatomy of 92. From that point on, from June 17th,
all right,
so 45-28 there, they finished 92-70. Which is 47-42, and they won their final 3 games to make it 47-42. Over those final 92 games.
89
games. Final 89 games. In the final 89 games, they won 47-42 to finish 92-70, 22 games above. So what the Cubs got to do, and what everybody's got to realize, they got to put that one streak together. Mm-hmm. That's all you're looking for, is that one streak over 35 games where you go 25-10. And that is what takes you to the promised land.
All right.
That is what takes you to the next level. That is what puts you in the position. You could play 500 baseball before and after, and that puts you in the position where you can play. You got to find a 35-game stretch.
As long as you have like one of those
where you go on a streak
17
like that.
games above 500 stretches.
When you go on a stretch like that. Milwaukee went on a crazy stretch last year.
They did.
And remember, Milwaukee and the Cubs are still tooth and nail. Before the Cubs won their final 3, remember they had lost like 6-7 straight against Cincinnati and such. So you don't go crazy over short-term mediocrity.
Look at this.
But at some point, you've got to have success over 40 games. You've got to have real success.
Preach, Jurko.
So I won't go crazy. It usually coincides with a little bit better weather. The Cubs pitching, the Cubs hitting, they start going hand in hand. You get a little bit of a rhythm. You start feeling good about yourselves. And they're not feeling good about themselves yet, but they'll get to a point where they will.
They come home this weekend. They'll miss Skeens, who pitched last night.
Yeah.
So that's the good news for them. The weather's going to be a little bit of a mixed bag again, though. Like, as nice as it is today and tomorrow, Friday and Saturday look awful, and then Sunday looks beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way it is this time of year.
Spring, Carmen.
So they're going to have to deal with some potentially inclement weather again Friday and Saturday, like chilly temperatures. We might get rain Friday. Sunday looks gorgeous. The good news is they miss Skeens, though, before they go right back out of town and go to Philly next week. But that's well said from the good kid. He just laid it out for you. Just find that
40
game
stretch where you're like, hey, take a look at us. And Milwaukee did it last year.
Yeah, that's right. Let's add a Charlie and Avondale.
Chuck.
Carmen in New York. What's up, Charlie?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I wanted to bring up who I think the next Bulls GM is going to be.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Nico Harrison because it's pretty obvious.
Really?
Oh, he'll get the first pick of the first round.
Why is it pretty obvious?
Because it's just been a joke recently, and that was like one of the biggest jokes in NBA history.
That's pretty good. That's obviously they have to go get the guy that traded Luka because he's available. I like it, Charlie.
So is it a conspiracy? A conspiracy? How they did the sent Luka to L.A.
Oh, yeah.
And then gave them
won the lottery, fired Nico.
Say we're going to give you a job a little bit later,
so that the Bulls could hire him.
There you go. conspiracy.
We got it.
I love it. Well, Nico's out there, so if you want him, you can get him. Downtown Dean has he's swinging for the moon. This ain't gonna happen. But go ahead, Dino.
Oh, here he goes.
Before I get to my Bulls GM point, Yerk, sometimes I have to lie to Jack McGrath and circumvent the reason I'm calling to bring you the pertinent information. And I am very disappointed, borderline disgusted that Midnight Run did not make the list. I will not be participating going forward. But
what do you mean? Wait a minute. What do you mean you won't be participating going forward? Participating in what?
He's going to watch the movies.
Well, I mean, you're not watching the movies.
But I love when Jack said I will never watch these movies again with such division, and Jay Moore started to laugh. That was the best. When Jay Moore and Shay laugh, that's the best. It's so infectious.
Jay Moore's got a contagious laugh. It's good.
No, but in all seriousness, I'm not taking this thing serious, but I'll move on.
All right.
I'm not excited about B.J. Armstrong for sure.
No.
I think that it's either going to be some guy we've never heard of that only NBA sickos know of. That's what it should be, at least what I'm saying. It should be either that or an obvious choice. And I think the obvious choice out there is Stevens. And if you could somehow, I heard that guy mention, I heard Chase mention Doc Rivers. I'm not interested in Doc Rivers.
No.
The only reason I'd be is if you could pay him to get in Stevens' ear. If it's a package deal and Stevens is in charge and they can come, then yes, I'd be interested.
All right, Dean. Thanks, buddy. I think that'd be swinging, as Jesse would say, for the lake, right, Yerk?
Yeah.
That's swinging for the lake.
Come on, Jeff. Stevens.
But that's not going to happen.
No, that's not going to happen at all.
Look, that team might be in the finals again this year, Yerk.
Can you believe it?
Yeah. I can't. I mean, I can after watching the way they've played this year, but if you would have told me in August, I would have said, no, that's not going to happen. Wrong again.
It could happen. Yeah.
Not only do I think it could, I think it will. I don't think anybody in the East is beating them. Plus, you don't know exactly how Cade's going to come back. And I don't know that they... I don't... Like in a 7-game series, I'm not sure Detroit, as much as I like them, I like how they're tough. They've got a toughness about them, which I like. And that could help in a series, in a series against a team like Boston. But I don't think they're good enough to beat Boston 4 times, especially not quite knowing what Cade's going to be like. I don't think they're going to lose. I don't think anybody in the East is going to beat them, man. And Tatum being back. I mean, Jaylen Brown, the complete disrespect for Jaylen Brown and the paltry MVP odds all season. My God, I'm speaking like someone who's been sitting on a Jaylen Brown MVP ticket that has no chance of hitting at, 75 to 1.
We've already talked about
the complete and utter disrespect. He really has been amazing. And having to do it for almost the entire year without Jason Tatum. He's been amazing.
You've
So
got to-
in August, I wouldn't have thought this.
You would have said no.
I would not have thought that you'd be talking about a 55-win team. No, I would not.
We've already talked about a 3-time MVP that's probably going to have his best season of his
Ever.
career.
He's not going to win
That nobody even talks about for the NBA MVP.
You're right.
So, I mean, we already know. I mean, for one reason or another, is there not SGA fatigue?
No, because he's only won one. This will
is
only
it?
be a
Okay.
second. So, no, not yet.
Yeah.
The fatigue thing is too real in the NBA, isn't it, Yerk? Remember, Michael Jordan never won 3 straight. Just remember that. Right? Larry Bird, I think, is the last guy, right? Like 80, 84, 85, 86. Does that sound right? 85, 86, 87. Michael might have won his first in 88, something like that. Larry's the last guy to win 3 in a row. That's 40 years ago. I think if wasn't Jordan's first MVP in 88? I feel like it was. I think Larry won in 85, 86, and 87. That's the last three-peat. Fact check me on that, boys.
C-O-Conspiracy.
C-O-Conspiracy.
Another one.
Yeah.
We got a slew of these things going around now.
Right? Here's your latest NBA MVP odds. Hold on. Let me get him for Yurko here. SGA is now minus 5,000. Wemby is plus 2,000, and Joker, who, as Yurko said, is going to have statistically maybe the most impressive season of his brilliant career. Is
Wemby went down yesterday, right?
6,000. Yeah, Wemby got hurt. Wemby might end up missing the mark now anyway.
Yeah.
You know, because he's going to probably not run into the right number of games. Joker will, just barely. He's at plus 6,000. SJ is minus 5,000. They don't even have anybody else on the board.
Yeah, nobody on
so
the board.
my hope of Jaylen Brown with my, I don't know, it's like 75 to 1, I think, is not going to come to fruition.
Yeah, that ticket is.
That's why I'm upset. That's why I'm championing.
I can understand.
You know. Let's say hi to Kenny in Whiting, Indiana. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, what's going on? Lifelong listener, first-time caller. I'm calling from the Good Kid area.
That's right.
Here in Whiting, Indiana.
Beautiful Whiting, Indiana.
But I want to throw a name in the ring, Luol Deng, for the VP, because he oversees the African national team.
Yeah.
He got some kids already in college, some in the NBA. I think with him overseeing it, he'll have guys like Joakim, Derek, they'll be coming in. And then there's some guys that he played with, like Bogan, they're on staffs, as well as Dunleavy.
And
he was teammates with him.
Well,
and I believe if we at the top 5 pick, we'll get Carlos Boozer's son. Oh man, he played with him too. We might be cooking with fish.
It's just
grease
all
there.
fish cooking with fish grease. It's just all the old like mid 2000s Bulls. Maybe I don't know that he would be paired with Dunleavy because Dunleavy is running the operation in Golden State. I mean, you'd have to make him the primary decision maker if you wanted to go that route. Kenny, thanks. Somebody brought it up yesterday. Jack read a story, something about like a connection with Masai Ujiri. It's not totally crazy. You know who's running the Pistons? You know who's running Detroit, Yerk?
No.
Trajan Langdon.
Yeah.
Mike Dunleavy's running.
Former Duke guy.
Mike Dunleavy's running Golden State. Where's Mike Dunleavy from? Say it. Go ahead.
Duke.
Former Duke guy.
Duke.
It's not crazy.
I've got one here from Clutch Points. That Kyle Korver's another name that's out there along with Luol Deng. Now, I don't know what Kyle Korver's doing. I have no idea.
I don't know
He's in
either.
the NBA or NBA, but the name is mentioned.
Is Elton Brand still doing front office work or no?
Yes. He is.
Who's Elton with?
I've lost track of Elton, but I believe he
That was
is.
like Philly.
Well, he was.
It was with Philly, right? I don't know where he is.
I don't think he is anymore, though, Jay Moore. I have to look on Elton. There's another Duke guy that's been, running a show, though, at times. So it's not it's not like a completely crazy thought. And especially if Luol's been if he's been sort of working in the industry.
He's with the Sixers, general manager.
Oh, Elton still
he's
is?
still there.
Under Daryl?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So he's
wow.
still under Daryl.
That's
All
what
right.
it says right here.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Philadelphia's to present.
Daryl's their main decision maker, obviously. Daryl Morey runs the Sixers. But the good call. Elton's in Philly. Dunleavy, the Trajan Langdon. There are guys out there doing it. Jesse Rogers is going to join us to talk baseball coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Yurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tonight at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds.
You're so right. You hit it 460 feet, and immediately you're supposed to look down. Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Come on.
Not me. I'm watching that thing fly. And you know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yuengling.
That is right, my friend. They made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker. Light beer, real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
Grab a Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yuengling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
Vasectomy. Oh, that scary word. Men cringe when they hear it. Hey, I cringe too. Well, I'm here to tell you, cringe no more. I had it done last month. I was back to work that afternoon. It was that easy. Thanks to Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. They offer this safe, easy, 30-minute, virtually painless in-office vasectomy. No joke. No needle. No scalpel. No hospital stay either. And the doc there, wow, he made me feel so comfortable and so relaxed. No ice packs or frozen peas. Nothing like that. And my wife, well, she's ecstatic too.
If your family's complete, log on to vasectomychicago.com. Read the testimonials. Learn more about no needle, no scalpel in-office vasectomy. Offered at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago with your tax refund on the way. Now is the time. Most insurance accepted. Call now to set up your consultation at one of their 5 locations. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier and free parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Call toll free at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Let me ask you something. Why does buying a car have to feel like Game 7 pressure? It doesn't. That's why you go to Advantage Toyota in River Oaks. What's up, it's J Hood. You've got a budget, they've got Toyotas that you want to drive. And here's the best part I appreciate. They keep it simple. No marathon sessions, no mystery math, just straight answers, real numbers, and a team that respects your time. Imagine that. Respect. Go see the crew at Advantage Toyota River Oaks. Toyota, let's go places.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Evan Cohen here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
We Whiskey Fest is back in beautiful Lake Geneva next weekend, April 17th through the 19th. 50-plus distilleries, over 150 pours, and an entire weekend of fun whiskey festivities. I'm going to be there for year 3 at the Grand Tasting Event Saturday afternoon at Grand Geneva. It's next Saturday, April 18th. I hope to see you there. Get your tickets at wewhiskeyfest.com. It is one of the best in the Midwest. They've got so much fun stuff all weekend long. So check out all the different activities and all the different ticket packages online. It's We Whiskey Fest, WEE whiskeyfest.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Come on, Jesse. Jesse Rogers. National MLB reporter for ESPN and ESPN Chicago. Jesse Rogers. Giving you updates on the White Sox, Cubs, and the latest Major League Baseball storylines. Jesse Rogers. From free agency to owners' meetings to spring training to opening day. Jesse Rogers covers it all season. It's Jesse Rogers. Jesse Rogers with Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago.
Jesse Rogers brought to you by Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer. Then he joins Carmen and Jurko now on the Yuengling guest hotline. Hello, Jesse.
Hello, boys. What's going on? I'm at the rate. I'm at the rate for the
I don't want to say the Shane Smith funeral, but it's not often you see a guy sent down that started opening day.
No, is that a record? Did you have stats and research look? That's a hard thing to maybe find, but is that a record?
Yeah. It is a very difficult thing to find. They could not confirm it's the earliest, send down optioning of an opening day starter. I think Vance Worley, like the Twins in 2012, but I think he was even sent down in early May. So this beats that by a mile.
Wow.
I wonder if back in the day there was some rookie that started and by design they sent them down afterwards, right? That's possible.
Maybe.
But someone mentioned this to me today. Think about it. The possibilities here, like how many opening day starters even have minor league options?
Good point.
Right? Not many. And then how many only are given 3 starts? Not many. So it might be the quickest send down, certainly just performance based that we've seen for an opening day starter.
Look, he did have 8 strikeouts yesterday, but there were 5 walks and there was a ton of traffic, and just, Baltimore until the end there, until they rallied off the bullpen, just couldn't scratch a run across. So, the 8 strikeouts, and when you watch him and when he's locating the fastball and the curveball's good, like his stuff obviously plays, right? I mean, like he's got good stuff. There's so much inconsistency in his game. Even last year, Jess, on a bad team, admittedly, in an all-star campaign, you see from start to start the frustration with a guy like Shane Smith because he's talented, but very, I guess, just up and down, for lack of a better term. What is it that they think he can work on, or what does he have to work on to try to hone all that?
So it's his 4-seam fastball. He's got to find the plate a little bit more. I don't think he knows where it's going, and that's why you see 8 strikeouts and 5 walks. It is amazing. 8 strikeouts, 1 hit, and he's sent down.
I know.
But of course, that's just part of the story.
That's right.
I mean, honestly, he really was sent down for this reason. And actually, this is even before Venable talked. He's speaking right now, but I can just tell you from covering this game, when a guy goes 1 2/3, 3 and 3 2/3 in his first 3 starts, he's destroying the bullpen.
That's right.
He's thrown 171 pitches in less than 9 innings pitched in his 3 starts.
Unbelievable.
And he's just crushing their bullpen. So you send him down just to, kind of wipe that slate clean for your own pen. And then if he finds that fastball command, he'll quickly be back up here. So it's really his 4-seam fastball, but it's not really sending him down because they don't think he's good enough. He's just throwing too many pitches and killing their bullpen this early in the season.
So if he can hone some of that and fix it and straighten out the location, especially with that fastball, maybe he's back up in the majors quickly. I mean, I'm sure that's their plan, but that's an excellent point. You can't keep going out there as a starter, give your team 3 innings, start after start, and expect everything to be okay, or to keep things status quo. And you're turning things over to a bullpen that, quite frankly, is a bit of a disaster. I mean, there hasn't been much to be excited about pitching-wise, period, on the South Side, Jess, other than Grant Taylor and what we've seen of Grant as an opener, and maybe a little of Sean Burke, who will go again today. You'll see that game, and he was pretty good last Friday in the home opener after coming into the second inning. Outside of that, there's not much to be excited about. Even Hicks, when he has to go out there and do a little extra, and they sent him out for that second inning, even with his electric fastball, we know what the MO was on him, and things get wild, and they gave up the lead. So there's just, pitching-wise, the options are not good for this team right now, especially in the bullpen.
No, but they have pitched better since coming back home from that road trip. But that doesn't really mean anything for a year from now or 2 years from now. Like, is Anthony Kay on this team when they make the playoffs? Right. Is Shane Smith? Is Sean Burke? Like Hagen Smith and Noah Schultz are still coming along. In fact, I thought maybe they'd call one of them up, but it's too early. A month from now, if they had sent down Shane Smith, maybe Smith or Schultz would be up here, and Hagen's still sort of on an innings limitation. Instead, by the way, they called up Tyler Schweitzer, 5th-round pick from Ball State, local guy, Indiana. And actually, it's kind of a funny story. They were playing yesterday. He's a reliever, and they pull him aside mid-game, and they say, you have to take a drug test right now. It's like the second inning. So he goes inside. He's like, a drug test, middle of the game. That's weird. Then the manager says to him, forget about the drug test. How many innings can you give me tonight? And it's the second inning. Their starter's going well. And he says, I can give you 5. And the manager says, how about 5 in Chicago? And that's how he finds out he's coming to the show. So he's got his family, his wife, everyone's coming in. Tyler Schweitzer is the guy coming up for Shane Smith. But back to your point, it is sort of a sign, the fact that their opening day starter has to go down the staff being in such flux, this rotation being in such flux. It feels like placeholders for the moment. Not to say that one of these guys can't be here for a while, whether it be Anthony Kay or someone else, but it does feel like this is not the rotation that's going to be making postseason starts if this team ever gets there again.
All right. Any other Sox stuff real quick before we move over to the Cubs?
Well, Edgar Carroll yesterday,
brutal.
Yeah, he's struggling big time. And I sent the audio in. I don't know if you get a chance to play it, but he basically said, I suck right now, and everyone knows it, including the opponents. So this is a guy, it's so funny. I always quote Jed Hoyer, the hotter you are in March, the scarier it is for April sometimes, because you just can't maintain it. And he looked so good in March. He looked so good in the offseason. ESPN.com did a feature on him, and now he's struggling big time. So, it's a little wonky on offense, especially now that Austin Hayes is down. Not that he's, Aaron Judge, but you look at the bottom of the lineup like today, it's like, oh, all right, we've got pitching issues. They got some offensive issues. Haven't scored the last 2 days. So it's still a team in rebuild mode for sure.
Yeah, Kara, and after really a lot of good moments and some promise last year, and like you said, the good spring. I mean, he doesn't have an extra base hit yet. And the challenge stuff has been awful with him. I mean, it's not good. I don't know what to make of all that. I mean,
I'll give him a break on the challenge stuff because some of them are late when you have a couple, but not hitting is just perplexing because he was moving in the right direction. But it's a reminder: young players take steps forward and steps backwards before they find their groove.
All right, the Cubs kind of busted out of it a little bit last night, and they're going to come back home. The weather's going to kind of suck again for this homestand. I was telling Yerk, as nice as it is today, and tomorrow looks nice. Friday and Saturday look crummy. Sunday looks beautiful. I mean, it just is the way it is this time of year. They're not going to have to worry about skeins, so they don't have to face that daunting task in this weekend series. But just what can they build upon after yesterday? One more game in Tampa before they come back home.
That was just a feel-good game offensively for them. Look, the Rays scratched their starter. It was a bullpen game, and the Cubs took advantage like they should. But some guys like Bregman and even PCA that were struggling got some feel-good moments. And I like Matt Shaw's game. I was talking to Waddle and Silvy about that. I liked his at-bats again yesterday. He's as pound for pound slugging as much as anybody on that team. He's not even playing every day. So that was just a feel-good, get-right game. Let's see if it carries over. Like I said, they had the advantage. But the biggest, let's not bury the lead, Javier Saad. Pitching,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, remember, he's got to replace Horton. Colin Ray today replacing Matthew Boyd. So they're already using up their pitching depth, which is amazing because it was like a week ago we're like, well, how are they going to fit in, Justin Steele to this rotation? Now, can't wait for him to get back because of all the injuries. So great sign by Javier Saad. He got into a little trouble, got out of it. This is what kind of a pitcher he is. He's not going to strike everyone out and blow through an order, but he's really good at getting in and then out of trouble.
I want to get to the specifics on the Horton stuff in just a second, Jess, and great job by you being all over that yesterday. But in terms of how else they might look to replace some of this, you mentioned how the Sox aren't going to do anything reckless in mid-April and like rush along Hagen Smith or Noah Schultz. What about Jackson Wiggins at some point? And I guess I'd say to you, sort of where is he on their radar, if at all, in terms of okay, we can – he's ready, we can trust him, we want him to be part of the solution to replacing Cade Horton?
No, I don't think he's part of the solution yet. It'd be a different story if they hadn't traded for Cabrera, if Steele wasn't coming back, if they didn't re-sign Colin Ray. There's a lot of options there that are decent, actually. Assad was in the minors a few days ago, and he's a legit pitcher. So they have the depth to cover it. Now, if guys start to struggle more, if Shota's giving up home runs left and right, and there's another injury, then you start to think about Jackson Wiggins. But, I think he gave up a bunch of runs in his first couple starts at AAA. So I would say, just like Schultz or Hagen Smith, it's just too early now. And on the Cubs side of it, they just don't need the body yet. A month from now, 2 months from now could be a different story. But this is what, a good job by Jed covering sort of the innings that they need if a guy like Horton goes down. No one thought it'd be 2 starts in, but they have 5 right now, and that's even with Boyd on the IL because Colin Ray made 27 starts last year and wasn't bad. So they're okay, is the point. They're okay right now. Okay. And remember, you don't even need Assad to be Horton-like. You just need him to be good enough.
Right.
Because my feeling is the difference between the best of Horton and the best of Assad is, yes, a few wins, but it's not like you get an extra 7 wins out of it, in my opinion. It's just you can't have Assad be awful, and I don't think he will be.
Yeah. Okay, Cade Horton had TJ in 2021. I think it was his freshman year at Oklahoma. Is this for sure going to be the internal brace procedure that you were talking about yesterday? Is becoming a sort of growing in popularity. I guess it's what Steele had. Take us through the parameters of this. What's going to happen for Cade Horton? Obviously, he won't pitch this year, but just what are the expectations and what type of procedure is this going to be on his right elbow?
I don't think they've determined it yet. Left elbow or right elbow, yeah. I don't think they've determined it yet. They have to get in there first and figure out if it's another TJ or internal brace.
Okay.
Either one is a year. The Tommy John is closer to 14 or 15 months, 14 probably. The internal brace is closer to a year. So you get a couple extra months out of it if it is the brace. But yeah, I would say, surgery very soon. That means mid-season next year either way, using Steele as a little bit of a timeline. So let's just call it half a season next year if he's on track and everything else. So don't know the determination in terms of what the surgery will be, but either way, it's at least a 12-month recovery process.
Pretty big blow. All right. Anything else we should know, Jess?
Pretty big blow is right. Connor Griffin will make his Wrigley debut this Friday. They saw Skeens early last year. Griffin makes his debut, and what I'm getting at is Pirates look better. Yeah. I'm still not a believer, but they look better. The Reds are off to an incredible start without Hunter Green.
Yes.
And Milwaukee is doing Milwaukee-type things. So 2 weeks in, it's turning into a really good start for the NL Central outside of the Cubs, who just look uneven. That's the word I've been using all week. They look uneven. But I'm curious if this is going to be the year that the NL Central actually sends several teams to the playoffs. We saw Milwaukee and the Cubs last year. I think the NL West is a little bit down outside the Dodgers. And actually, the NL East outside the Phillies is kind of going to beat up on each other. So maybe the NL Central is going to be a lot better than people think. They're off to the best start of the 3 divisions.
Yeah, absolutely. Reds with 8 wins, Brewers with 8 wins. All right, Jess, good stuff, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
You got it.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it. See you,
All right, Jess. Great
Jesse
stuff.
Rogers. Look at his smiling face on YouTube.
Great to have you at 11.
Live at Right Field.
Come on, Jesse.
I love it on the YouTube channel, too. YouTube.com/@.
Good man, though.
Carmen and Jurko.
Good man, though.
Like and subscribe. He's a great man. He's not a good man. He's a great man. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the socks will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
The Waddle and Silvy show will air on our YouTube channel.
the best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com/Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox dropped Game 2 against the Orioles 4-2 on a freezing afternoon in Chicago on Tuesday. Gunnar Henderson banged a game-winning 2-run homer in the 8th for the Birds. The Sox can still have a winning homestand if they can salvage today's finale. First pitch, 1:10 p.m. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to create your own milkshake. The winner will work with the Chicago White Sox head chef to design and name their own milkshake that will be sold in the ballpark. The winner will also receive a diamond suite for up to 20 guests at a White Sox home game in June of 2026. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Dream big and save big on your next backyard project at Menards. Whether you're shopping for edgers, pavers, or wall blocks, Menards has the largest in-stock selection of concrete landscape block ready to take home today. Build a beautiful border for your landscape with our Crescent Edgers on sale now through April 12th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Carmen and Jurko presented by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac Buick GMC. Find your Advantage at Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. We love our friends and partners at Advantage Dealer Group. Hey, Whiskey U is back 1 week from, what's today, Jurko? Is today Wednesday? Today's Wednesday. 1 week from today.
Is Wednesday, Carm.
It's hump day. We're a day away from the Masters. Let's go.
And next, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, next Wednesday is
tax day. It is.
Tax day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Make sure your filing's done.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Filing's all
tax day
done for 2025. Yes.
And the Masters kicks off tomorrow.
It does. Next Wednesday.
Masters.org.
Masters.org. Yeah. I believe Amazon Prime is streaming some of the Masters this year.
Some stuff.
Yes. Me and Waddle together, Bub City, Rosemont, not River North, the Rosemont location by the airport, a week from tonight, 7 to 9 with Glendronach and Old Forester. So a great scotch, a great bourbon, and me and Waddle together with great food. I mean, nobody does barbecue and delicious grub like Bub City.
Tasty.
The spread they're going to put out, it's going to be incredible.
It's going to be phenomenal.
I tell you, their happy hour menu that they've got going now, it's like, I think it's, double check me, 5 to 7 every day.
Yeah.
And man, they got the smash burgers and the pimento grilled cheese sandwich.
Yeah.
Madon.
Stuff.
Unbelievable. The menu is fantastic for the happy hour.
We're not going to be able to do this tomorrow because the tournament is going to start.
You want to do it now?
Yeah. Who do you like?
So I've got a few wagers
at the Masters.
I got a few wagers.
Right.
So let me bring up my
Have you participated in the
I did Raquel's pool.
Yeah.
I picked 6 golfers.
Some money here today.
I've already paid Raquel.
Well, good for you.
And she runs a fun Masters pool. Like, you've got to spend a certain amount of, the golfers, depending on how good they are, where their odds are, the more money. It's like an auction for like a fantasy draft, you know? Like Scotty Scheffler cost $15,000. You can only spend 60.
You got a salary cap
of 60,000. You get to pick 6 golfers.
Yes.
But if you want Scotty Scheffler, it costs you like 17 or whatever it is, $17,000.
Yes.
It's a fun draft.
There we go.
I know we were going to talk Bulls, Jack, but let's talk Masters for a minute.
I'm hoping we're going to get some egg salad and some pimentos from the Masters. Remember how we got that every single year?
They used to send the box.
They send the box. Oh, the egg salad was delicious.
All right, Jurko.
You get the cups. You get everything. Hello, friends.
So I've got, and I'm probably going to pull the trigger on one more guy because you talked about him yesterday, and I think I'm with you. I think I like Cam Thomas a little bit this week. Here are the bets I have. You ready?
Yeah.
I have Matthew Fitzpatrick at 22 to 1. Patrick Reed at 33 to 1, and then my bomber.
That's an interesting one, the Patrick Reed.
Yeah?
Yeah.
My bomber is Jake Knapp at 66 to 1. But I think I like Cam Thomas too.
Yeah.
And you were talking about how much you liked him this week.
Yeah, he's a bomber. All right, so this is who I got. And this one is an X amount of dollars per 4 guys. You can only choose 2 out of the first group, and everybody else is available for you afterward.
Okay.
Gotterup and Schefter.
I like both of those.
Out of that, for Scheffler, I should say, out of the first 2, not Adam Schefter.
No,
and then
Scheffler.
I got a common theme with my pull play.
I like the Gotterup.
Rahm and DeChambeau.
I like it.
And then I went with 2 different guys. I went with Rory and Cam Young, and then with DeChambeau and John Rahm again.
Okay, wow.
And that one's costing me.
You know there's cameras. I mean,
50. 0. Each one of those 2 picks. So, they might get about.
he's showing it. You forget there's cameras in here.
They might get about 120 to 150 guys in that pool.
Wow.
Or entries in that pool. So that one should be up there quite a bit, about $7,500. All
right.
Now, I don't know what goes to first, what goes to second, what the percentage payout is, but I like that one. When I get back to the house, I'll do the one that Raquel's got out there.
Very good. Last week I see Viking Scott's on the line. Last week at Court and Carry at the park, I brought my son to the show because we were going to opening day. And there was no school last Friday, so it was easy. And he hung out, and I'd stop short of saying enjoyed the show, but, he's just sort of put up with the show.
Yeah.
But he talked to Viking Scott for a while. He enjoyed his conversation with Viking Scott, and he asked me later in the day on Friday, he said, so that guy's name is Viking?
Yeah.
And I said, nope. I said,
yes, it is. Mother and father are from northern Sweden and Finland and Norway.
I was telling him how, you guys have been friends since you were young.
His name is Sven von Sven Eriksson.
He says his name is Viking. I said, no. I said, he's a big Viking fan. I said, you got to remember, in the 70s, he's older than me. I said, he grew up in the 70s.
Yeah.
I said, the
Minnesota
Bears
was good.
The Bears were lousy and the Vikings were great.
Yes, they were.
So he became a Viking fan, and he goes, oh. And Gio goes, that's a pretty cool nickname. So he likes Viking Scott's nickname. Yeah. Viking.
So none of these kids got nicknames for each other, huh?
They do like the baseball nickname, like the sports nickname thing for their teammates. Everybody's got a truncated name.
Yeah.
But not like the good kid, or not like festivities, or Viking Scott, or
Jumpin' John when I jumped
Jumpin'
outside.
John, right? Yeah.
First nickname I earned.
Jumpin' John.
Head coach Jumpin' John kept jumping off sides. Jumpin' John, you're killing us.
Jumpin' John. Viking Scott has a master's thought for us on ESPN.
All right, what is Viking
What's up,
Scott
Scotty?
got?
Hey, who says us old guys can't connect with the youth of America?
Oh yeah, right. Right.
Anyway, hey, so I'm big on Cameron Young, Tommy Fleetwood. Okay, I like your nap play for a bomb, by the way.
It's a bomber. It's like
And
a
the other
66 to 1. Why not?
Yeah, and then Patrick Reed is also on my list, and here's
Nice.
why.
Nice.
He's won twice already at Dubai and Qatar, and he's playing well. He did take a couple weeks off, but I do think that those guys near the top. What people have to remember here is there's only 90 golfers, and there's only one par 4 under 400 yards. The next shortest is 440. This is a bomber's paradise.
It
You
is.
better be good with your long irons, and you better be able to putt. I will say Gotterup and Bridgman are the 2 favorites for the first-time players to be low guy, debutante or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think it's going to literally come down because that Bridgman guy can putt. He can putt like nobody else. He's like
Junior
a Ben
Bridgman.
Crenshaw.
Love him.
Yes, he is. Yeah, Junior Bridgman, the old Milwaukee Bucks.
That's right,
Yeah.
yes.
So I'm looking forward to it, man. This is 4 days of just golf watching. It's fun to watch, and it gets you in the mood to start playing soon. So,
Big event for you tonight, Scotty?
yes, I got a guy. My charity auction career on the side that I do to make a few free rounds of golf and make a few bucks. Got to go do one of those tonight. I'm just glad some of those hard pronunciations that Sutne and the guy Yelis Jamara, I'm glad just they're not in it, just so I don't have to try to pronounce
Well, what do you
them.
think about
So-
Ash K. Bhatia?
So once again, one of those guys that in that middle of the pack is playing good golf, and he played there well last year, the year before, I think he could be a player, especially like if you're looking for one of those 30, 40 round first-round leaders. I just don't know if his game, that Masters pressures on Sunday can get to you.
You never know.
So I think maybe if you're looking for a nice bomb long shot like Jake Knapp and that first-round leader, you might be able to collect a little coin.
There you go. Thanks, Scotty. Appreciate it. You do. That's one thing I like about taking a shot on a guy like Reed, because he understands the pressures of winning that tournament. It can be daunting and intimidating for guys.
Yes, it can.
Young guys with the lead or inexperienced guys, if you haven't been in that position, once you get there on Sunday, it's just that intimidating of a tournament and a field and a golf course. And what's the weather look like? I mean, I know it's gorgeous there today. Are they calling for
I think they had rains. I think they had rains earlier, like last week and over the weekend, but I think they're calling for good weather.
Good weather? Yeah.
Good weather this week.
That makes it nice.
And you don't like it when the winds are whipping down there, too. They make life hell for you. Keys there, par fours. I mean, the par fives.
The par fives.
Par fives. You try to play everything else in par. Yeah. The par fives, you got to take advantage. They're the 4 easiest holes on the golf course.
Like 13 and 15 always seem to be
13, 15. Number two is the easiest.
And number 2, of course.
It's the easiest hole on the golf course.
Yeah.
Dogleg left.
Yeah.
It's approachable in 2.
They're all on in 2.
Yeah.
They're all on in 2. You have to.
8 is the most difficult of the par fives. And that's an uphill par 5 with a sand trap up on the right-hand side. And kind of a blind second shot where if you don't get the ball out to the right, and that's where the sand trap is, that you've got to carve it a little bit to get in there, and it's uphill. And it's got one of them weird undulating little greens where everything seems to run off one direction. But 8's the toughest. And the front 9 is where you got to cause your damage.
Yeah,
because the back 9's got 6 of the tougher holes.
That's right.
And this is from 1942 until present day, all the averages. And it measures out at 7,500 yards.
You won't see many more intimidating par 3s probably anywhere in the world as the 12th at Augusta, especially like on the weekend, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like 150 yards.
I mean,
and it's one of the most probably daunting, intimidating, hardest.
Your fellow countryman had a day
Remember?
that day.
Remember?
Francesco Molinari.
Oh, I remember. Well, that's what opened the door for Tiger, wasn't it?
Yes,
In 2019.
Somebody else dumped one in
Brooks.
there, too.
I think it was Koepka.
Yeah.
It was Molinari and Koepka.
Yeah.
I mean, dumped them in. Those are champion winners. Those are major champion winners, and they dumped them in the water. There's, I can't imagine anything as intimidating as 12. Like when you got to have it.
When my brother played it, he birdied it.
That's amazing.
With sweet Lou Holtz, no longer with us. Moment of silence for Lou Holtz. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
He
For a
birdied
short hole,
and G. McGuire topped him.
Wow.
He put a birdie right on top of him, so he couldn't even skin that.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, that really is.
Both of them birdied the 12th.
Unbelievable.
Good for those two.
Holy cow. All right, it's Carmen and York. We'll come back and wrap it next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000.
1000, Chicago's home for sports.
White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the socks will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Silvy,
The Waddle and Silvy show will air on our YouTube channel.
the best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Silvy even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com at Waddle and Silvy.
It's your choice. Waddle and Silvy. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
Whiskey U is back next Wednesday, everybody. It's a week from tonight, April 15th, 7 to 9, Pub City, Rosemont. Me and Tommy Waddle together. Oh, a couple of master classes here. We're going to pour some Old Forester bourbon and some Glendronach single malt Scotch whiskey. You know Waddle loves his Scotch. So come on out, sip, and learn. Seats will be limited. Grab yours early. There will be great food, great conversation, little lesson in whiskey. Most importantly, we're going to taste some delicious pours. So Whiskey U for April, next Wednesday night, 7 to 9 p.m., Pub City in Rosemont. See you there. Please drink responsibly.
Hello, friends. Ever dreamed of shooting 8 under with a perfectly dialed-in short game? Well, here's your chance. Because at the Spring Scramble at Seven Bridges Golf Club, you've got 3 teammates to help make it happen. Join us Saturday, April 25th for a Masters-themed scramble with breakfast, a Masters-inspired lunch, drink tickets, hole contests, and prizes, including official Masters merchandise. Spots are filling fast. Sign up now at sevenbridgesgolfclub.com or call 630-964-GOLF.
Hey guys, Sylvie here for Window Nation. Spring's a great time to open your windows and, oh, wait a minute, those windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or maybe they need repainting. Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a free consultation.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
With Xfinity, you already enjoy ESPN as part of your TV lineup with live games, daily sports coverage, and expert analysis. And now, the ESPN Unlimited plan is available at no additional cost, giving you access to additional ESPN content in the ESPN app, including more must-see action like WWE premium live events, on-demand programming, and originals to explore. Visit Xfinity.com/your-subscriptions to activate ESPN Unlimited access. Then start watching in the ESPN app. More from ESPN, all in one place.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Carmen and Jurko live now on ESPN Chicago. The Advantage Dealer Group invites you to check out their podcast. It's on the ESPN Chicago app.
Rich Eisen's coming up here in 9 minutes, and then at 12:30, Jeff Meller has your pregame show for White Sox and Orioles. Waddle and Silvy will start at 2 on the YouTube channel, and they'll be back on ESPN Chicago and on the app here over the air, AM and FM, when the White Sox are done. Hockey show tonight, 6 until 7, with Pat Boyle and Barstool Chief, and then tonight from 7 to 8 is Bears Weekly. So lots of good programming for the rest of your Wednesday, everybody. Here we go, everybody. Can't wait to hear the hockey show. One final week to go in the NHL season. I need PB and Chief to talk me into the Hawks making like a Sharks-esque jump next year. The Sharks might miss the playoffs, but they're close. Like, could you at least, I don't know, get to the last week of the season next year and have like 85 points? Because at least you'd be close then. You know what I mean? Like, you know, maybe they'll make the playoffs. At some point, you got to make the playoffs.
At some point, you got to score 1.25 points per game to be able to make it. And that's where you need to be. About 100 points, right? That's what it is. Take a look at it, where the standings are today, and kind of check out what the bottom teams are. They're probably at 95, 96 right now, if I had to guess.
In the West.
Yeah.
Nashville's only at 84, believe it or not. And the West is a little down this year, in fairness.
They're in 8th place?
Yes. The Kings are a point behind, and I mentioned the Sharks. They're at 81, 3 points behind. And
what's the East look like?
Well, the East has been a little bit better. I mean, the East you've got, it looks like the Flyers. How about the turnaround for the Flyers, by the way? I know most people are like, the turnaround for the Flyers? They've got 92, to your point.
Yeah.
So the East is a little bit down this year. So you're kind of right. Like, at least get to the mid-ish, upper 80s where you're in it.
Right. 115 maybe is what you need to have.
But the Hawks have 70 points again with the week to go. You know.
And are they in second to last or third to last?
Second to last.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vancouver's dead last. So Vancouver traded Quinn Hughes this year.
I got you.
Bottomed out.
Yeah. Bottomed out.
They've got 50. The Vancouver Canucks have 52 points. Oh, my God. That's hard to do.
Yeah.
52 points.
Well, they've done it right.
Oh, my.
Yeah, they want to be bad, and they are. They're definitely bad.
Anti-tanking talking hockey? You don't hear too much of it in
no.
hockey. Connor Bedard, by the way, did get to career point 200, Yerk, last week.
Oh.
And I brought this stat up with you guys a few weeks ago. The interesting thing about that is Connor Bedard becomes just the 15th player in NHL history, He becomes just the 15th player in NHL history to record 200 career points by their age 20 season. There's only 15 guys. Macklin Celebrini will join this group next year. Macklin Celebrini is 19 now. He'll be his age 20 season next year. He's already at 170 career points.
Yeah, you have a feeling.
He's got over 100 points this year. He's 19.
Yeah. How many games has Connor Bedard played?
This year, I think he's at 67, give or take, 68, something like that.
Is he a point-a-game guy?
Yes, a little bit more.
All right.
Yeah, a little bit more. He is one of only 15 players ever with 200 career points by their, through their age 20 season. He's on this list with guys like Sidney Crosby and Mario Lemieux and Ron Francis and Steven Stamkos, Jaromir Jagr, Steve Yzerman, Dale Howardchuk. I mean, it is a list of lists. And, of course, Wayne Gretzky, who not only got to 200 by age 20, Yerk, but got to 300. And as you'd imagine, he is the only player in history by age 20 to have 300 points. But I tell you, Howardchuk and Crosby were close. They were at 296 and 294. That's impressive. That's how good Sidney Crosby's been. 301 for Gretzky. But, Bedard is a great player playing on a really bad team. And they need to make more of this at some point. And again, Macklin Celebrini at least has the Sharks kind of like feisty and competitive, and they're just better. They've got more around him. But, they sort of hung around in the playoff race for a little while, even though they're probably going to come up short. The Sharks end the season against the Hawks next Wednesday. I can't go. I was going to say, do you want to go to the game? But it's Whiskey U.
Yeah.
Damn.
No, that's
because we wanted to try to go to a Hawks game.
I went to a Hawks game.
I went to one, too.
Yeah, so we both went to one. Congratulations to us.
I wanted to try
How many Bulls games you been to?
One.
0
to 1 this year.
Very proud of that.
I was I got to see them play Charlotte. That Horton team is fun.
Sylvia and I.
Yeah, you guys are on the Bullcot together.
We're on that together. 100% correct.
You guys definitely are.
We see eye to eye.
Yeah. I actually was happy to be there and see a good team. Unfortunately, it just wasn't the Bulls. It was the Hornets, who played a good, fun game in Boston last night, if you checked any of that out. So, by the way, I made the switch over to I've had it, Yerk. The whole, everybody calls with an idea how to pirate it. I tried one of these. It's a pain in the ass.
You don't like it?
I'll tell you more about it tomorrow, maybe. All right. The quality is pathetic. I mean, what good is it if, just take it for $100 for the year? It's just, you can't watch it. So I'll tell you, I'm done. They got us by the balls. These media companies, these networks, they got us by the balls. Right? And Jack's even agreeing over there.
Oh, Jack likes it, though.
It's sickening. I'll tell you what, I'm finally, I had to, but you got to change services. You got to do this. You got the rigmarole, Yerk. Oh, the rigmarole.
They put you through it.
The rigmarole. Thanks to Jay Moore. Thanks to Jack. Thanks to Jesse Rogers. And most importantly, thank you for listening and calling into today's fun show. We'll see you guys tomorrow. The Masters will be underway. Can't wait. Rich Eisen's up next. White Sox baseball with Jeff Meller at 12:30. Len and DJ have the first pitch just after 1. Enjoy some day baseball later on. We'll see you tomorrow.
There's a difference between driving and arriving. At Advantage Acura of Naperville, performance meets precision in every vehicle. Refined luxury, responsive handling, cutting-edge safety features, you'll find it all at Advantage Acura. Their team is committed to delivering a seamless, transparent experience from start to finish. At Advantage Acura, it's not just about putting you in a vehicle, it's about earning your trust. Discover the full lineup of Acura models at Advantage Acura of Naperville, or begin your search online at AdvantageAcura.com. Precision-crafted performance.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, it's really nice to work with a law firm who's there for you and has your back when you're injured.
That's right, Hoodie. With Howard, it's personal.
Thanks, guys. And well, after all, Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
Auto, truck, rideshare, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Injury law made personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings
on ESPN Chicago.
No one likes having to choose. That's why, with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
And now, here comes Soler.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
They're going to start to fight. They're throwing blows.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
We got major differences here.
Earlier on the show, longtime golf writer Alan Shipnock. Coming up, Basketball Hall of Famer Chris Webber. Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Chris Webber, C-Web, as he's affectionately known, my Basketball Hall of Fame friend and a University of Michigan fellow fan, is going to be joining us in about 20 minutes' time to talk about what we saw Monday night and what it means moving forward for the Michigan Wolverine program and all of us together. It's going to be great. And then we'll welcome in the Ohio State's Albert Breer. To be fair and balanced. Although, you know what's not fair and balanced right now?
Oh, here we go. I know exactly what you're going to say.
What's not fair and balanced right now?
The Big Ten's domination in college sports right now.
College sports.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're so.
You
telegraph all your moves.
What's to be disputed? Listen, I know you are soon to be officially married and wedded to a Georgia Bulldog, and you have been a Georgia Bulldog fan for quite some time because of it. I understand you're an SEC. You got SEC in your household.
I do.
I understand. And happy wife, happy life. I get it.
Yeah, sure.
But the last 3 football champions have been Big Ten, Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana.
2.5.
What's 2.5?
Well, yours has an asterisk.
Okay, appreciate you saying that. Good enough. I'll take it. Don't care. Then you've got the Big Ten winning both basketball titles this year, women's and men's, because UCLA said, I don't care. I don't care. It's fine.
I don't know what I mean.
I don't care. They could have joined any other conference. Didn't join the Big Ten.
Big East.
I mean, when your conference spans the entire 48 connected states, probably the two.
Well, I mean,
aren't.
it's big. It's big. It's big.
It's like
so
you should
big.
Everything.
We put the teams put the big in Big Ten. It's this day and age, guys. You got to stop living in the past. Stop living in the past.
Big Ten.
I understand.
How many teams are technically in the?
I believe it's 18.
Nuts.
It's 18.
Is it?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe it's the big. I think it's 18 now.
They got the most money.
16, 18. I lose track because there's too many to count who win championships. And then Thursday night, the Frozen Four commences. Half the Frozen Four, Big Ten, Wisconsin and Michigan. Somebody could.
That's always like that.
I do like the Frozen.
Not always.
Notre Dame.
Well, more recently with Michigan being in it, winning it all. So, Notre Dame did not sneak in.
Not this year.
Not this year, no, sir.
18 teams in
18 teams, yeah.
Exactly. It's crazy.
Big 18.
You better be good.
I'm also not mentioning other sports that have gotten Big Ten champions.
Yeah, you guys are dominating.
Thank you. What's so difficult? You got to mention asterisks. You got to make fun of telegraphing punches.
We got to have the facts out there first. First and
facts are out there. That
first and foremost,
it's the Big Ten world right now, and I understand there's East Coast bias in sports in general, Southeast bias in college sports. Always got to look out for that SEC. Got to look out. It just means more. As I tell Greg Sankey every single time he comes on the program, we chop it up.
Let's get them all. Let's hit them all now while we got the muscle.
And we got the muscle. We sure got the muscle. I think I saved this post. Let me see if I did or not. I think I did. I hope I did, because I've now mentioned that the post has been saved. So now I've got to actually tap dance till I see if I actually saved the post on Threads. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't. There's other sports. Big Ten won others have dominated other sports this year. So it's a Big Ten world. We're collecting rent.
UCLA men's baseball. They're the number one baseball team.
That's right. Thank you for that. I appreciate you.
They're a Pac-12 team.
What's the Pac-12? I'm looking up the Pac-12 standings. I don't see them.
No one thinks that UCLA is a Big Ten team.
Like Rutgers is not in the exactly. Rutgers.
Can you just acknowledge that? And
Rutgers is a Big Ten team.
Yeah, but they're not. They're not.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
They're not.
All right. Hey, it's good to know. By the way, the Atlantic Coast Conference has 2 teams on the Pacific Coast,
which is absolute.
I don't deny it, but it's not.
Absurd.
So it's not like we're the only ones. We, being Big Ten, are the only ones. We have the world is wide enough, is what I'm saying, to welcome in, and more can come, because it just does mean more for the Big Ten now.
So the phrase that you'd made fun of the SEC now forever, you're co-opting it?
No, I'm just talking about how much it means, because there's more champions in our conference than anybody else's right now. I'm glad I brought that up. Got that off my chest.
Yeah.
You root for Big Ten teams. You should be feeling the same way.
A Big Ten team. Like one.
Well, soon enough. When's Florida State coming? They want out. Listen, if you want a conference to actually fight for to get in the college football playoffs, come to the Big Ten. So,
come out to the coast.
Okay. Come out to the coast. I'll have a few laughs.
Yeah.
Ask UCLA. Did you see the UCLA women on Kimmel last night with their championship trophy?
Congrats to them.
That happened. That's right. Oh, boy. If Michigan wins again next year and the Final Four is in Detroit, what up, dough?
It is in Detroit next year?
It is indeed.
Wow. You're still not going to go.
I don't know.
I got to say.
What?
You should have went.
Why? What do you care?
1989 is the number.
You should have went.
What is
like Chuck D said?
Schefter was there.
I mean, that's great.
Lawan went up.
Does Schefter have a show called The Adam Schefter Show that's on 3 hours a day with you guys?
I mean, he
does not.
He's on a lot of stuff every day.
He does not. He can do his work off of his telephone.
I'm just saying.
Literally, if he wants to shoot his podcast, he can do it off his telephone.
I mean, you could zoom in from a hotel room.
Guess what? Was it better having me sitting in this chair with Jeff Ross sitting here?
Nah, because
how good was it for our show? If I may toot a horn, to have not one but 2 national champion head coaches on yesterday.
You could have done. I could have zoomed though.
But you would have been back in time.
How could I have been?
The PJs.
There's no Michigan person in Los Angeles who went to the game that has private aviation.
I put aside my own personal moments.
I'm with you, Rick.
My shining moment.
I'm going to text. Hold on. I'm going to text.
And we're
for
saying you should.
I did it for you.
You shouldn't have did it for me.
I did it for us.
Would you have rather gone to the game?
Who?
I'm going to ask your son.
The best thing about
leave my son out of it. First of all, he's in school. He's not to be on his phone. He's not going to answer you.
He'll answer.
No, he's not. He's not supposed to be on his phone, and he's very good about that.
Oh, yeah. Teenagers never do what they're not told to do. Yeah.
Stay away from my child during school, sir. There's probably about 3 ordinances I could use right now here in Los Angeles County. All right.
You should have went.
Mike, hit the drop. Hit the drop, please. No, God.
What is this?
Great question, Mike.
If you were around more.
There we go.
All right.
Sorry.
Let's start again.
Rewind.
Hit the drop. Hit the drop.
Baseball.
Thank you very much.
What was that?
Baseball.
You
got to get a better job. We're talking baseball.
He wanted.
I would like to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome the Pittsburgh Pirates into the world of roster building to try and win baseball games.
It's been a long time.
Congrats.
Congratulations to 19-year-old Connor Griffin.
This dude is a beast.
Who is a beast, shortstop, and a clear cornerstone of any baseball franchise. Normally, if you get a cornerstone of a baseball franchise in Pittsburgh, Yankee fans are like, can't wait.
Right.
And we were that way about Skeens the last couple of years. He signed a 9-year extension, a 9-year new contract that runs through the 2034 season. And basically what the Pirates did was buy out 3 years of free agency for this kid. 9 years, $140 million for the young man who became the first teenage position player to debut since Juan Soto did it in 2018, long time ago, before he was a mercenary, when he loved baseball.
He still does.
Oh, okay.
He gets paid handsomely.
And so what this means is the Pirates are, it is the, let me get this right, too, the largest guarantee in Pirates history.
Yeah.
Woo! For any player in his rookie season. So the Pittsburgh, congratulations, Pirates fans. This is what it looks like to have your team take money and spend it on a player who's very, very, very good and who could be potentially generationally great, and keep him in Pittsburgh and give you something to watch that you know you will be seeing with good health for a long time.
Yep.
And that's the way it's done. Wild.
I'm blown away. Pittsburgh's entire payroll this year is $135 million, and they just gave $140 to this kid.
Well, for over 9 years. I mean, again,
I know, stretched out, but that just shows, they're kind of serious. They did sign a bunch of free agents this offseason. They had a quiet, good offseason, and, they're kind of a sneaky sleeper playoff pick. They're playing well. They got skiing some run support yesterday. They got a win.
Cooper thinks they're going to make the playoffs. He likes giving me hot takes every now and then. He thinks they have a real good chance. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Real good chance.
Yeah. And by the way, you might be sitting here going, what is this kid doing? 19 years old. He could make way more than $140 million.
Probably, but...
Let me just say this, though. Of somebody with a soon-to-be 18-year-old in the house. You tell a 19-year-old kid who plays baseball for a living, here is a $140 million guarantee over the next 9 years.
Yes.
And he's just like, so by the time I'm 28, I can then make more money after the $140 million in the bank.
I'm in.
Yep. Sold.
Tell that to a 19-year-old. And the answer is yes, sold. So congratulations to Pirates fans right there.
Very cool.
Another piece of news that caught my eye last night happened just down the road from here, right? So the Braves,
beautiful Anaheim, yeah,
and the Angels playing one another. Let me get this correct because I need to get the numbers here. Jorge Soler, former Brave, and Reynaldo Lopez, Braves pitcher. Their history. Let me get the numbers here. Soler. 14 for 23 with 5 homers and 3 doubles against Lopez. All right. And that includes the home run Soler had in his first at-bat against Lopez last night. And then he got hit by a 96-mile-an-hour fastball in his second. His third at-bat, a ball that was high and on the inside half of the plate, caused Soler to get a little upset. And it took a while to simmer.
It did.
Because if you watch the replay, the Angels broadcast is in a replay of a stolen base attempt, and they're showing it from 2 different angles, and then all of a sudden it's like off camera, they start playing the feud. Lopez apparently gave an answer that Soler did not like after Soler, arms extended, gave him the international symbol of WTF. And the quote was, here we go, that he didn't like the answer one bit. Kurt Suzuki said he didn't blame Soler one bit for his reaction. And then Soler charged the mound and said, after the home run and getting hit by a pitch after that, and then he missed way too high and close to my head. At this level, you can't miss like that. Off we go. Now, one thing was different and one thing was the same. Well, 2 things were different. One thing is that Lopez had the baseball in his hand when he threw a punch at Soler.
Sure did.
And that's now being called a newfangled knuckleball. I've never seen that.
Me neither.
We've seen haymakers thrown, but I've never seen a ball in the hand of a guy who's throwing the punch. The other thing I hadn't seen before was a manager. Walt Weiss got down like Jeff Van Gundy. He took down, but Van Gundy couldn't take down Alonzo Mourning back in the day.
Good form tackle by Walt Weiss.
But Walt Weiss took down.
Yeah.
Right?
He came in just flying out. His hat was off, and he form tackled Soler.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Right there. And the Falcons said, put on the pad, Skip. Well done by the Falcons.
Took him down.
He did take him down.
Or it could have been a lot worse.
Could have been a lot worse.
Soler was throwing big old punches at anyone, particularly Lopez, but anyone in his way.
Yeah, I asked him if everything was okay, and the answer he gave me, I didn't like it, Soler said through an interpreter.
Yeah, like you said, it took a while to simmer. Soler was kind of standing there staring at him. Then he kind of said a few words, and then Lopez just kind of did all right, come get some.
Oh, got it. So now, let me ask you this, because this is the thing that also is the same. Mike Hoskins in hockey, can you come off the bench and be part of a fight without there being it's a no. In the NBA, can you even set a toe on the floor if there's a fight?
Negative.
In baseball, can you come streaming out of the dugout?
Yeah. Well, streaming, I mean.
Okay, there's one thing. But the thing I don't understand, because the dugouts are right there. Yeah. Okay, so you can be part of the fight to break it up or make it worse on the spot. Yep. I will never understand for the life of me, as long as I'm on this planet, understand bullpens come running.
It's the best.
just like, hold on, I do this all the time. It's my favorite thing to do on this show. Hold on, man. Hold on, just hang on. Keep fighting. I'm almost there. Wait a minute, almost. Hold on. I see the infield dirt. It's close. Hold on. Keep going. I'm almost there. Made it. Wait a minute. It's over.
I have to walk back.
It's you know what it's like? It's like you pick up the check. It's paid for, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold on, I got this.
I'll get it wrong.
I already.
No, you already paid the check.
I already signed for it.
You're making the reach.
Got this.
But it's not even you're making the reach. Well, it's time to pay the check.
I got this.
What are we doing? And how is that legal? Let's have 12 more people join the fight from 250 feet away.
After the fight's over.
After the fight's over.
Add that in.
I will never understand why that's cool. Or what are they doing? I guess getting in their steps. They're trying to make sure that their ring on their phone is all filled up for the day.
Save their steps.
They got that health app going.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's only the Red Sox who have the phones on them.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you to have the Apple Watch.
Baseball.
Very, very good to me.
Very, very good.
Chris Webber's coming up next right here on the program.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
White Sox fans, take advantage of our unbeatable season-long deals. Enjoy savings with a $5 concessions menu, which includes $5 Miller Lite draft beer, Garrett popcorn, Stadium buttery, Vienna hot dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. Plus, enjoy a fan favorite this season. Get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $24 with Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Vasectomy. Oh, that scary word. Men cringe when they hear it. Hey, I cringe too. Well, I'm here to tell you, cringe no more. I had it done last month. I was back to work that afternoon. It was that easy. Thanks to Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. They offer this safe, easy, 30-minute, virtually painless in-office vasectomy. No joke. No needle. No scalpel. No hospital stay either. And the doc there, wow, he made me feel so comfortable and so relaxed. No ice packs or frozen peas. Nothing like that. And my wife, well, she's ecstatic too.
If your family's complete, log on to vasectomychicago.com. Read the testimonials. Learn more about no needle, no scalpel in-office vasectomy. Offered at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago with your tax refund on the way. Now is the time. Most insurance accepted. Call now to set up your consultation at one of their 5 locations. Downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower by Navy Pier and free parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Call toll free at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Big refund, big project, big savings at Menards. Turn your tax refund into a new deck. Shop the largest in-stock selection of AC2 pressure-treated lumber and thick decking. All easy to load in our drive-through lumber yard. Plus, get free estimates fast using our easy-to-use deck design program. Save big on AC2 pressure-treated lumber and thick decking at Menards. Also, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Business checking accounts for big business, small business, and most importantly, your business. Republic Bank of Chicago is the bank for business, and we've got what you need to succeed. Business Zelle? Check. Online and mobile banking? Check. More than 60 years serving Chicago? Check. Visit ourbankchicago.com or one of our 20 locations to open your account today. Business checking that takes banking beyond expectations. Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
Okay, can I go now?
Let's hear it, Professor.
All right. Join us for Whiskey University, Wednesday, April 15th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Bub City in Rosemont. We'll study Old Forester bourbon and Glendronach single malt Scotch whiskey.
Not bad.
I don't overanalyze it, Carm. I just know great Scotch when I taste it.
Just continue, please.
Whiskey U. Come sip, enjoy, and learn something new. I mostly just enjoy.
We noticed.
Class is in session April 15th from 7 to 9.
You forgot one thing.
Oh, yeah. Please drink responsibly.
Bravo. A+.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Carmen and Jurko, now 9 a.m. to noon, weekdays on the home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago.
87. That's 800-575-9087 or simply visit TRA.com.
I'm very fortunate to do what I do for a living and able to reach out to people important in my life for big moments like Michigan winning the whole thing and basketball. When Michigan won the whole thing in football, for instance, I reached out to Charles Woodson.
Did.
Now, it's time to reach out to Chris Webber. Here on the Rich Eisen Show, ladies and gentlemen. Look at us right now.
What's up, fellas?
Congrats, boys.
What's up, man?
Look at us, Chris. Look at us. That's it. That's all. Thanks for joining.
And you know, I can't wait to go golfing with Woodson so we can talk more trash to everybody else that's out on the golf course.
That's right. Is that a Lake Nona situation? Is that what you're talking about?
No, you just know, when we're just out there. Now we just got something else, to brag about besides, beating Ohio State in football when they won their championship and the 4 times before that, winning the championship.
Thank you. That's it.
And then, kind of this. So, I can't wait to see Jimmy Jackson and some of my other friends.
Yes, now we're talking. Saying it with chests. That's how we speak these days. Just awesome. But let's start with the Saturday night of it all first. What was it like being back with your Fab Five friends, colleagues, brethren to do your altcast during the what do we call it? BTAing of Arizona.
Yeah. It was great. We talked about it right here first, and kind of my first reaction is kind of what it is. It was prophetic, and we were like some young guys again, being able to, in the dorms and having fun with each guy, sharing different personalities with each other. And it's just great. I think you saw everything from Ray being the youngest, almost a year younger than anyone else, or a year and a half more than anyone else, to Juwan breaking out X's and O's, and everyone else kind of doing their thing. So it was exciting with Jalen there and Jimmy there. So the night after was even that much more exciting, hanging out with them till planes had to be taken and all that stuff. And so it was great to be able to cheer on a great team, a great coach, and along with some great fans. So it was a great weekend, man.
I bet. But just, I've also heard there might have been some late night dining on Saturday night into Sunday morning. Chris?
Yeah.
Did that happen?
Yeah, I didn't realize how soft I was, man. I used to not be as soft as I am now, man.
What do you mean? What do you mean by soft? What are you talking about?
What do I mean by soft? Staying up till 6:30 in the morning, would have been nothing a long time ago. And I'm still paying for it right now, brother.
Not financially, right? Like, who picked up the check, actually?
Ooh, good question.
Did the agents pick up the check?
No, they didn't. You know what? We should have used the company card, too.
Yeah, put on the Underhills. Who picked up the check? Who grabbed the check?
I believe Jalen picked it up.
Oh,
if he didn't, a wonderful restaurant owner did there, and so he hooked it up. It was an awesome time, man, to hang out, and that was to the wee hours of the morning, and then we went back and enjoyed the wee hours of the morning, and so. It's always great being around great people, and whether it's your agents or your friends, and both have known for so long. So it was a great time.
Did you become closer? Not to get too deep here, but did this bond you even closer? Getting back together with the current Michigan team doing what they're doing, Chris?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because we're very close, and so I think every moment. Let me put it this way: every moment you have together brings you closer. So I don't want to say no, but this is who we are. You know what I mean? We spend time with each other. We're on the phone or hanging out in whether it's separate or different capacities or a different number or group out the group. But it's. I think that if anything, Rich. We're at a mature place where we could appreciate it more than ever. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So if you can appreciate it more than ever, it means you're enjoying the moment more than you have in the past and being aware of the moment. And so I would say at an age of maturity, that's kind of the most special moment, the big boy thing.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because it accentuates every other moment. Like, this doesn't change us or bring us closer together, but can you believe we even made it this far after Jalen and I getting, tattoos and in the garage with an ink pen at 18 years old, you know, you shouldn't be here. So it makes those moments that much more special, you know, when you didn't get tetanus from a tattoo.
Well, and the crazy thing is you're the OGs now, Chris. You are the OGs. Now, I understand Glenn Rice and Ramil and Terry Mills and what have you. And they were the ones who were able to raise a banner in their time together. But you guys, the Fab Five, are definitely viewed by a younger generation as more attuned to this day and age, to be honest. And nothing could be more, I guess, indicative of that than the fact that, you know, Brandon McCoy announced he's going to Michigan from Sierra Canyon right in the middle of your allcast to you guys during the middle of the Arizona-Michigan game. And so you're the OGs. The current guys trying to make history are out there on the court. And here's a kid saying, hey, Fab Five, I'm coming to join and follow in your footsteps. It was just an awesome moment for me as a fan and an alum to watch. What was it like for you?
It was great. And, you know, that's what makes great organizations or programs. You know, being friends with Kobe, you know, he never said that his team or he was better than Magic's team, because when you're great in a program, you know, the school is who it is because of you. And so we wouldn't have been us without Glenn Rice and those guys, and our job is to share those stories, because a basketball purist, which basketball players are, want to know the history of the game. And so when schools erase a piece of legacy or history and does not allow the story to be told, it breaks up with the culture of basketball, which is what happened at the University of Michigan. And so how it feels great. But I tell you, there's a young guy like a Darius Acuff that I've been working with, and his father, and have known forever, and I see how that goes. So, Rich, you got to understand, we've never left basketball, so I'm glad that the fans are finally seeing it. But from Rich Acuff to other picks that are high picks, we've been working with for a long time. And so my thing is, I'm really glad that we were able to represent the University of Michigan so that we can continue to kind of, you know, be there for the wonderful coach like Dusty Mays, who set his own tone and his own program, and he did a wonderful job. However, if I was a Miami football player, you better talk about Michael Irvin or you're not a purist. And so it is what it is. You can't erase us op-ed memories of the fans, which was why that altcast was special. But more importantly, those that are doing it and grinding it every day, like that young man coming to the University of Michigan, it was so special watching him declare on TV. I know what that moment is like. I imagined his parents and family behind him with food and drinks and being quiet and telling a young kid to shut up and taking a baby in the other room. I can only imagine it. And those kids know that it's authentic. And so when you move that authenticity away from a program, kids know it too. And you can't even, you know, sometimes make up for that with the NIL. You have to have great coaching, great culture. And that's what this team did. And so it's really exciting to be a part of it and to be able to make sure we highlight the wonderful aspects of a great school like that, but also to be able to say, hey, you guys have your own identity. And when you're in a great program, everybody can walk into a room and have their own identity and not take over, you know, and have to have a debate or other discussions. And everybody can get credit, because when you're the man, you can be the man. You know, you don't have to worry about comparisons.
Chris Webber, Basketball Hall of Famer here on the Rich Eisen Show. What do you think of Yaxel's game?
I think Yaxel's a big-time player. I think he did a wonderful job in college. It was fun watching him be so consistent and really taking over the tournament. And so it was really great watching a player like him. I think he has a lot of heart, and I think it'll translate on the next level. And so what's great is that after games like this in the championship, whether it's your worst or your best game, you know you always got a lot of room to get better there. And when you're that good, it's great that he has a lot to work with. So I'm looking forward to him excelling at the next level.
Yeah, I think, listen, I'm biased. I think he's a top 10. He's a lottery pick, hands down. Like his size, his abilities, and then in the national championship game, clearly not himself, plays all 20 minutes in the first half. made some big plays in the second half, following up shots. He was awesome. And then the rest.
You can't just look at that one game. I think his selflessness may have told more, because he could have had 20 and forced it and said, "Hey, I want to prove to the critics that I can score a lot." And if they would have lost, then what would we be talking about? And so I think that with a lot of players, you take a lot of things into consideration when you're evaluating a player. And consulting a lot of these teams, some of the things I know they're going to take into consideration with him is being a gamer, him showing up, him making big shots, not running from it, and then him not using the moment to take big shots or to push the envelope when the team is doing great. So he's a great teammate. And so, you want to see those things along with talent, because really it depends on what position he plays, how he plays it, all those other things that are skill-based, but it all starts with what type of player are you? So he's skilled, he can get a bucket at any time, and then those intangibles that are going to make him a fun guy to be around. I mean, you heard the players after the game talk about him. That is just as important as the stats. And in the game when he didn't need it, and you look at the story of a young man that, maybe they let shoot in the finals a long time ago, and he turns into the MVP. So, you have to make room for other players to be great. And so Yaxel is great. The future is bright. And every teammate that he plays with is going to be a little bit better. And that's something you can't say for each player that you evaluate getting ready for the draft.
I'll be honest, Smithy, and you're a great guy to talk about this with, since you're, Michigan, you're from the state of Michigan. You've been a Wolverine fan, having a front row seat. You know what I'm about to say is quite a lot. I mean, Dusty, he's 64-13 in 2 years with a championship in his back pocket. And he has a chance to be the Bo Schembechler of basketball. He could stay put and win and keep winning. I mean, Bo didn't win a national championship, but different times, obviously. But he really he's got a shot here. In just 2 years, he's 51 games over 500 already. And he does it in a way that kind of speaks to, our language of comportment about, what a Midwestern leader is, He's got that opportunity, Chris, for real.
He does. I mean, he's a throwback to the Bobby Knight era. And you really,
Well, he was a student manager of Bobby's,
I love history. I'm sure that all day that, if I got around you, I would ask you questions about Howard Cosell, other people, because I know you studied it, right?
Yes,
true. And so he studied it. He's been there. He's been able to change with the times. He's not going to, throw a chair at you, He's seen, he's been there and he's worked his way up. And so I really love the culture that he set, but he did it at FIU. He did it before. And so I'm really excited that he's excited about Michigan. And I also this is part of his character to me, but it also seems like in the midst of frustration, after we win it and go back-to-back next year, let's say that it was 4 years, and then he's going to win 4 more Final Fours. I mean, you mentioned Bo, you mentioned others, and there's been seasons where there hasn't always been the best season, and he can withstand that as well.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take perseverance into account when you're kind of judging the heart and character of everyone, and the way that he handled it all year, his temperament, even killed, allowed the guys to be silly, allowed them to kind of lean on him. And you're going to know that you're going to have that during the lean years, because again, he's going to need a program that invests in the NIL. And, this is really the first time Michigan has done it significantly, and it allowed a wonderful coach to do some wonderful things, but he's going to have to need all hands on deck, whether it is groups that really haven't been able to be part of Michigan before, like the Fab Five, as you still have to talk about it. I mean, TNT did it. Michigan didn't do it. And he's been great, even speaking out about us when I'm sure that, things weren't guaranteed and he had to come through with a win. So you already see that he knows the big picture, that he's very confident on his own. He doesn't need anyone's help. But however, he's a team player, and I'm excited that he's the future. And he's a Big Ten guy. Where else is he going to go? With a Big Ten, the brightest and the best. He's already shown that. He is Michigan. This young team, they are Michigan. They're what makes the culture, along with the '89 team that made it the best, along with them. But they took the standard and they moved it forward. And that's what great, programs do. A team wins, they do their job or whatever they do what they weren't supposed to do. And then these guys took it to another level. And I really love the way that they did it with the teamwork, the family. And so they also re-instilled those values of this is how the locker room should be as well. So it's cool watching them. I could talk about them all day.
Me too. But you know how things are talked about in this business, Chris. Got to choose who's the best of the leaders and best of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Is this team the best Michigan team of all time?
They are Michigan. I think you can only have that conversation with two teams, the 89 team and them. And they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for 89. 89 is the first team ever to do it. Didn't have coaches, all that stuff. And 89 is not better than this team because this team had a bunch of guys that just got together, did it and played so well. So I'm a guy, when I don't talk, I would never say the Lakers team, this is better if they won a championship. Or when I was talking to Ray Allen, he would never say this team is better than the one he has because the program is the best. So we look like newbies when we talk about which team is the best because that means we only got a couple choices. We only got two. So from the Alabamas and others that have many that can't have that or won't have that conversation, I just, can't buy it. But we're not Michigan without them. They set the tone. They taking us into the future. And, this is one of the best teams I've ever watched play before, let alone one of the best in Michigan. So hopefully that was, politically correct enough. But it's really what I believe because when you're a hooper and you're the man, you don't really compare yourself against others because you feel like we did what we were supposed to do. It's the program and we move forward. So that's just how I feel about who's the best.
Well, as they say on Family Feud.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Good answer.
Good answer. Good answer. Because, we need more championships. Otherwise, you're newbies. It's just like, oh, it's one or the other. But and again, I know the Fab Five weren't able to raise a banner. But what you guys did still resonates today. We're in 2026 as a new standard, as you pointed out, for this program is being set and moving it forward. You guys were the ones they reached out to say, sit down. It's been, that long. It's been 30-something years. But you guys are as relevant as ever. And just I'm looking at you right here, Chris, and seeing you and seeing the babyface versions of you in the background. But I'm seeing, your attire. You got the jump man, and then there's you. And that's the swag with the M that's on the other side. You plus that jump man is what I think gives the OG swag status to the current Dusty May program to tell kids like McCoy, you understand who we are. Come on, let's go. I'm honest, for real.
And you're so right. And I'm going to take that, especially since if it was NIL for us, we would have been paid to play and paid to sell product because that's what we did then. And so, yeah, maybe it wouldn't be a Jordan that says, yeah, we're going to invest in them because they sold Hirachis and socks. But for Dusty May to really honor that, how can we move forward without the best coaches coming forward? So it's cool being proud of that because we just have to stay in our lane. Would we have beat them? Yeah. Would they have beat us? Yeah. They're supposed to say that. When we get in different rooms, yeah. But that conversation is only between two teams, the 89 team and this team, because we're going to play our role. And when we walk in a room with anyone, we felt our own and we did enough. But because that's just what we do, it's really, it's cool. And because that's just what Dusty does. He already went to the Final Four, came here and finished what he was going to do anyway. That's the great part about it, that we have the best talent and the best people that would have done it anywhere else. And it's a choice to go there. And we chose to come there. And when you choose to come there, you're already part of a small group of winners. And it's just, how far can you go on your road and your journey? And so for me, yeah, we would have beat them. They would have beat us. I would have fouled them. It would have been a great game. But I know the day we can't play. But I know the day I can go on the golf course and brag to some friends that you see those young boys. That's what we do. And I'd rather brag about that than go someplace and be the only team and be like, yeah, that one team, And so to me, it's really cool to watch them, to watch their parents, their families and know how hard they work, to really appreciate the journey. This makes me go back into my journey and say, wow, you know, it makes us appreciate again what we've come through, because they reminded us, whether it's the joy on their face, whether it's the Axel hurting his ankle the other day, going to the locker room and grimacing in pain, and then, you know, coming back out to the game and playing. So for me, it just helps us appreciate the journey, because at the end of the day, the process and what they've gone through is really what makes it all worth it.
You're the man, Chris Webber. I don't take this for granted. And next time we talk, it'll be NBA playoffs time, and here we go, off we go. And then we'll just see if the Lakers can win a game in the playoffs without, Luka and Reeves. And then we'll see what's going on in the East. And then we'll see again, hey, last time Michigan won the national championship in '89, we know who won the NBA championship as well. That would be the Detroit Pistons.
Wow. I saw a great fight today on YouTube with Isaiah and Bill Cartwright, and it reminded me how much we hated the Bulls and how much you could fight in the NBA back in '89. I think the game.
What was Isaiah thinking? By the way, Bill Cartwright had reach, man. He had reach.
I think he was, Isaiah's from Chicago. He probably had family in the audience, thought they was going to jump down there with him. But remember, though, Isaiah broke his hand, I think, on Parrish and on Lambeer. I think it was on Lambeer. So he was, he was the babyface assassin. He'd smile, but he'd hit you in the mouth.
That's right. The Bad Boys and Chuck Daly dressed like, he was out of The Sopranos. That's who won the championship last time Michigan cut down a net in college. Chris, thanks for the time. Love you, man. We'll chat next week.
Who won the championship? I forgot.
I forgot.
Go Blue, baby.
Blue know it.
Yeah, baby.
Chris Webber right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Yeah, what an absolute delight. He's back with more right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Albert Breer, top of hour 3, talking football.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Are the Boston Celtics going to continue to prove me right, whether I like it or not, as a New York Knicks fan? That and so much more on the Wednesday afternoon cool edition of Freddie and Harry. With me, Freddie Coleman and Harry Douglas. We'll see you 3 p.m. Eastern Time on the mighty ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and ESPN Plus.
Friday on SEC Network. An SEC Baseball Lone Star Showdown in College Station, Texas. The Texas Longhorns.
Aiden Robbins. You can forget about it.
Take on the Texas A&M Aggies.
Aiden Sorrell, and he's gone deep to right again.
Second-ranked Texas at 18th-ranked Texas A&M. Friday, 8 Eastern on SEC Network and the ESPN app.
Eisen, wide receiver 3? If I'm the Rams, Sean McVay with Matthew Stafford, they're looking to get back into the Super Bowl. I'm taking Jordan Tyson. No question that he's available at this point.
You can watch First Draft on YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcast.
ESPN presents the Stanley Cup playoffs, the most exciting playoffs out there. A 2-month roller coaster filled with sudden death overtimes, good old-fashioned chaos, and a beauty we call McJesus. Every shift matters. Every series is a statement, and everyone gets their shot at the cup. The Stanley Cup playoffs, presented by Geico, begins April 18th on ABC, ESPN, and the ESPN app.
Amber and Ian.
There's a movie theater in your neck of the woods. Apparently, you can watch Jaws.
Not apparently.
And you watch it while floating in an inner tube. And then there's divers under you.
They grab people by the legs during the most terrifying moments.
I don't even think they would need divers. I mean, they could have things brush against your legs without actually pulling you into the water. As a lawyer, I do not understand how this exists.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. The 2026 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
So you ready for the draft? Let's get started.
Live from the North Shore of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You know, I have a unique blend of athleticism and size at this position.
All the teams are sitting there just absolutely licking their chops.
He doesn't have the big-time arm strength. He's good, not elite.
The 2026 NFL Draft.
The Las Vegas Raiders select
Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Marty and McGee.
So whenever I'm in Fort Worth, I love Fort Worth. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? By George Strait just plays in my head on loop.
I said that to Laney yesterday.
It's like old cassette single. It's going back. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? It's like it's the big finish. I love it. So that's probably pretty good too, though.
You got a feature, man. Go to karaoke tonight.
Fort Worth ever cross your mind.
Marty and McGee. Saturday mornings from 7 to 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the SEC Network. NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio. It's a California clash in San Francisco.
Here's Curry the other way. 3-on-3. Pull-up triple. Good.
While the Warriors are preparing for the play-in tournament, the Lakers are fighting to clinch home court advantage in the first round.
James steps back deep. 2 hits it the horn.
The Lakers at the Warriors. Coverage begins tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
This is Jerome from Birmingham, previously from Paul Feinbaum Show.
Trey is up next.
Hey, Paul, when somebody like Elliott calls in and he says sources say, is he just really saying he don't know what the hell he's talking about, or is that a Secret Service code?
Trey, for me to answer you, that would mean one thing, that I've actually ever listened to one of his calls, and I haven't.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC Network.
Hyundai. Everybody's in a world of need of a hero in this day and age, as we know. One man rises to that challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, class-leading interior space, because when you're hauling kids around, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters, and so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details. Talk about the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Nothing to see here with Myles Garrett, everybody. Nothing to see here. Just because they moved bonuses around to hit in September, it's just salary cap stuff. It has nothing to do with, maybe giving them space to trade him at all. Nothing to see here. That's all we're hearing. And then Todd Monken, new head coach, he opens up his first organized team activities. You know who's not so organized to be there?
OTAs?
He could be organized. He's organizing other things. All right, I'm having my fun here. Who the hell knows why Myles Garrett's not there? But the fact that he's not there is not great. Todd Monken, you've got the floor.
As I've said before, this is voluntary for our players to be here. I think if you asked every coach in the NFL, would they like every player to be there? That, of course. I think there's certain parts of what we do from a connection standpoint, that I think is important to be here. From a schematic standpoint, from a work standpoint, not so much. And it is our job to make it to where the guys want to be here. I mean, not just by the job, but by their development, by the camaraderie, being part of a team. I mean, hell, I've been part of a team since I've been 5 years old. There's nothing like it. I wouldn't miss it because that's me. That's how I'm wired. But it is voluntary. Myles will be ready. I'm not worried about Myles.
I wouldn't be worried about that either on that front. First of all, can we get Coach a lozenge already? It's early April.
You got a rash.
Hopefully he's okay. I'll just say this. Two ways of looking at it. One is like Miles is going to be fine. He's going to show up, and there's no question about that. Okay, he could put his fingers in the dirt and chase whoever the hell you want week 1 right now, or when it's time to play it. I get it, understand it. I'll just say this to you guys, as the CEO and president of Rich Eisen Productions, not just the host here.
That you are.
If I am ever so fortunate to pay any of you $40 million a year to do this job.
God, if you're listening.
Rich. Okay? If I'm so fortunate to be so awash in revenue,
I hope
that I can cut you that check.
I will show up to everything.
Yeah.
Damn straight you are.
I'll be before Brockman.
Exactly damn straight you are.
I won't take off.
I know it's
ain't nothing voluntary.
It's arguably a false equivalency running the Cleveland Browns and the Rich Eisen Show and its various productions. I understand that.
I'd argue we've had more success.
If we ever reach that revenue, thank you, sir.
That's very good.
I will just say this.
I get 42, guys.
I expect you to be at the voluntary as well as the mandatory. All right, we're all on the same page here. Thank you.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
You can't put a team built with freshmen as favorites anymore. AJ Demansa, awesome for the pros, awesome for BYU, not championship contender. Darren Peterson, awesome for the pros, was awesome at times for Kansas, not a championship contender. If I tell you, and I don't know who the players are yet, all of these great freshmen are going to Duke, don't you just assume that's great for the pros and not for college?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. The 2026 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
So you ready for the draft? Let's get started.
Live from the North Shore of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
I have a unique blend of athleticism and size at this position.
All the teams are sitting there just absolutely licking their chops. He doesn't have the big-time arm strength. He's good, not elite.
The 2026 NFL Draft.
The Las Vegas Raiders select
Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors.
Hockey is here. Intensity coming in hot here. Wild turns, clappers, and shootouts all here. Stick taps and fist pumps here. All the excitement hitting us live here. ABC Hockey Saturday here. ESPN Hockey Night here. Out-of-market games, exclusive games, the Stanley Cup playoffs, and the Stanley Cup final. You guessed it, here on ESPN.
Watch all season long on ESPN and the ESPN app.
Amber and Ian.
I grew up in Louisiana, went to Alabama. Sorry, it just means more right now in the Big Ten. They are the most dominant league right now going. We said it about the SEC for years. They are now playing second fiddle.
So obviously I'm an SEC girl through and through. So blah, blah, blah. Let me know when you can do it against a 1 seed. Let me know when you can do it against the big boys.
Are you really going to stand on this hill?
Just saying.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio. NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio. It's a California clash in San Francisco.
Here's Curry the other way. 3-on-3. Pull-up triple. Good.
While the Warriors are preparing for the play-in tournament, the Lakers are fighting to clinch home court advantage in the first round.
James steps back deep. 2 hits it the horn.
The Lakers at the Warriors. Coverage begins tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed. ACC Network, your home for ACC baseball.
This is as good as it gets.
Deep left center field. Goal!
We have the hottest teams in college baseball.
Strike three balls. This is so exciting. It's the best time of the year.
ACC Baseball all season long on the ACC Network and streaming live on the ESPN app.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's interleague action in the ATL.
Deep left field, and it's gone. Jose Ramirez.
Jose Ramirez, the heartbeat of Cleveland, leads the Guardians into Atlanta to face Ronald Acuna Jr. in the powerful Braves lineup.
Ronald Acuna Jr. with a bomb.
The Guardians at the Braves. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. The Dominique Foxworth Show.
Another thing that makes it really interesting is like the value of each game. I'm not saying that people will watch it less, but you add more games and each game becomes a little less valuable. Then you create this incentive that we've started to see where there are teams who completely mail it in the final game of the year. Like those are things that you open yourself up to that I'm not interested in opening up. Like I thought 16 was enough. 17 seems fine.
Check out the Dominique Foxworth Show anywhere you get your podcast.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
And now, here comes Soler.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
They're going to start to fight. They're throwing blows.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
We got major differences here.
Earlier on the show, longtime golf writer Alan Shipnuck. Basketball Hall of Famer Chris Webber. Coming up, senior writer for Sports Illustrated, Albert Breer. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour 3 of the program. Had a fun first 2 hours. Alan Shipnuck from Augusta, Georgia, on the Masters in his new book, Rory, which I've got right here in my hand. And look who's on the cover. Unbelievable. It's Rory. Go figure. I don't know why I did that. Chris Webber. Do that? Chris Webber, we just hung with C-Web. And let's bring in a man who no doubt is very excited about the Big Ten dominance that we've seen in the sports world.
I'm sure he's thrilled.
He has to be.
Albert Breer back here from Sports Illustrated.
Congratulations,
right, Albert?
Rich.
Right?
Congratulations.
We're all Big Ten guys, right? We're Big Ten guys.
Yeah. I mean, I would say that maybe it means more to us now. So
that's it. I said the same. See,
again, so the phrase that you, Jamokes, made fun of one.
You didn't make fun of. We were offended by it. We were offended by it. We didn't make fun of it.
Now you've co-opted it? That's how it's
because
working?
it's called irony, Chris.
Wow.
Look it
if
up.
it means more to them, maybe they can start spending with us.
Yeah,
right?
There you go. Look at us.
Guys.
Yes.
You guys.
Sad state of affairs.
It's disgusting.
Or it's the state of affairs, and you're sad.
Chris, it's amazing. Chris, it's amazing what happens when all the spending is out in the open and not against the rules anymore, isn't it? Kind of crazy the way that works.
It just means above the table.
Just like gambling, college sports was better when it was all
this guy.
back alleys and behind closed doors.
This guy.
I agree.
How are you, Albert? Good to see you.
I'm good.
That Parisian tan, I like seeing it. Good to see it. Congrats on
we had
getting
a
some
great
time off.
over there. I would recommend, honestly, I got warned to not bring my kids to France, and I am so glad I did it. They had an awesome time, and what a great experience it was for everybody.
Brother, I'm so glad you got some much needed PTO, man. You work both ends of the candle all the time, and appreciate you taking our call here, top of hour 3 of this week. What's the story of the draft right now? What's the story of it?
I think I would say once you get past Fernando Mendoza, it's kind of how these guys are going to come off the board. And I think like to me, the most interesting things is that you don't really have the prototypes, right? Like, so in other words, you don't have like the Myles Garrett defensive end. You don't have the Patrick Surtain corner, Jalen Ramsey corner. You don't have the Joe Alt left tackle. You don't have the Julio Jones or AJ Green or Calvin Johnson receiver, which I think, like, it's not great for you if you're picking in the top 10 as one of those teams, but I think it actually is going to make for a more dramatic, less predictable first night of the draft, because you're going to be looking at it, you're going to say, okay, at the premium positions, right? You know, are you going to compromise a little bit on David Bailey, who's not as good against the run, or Arvell Reese, who you have to have a plan for him, right? The great tackles in this year's draft are right tackles, not left tackles. You know, the receivers are good. There's depth there, but it's not great at the top. You know, so like you kind of juxtapose that against maybe the best players in the draft are at non-premium positions. So that's Jeremiah Love, the Notre Dame running back, Sonny Styles, the Ohio State linebacker, Caleb Downs, the Ohio State safety. And so, you know, to me, like, that's the most interesting thing, is how I do think there's a little less certainty within the top 10 and more guys who could jump in or fall out of the top 10 as a result of all of this.
Let me dovetail on that with a take that might be hot, Albert, which you know is not usually my lane, but you're like, we don't have prototypes in this draft.
Yeah.
And you could start with Fernando Mendoza's not like the Joe Burrow of quarterbacks, first overall either. And Kirk Cousins being signed in Vegas to not hedge, but to provide the Raiders with the room to potentially groom and sit, is a signal that's the case at the top of this draft. He's the avatar of not the prototype, but a really good player with a high ceiling. That could be the draft, the 2026 draft. A lot of great players with some high ceilings, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I would say, like, for sure, in that, like, we could be talking about Arvell Reese winding up being like Micah Parsons. You just, again, you have to have a plan for it, because he doesn't like really fit in the box of what you'd be looking for a pass rusher. You take that high, but neither did Parsons, you know, when he came out 5 years ago. You know, I think that ceiling exists with, again, the guys at the non-premium positions. Like Jeremiah Love is an exciting dynamite player. You know, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, same thing. Really good football players, high football IQ, all of that. And, you know, it's interesting. I've juxtaposed this like with like, all right, if you look at like the totality of the decisions these teams are going to make, right? I look at the Lions 2023 draft, and you remember, because you were sitting on that stage, they got crushed for taking a running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, and a linebacker, Jack Campbell, at 12 and 18 with their 2 first-round picks. And it was on the premise that these are just the best players. And Jahmyr Gibbs speaks for herself what that's become, right? Like, as like a do-everything running back. And then, you know, Jack Campbell was first-team All-Pro this year. And then in the second round, they wind up with Sam Laporta, a tight end, and Brian Branch, like a corner safety hybrid. And those guys are really good players too. And I think that's sort of the decision-making for the teams up top now, is do we just go with a really good player where we know what he's going to be, and maybe he doesn't play, again, one of those premium positions, but at least we have an idea that this guy can be a difference maker for us? Or do we roll the dice on the ceiling on some of the other guys? And, you know, so, again, that's a guy like a Reese, you know, Francis Mauigoa, the tackle from Miami. You know, most people think he's strictly a right tackle, but maybe he can be a really top-end right tackle, you know. So I think in those circumstances, you know, you're looking at it and you're taking, like, the guys at the non-premium positions where you have a really good idea of what those guys are versus the guys at the premium positions where, you know, you're projecting a little bit more.
15 days removed from the draft, Albert. Ty Simpson, does he have a restful sleep Thursday to Friday, or staring at the ceiling wondering what happened? What do you think?
I would lean towards the latter right now.
Okay.
I can't place him in the first round. And here's the thing. Like, I think the fascinating thing about him versus Mendoza is that you talk to enough people and they'll say, like, when you look at Simpson's tape, you'll see a lot of things that translate directly to the NFL that you don't see on Mendoza's tape. So what does that mean? Well, with Mendoza, at least the Indiana tape, the Cal tape's a little different, but the Indiana tape, what the people will tell you is you'll see like a lot of RPOs. And because he has these great receivers around him, a lot of times things go according to plan. So you don't see him having to, go through progressions and see the whole field. And doesn't mean he can't do it. You just don't see it as much because he's throwing to Omar Cooper, who's probably going to be a first-round pick, Elijah Surratt, who might be somewhere in the top 100, and then Charlie Becker, was a sophomore last year and will be back at Indiana, 3 NFL receivers. So, like, if you're talking about, like, what they've already put on tape, you may actually see a little bit more just projecting him to the NFL from Simpson than you do from Mendoza. But that's not the job of the scout. The scout's job is not to, like, look back at the last year and say, oh, well, who's accomplished more now? It's to project where those guys are going forward. And Fernando Mendoza is 6'5", 236 pounds, has a bigger arm, has more starts, which is a really important thing. So, like, the comp I hear for Mendoza is Goff, where the comp I hear for Simpson is Brock Purdy. And then the question becomes, are you comfortable taking somebody with a Brock Purdy profile in the first round? And a lot of teams aren't, and so I think, like, it's interesting because, I would say, like, the Steelers are a team that some people have said, like, oh, well, maybe they would do it. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think part of that is they sort of made that decision, that sort of decision to gamble on somebody who had, like, didn't quite have the same physical traits as you normally see the first-round quarterback in Kenny Pickett 4 years ago, and it didn't work out, So my guess would be Ty Simpson, for those reasons, probably goes somewhere in the second round, because I don't think people look at him and say, yeah, that guy projects to be one of the top 10 quarterbacks in football. Now, if you're comfortable taking a guy who might be somewhere closer, like maybe like, he gets into the top 15 at some point, then we'd be having a different discussion. But I think most people, when they're drafting one in the first round, say, I want to have a guy who has a shot to get in the top 10 someday. And I think Mendoza's got a better shot at that based on his physical ability than Simpson does.
So then let me follow up with a question I asked Todd McShay of The Ringer on Monday, and I'll ask of you now and everyone else from now until the draft that appears on this program. How much does 2027 loom over this draft?
I wish I had the names in front of me. I could pull them up. There are, I think, 12 of them, 11 or 12 of them.
Wow.
Who have a shot to go in the first round. Now, here's the difference. I want to make sure that I couch this the right way. Because going into, like, at this point, 3 years ago, right, when we were going into 2024, okay, so it was the spring of 23. At that point, we already knew Caleb Williams was probably a top 5 pick. We already knew that Drake May was a top 5 pick. And then you had other guys like, again, the names, Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, and Bo Nix play their way into that range. I think the difference is I don't know if there's anybody that's a lock, stock, and barrel sure thing, the way that Caleb and Drake were going into the 23 season. With the 27 guys now, but there are so many of them. You know what I mean? Like, and again, you can just start to rattle them off. And, Dante Moore is obviously the most accomplished of these guys and probably is the closest thing to a lock. Arch Manning, CJ Carr, Julian Sand, Nico Iamaleava, Brendan Sorsby. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on and on. And, for that reason, it's like, okay, like, well, all 12 aren't going to hit. There aren't going to be 12 first-round quarterbacks.
Right.
But when you have a bigger number that you're working with, there's a better chance that 4 or 5 of them are going to hit. And so I think that's sort of where we are with that. There's just a ton of names. And, how that plays out, we'll see in the fall. But, I think there are plenty of teams that are looking at it and saying, in 27, there are going to be more options for us. So who are those teams? I'd say the Dolphins are kicking the can down the road till next year. We'll see what happens when Malik Willis, maybe he really hits. If he doesn't, they'll be in position to draft one. The Browns, the Cardinals, the Jets. Like, there are just a big number of teams that are looking at it now and saying, we're okay keeping our powder dry and looking towards 2027 based on what else is out there on the horizon. And by the way, in 27, you also have the prototypes at other positions. You know, Jeremiah Smith, the Ohio State receiver, you know, Leonard Moore, the Notre Dame corner, Colin Simmons and at Texas, and Dylan Stewart at South Carolina as your, you know, prototype edge rushers. So even if there isn't a great quarterback at the top of that draft, if you are picking high in next year's draft, you might have a shot at one of those guys as well. So there are a lot of teams that are already looking towards 27, and I think that does affect your decision making at some point, to some degree at the quarterback position.
A few minutes left here with Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated. Wondering if there's any there on a couple of things.
Yep.
First of all, it's formality for C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson to get fifth-year options picked up, but it's a time where somebody who drafted second overall, wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, makes the playoffs 3 straight years, and wins a playoff game in all 3 straight years, that guy and someone like Stroud would be on target for an extension now.
Yeah.
How is that happening, or are the Texans willing to play this thing out to see a little more from Stroud?
Yeah, I think they explored after the draft. I don't know, like, and the thing that's difficult about this is, like, how many escape hatches are the Texans going to give themselves? Are they going to explore it looking for a deal, like looking for a discount because he didn't play well at the end of the year? That's the question. It's so different than the Will Anderson conversation, you know, which I think does complicate this to some degree, because Will Anderson, it's like, you know, like, let's just hope it doesn't hurt too bad when we have to write that first check, you know. Like, I mean, Will Anderson can ask for $50 million now, I think, you know, and I think that there's a chance that he gets there and becomes the first non-quarterback to have that 5 in front of the average per year, you know. With Stroud, it's more complicated. And when Stroud sees Will Anderson get whatever he's going to get, you know, then, you know, like, does that, you know, like, become the floor when you look at the structure of the guarantees? Obviously, the numbers are bigger at quarterback, but, you know, like, it could complicate it a little bit. So my guess would be Bryce Young plays into the, you know, 4th year of his contract and is playing for a contract this fall. CJ, I think that feels to me like that's the likelihood that happens. You know, but we'll see. The other thing is, like, the numbers have escalated to a point now, Rich, where, I mean, look, like, Dak Prescott signed at 60, and that was, let me do the math in my head, was 17 months ago, 18 months ago, something like, no, 19 months ago. So you account for all of that inflation, right? 60 million 19 months ago, a quarterback. You know, I mean, I think next year you're going to be talking about Drake May and Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels potentially getting 70.
Well, I mean, that's wild. But I mean, the contracts that I think that loom here are the ones for Tua and Kyler. You know, you got 2 teams. You got 2 teams that went ahead and gave second contracts to guys who are now playing for league minimums elsewhere, and you are taking big fat cap hits.
Yep.
You know, and
so you better be damn sure.
Well, Brockman's looking for a franchise that's going to tell somebody with Stroud's resume and even results that are not in the championship realm, but are in the pretty damn good realm, with, you know, an upside realm. He's looking for the first franchise to just let that guy walk and go back into the rookie pool and start again. You know, sort of the way that the Chiefs handle their cornerbacks. You know what I mean?
You know what's so interesting about that? What's so interesting about that to me is, like, you look at what Seattle is paying Darnold and what Tampa is paying Baker. It's half. You know what I mean? Like, it's even Daniel Jones, who, like, everybody's like, whoa, like, look at that. Like, an $88 million deal over 2 years, like, that's still less than 75% the top of the market, you know? So, like, I think for some of these teams, you look at it and you say, because I think, like, the reason why that whole idea that you draft one high and then he plays for 3 years and then you extend him at the top of the market, which has happened over and over and over and over again. Like, if you draft one high in the first round, it's almost like you're required to pay him at the top of the market. And I think, you know, part of that is, like, the fear, okay, like, what's behind door number 2 if we don't do this? And now you see other teams finding solutions through the reclamation projects. Does that change the dynamic if you're Houston saying, well, like, let's give this another year. And if we've got to pay a little bit of a premium because he killed it, well, that's a good problem to have. And if he doesn't, well, like, is there going to be our version of Baker Mayfield out there for us for half of the price? You know, again, like, Baker got signed at $33 million per year in an environment where Dak's getting 60. I mean, would you rather have Baker at 33 or Tua at 55? I mean, that's not even a question anymore, you know? So you're right. Like, and I think that teams are going to look at this a little bit differently now because that idea of the reclamation project is at least out there where if you're not totally sure on your quarterback, it's not like, I mean, again, it's not like there's doom and gloom behind door number 2. We've seen teams, you know, come out of these situations where it didn't work with a quarterback and, you know, and for one reason or another, and then they were able to go out in the veteran market and find a solution.
And the other one I wanted to ask you about, is there any there is, why is Myles Garrett not in Cleveland with Todd Monken opening up for business?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think like the optics of it aren't great for Monken, but like I again, like I try to remind people this time of year, like what they're actually doing, which is lifting and meeting, you know. If the quarterback's not there, that can be an issue because beyond just the symbolism of it, like you want your quarterback in-house because how he plays is going to affect so many other people in the building, you know, and not just in the way that a quarterback helps you win games. Like it's legitimately going to affect the other 10 guys in the offensive huddle's ability to do their jobs. The first 2 weeks of the offseason program, again, they're lifting and meeting. If he's not there until the mandatory minicamp in June, I think we're talking about something else. And I, by the way, am on the record with having said that the Browns should explore trading Myles Garrett. But, you know, like I wouldn't sound the alarm quite yet. Like Myles has always sort of marched to the beat of his own drummer. And I just have a hard time crushing a guy. I don't think it's ideal.
Oh, I'm not crushing him. He has every right at this part of his career to say meetings, lifting, whatever. But the only reason why I'm connecting the dots here, or asking the question is the dot connection of the moving around of a bonus towards the end of the summer. And, you know, Andrew Berry did say at the owners meeting, that's just, don't pay attention to that. It's just moving stuff around. Right. There's nothing there. Right. He's a career Brown. Yeah. And at the same time, they're also trying to institute a rule where, you know, you can get up to 5 first-round draft picks in a trade. And everyone's looking at that to say that the Browns wanted to, you know, end up trading away their draft picks for somebody, as opposed to, well, we could trade somebody away who could actually get close to that. We have that guy, so why not institute this rule where we can maximize our results? You know, I mean, there just seems to be a little bit too many things out there. I mean, there are 2 push pins on the wall. I don't know if I'm not that guy like Charlie Day, you know, attaching it all with red string here.
Yeah.
But, you know.
No, look, here's the beauty of it. Because of all the things you said, they don't have to shop them. If someone's interested, they're going to call.
Right.
Why not? Right? Like, why not pick up the phone and call based on all the things that you just laid out? Do you want me to explain why I think they should trade him?
Yes.
I think they should trade him because I don't think the timelines match up anymore. If you look at it and you say, like, there's a good chance that the quarterback of the future isn't going to be on the roster until 2027, right? Like, so let's just say that that's the case. And you look at, like, what they did last year in trading the Travis Hunter pick, which was, I think, basically an acknowledgement that the core that they had built around and guys, you know, like that are gone now, like Wyatt Teller and Joel Bitonio that were there forever, Nick Chubb, you know, and then you still have a couple of those guys left and Ward and Garrett. It was an acknowledgement that group had aged out. So we need more young talent across our roster. One guy isn't going to do it. So they trade down and they wind up like really putting together a nice draft class with Mason Graham, with the defensive rookie of the year, Carson Schlesinger, with Harold Fannin, with Quinshon Judkins, with Dylan Sampson. Really good group. They take a couple quarterbacks. We'll see what happens with Shedeur in the fall. And now they have 2 first-round picks again. And so everything's building now towards potentially taking a quarterback in 27 and maybe having a really nice group of young players around him. So, like, let's just say you have a rookie quarterback there in 27, and you say, when we're really going to hit it with this group, when it's really going to come together with this group, with the 25 rookies, the 26 rookies, and then your quarterback in 27 is in 28. At that point, Myles Garrett is 32 years old and going to turn 33 during the season. And so the timelines to me don't match up. So would you rather have Myles Garrett there chasing a championship at the end of his career? Maybe he's not the same as he was. Or would you take 3 first-round picks for him right now to supercharge everything that I was just talking about? You know what I mean? Yep. Like, I don't know. I mean, I look at it like, I mean, you could really be cooking with gas if you were the Browns with, you know, a bunch more first-round picks now. And, yes, you have to hit on the picks. And I hate giving away a great player. Myles Garrett's going to the Hall of Fame. But I just think I just don't know that the team's timeline matches up with his timeline anymore.
Certainly, if Will Anderson, you just said, could be the first $50 million a year non-quarterback, and if he's that, then why wouldn't Garrett say, hello? You know what I mean? Like, so you're going to have to readjust his contract too. And in all honesty, just as to be respectful of Myles Garrett, name me another non-quarterback that you could say you get 3 first-round picks for and nobody laughs at you.
Right.
I mean, like, there's not another one in the NFL.
Right. And
at his age, too, even.
And at 30 years old.
And there was no hint of irony or tongue-in-cheek in what you had to say there. I mean, that's a fact. Albert, thanks for the time, brother. You got it.
You got it.
Thanks
and
again.
Congrats again. I hope I know you're having a great week. I hope it continues for you. Enjoy it well.
I don't know how it can get much better. Thanks again.
Just means more.
Thank you. That's it. It does mean more to me. That's true.
Good for you guys.
Thank you.
It's great.
There you go. Albert Breer out the door, everybody. All right. That was great stuff. He gave me one thing to food for thought. I want to hit on that when we come back. Also, my power rankings of the greatest sports moments of my life. One of them just happened this week.
My life.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
The Hoop Collective Podcast.
Cuban's frustrated because he thought he was going to get back in at least the room in terms of, basketball decision making. And then Cuban realized, damn, I'm really not going to have any say. Like, they really don't want to hear what I have to say. So Cuban's mad. He feels like he got his toy taken away.
Yeah, Cuban's having a temper tantrum. And I don't really care what Mark Cuban has to say. He doesn't know the Mavericks anymore.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio. It's a California clash in San Francisco.
Here's Curry the other way. 3-on-3. Pull-up triple. Good.
While the Warriors are preparing for the play-in tournament, the Lakers are fighting to clinch home court advantage in the first round.
James steps back deep. 2 hits at the horn.
The Lakers at the Warriors. Coverage begins tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Sundays are for the NWSL on ESPN. For world-class action.
How much do you love this game?
For the 2-time MVP Magic.
Tim Washawinga, is this her moment? You better believe it!
For the passion of the ride or die.
Just absolutely crazy, crazy scene.
It's the NWSL you love.
Look, this is the place to be.
NWSL Sundays on ESPN, presented by Ally. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
The the 2026 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
So you ready for the draft? Let's get started.
Live from the North Shore of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You know, I have a unique blend of athleticism and size at this position.
All the teams are sitting there just absolutely licking their chops.
He doesn't have the big-time arm strength. He's good, not elite.
The 2026 NFL Draft.
The Las Vegas Raiders select
Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
This has gotten obviously really toxic. Forever, it was Giannis the best, do whatever you want. I think people are starting to turn on him, and I think he messed up a little bit here. If he would simply, behind the scenes, ask out, no one would blame him for that. But now, putting the verses between he and the Bucks, wait a minute, they did everything you wanted. Now you hate them all of a sudden? What did they not do for you that you wanted?
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday morning starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
The NFL Draft on ESPN, live from Pittsburgh. The blueprint for football greatness was built here by hometown legends like Namath, Montana, and Marino. Now, Fernando Mendoza, Jeremiah Love, and the next generation are ready to show the world what they're made of.
We're the first pick in the NFL Draft.
The 2026 NFL Draft, April 23rd through 25th on ABC, ESPN, and NFL Network. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087. 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087 or simply visit TRA.com.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's take a couple phone calls here. Jeffrey in San Francisco. What's up, Jeffrey? Hold on for a while.
Hey, Rich Eisen. How you doing, dude?
What's going on, man?
Hey, listen, I got to be serious with you for 1 second.
Okay.
I hate being serious, but, you know, sometimes.
All right. Go for it.
Is this Lance Storm?
Listen, I enjoyed that interview with the author of the Rory book.
Yes, you're talking about Alan Shipnuck. Yep, the golf
Yes, sir.
author?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
So in my former life, you know, I used to be a pharmacist. And clinical pharmacist, I get irritated when I hear, you know, addiction stuff that's not quite where it should be. What I'm thinking, well, when I heard Alan use that phrase, he gets himself into these situations. That's not how addiction works. You know, and I'm saying we need to be a little more sensitive. But when I see those T-shirts in Augusta, those Tiger T-shirts, that really irritates me.
Listen, you know, Jeffrey, I understand where, you know, not being experts on addiction, and opioids is a serious business, and I understand there's different types of addictions and different ways that people can react to it, and
There you go, Rich. There you go. Yes.
I appreciate it. I understand that, and I appreciate the call too, Jeffrey, because it's such a difficult subject matter with Tiger. He has gone to apparently go address it, and I hope he does, because he's fortunate to be able to address it and then come out and not be in jail because he has not taken somebody else out with him.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Lucky about that. Let's go to Magic in Champaign, Illinois, back here on the program. Magic, appreciate you calling back. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, R.E.? How you doing, man?
R.E. as well. How are you, Magic?
That's a first.
Look at us. Look at us, right? Look at us. Look at us.
I'm doing good. I'm doing great, man. After
Champions.
Monday night,
Champions.
We're doing great.
Leaders and best. Hail to us. Yep. Right there in Champaign, Illinois. Right there in the home of the Fighting Illini. Are you talking? You just keeping on the download, but are you saying it with your chest amongst folks there in Champaign?
And I'm glad you said that, home of Champaign and Fighting Illini, because I just had lunch at this barbecue place and ran into the Illinois assistant coach.
Okay.
One of the Illinois assistant coaches. So Kevin Kruger.
Okay.
Lon Kruger's son.
Yep.
Kevin Kruger. So I got on my Michigan gear, got on my Michigan fat, $1 million chain. Coming in the restaurant, I say, Kevin, what's up, man? I know Kevin from back in the day when his father was coaching here, and he was playing basketball for Centennial High School. So him and his lovely wife are there. We're sitting down, and I'm just talking to them, and we're having a long conversation about basketball life and coaching and everything like that. So isn't it ironic that I run into
it's like rain on your wedding day.
Champagne.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. I just went Alanis Morissette with Magic in Champaign, Illinois. Thank you very much, Magic.
Right.
There you go, Magic.
But hey, R.E., listen.
Yeah.
Monday, great crowd. I mean, it was 70,000 people there. 65,000 was us Amazing Blue fans there. So a great showing, a great game, great atmosphere. I mean, it was just a great time Monday night, man. Well, I wish you could have been there.
Me too, Magic. I appreciate that. Thank you for the call. And it was much more geographically sound to be in Indianapolis if you're coming from the environs in the Midwest than obviously Storrs, Connecticut.
Yep.
I've got a power rankings, everybody, based off of what just happened Monday night. Power rankings of the greatest sports moments of my life. I hope you're interested because it's presented by SoFi. Hit it. Power rankings.
There are many like it, but this one is mine. Power rankings.
All right, you're gonna notice a theme here. I'll just say right in front, there's no Jets moments here. Yeah, please.
Come on, Rich.
Not when you've got these other ones. I couldn't find a place for one. Just simply could not. Number 10 on the list is the moment on November 23rd, 1991. I'm out of college by about a year now, and I'm sitting at home. It's Michigan versus Ohio State, and Desmond Howard runs a 93-yard punt return to the house and strikes the famed Heisman pose.
That's number 10?
Number 10 on the list. Famed Heisman pose as Michigan beat the Ohio State about the face, head, chest, and neck area, 31-3 being the final score. Desmond Howard's Heisman pose was just outstanding.
That seems low.
Listen to the list.
All right.
Number 9 on the list is the only Knickerbocker moment on it. And out of all of them, I chose this one because I'll never forget this. As a 15-year-old kid, on January 31st, 1984, Bernard King shot 20 of 30 from the field, 10 of 10 from the free throw line, in scoring 50 against the Dallas Mavericks. And then the next night goes to Dallas and scores 50 points again. Bernard King's back-to-back 50-point games, first time it had been pulled off since Wilt Chamberlain did it in 1964. And I looked it up. Bernard took 0 3-point shots. They were all twos. Bernard in this 83-84 season only took 4 3-point shots, and he missed them all. That wasn't his game. I'll never forget that.
Wow.
That's when I was beginning to love the Knicks and seeing what the Knicks could be like with Bernard King. That's number 9 on the list for me. Number 8 on the list. This is a big professional moment for me. Game 4 of the 2001 World Series, Diamondbacks-Yankees. The Diamondbacks scored 2 in the top of the 8th to take a 3-1 lead, and the entire media trying to get ready to go out on the field to do interviews after the game. There was only 2 tunnels in the old Yankee Stadium. You could choose the tunnel of the visiting dugout or the home dugout. What we had to do was choose the visiting or home tunnel based on who was going to win the game, because the other tunnel would be used by who was losing it to get back to their clubhouses. So as soon as the bottom of the 9th hit, we were in the tunnel of the Arizona Diamondbacks because the Yankee tunnel needed to be clear for them to have a walk-off loss and go back to their clubhouse. But Tino Martinez hit a 2-run shot off of Byung-Hyun Kim, and then that was the way that we were then running back to the Yankee tunnel after staying put in the top of the 10th inning for the Arizona Diamondbacks tunnel. We were running back and forth tunnel to tunnel to get ready to run out on the field whoever could walk it off. And it was like the Benny Hill show, if you remember that, where it was running with me with a microphone and someone with a camera and someone with a boom mic and a cop and a firefighter and first responders just going back and forth. And I'm lined up bottom of the 10th inning, and all I could see was this small television set in some little room off of the Yankee tunnel. And I saw what I thought was a home run, and I heard a rumbling and somebody screaming, "Run, run, run, go on out. It's over. Derek Jeter just hit a home run," and I get pushed out on a Yankee Stadium field, and I looked up and I saw this. I'm getting goosebumps. I saw Jeter pumping his fist, and I saw him rounding third, and I looked up at the cheap seats that I grew up in and saw people going nuts, and he became the first ever Mr. November, and I was on the field.
That's cool.
That's number 8. Number 7 on the list was the 1997 Michigan Wolverines team that won it all, but only got half because somebody in the, the coach's side of things wanted to give Tom Osborne a gold watch and retiring. I think we would have beaten the crap out of that Nebraska team that year, but that's something that will never, ever get decided. Hall of Famers galore on that Michigan team, including a backup quarterback named Tom Brady. But I'll never forget that. Michigan winning a national championship in football, but it got a little bit taken away because it was only the Associated Press that said we were the champs. The coaches said Nebraska was the champs. That'll be an argument forever. Number 6 on this list of the best sporting moments of my life was October 26th, 1996, when the Yankees won their first World Series since 1978. The 1996 World Series, the Yankees did not have the better team. Well, they had the better team. They might not have had a better roster against that Braves team that had that incredible pitching lineup. The Yankees beat Greg Maddux in Game 6. After going down 0-2, they won 4 in a row, including all 3 in Fulton County, and then this one in Yankee Stadium that night. I was sitting there at my desk at SportsCenter, wishing I was there. Couldn't be there. Had to do SportsCenter.
I remember that.
Small violin right there. But 1996 World Series, Yankees winning. Here's my top 5 greatest sports moments of my life. Number 5 is what just happened.
Woo, number 5.
Number 5 is what just happened. The 2026 Michigan Wolverine tournament run. I think they're the best Michigan basketball team I've ever seen. But that's number 5 on the list. Number 4 on the list is my top baseball moment. Not the 86 Mets.
86 Mets?
86 Mets.
No, my top baseball moment. I understand all this Yankee stuff is bothering you, but too bad.
I don't dislike
04, right? 04?
You're a fan.
No.
04.
No. It was the night Reggie had 3 home runs.
Oh, that's a good one. How is that not number 1?
I was 8. I was 8 years old.
I know
it. Reginald Martinez Jackson.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
My guy. Number 3 on the list is the '89 Wolverines cutting down the nets because I was in school.
Oh yeah.
I was in school. I was in campus. I was, as you know, closing the Michigan Daily newspaper.
Yeah, that's good.
I was a student on campus.
Did you and Ramil have any classes together?
We did not, sir. Run into each other in the halls of academia.
Fantastic team.
Good one.
So good.
Number 2 on the list is Team 144, the Michigan Wolverines, winning the national championship just a couple of years ago as an undefeated team. Also just me taking it in the chops and the shorts for all those years, sitting on this set, on this show. The fact that I could be here with you guys in front of this microphone and seeing Jim Harbaugh, the quarterback, my first quarterback when I was a freshman at Michigan, do what he did and win in football and be undefeated. That's my second greatest sports moment of my life. Number 1 on my power rankings, the greatest sports moment of my life is, in fact, from 2016 when I ran a 5.94 40-yard dash in a suit. This could be the pinnacle, guys. This could be, but you never know.
Okay, that's good.
You never know.
That's good.
It's my own physical achievement.
It's good.
5.94 40-yard dash in a suit at the NFL Scouting Combine. And Mark, I will try to beat this Saturday when I do my charity run at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to that remarkable place on planet Earth, on Memphis, to run my 40 on campus there at the hospital, and we'll show you the results of that. Maybe I'll have a new number 1.
Ooh.
And that's my greatest sports moment of my life, presented by SoFi. Get your money right.
Okay.
Little O. Henry-like twist.
I can't believe you put 89 in front of this pet.
I was on campus, Mike.
I know, I get it, but it's like this.
Mike, I was a 20-year-old on campus.
I get it.
Wilding out.
Yeah.
You did the 98, the 80-98 Yankees you didn't put anywhere?
I mean, it was great. It was great, but at that point in time, you know.
We already had a call.
You know what I mean? The first one, I hadn't seen one since 1978. I hadn't seen one since I was 9.
I get it.
Remember that team in 96? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I had a great night that night. I'll tell you about it later.
Let's take a break. We're back here on The Rich Eisen Show in just a moment. No one likes having to choose. That's why, with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but, you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
The Browns moving back the exercise dates of Myles Garrett's option bonuses freed up 0 cap space. Why is he on the team? He's an amazing player. He's going nowhere with this team. They don't win with him. They cannot win without him. And another team definitively would look at him as, if we get him, we're playing in February.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
DJ K-Dub checking in, previously on the Fine Bomb Show.
Jay Paul is up next in Las Vegas.
Well, hello, Paul. The question is if you're ever going to get rid of that rotary phone on the screen and get a mobile phone. That's just
no. I think we're stuck with the rotary phone till the end of the show's history. Because I think the rotary phone very well describes a lot of the people that call in.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
Marty and McGee.
So whenever I'm in Fort Worth, I love Fort Worth. Does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? By George Strait just plays in my head on a loop.
I said that to Laney yesterday.
Like old cassette single. It's going by, does Fort Worth ever cross your mind? It's like, it's the big finish. I love it. So I thought that's pretty good too, Bo.
You got a future, man. Go to karaoke tonight.
Fort Worth ever cross your mind.
Marty and McGee, Saturday mornings from 7 to 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the SEC Network. Saturday on ESPN Radio. It's a National League showdown at Citizens Bank Park.
Long gone. That ball was destroyed by Corbin Carroll.
Corbin Carroll leads the Arizona Diamondbacks into Philadelphia to face Kyle Schwarber and the Phillies.
Kyle Schwarber. And this place is going bananas.
The Diamondbacks at the Phillies. Coverage begins Saturday at 12:30 Eastern with first pitch at 1:05 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Progressive Insurance. NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio. It's a California clash in San Francisco.
Here's Curry the other way. 3-on-3. Pull-up triple. Good.
While the Warriors are preparing for the play-in tournament, the Lakers are fighting to clinch home court advantage in the first round.
James step back deep. 2 hits at the horn.
The Lakers at the Warriors. Coverage begins tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Sundays are for the NWSL on ESPN. For world-class action.
How much do you love this game?
For the two-time MVP Magic.
Tim Washawinga, is this her moment? You better believe it!
For the passion of the ride or die.
Just absolutely crazy, crazy scene.
It's the NWSL you love.
Look, this is the place to be.
NWSL Sundays on ESPN, presented by Ally. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
The 2026 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
So you ready for the draft? Let's get started.
Live from the North Shore of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You know, I have a unique blend of athleticism and size at this position.
All the teams are sitting there just absolutely licking their chops.
He doesn't have the big-time arm strength. He's good, not elite.
The 2026 NFL Draft.
The Las Vegas Raiders select
Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Amber and Ian.
Whatever happens here, it's another Tiger Woods crash. It's another Tiger Woods incident. The story of Tiger Woods now is a very complicated one, and we're talking about a guy that in terms of golf, it was not a complicated one. And all of it, of course, is going to live in the legacy that is Tiger Woods, one of the greatest golfers who has ever graced the planet.
Amber and Ian, weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Even better than I hoped for. Wow. Back on the Rich Eisen Show, radio and TV. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates and not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your first job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. Okay.
You know, guys,
what were you doing on that night that you're...
He can't.
I mean,
the big night of the Yankees
now I think
World
about
Series.
it doesn't matter. But we've got a birthday in the house today.
Oh, what do you have? Whose is it?
Jason Feller.
Hey, Is he here? Why are you doing here on your birthday when you don't have to be here?
Or you got to work for his.
Well, he's part of NCW.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, you're tapping out.
No, I'm here. We got work to do.
Okay. Happy birthday.
Hey.
How old are you?
41.
41. The baby of the Rich Eisen Show, unless you're younger.
Hey, he got me like 2 years, I think.
There's a.
You know, I could check the records.
But then this bit would be over. And
I don't want to blow up the bit.
We don't want to.
I'm still in my 40s.
That's true.
You're mid-40s, right? What are you, 45?
45, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, great.
You do?
Wait a second. Now, Del Tufo said earlier he thought he looked great, and you said that was a lie.
You do look great,
and
Mike.
And you just come out and just say I look great.
I'm the same age as I was 40 years ago.
I'm just saying.
When I say that, I don't age.
I'm the same age.
Well,
I still feel like I literally still feel like I'm.
So you felt 60 when you were 20?
No.
He felt. No, he feels 20 when he's 60.
This is typical Del Tufo. How do we come from wishing Feller? How do we go from wishing Feller a happy birthday to talking about Del Tufo again?
Narcissist. That's how.
How's it?
I am not a narcissist.
This isn't even about you. It's about Feller.
Yeah, we just alienated Feller on his birthday. He just walked away.
Come over here, Jeff.
Feller loves me.
What does somebody give an audio expert / mold remediator for a birthday?
Oh, that's a great question.
You know what I mean?
Great question.
What do you give somebody who's just a titan who straddles the worlds of audio and mold?
Well, I know when he was a kid, he used to like Tonka trucks and stuff. So maybe we get him that or a
Tonka
tank.
Trucks. How do you know what he liked as a kid?
We talk a lot. We have more than surface level conversations.
TJ's actually Felly's godfather.
Wait a minute.
Another one.
Godfather to everybody.
Well, me and his uncle are like this now, and I think his uncle may have approved of that. So, yeah.
TJ's a good godfather.
I'm one of the best at that.
Are you really?
It goes me, then Don Vito, then Michael. I think.
Oh,
so at a celebration, you're in your office taking requests.
Michael kills the father of his.
Hey!
Sorry,
spoiler alert! There's some people who don't know what's going on. I know these movies have been out since you were 20.
Good job.
Wow.
See?
What?
Oh, that would make him.
Actually, no. It's actually been out since he was 10.
Yeah.
10.
Oh my God.
I know, Mike. But you look great.
You look great, Mike.
You look great. I've never seen somebody look so youthful hopping from bandwagon to bandwagon like
the best.
you do, man.
Go Dodgers.
Never.
Where's O'Shea? I need my. See, I get abused without O'Shea here.
Hey, you know what we are tomorrow for the first time ever? I'll say it again tomorrow. Masters counter programming.
Woo.
That's never happened in the history of the Rich Eisen Show. We're on ESPN 2 tomorrow.
Let's go.
So it's a new tradition unlike any other.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, and it starts tomorrow.
Let's go.
Yeah, Mold School, everybody.
So guys,
Happy
back in
birthday to the star of Mold School.
I was at this club in Pittsburgh.
You're sitting at a red light or stuck in traffic, and your phone lights up. Maybe it's a text, a video call, a new post, or a quick notification you think you can check in a second. It feels harmless, but the truth is, once your eyes leave the road, you're not really driving anymore. And traffic doesn't pause just because you do. That split second of distraction can throw off everything. Your reaction time, your awareness, your ability to avoid someone else's mistake. You could damage your car, injure yourself, or hurt someone you care about. Or you could get pulled over for a reminder that your phone isn't worth the risk. So before you start driving, make it easy on yourself. Put your phone on silent. Toss it in the glove box. Set it to Do Not Disturb. Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. It's interleague action in the ATL.
Deep left field, and it's gone. Jose
Ramirez, the heartbeat of Cleveland, leads the Guardians into Atlanta to face Ronald Acuna Jr. in the powerful Braves lineup.
Ronald Acuna Jr. with a bomb.
The Guardians at the Braves. Coverage of Sunday Night Baseball begins at 6:30 Eastern, with first pitch at 7:20 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. The 2026 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
So you ready for the draft? Let's get started.
Live from the North Shore of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
You know, I have a unique blend of athleticism and size at this position.
All the teams are sitting there just absolutely licking their chops. He doesn't have the big-time arm strength. He's good, not elite.
The 2026 NFL Draft.
The Las Vegas Raiders select
Thursday, April 23rd through Saturday, April 25th on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors.
Sundays are for the NWSL on ESPN. For world-class action.
How much do you love this game?
For the two-time MVP Magic.
Chema Shawinga, is this her moment? You better believe it!
For the passion of the ride or die.
Just absolutely crazy, crazy scenes.
It's the NWSL you love.
Look, this is the place to be.
NWSL Sundays on ESPN, presented by Ally. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio. It's a California clash in San Francisco.
Here's Curry the other way. 3-on-3. Pull-up triple. Good.
While the Warriors are preparing for the play-in tournament, the Lakers are fighting to clinch home court advantage in the first round.
James steps back deep. 2 hits at the horn.
The Lakers at the Warriors. Coverage begins tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed. Amber and Ian.
What does the post-Tiger Woods era in the PGA Tour look like? Everyone wondered after Jack Nicklaus stepped aside, what's golf going to look like without Jack? Well, along came a guy named Tiger.
I always felt like it was a fun added thing. Like, oh, if he was going to be able to try to, make the cut in the Masters this year, great, fun. It's not like I ever thought, well, he's actually going to win the Masters or he's going to be in contention for that. That ship, I feel like, sailed a long time ago.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
You know when you're locked in, focused, and fearless. Welcome to the WNBA. Your vision narrows. You can't look away. Every assist, every stop, every logo three, every did you see that moment? You bet! All of it right here. Lock in. The WNBA Draft, presented by State Street Investment Management, SPY. April 13th at 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN and streaming on the ESPN app.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
The Pittsburgh Pirates have signed infielder Connor Griffin to a 9-year contract extension that runs through 2034. The reported numbers are around $140 million.
Really smart for the Pirates. I don't know if it's smart for the player because if he goes out there and absolutely crushes it over the next couple years, he could have left a lot of money on the table.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
This is Jerome from Birmingham, previously from Paul Feinbaum Show. Brad, you've expanded my vocabulary, and when she starts going on and stuff, I said, will you please stop bloviating or pontificating?
I would like to use words like that to my wife, but I'm too smart to never use a word like, why are you bloviating about that?
The Paul Feinbaum Show. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC Network.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Waddle and Silvy are uncensored and unwound.
Jerk that pig! Jerk that pig!
It's the Waddle and Silvy FAFO show.
When I hear you say shit, I sort of perk up. I'm like,
fuck shit. Did that break you in a little bit there?
We're live on YouTube.com/ESPN 1000 Chicago and Twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago.
We're really leaning into it, huh, Charlie? Char dog.
It's good. The chant
I
was
want to
good.
have Waddle do like a parental advisory at the start.
I will.
Yes,
you know what? Yes.
This show is intended for a mature audience group.
Do not
or
take
an
anything
immature.
the two dumbass hosts say literally.
I think it's actually this show is intended for an immature listening.
There you go. That's the creativity we're looking for on this fucking thing. Right?
So 2 days in a row. Yesterday was really one that wasn't scheduled, but the White Sox had moved up the game. It was supposed to be a night game. And so we did, we did
9 hours of radio.
We did 4 hours. Like usually with interruptions and stuff, I think our pods maybe have like 3 hours of content, but I think yesterday was when we were not interrupted often. I think we gave 3 hours and 30 minutes, 3:45 of content. I don't know how long was the podcast yesterday, Charlie. What actual content? Was there like 3:40? Had to be, right?
That sounds right. I can go look in the because I still broke it up by like hours, but it was
I know I went
3.5.
When I got home, I had to get in my hyperbaric chamber and oxygenate myself.
Sure. I took one of those baths with the salts.
Did you?
Just
you have some salts?
to body recovery.
Yeah,
yes.
I got you.
No, we're kidding.
We're going to be cupping by the end of the week.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah. Have you been cupped, Tyler?
I've never been cupped.
I was new to cupping about 6 months ago. Jurko is a big cupper. or gets cupped.
We spent 18 weeks cupping Caleb Williams, for Christ's sake.
Oh, what'd we do to Ben Johnson?
We cupped.
If we cupped Caleb, what'd we do to Ben Johnson?
I don't know, but it was sports sexy, that's for sure.
You know who has been cupped a lot is Mullins on UConn. You could see in the game all the cupping marks. It's for those who don't. I don't know what the technical term is. If it's called cupping,
I think it is. I've never had it done either. I know the good, like you said, the good kid's the only one I know that has actually had it done.
So I've had it done recently.
You have, so it's good?
It does leave you the bruises. But what it does is, I guess, is I think
gets the blood flowing.
Get the blood flowing more. Yes, and it's
Did you feel better?
It is. It could hurt, but a good hurt. You know, one of those good hurts if you really can tolerate the pain.
Get the blood flowing. You go to Orchids of Asia as well. You get that done there as well.
And then it repairs things better. But yes, in the long run, I feel like it has worked better. So, all right. So
we had the world's best Davy Lopes conversation in here. And unfortunately, Davy Lopes passed away today at the age of 80. Tyler's looking at me like I'm crazy. Probably don't remember Davy Lopes.
I was asking, did you bring it up and then he died? Or... Okay.
I said to Sylvia, hey, did you see that Davy Lopes died? And I asked Sylvia, I said, you know how old he was? And Sylvia guessed 78. I go, well, he was 80. You're usually pretty good with the age guessing.
Well, and the way you phrased it, too, you led me to say, hey, go a little higher than you may think.
It's just another reminder of just how old we are getting to know that Davy Lopes, Davy Lopes was part of my baseball childhood. Obviously, I was a Reds fan, but if I'm not mistaken, that was back in the day when the Dodgers were in the same division as the Reds. Weren't there only two divisions?
It was NL East and NL West.
Yeah.
The Cubs were in the East, and you guys,
were in the
Reds, were in the West,
which made no sense.
Right. You were further east than us,
right? So,
and we were in the NL East. Like the Mets were the Cubs' rival back in the day.
Yes, and the Reds and the Dodgers were huge rivals. And I just remember those years with Steve Garvey and Davy Lopes and Billy Russell, who I believe was their shortstop, and Ron Say. And Davy Lopes was like one of those engine players that got that team going, stole bases, was a Gold Glover, had a great mustache.
Oh,
and then he became,
terrific mustache.
Then he became a Cub, right?
Yeah, I said to you were not aware of that. I believe they acquired him like somewhere in the middle or at the trade deadline of the '84 season when they were a really good team and they won the division. And then he was there for 85 and 86. Veteran presence who can run the bases, play in multiple infield spots. But like me growing up, the Dodgers and the Yankees were the thing. Those were my team stunk. There wasn't winning baseball in my childhood until the White Sox in '83. And then the Cubs won the next year. But like in the 70s, it was all about, I was too young for the Big Red Machine. I was 5 or 6. Like it was, but the Yankees and the Dodgers in the late 70s when they would meet in the World Series, Reggie Jackson, Steve Garvey, those teams. And I said to Waddle, I see these go around social media too. And we'll get to the big topics, but look, like this is FAFO, fuck around and find out, as Waddle likes to call it. I always like who is your favorite most random athlete, former athlete?
And I quickly answered you. I said Davy Concepcion because that's like I got the glove. I got like the whatever it is, the same type of glove that he had as a shortstop. I wore 13 because of Davy Concepcion. If I could have grown my hair the way that Concepcion had his hair, I would have, but obviously I couldn't. I had forgotten he was a light hitting shortstop. He never really ripped the cover off the ball. But he was a 9-time All-Star.
Yeah, because I said to you, I go, well, wait a minute. Concepcion's not a random guy. No. And then you're like, well, wait, that team. Lopes had a better career. And I'm like, really? I always remember Dave Concepcion starting at shortstop in the All-Star game.
Yeah,
when I was a kid.
I think at that time, the shortstop position, if I'm not mistaken, was never a slugger. It was always a kind of a light-hitting guy, but he was the best fielding player on the team for every team. And maybe the reason why I sold him short, because he was an all-star basically 9 straight years as I'm looking at his stats now, was because that team had Johnny Bench and Joe Morgan and Pete Rose and George Foster and all these other guys. And he was never one of the top 5 or 6 players. He was always Davy Concepcion. But Davey Concepcion was my guy that fit like in some way that.
Did you, Tyler, Charlie, do you guys have like a guy who I would say maybe he made one All-Star game, but like not and Davey Lopes was, but like just someone from the past that you grew up that you probably like mine when I was a kid, I loved Bobby Mercer. I was a kid with and I couldn't say my R's when I was a kid.
So how'd you pronounce it?
So I got made fun of in the neighborhood running down Leamington and Skokie, pretending that I was Bobby Mercer.
Mercer.
And so,
Bobby Mercer.
like, the kids would always say Bobby Mercer. They would always say, Bobby Mercer. So I couldn't say my R's. But I loved Bobby Mercer. I loved Billy Buckner. You know, Bill Buckner was, and someone brought this up too on a random side note, and I'm glad we went here.
Jesus, everyone's fucking dead now.
That, Bill Buckner's been dead for a long time.
I know.
And one of the best Curb Your Enthusiasm episodes of all time, when they totally made light of him, the ball through his legs, and then he's a hero at the end of his episode. But someone sent it to me today that there's a text or a tweet or something going around that maybe the number 22 is jinxed for the Cubs. You know, the Cubs traded in '84, the year that they won. They traded Bill Buckner to the Red Sox. I believe he wore number 22. And maybe he put a curse on the number. You know how I feel about these curses. I believe in them. Mark Pryor was a great, start, and he wore number 22, and injuries doomed him. You know, the Bulls have this with number 2 with Norm Van Leer, where you don't touch 2 anymore.
Right.
And now, isn't that Cade Horton's number? Another guy like Mark Pryor with high hopes.
Boy, this is a good list.
Jason Hayward, too. I mean, he didn't, get hurt. He just wasn't very good.
Sylvie's guy, Matt Mervis, was at 22.
Oh, boy.
Addison Russell was briefly 22
Oh,
before.
boy.
Remember, he gave 22 to Hayward?
Did Bill Buckner curse 22 when he got traded from the Cubs? I think maybe we can make a case for that. See, I'm equal opportunity curses and jinxes and stuff like that.
Yeah, Buckner was 22.
Think about it, like
Nobody
two pitchers.
Nobody wanted 13. Don't you remember? Nobody ever wanted number 13 when I was growing up.
And Concepcion
was number 13.
So did Ozzie.
Hall of Fame finalist Starlin Castro had number 13.
Yeah, Joakim Noah was a great 13. I think there have been a lot of great 13.
There's been a lot of them.
Yeah.
Kevin White, number 13.
But I remember asking for 13, and I remember as a kid, I don't remember much. Somebody saying, you sure you want 13? It's not a lucky number. I was like, give me damn 13 right now.
Kevin White, number 13.
The East Hills Bears. Now it's shortstop.
Change the number, Cade. During your rehab, get out of 22. It's a shoulder injury and 2 now major surgeries on the elbow. Who is your guy, Tyler? Did you mention one?
Random guy that I like. So a Chicago guy. I guess he's not that right. He had a great season. He was an MVP candidate. But I always loved Derek Lee. Derek Lee was
and he was great when he was here.
2005 was the first year I really remember loving baseball. And then just general random guy that I loved was Marcus Colston. He's a receiver for the Saints.
That's a good one. That's I had to think too for a second with the Q.
What
Marcus
was he,
number
12? Number 12 for the Saints. Yeah,
he was a hell of a player.
Me and my brother ran a fantasy team in his rookie year, and we picked him up. And he was a 7th round pick. And we picked him up, and he was just awesome the rest of his career. He never made a Pro Bowl, though, but he had 6,000-yard seasons and 4 8+ touchdown seasons.
He played in that era where Sean Payton was their head coach, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And obviously Drew Brees was their quarterback.
I always tell you about it because he reminded me of Waddle. Earl Bennett was a guy for me that I loved more than most.
Do you know Earl Bennett, I think, went back to Vanderbilt and was in charge of their – I don't know if he was the GM of their but he had a role inside their
he's director of football, I want to say.
Something like
so maybe the Bulls will hire him.
Yeah. Maybe. Another
Does he like Billy?
A recent guy that I loved that was just I thought he was a good player was Jan Gomes. I loved that one season of Jan Gomes.
That is random. That's a good one.
Yeah.
So if you want to weigh in on this, Charlie, I'll get yours. Early on, we didn't get a lot of phone calls. We were uninterrupted. So if you want to, you're listening and maybe you're everyone's in the office, but you could also put this in your car on Bluetooth, youtube.com/@Waddle and Silvy, twitch.tv/@ ESPN 1000 Chicago. I should say youtube.com/@ESPN 1000 Chicago as well. But you could Bluetooth it in your car. Call us, like, whether you're in the office, just like we're on the radio. We're still doing a show. You could be a little uncensored. Don't go over the top like Carl from Antioch.
Yeah, Carl got buzzed.
But yeah, if your favorite like random or underloved guy that you overloved more than most fans. Who's yours, Charlie?
I got 3. I love Giovanni Soto.
Okay, I like it.
Soto.
Nick Jalmerson for the Blackhawks.
Okay.
Major John. I like to consider myself the Jalmerson of the House League.
Yeah, Versteeg. Yeah. It was my guy from 2010 who I love.
Also number 13? Was Versteeg 13?
No, he was 32, and then when he came back, he was 23.
Who was 13 that I'm thinking about?
Carcillo was 13.
Was it?
Carbomb.
All right, anyway, I'm sorry, Charlie.
And then Tim Jennings. Loved Tim Jennings.
That corner.
1 year, yeah.
Tim Jennings.
The 1 year of Tim Jennings. I think he led the NFL in interceptions 1 year.
You know, JD was, I want to say, neighbors with Tim Jennings.
I think so.
Didn't like Tim Jennings would, when he made it to the Pro Bowl that 1 year, and I believe JD was tasked with taking out his garbage, or like putting the cans to the curb. You know, you got to take your cans to the curb.
Oh yeah.
I think JD did that for Tim Jennings.
It was back like
they were neighbors. Don't you have like when you're on vacation? Someone.
Oh, okay. I thought you just meant on it like every week, whether Tim was in town or not.
When it was back in Hawaii,
okay,
and he and his family went to Hawaii, like trash, like our trash day's Tuesday. When we go on vacation, especially, we say, hey, can you bring the cans in and out or out and in?
Okay.
Afterwards.
Do you keep your cans inside your garage or outside your garage?
Inside the garage.
So you let them inside your garage and then your neighbors take them out? Okay.
Yeah, or we take it out every 2. I think I even texted you back in the day when I was a first-time homeowner, and I'm like, this is a milestone for me, wheeling out my garbage can to the curb like an adult.
Yeah.
Like, you know, when you live in the city, you just take your trash out to the alley. Yeah, you walk it to the alley.
Cram it down the chute. Hopefully it doesn't get stuck.
By the way, if you want to further the curse of 22 for the Cubs,
Jesus.
Matt Garza wore 22. And if you remember, Matt Garza was traded for Chris Archer, who was a pretty good pitcher for a while.
Who ended up wearing number 22 when he was in the bigs.
Do you know the random Chris Archer story?
I feel like I know that you have a random Chris Archer story.
I love this. We should play Name Your Story, like how well we know each other's story when you bring something up.
Tell the Chris Archer story.
And I was with you, wasn't I?
Yes.
We were in Cleveland.
We were in Cleveland for the World Series.
Was this another random Waddle spotting?
He's great at this.
Yeah.
He is so great at this game, and I'm terrible when they're out of uniform.
So we were on the elevator, and it was obviously Cubs in Cleveland World Series. I forget what game it was, but it was in the morning, right? And you had to go downstairs obviously in the hotel, and there was a Starbucks where we'd get coffee. Then you get back in the elevator and you go upstairs to your room to get ready to go as well. We also met somebody's family.
Well, this is why it's a timely story. So tell your part, and then I'll finish it.
We were in the elevator, and if I remember this correctly, he steps in, and you guys didn't know who the fuck he was, and I was like, "Hey."
Yeah, you said, and I'm like, "Hey, who is that?" You know, because Waddle, like, all of a sudden perks up and got really friendly.
I said to him, I said something like, "Hey, you're doing great work. You know, love to see it," because he was doing television work on the game.
Gregarious guy,
very nice guy, and didn't he eventually become a Cub for a short period?
No, was he, or did they bring him back?
He never made it to the bigs, I don't think. But I feel like they did bring him back on like a minor league deal
after he got hurt a few times.
But you were like, "Who was it?" I said, "Hey, that's Chris Archer."
Yeah.
And you're like, "How the fuck do you know who Chris Archer is?"
You out of all people, too. And then you spotted Jan Gomes at Chicago
Jan
Cut.
Gomes at Chicago Cut. He walked in with his family. It was at the time, remember, we had concussion issues, so he wasn't playing, so he didn't play that game, but he came in with his family at dinner.
I remember I was interning, and I was covering a Sox game, and I was waiting for the locker room to open up, and you wait kind of by the main lobby of Guaranteed Rate, and Jan Gomes's wife was there, and she had like one kid just running all around all over the place, holding one of them in a stroller. And I was like, who who's the real star of this household?
Yeah.
I think it's Mrs. Gomes here.
No question. Very handsome, good looking, nice. He was very gregarious. He was good dude.
So to finish the Weston story, the Cleveland Weston story, we sat next to, and it's timely because of what happened last night. So what happened in baseball last night? If you think of
we
something,
had a fight. We had
brawl.
We had a brawl with Ronaldo Lopez and the dude that used to play for the Cubs.
Jorge
Soler. So Waddle and I are prepping. We're sitting at the Starbucks, and the Cubs were staying there.
Yes.
The first 2 games, the Cubs did not stay in that Westin downtown. But the second time for games 6 and 7, they were staying in our hotel.
Yeah.
And
we were staying in their hotel.
Yeah, we were staying in their hotel. That's a good point. And we were sitting at Starbucks, and we started like talking to the people next to us.
Yeah.
And it was Jorge Soler's brother.
Yes.
And family.
Yes.
And his brother right away started complaining about Joe Madden to us.
Yes.
And saying
we are like a magnet for complaining about Joe Madden over the course of time.
And this is before Game 7 of the World Series, guys.
Yeah.
And Jorge Soler's brothers are pissed that Soler has not been played much in the postseason.
Yeah.
And that, like, I want to say the couple at bats he did have were good, but he just wasn't going with Soler. So there was that, and then that's the first time I ever met John Lester before Game 7. He's standing in line at the Westin Starbucks. We're sitting there. He pitched Game 6, or what was Game 5, and he was going to be brought back, we knew, on short rest. And I went up and wished him luck and introduced myself.
Yeah, he was fanboying.
I fanboyed.
Yeah.
Like he's. I tell people this, and they like this isn't random Cub stuff because he is an all-time great Cub now. But when people ask me who's your favorite Cub of all time, and I say John Lester, people are surprised. People get very surprised.
He's always been good to us. But your favorite fanboy moment was in Vegas when you were hammered.
With Chris Bosh, and but I choked.
You did.
When I was trying to recruit Chris Bosh.
Yeah.
So you saw him in 2010?
Oh, yeah.
Vegas.
We were in Vegas.
We went for the fight. It was the Mayweather against
Pacquiao.
It wasn't Pacquiao,
No,
because
was
they didn't fight till late. Remember, they continued to dodge each other, but it was a decent opponent who gave Mayweather a pretty good fight. And
Silvy was hammered,
completely hammered,
walking through like the.
And then my girlfriend at the time was with me.
Yeah, did she come? Like show up
Yeah,
late?
she showed up like a day late or something, or had to leave work.
But we were at a bar, and Silvy was tipping him. And then I believe
total Vegas amateur. It was back in the day when you used to get, and I commend you guys because I was older than you guys. Were like, you guys don't act like amateurs except when you're taking snaps.
That's true. Charlie's dropping
on
back
the floor,
for protection.
But I'm like, we're in Vegas, got to pound them, and I was just hammered. And trying to get words out to Chris Bosh.
So it's like what was it? It was an area that was connecting different places?
It was, I want to say, the Caesars shops.
Yeah.
Or one of the shops, maybe the Mandalay shops. One of the shops
like those ones
underneath.
like between
hotels.
Chris Bosh,
and he was coming at me, and I was walking towards him, and I just go, Bosh, Bulls. Chris Bosh, Bulls.
That was it.
That's awesome.
It was like I had a nervous tick or something like that. I totally choked, spit the bit.
So fun.
All right, 312-332-3776. I like this. We're getting more calls today. This is good. We want to make this interactive just like the show, guys. Courtney's going to join us in 40 minutes right now. But we go as long as we want here until Waddle has to go to the bathroom.
That's right.
Chad in Roscoe Village. What's up, Chad?
You guys are fucking making me laugh because you've hit on so many things I've been talking about, but I'm picking up shit from my Dalmatian and you guys started talking and I was just laughing my ass off. I got cupped recently and it lasted 5 weeks, the bruising. I'm so fair complected.
You said
it
cupped,
felt great,
right?
But it lasted forever.
Yeah, cupped.
I was always number 13 because I was born on the 13th. I turned 13 on Friday the 13th, and I turned 30 on Friday the 13th, and then it was always available. And then that random athlete for me was Joe Horn. He was a wide receiver for Kansas City.
Another good
He was
one.
a garbage man. And then he went on to I believe, the Jeff Blake era Saints and got a contract. And I always thought that was such a feel-good story. So I just thought you guys hit on 3 topics that I thought were so perfect. So great start to the show. Appreciate
Joe
you guys.
Horton, the wide receiver for the Saints, the same guy.
Same cell phone guy, isn't he?
He was with the Chiefs, Gerback Saints, and then I believe the Jeff Blake, then Aaron Brooks.
Yeah,
Saints.
he was a good player. He hit the phone in the
goalpost station.
He was the fastest guy in the league.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a speedster.
It was always a good go-to in the early days of me playing fantasy. Of you'd get a Saint, like Colston was a fun guy to have on your team. Joe Horn,
they were going to throw the hell out of him.
Yeah, you'd rack up yards.
Well, because at that time,
that was like peak Sean Payton and Drew Brees.
I almost forgot his name. Drew Brees was throwing for 5,000 yards every season, and that's during a 16-game season.
Chase on the South Side has a really good one because I'm guilty of this one too. I think this is the epitome of what we're talking about. Chase on the South Side. What's up, Chase?
All right, guys, we're going to Outlook. So I actually had 2 of them. So one was John Salmon.
Oh, yeah.
From the
Got
Bulls,
another story about him.
When the Bulls played the Celtics in that playoff series, everybody forget how he was very important to that team.
Terrific.
How he was a really good player in that trade, and I was kind of mad they got rid of him. Another guy is Marcus Robinson, the wide receiver we had for the Bears in '99.
Marcus, yes, that's right.
Marcus, I believe he's a football coach still here, isn't he? Somewhere.
The last time we brought up Marcus Robinson, he was listening, or he was told that we were talking about him, and he called in.
Yeah.
And then I shared with him the story, one of my early training camps with the Bears. He was, I want to say Marcus Robinson, going off memory, was a 4th-round pick out of South Carolina. And he was a track guy who didn't have a lot of football experience. And his first training camp up in Platteville, Wisconsin, could not catch. And Kelly Quain at the time, who worked for the Daily Southtown covering the Bears, called him skillet hands because it was like his hands were made of skillets trying to basically pinch the ball.
And then in his second year, he had 1,400 yards.
And then he got good. Yeah. And then he went to where did he go? Vikings?
He played his last 3 years in the Vikings. Played in Baltimore in 2003.
Yeah, he had a decent career.
Oh, he had a good, excellent career. 9 years in the league, played well. Good player and a great guy.
The only success Cade McNown ever had in a Bears uniform was when he would just throw it as far as he could, and Marcus Robinson would run under it and catch it.
I have a John Salmon. You remember the John Salmon story where I was on an airplane and we were in the exit row, and it was John Salmon's on the window.
What'd you have for breakfast today?
What do you mean?
What'd you have for breakfast today?
What I had?
You remember things so well.
Do you know what I had? I had a banana. I had Metamucil. And I had a yogurt with creatine.
Fibrous.
Yeah. I take Metamucil.
Waddle and I are on the creatine diet right now.
I can't listen. I'm still like 2 or 3 pounds overweight, but I feel stronger than I felt in a long time.
Do you know that the creatine will add water weight to you? Because the waters go to the water. You have to really drink a lot of water.
Yeah, I do.
That's why do you get like super thirsty like at night when you take creatine in the morning? I feel like I've been way thirstier at night, like when I go to bed.
I drink a lot of water before I go to bed anyway, and that's why I'm up.
It's the 3 o'clock piss. Like I keep a glass of water in the bedside because I
keep 2 water bottles. Anyway, so I'm on a plane. I don't think I was traveling for something, and I think I told you guys, and you're like, how the fuck do you know that that's John Summers? I just know it was. And like when we got off the plane, there was something, his bag or his bag tag or whatever it was said John Salmons. And I just knew him, Charlie. I got another one for you. Who was the lefty guard that shot the threes all the time? He was a kind of crafty guard. We were walking through O'Hare, and he was sitting having...
Oh, was this when we went to Vegas? Yeah, it was Campaign. Yeah.
Sitting having breakfast with his mom and dad.
And then we saw Mike Brown, too. You also spotted Mike Brown. The coach, Mike Brown.
Yes. Yeah. Charlie, it is like a skill that I have, that I notice people when they're in public. I know famous people.
I saw Durant at a Nike store one time, and
he's hard to miss at 6'11".
He's very hard to miss.
He was out like browsing.
That's what I was so confused. So he was at the Nike employee store, which like you get 50% off everything. But I was like, isn't his logo like on the shoes? Like, why is he shopping? Like he was pushing a shopping cart. And then
Maybe he was loading up on gear.
I tried to take a picture. I tried to take a picture, and the guy was like, "No pictures," but I got one.
When back in the day, I worked at Athlete's Foot. This is a fun conversation, so we're not going to stop. I like this stuff. I want to say like a junior, senior in high school, and I was working during one of the breaks at the Athlete's Foot. Do you remember the Athlete's Foot?
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't a Foot Locker. It was similar to a Foot Locker. And it was on the first floor of Northbrook Court, and I was selling shoes there. And
I can see you as a willing participant. What can I get you?
Two separate occasions, though. Stacey King walked in once, took care of him, and Horace Grant walked in another time. And you know me with my Bulls love. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, it was, you would have thought I saw the most famous person in the world. I was so excited to see them. But my point is that a lot of the athletes still go to shoe stores and still like to browse at the shoes, and at least back in the day they did. But John Salmons, getting back to the John Salmons thing, I don't know when it was. If it was someone on Instagram posted it and it just found me on Instagram like a lot of the videos tend to do. And I went into the rabbit hole of John Salmons stuff. It was the year they played the Celtics and lost in 7. And like 3 of the games went into overtime. Luol Deng missed that series. Kevin Garnett was out for the Celtics. Luol Deng missed it for the Bulls. And because Luol was hurt, they went out and they got Salmons, I think, from the Kings at the trade deadline, and he fit in perfectly.
I thought he had a good little run.
He had a great run. There was one game where he had 30 or 40 points in one of those Celtics games. And then he capitalized off of his Bulls success, and he signed with Milwaukee, and he still had a couple good years after that.
He hit some big shots in that series, too.
Huge. And we used to, like, Billy Zuricat, who does a lot of great work these days, making pizzas as a chef and stuff like that for charitable causes, used to play the Filet-O-Fish theme for McDonald's because it was out in the spring for Easter and everything like that. And that's what we called Salmons, John Salmons, Filet-O-Fish, whatever it was. Mark in Lincoln Park, you're on ESPN 1000 on our YouTube show. What's up, Mark?
What's going on, guys? You're not going to clip me again, are you, Silvy?
I will keep my
on the trial.
Let me paint a picture for you.
Yeah,
we used to have buttons, actual buttons. Now, in order to put you on the air, I have to click the computer screen with a mouse. So a lot of times I'll sit here with my fingers on the mouse, and I'll accidentally put too much pressure on it.
Trigger finger.
So I'm hands off for you, Mark.
You clipped me, and I was gonna be on your side too.
No, I know you're one of the best callers we have.
Off his button.
Quick update on the Masters. Tommy Fleetwood just holed in one on number 4, and they keep interviewing Frankie because Frankie's going to go for it on 9.
Real quick on that thought. I was just having this conversation, I think, with Aiden in the other studio. Mark, when did they go to making this more of like a celebrity event? Has it always been that way? Because I always felt it was like the players with their kids, not like Kevin Hart out there and Travis Kelce.
No, this is the first time, I think.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Kelce is an on-course reporter.
Okay.
Yeah, they just jumped on the bags for him because Kevin Hart apparently has the golf bug. That's what they were talking about on Golf Channel.
Okay, all right.
So he just hooked up with them. Oh, yeah, there's a million kids on this thing. Anyway, before I get to the 2 players that I really love, because that's how this whole topic started, back to the fanboy, Silvy. As I told you, Big Dom keeps asking about you and why you keep fanboying him. I told you that my buddy works for the Eagles, and he's like, he grew up in the Chicagoland area. He's like, what's with this guy Silvy fanboying me? So there you go.
Boy.
I know.
He told me that in
Vegas. No. Because I was more interested in talking to him than their head coach.
I'm not sure.
Remember, I was talking his ear off, but he was a nice guy, so why not?
My buddy's kid got a full-time job with him, so I couldn't dime him out early. I didn't want him to get fired.
I love Big Dom. Yeah, I
the only person, Mark, that he
No.
would have turned away Big Dom for was Howie Roseman. That was a slobber fest. So it was Big Dom to Howie Roseman. That was a slobber fest.
That's it. So Chardog took one of my guys. It's Chalmerson. But Chalmerson and Hossa, I think, were 2 of the most influential people to win those cups. I mean, the amount of shots Hammer took and the two-way player of Hossa was unbelievable.
When did they get rid of Chalmerson? Was he there for 15 for the last one?
So here's what I really think. The whole fissure between the Blackhawks and Quinville was Quinville wanted him, and management wanted to dump him.
And that's really when things started unraveling on us.
Yes, yeah. I love Chalmerson, too.
Was hugely integral on that because Quinn built that back end so hugely.
Yeah.
You know, there are multiple Hall of Famers on that team. Anyway, have a great show, guys.
You got it. That's good, Mark. All right.
You bet.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't clip him. So that's like there's like an effect when someone hangs up, you hear that.
Guess so. I've never heard that before.
I hear it randomly every now and again.
It kind of sounds like the Price is Right thing. Where
yeah, like the start of it.
By the way, there's a new Price is Right documentary about just like the whole. It was not a pleasant scene on that set.
There's more and more comes up too on social media about him.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's a documentary that's out that is not
that
very
says he ruled with an iron fist, right? And got people fired. And
he had a relationship with Janice Pennington, one of the Barker's beauties, and then basically treated a lot of the other Barker's beauties not as well, and it was a pretty sordid affair.
Yeah. Let me go.
That's a segue for a different conversation.
No, and then how you almost got in trouble.
Well, that's that guy. I meant, the other sordid
that
situation that's going on right now in the world of sports.
Bobby, what's up?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So much like Tom, I've got that eye for when you see somebody famous or guys from the past. So we're sitting at Disney, we're at the Polynesian, we're hanging out. Guy walks in, I'm like, man, that guy looks pretty fit. As he walks by, he's got a cap on. I realize, I'm like, oh, it's Mitch Trubisky. So my little guy, who's 11, is a huge, huge sports fan, so he knows everything about it. So I tell him, I'm like, hey, that's Trubisky over there. So he jumps right in the pool, swims over to him. He's like, hey, you're Mitch Trubisky. And he's like, yeah, I am. So he's talking to him a little bit, goes and grabs his little 8-year-old brother. He's like, hey, that's Mitch Trubisky over there. He's a Chicago Bear. Walks him over there. My little guy yells out. He's like, I just met a real Chicago Bear. So they're kind of following him around a little bit. And then we go to dinner a little bit later. Who's next to us at the table? Mitch Trubisky and his family.
Under James McMahon, of course. Oh, go ahead.
Right. So Cody Whitehair is there with him, too.
Oh,
and
really?
Then we go back to our hotel. We're going to get ice cream. This was just a couple weeks ago. So we're going to get ice cream. And me and my son are waiting in line. He points, goes, Dad, I found Mitch Trubisky again. So he looks over and kind of chuckles. Super cool, very friendly, really good with my kid. It was kind of fun to watch him interact with his little guy, too. Cody Whitehair, son, was there, just a beast. I mean, little 3-4-year-old running around, just super stacked, but kind of a fun story. And like I said, he seemed to be a really, really cool guy. And later on, connected on Instagram and just a little chat with his wife, and she was super kind about it too. So
usually, for the most part, we always used to do a, how did we term the segment again? Your famous run-ins and good guy, bad guy, we used to call it.
Yeah.
Good person, bad person, good guy, bad guy. And then the stories. Like, usually when you see these people, especially in places like that, they're going to be fantastic.
Yeah,
as long as you don't go over the top.
Than bad. I've seen more good than bad.
And like, I always said that a lot of those Bears teams, whether it was Nagy, whether it was Pace, whether it was Trubisky, they may not have been great at their jobs, but they were
great guys.
Like, that's why the McCaskies were drawn to them, because they were such good guys. Yeah. And they built a really good neighborhood instead of a good a good football team. But so you were alluding to the Bob Barker thing in relation to the pictures that came out at the end of the show. Yes, this is what the sports world is all a buzz about, is the
taking on a life of itself, hasn't it?
Page 6 broke the story. Well, I don't know what they're breaking, but it doesn't look great. The optics aren't great. You probably have seen it on social media. I don't know Vrabel at all. I've met Diana a couple of times, and she could not have been nicer a year ago when we met her at the Combine. We've had her on maybe once or twice, but I don't know her well. I like her work. But the pictures from Page 6, they were all in town for the owners' meetings in Phoenix. At the Biltmore, I believe it was. And then that Saturday, they were caught like holding hands, laying next to each other at the pool on a private deck at a adults-only boutique resort in Sedona, which I think is a bit of a drive from Phoenix. Like you have to go out. It's not like, oh, it's just another resort in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area. This is like an hour and a half away or whatever it is, hour and a half.
More of like a hiking area out there.
Yeah, like it's supposed to be beautiful.
Yeah.
I've not seen it.
We went there on spring break when I was in high school one time. It's really cool.
It's really, I don't think like that my kids would love it, or they'd be like, okay, now what? Where's the water slide park? So we haven't ventured that way. I want to go there and see it. But there are pictures online, and now it's just the internet's having a field day with this.
2 years ago, when we were at the Combine, I saw them out and about together.
Maybe well, I saw them. Look, I try to stay out of people's personal lives and their bedrooms, but I think the story here, more than anything, is like as she does her job, people are now going to ask difficult questions of her about. Well, how do you get some of the insight that you get? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's going to be the conversation now. So, I think
the big thing with her is she always has the rumblings about A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
And obviously, Vrabel has a tie to A.J. Brown, and the Patriots have been one of those teams that's always interested.
It's going to hurt her. And look, truth be told, I know this is probably a topic that is a little bit sensitive, but I believe that many women have a tougher time in the industry to begin with. It's just, they work. We know, you could ask Courtney about this. I don't know if she'd be willing to touch this specific story, but like just to be, it's harder for them
to establish credibility.
Establish credibility. And
unfortunately,
like people like Peggy, people like Courtney, people like Dion, people who are really, really hard workers, great at their jobs, always have to be on guard to be taken more seriously than their male counterparts. Missy Isaacson, was a fantastic reporter covering the Bulls back in the day. So this is going to hurt that.
Yeah,
her specific.
I think it's gotten a lot better over the course of time, but it's. I'm sure it still rears its ugly head, and they're forced to deal with things they shouldn't have to deal with.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
By the way, speaking of Dion, did you see who posted her on Instagram yesterday?
Oh, you're talking about when she ran into Dickie V?
Yeah, and like Dickie V posted a picture of Dion with her son yesterday.
So I guess I saw what Dion posted, that her son and her met Dickie V in the same spot where they're in Florida in the Tampa area or wherever it is, like 15 years ago.
Oh, really? I didn't see that.
So Dickie V held Cash is the son's name when he was a baby. And now they ran into each other like 15 or 14 years later, 12 years later.
You're still looking for Theo to recreate that picture with one of your sons, aren't you?
That's right.
Similar.
We would go every other year. But Dickie V, I don't know if you saw this too, posted that they found some more abnormalities today. I think I just read that, and he needs further testing. Like that dude, all the money he's raised for pediatric cancer through the V Foundation and the cancer awareness. One of the best friends of Jimmy V. Warrior. And what he has done simply to come back to broadcast again through all the cancer battles, through the vocal cord things, and he's been through a ton.
Couldn't ask for a better spokesperson for the cause.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is this the Kevbo or just a Kevbo?
Oh, I was just going to say, we've got a treat online, too.
Wow, Kevbo is on the line?
This is Kevbo, who used to be a producer here and also down the dial. We loved working with Kevbo. And we were disappointed to find out that Kevbo was leaving the business.
Yeah, he got a real job.
What's up, Kevbo?
Got out of our business.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Everything's good.
Well, why so fucking serious?
Yeah, I mean, like, we gave you a big build-up, how much we love working with you, and you're like, hey, guys, what's up?
Well, honestly, I was pretty fired up, and then I called in and talked to Tyler. Always a pleasure. And then I'm sitting on hold like an asshole for about 5-10 minutes. So when I was about to come out of the gate,
well, you're just an asshole. It's not about sitting waiting to get on the air. That's just you being you.
This guy thinks because he used to scan the badge into the building that he gets a fast pass.
That's right. Tell him, Tyler.
Listen, I paid my dues. All right, I get the lifetime pass. And I'll be down there.
Do you still carry one of those tiny little notebooks where you scribble your thoughts in?
Yeah, of course. I got a lot to say. Got a lot on my mind.
I love that. How have you been?
All right. I'm good. I'm really well, actually. Thank you for asking. I wanted to actually call you guys because I'm headed to the airport soon. I'm going on a trip to Europe here tonight. And I know you two are well traveled, so I wanted to ask you guys for any travel tips around London and Dublin, where I'll be.
Sylvie's the world traveler.
I've
I
never
just
been
go to South
London
Carolina.
or Dublin. I only go to Italy. We're trying Greece this year.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for nothing.
Thanks for calling. How long are you going to be gone?
About 2 weeks.
Nice.
2 weeks, yeah.
Look at you.
That's a great trip.
Do you miss us, by the way? Who gives a fuck about your trip? Do you miss us?
Well, I kind of do. I mean, I want to know.
I want to know about him, how he's doing.
I miss Charlie.
Yeah? Not Tyler?
right.
You don't miss Tyler?
No, not at all.
Feelings mutual.
You know, like Kevbo is the guy for those who don't, who forgot. He's the reason why we have new studios. Because this is like the butterfly effect.
Good point.
Because first of all, as we were moving up, we were soon to be moving upstairs because of the YouTube cameras at 190 North State. Waddle and I were the only ones who loved broadcasting downstairs on State Street. We loved it. I still miss it. Yeah. And Kevbo spilled his, what was it, coffee on the board? And you
coffee. It was a hot coffee.
And you short-circuited the board, so therefore you pushed us upstairs, and therefore we then started looking for a new office. So you're the reason why we have the new digs.
Yeah, and you're welcome, by the way. And
expect an invoice.
That note is still there, I think.
The funny thing about that, too, is I was working with Chris, and he was running the board. So I don't even know what I was doing back there, where I would have had a coffee hovering above any equipment. I was probably just, tickling him or something. And I just spilled the coffee all over it, started short-circuiting. It was during a Carmen and Jurko show. Jurko didn't give a shit, and Carmen was a little alarmed. And then we got through it.
There's another
one. Now you've moved on up.
It's fantastic, and we have you to thank. Do you know? I don't know how much you've listened.
That wasn't the first board he burned, was it? Didn't he do that more than? Didn't you do that more than once, Kev?
That was the only one I did on accident. The other ones were intentional.
Do you know who the first person was who spilled in the new studios?
Shay?
Nope.
Probably.
Come on, know your personnel.
Probably the least likely guy you would think, don't you think?
But of course he started blaming someone else for
that
this.
should be your clue.
So that's your clue.
He got angry.
He got angry, and it's not Shay.
No.
I'm out of guesses here.
It's Carmen. Carmen spilled. He didn't have a lid on the cup, and then he got all mad that there aren't lids for the cups
then
that they provide.
Then he blamed it on everybody else.
Was he drinking a fucking cappuccino or something?
Espresso. Double espresso.
It's not my fault. It's your fault. Go. Look at that lid. Have a safe trip, buddy.
I love when even our former teammates end the call early. We had a caller yesterday end the call early. Say, okay, that my time is done, or like something like.
Sox are threatening. I gotta go.
That's true. Yeah.
See.
Right. I gotta tell you, there are certain things in life that just give you a chuckle every now and again. And when I get a random text from Kevbo, it just makes my fucking day.
His dry sense of humor is spectacular. I want to say that Connor responsible for bringing him over from down the dial.
You probably vouch for him. I'd imagine he was a reference.
Yeah.
I think Brendan too.
Yeah,
because they were together in Houston, I think.
And I'm like, oh, this guy's good. This guy's fun. He's fun to work with.
He's great.
He's a really good guy. Lewis and Lyle, what do you got, Lewis?
Yeah, so it's funny you guys are talking about two of your favorite athletes. One of them, Daniel Manning, just underrated safety, if you ask me. And you know what? He's part of one of my favorite memories growing up, and that was the first ever Bears game I went to when I got to watch him return the opening fucking kickoff against the Saints back in 2008 on Thursday night. But one that I didn't get to watch, but is actually part of one of the greatest photos that is currently hanging up in my office. It is Joe Marconi, played fullback for the Bears in the 60s, along with Ditka, number 34. There's a great photo that I got from his son, of all people, where Joe's just carving up the Packers defense. And in the background, you can see Vince Lombardi gritting his teeth in a squatting position. Just looks like he's taking the biggest shit of his life in his pants.
That's good. Lewis, thank you.
Nice.
But, I don't know. I was shaking my head no on Daniel Manning. Now, it's his favorite or underrated. Daniel Manning was the guy who cost the Bears the Super Bowl, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Doesn't Urlacher...
Wasn't he out of place or whatever he did was wrong?
Urlacher tells the story about, like, he believes to this day that if Mike Brown was healthy...
Right, they would have won.
They would have won. And Daniel Manning missed the call and was playing out of position.
Yeah.
Or something to that extent on one of the late touchdowns in the fourth quarter while it was still a game. So that's why I can never... co-sign any Daniel Manning love because it's kind of like the Chris Conte thing with us. All right, before we talk to Courtney, and, you know, she's been very vocal about the Bulls too. Can I share you some feedback? Or I heard from someone inside the organization, and as you would expect, they're defending that this is a sought-after job, you know,
which is funny because I read
messages.
Something else from somebody in the business that said they've
And
already
I got
been.
that, yeah.
Okay.
So I wanted to play a sampling from around, but I want to first position from the Bulls. Like, they obviously hear what we say, what you say as Bulls fans. Michael Reindorf made that clear in the beginning about Bulls fans. You know, it obviously many people, and I wouldn't blame them, says it's all about money. Like, he hears it because of the dollars of the people not renewing their season tickets. That's where he hears you. But I'm told, too, that he heard the Wilbon thing on Friday, and he knew about what Wilbon said on Friday. And I was told that they believe, or they have said, since they've announced the opening, there's been no shortage of people who want the job. They believe they're going to get a top guy. And they believe, the way it was termed to me was, anybody who thinks that a guy who has been courted recently by the Knicks, North Carolina, and Kentucky would be an impediment to them getting a front office guy, you know, is foolish. So that's their rationale inside that building. You and I, obviously, for bigger reason, push back on that. And I still do.
There's a difference between quantity and quality. So you can say there's an unlimited number of people who are calling that are interested in the job. Are any of those people Sam Presti, Bob Myers, or any of the other people that you're most interested in? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we don't know. The proof will be in who they hire or how the job is done. I would guess no. I would have thought that even if they said, look, here's a blank check, here's a blank job description. You fill out what you want to do for us. You can have all the keys, or you can take this part of it. And if they gave them unlimited power, unlimited money, I still think it would be a long shot to land a guy like Sam Presti or Brad Stevens, or do what the Cubs did with Theo. I don't think, even with that. With this now in place, I'll be blown away if they land a guy who is currently working for a team who has built up a team and wants a new endeavor and chooses the Bulls.
Listen, and that guy may decide that Billy's his top candidate. I just think it's silly, and I think we all kind of agree. It's silly to have a job opening where the number, I would think one of the top, you know, at the top of your list of requirements or your responsibilities as a GM is to hire a coach. If that has been taken off of your plate by the team before you even
exactly.
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So that process is a little weird.
And I thought Jesse was the one who explained it best, that Michael Reinsdorf, if you listen to him speak, you look at his track record, first of all, running the team, and see what the record is since he took over as CEO. It's not good. And then if you listen to him just speak about the sport, you know he's just like the average fan that you would see at a restaurant or at a bar talking about a team. What Michael Reinsdorf says about the Bulls is like the intel that you would get at your average neighborhood bar talking about the Bulls. He is not an expert. You know, at least George says, I'm not a football evaluator, I'm just a fan. Michael Reinsdorf is just a fan. So when a fan who doesn't know a lot of people in league circles, who has to hire a service, which I'm fine with, to find out who the top names are, when he's already picking the coach above the experts. Like, if you want to leave it and say, look, we love Billy. We're going to take a chance here that Billy could get hired by another team. But if you want to hire Billy, hire Billy. If you don't. We're not going to force your hand. But we love them. We endorse them. You sit down with them after you're hired. You choose. And Billy may be gone. It's a chance you have to take, though, in my opinion. I don't believe you could hamstring yourself any further by just doing the process backwards. And if you lose out on Billy Donovan, where is it going to hurt you if you really make smart moves? Did it hurt Oklahoma City in the grand scheme of things? Does Oklahoma City ever say to themselves, you know what? One of the big mistakes we made in our rebuild is we let Billy Donovan walk out of the building. Do you think they ever talk about that?
The only time he ever advanced out of the first round of the postseason was his first year.
First year.
And they went to the conference finals.
They've had pretty damn good success since. And I don't think they'd ever say that the coach has losing Billy has stopped them from being great. So I always believe the reason why the Bulls will eventually turn it around is they will find a star in the front office. They have to, especially when they have obstacles of ownership in their way. You have to be really special at what you do to navigate this Bulls organization. Now, all of a sudden, you're putting these stoppages on who you can and who you can't hire based on an owner who doesn't know much about the sport telling you you have to do this. It's bad evaluation. That's backwards thinking. This is Zach Lowe. And what's his podcast called, Charlie, for proper?
I think just the Zach Lowe Show.
He used to work at ESPN.
I know more than you know.
He is a know-it-all guy. He would never answer our calls. He would even say, what would he say? I don't do talk shows. I don't do local shows.
Did you ever call him, Tyler?
I want to say it was Merck or Black or Abdallah. Yeah. And he used to tell them, because I always I thought he has good intel. He would say, I don't do local radio shows. Like, he was just too good for doing a local radio show.
I can't blame him.
So this is Zach Lowe and him talking about what he has heard about the Bulls' job and ownership.
I talked to, maybe 6 months, a year ago, I talked to a front office free agent who, let's just say, would have his pick of any job, most jobs if they came open. And he said to me, what would you do if you were me? Like, what job intrigues you? And I said, whoever saves the Chicago Bulls will be a legend in the NBA forever.
Oh, and in Chicago. I mean, you will pay for a shot of Malort for the rest of your life.
Guess who still doesn't? Tom Thibodeau, and he hasn't coached the team in like 10 years. And because it's the Bulls, and they become so moribund and so nothing, and so just completely forgotten in the NBA ecosystem. And he said to me, that sounds great in theory. Like, I don't trust the ownership.
I don't trust the ownership. So this is a guy in Zach Lowe who was texting. I would assume it's two guys.
Bob Myers was the first name that came to mind.
Bob Myers or Majiri. Masai Ujiri.
I think the way he phrased it was he'd have the pick of the litter of almost any job that was available would signal it's Bob Myers. Because I don't know if Masai Ujiri would.
I think they probably worked together at ESPN too, right? Weren't they on?
That's a great point. That's good connecting of the dots.
But you have to want to be savable. You have to want to be saved. You have to acknowledge that you need to be saved. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they were willing to say, come save us, and acknowledge that they need to be saved, then it would be a desirable destination. But if they have this staunch feeling that we don't need to be saved, all you got to do is play Michael Reindorf from yesterday. They don't feel they need to be saved. You would be lucky to come here and work with Billy and us. You know what? My dad keeps it real. I'm going to keep it real.
I was emailing with a former great front office person who will probably get into his Sports Hall of Fame. And when the Sox job was opening after Kenny and Rick opened, I said, would you have any interest in this? And he sent back laughing, crying emojis in the email that he would never work for that ownership, that it would be a joke. So
Tell John McDonough I say hello next time you reach out to him.
So it was not John McDonough.
Oh,
no.
okay.
But like that's sort of the thought process there. The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the past. The proof is in the results of what they've tried to build. This is one more about what he heard about AK and Mark Eversley in relation with ownership.
If you talk to Arturis and Eversley today, they would probably say, honestly, we were doing the bidding of an ownership group that doesn't care, that just wants to make money, that is happy to be in the play-in tournament every year. Mm-hmm. And so we aimed our transactions at that.
I understand this, though, Waddle, and you bring this up all the time. I said this about Ryan Pace, and I've said this about other guys, that if you get the job or you're being offered a job and they say, look, but you got to be matched up with this guy, and it's one of 30, or in the NFL, it's one of 32. And yes, it's very, very hard to pass on when you get the gig, but you want to make sure you do it the right way.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I've always said to you, why would anyone want to do that? Like, AK was a sought-after guy coming out of the Denver organization. Doesn't he want to be great himself? And if this is simply, and I've told you stories where Pax, told me too, some of the barriers that he had to deal with ownership. I don't understand why someone subjects themselves to that.
Well, I mean, listen, if you are an accomplished, desirable person, I get it. Those jobs pay pretty well. So, like, if you're getting paid $2.5 million and just based on principle, you're like, I can't do this anymore, where are you going to recoup that $2.5 million?
Well, I mean, like, it's
like AK's not getting another job.
But it's now. But if he was good at his job and not maybe doing the bidding, but maybe not doing the bidding for ownership, it's hard enough to be a successful general manager. Why would you then cater to an owner? Why would you want the job if the owner is going to put barriers in its way? Can't go in the luxury tax. You can't get to. You gotta do cash considerations for us because we got to make our investors happy.
It's the reason why Bob Myers isn't interested in the job, because he doesn't need the money probably, or he's been to the top of the mountain. For a young or inexperienced or never done it before general manager, not only is the money fantastic, but you probably are a touch naive thinking I'm the guy that can turn all of this around. And then when you get there, and it's not nearly as easy as maybe you thought it was going to be, now you're stuck. Are you going to leave? Are you just going to say, you know what, I can't do this anymore because ownership won't allow me to do what I want to do? You're kind of stuck at that point. If you do that, how does that look to other teams? If you say, I can't do it anymore, I'm out, maybe you get the reputation, whether it was fair or foul, that you quit on a team. So I just think it's hard. It's
but what
hard
about doing your research before you get the job? Like you were saying about Bob Myers, you got to I would suggest that anyone, I've told you, I know people what they think currently because of the last game of Shire. But there was a rumor mid-season or whatever it was about Shire to the Bulls. That he grew up, that's his dream job, and that the Bulls word was that I don't think it came from any reputable sources. And I told you that I told him, do not take the Bulls job. I'm a Bulls fan. Like his coaching record would be ruined.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. I'm with you, but he's not at Savannah State. He's at Duke.
Right.
I mean, the Duke job's better than the Bulls job, for Christ's sake.
But I would warn anybody, even though it's my favorite team, who takes pride in what they do, interview them as much as they're interviewing you.
Of course. But at the end of the day, this is what you do. You're a coach or you're a general manager, and if you get the opportunity, there's a certain amount of, like I said, you're naive in some ways or you're overly confident. You're the guy that's going to be able to do what others can't.
To overcome.
Yeah,
man, it's so hard.
Look, again, if somebody said to you, somebody said the Bulls' job is yours, and you're like, I turned them down. I can't win there. And you're somebody that's never been a head coach before. Or your resume isn't an impressive resume. And I just don't.
Ben Johnson had no coaching experience. He was good at what he did, but he's turned down jobs that have been offered to him.
He has, yes.
That didn't fit. That's what
turned down the commander's job.
And for a minute there, it looked like he made the wrong choice. And then things kind of
changed. Everything, as we've said, there are exceptions to every rule. You could go through this process and the process doesn't make sense to you, and you may hit a home run. We don't think that you should hire a general manager who doesn't have the autonomy to hire his own coach. But they may do it, and that general manager, for all you know, may come in here and completely solve every problem. Don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people have said to me, Silvy, when are you going to realize, do we have to break? Why can't we put Courtney on and just keep going, and then we'll break before Waddle's World? You want to do that? Is that cool? Or do we have to break for something?
No, that works for you guys.
Yeah, you have to go to the
sure
bathroom?
Waddle's
No.
got to piss or not.
Yeah, no. We're good. We could keep going. So and we've given you right now an hour of uninterrupted stuff, uncensored as well. Hope you're enjoying it. Tell your friends too. Let's get more people here in the YouTube, in our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@ESPN 1000 Chicago. If you just arrived, and you missed anything, this is all available in podcast form as well. So anything you miss, you can still grab it on our podcast page on the ESPN Chicago app. Still grab it on YouTube. You could also watch us twitch.tv/@ESPN 1000 Chicago. If you're leaving soon, like if you're watching us at the office, that looked like it was gone, but the wind's blowing in at like 30 miles an hour from right field.
I don't think Babe Ruth could hit one out at the rate today.
It's 4-3 Orioles. It turned into a sacrifice fly. And probably on a normal day, that one would have been hit up several rows in the right field bleachers.
I think if you're a pitcher, you're throwing more strikes today than you would normally throw, right? Because you know that the ball's going to stay in the ballpark.
It's a JMO day. Like
it's total
a day
JMO
like
day.
that JMO thrives on.
JMO had a brilliant first start because he was pitching with the wind at his back, literally.
Yeah.
Not figuratively. He had the wind at his back.
All right, let's bring in Courtney Cronin right now, who is joining us on our YouTube page and YouTube channel at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Courtney, how have you been?
Been good. I miss you guys. I talked to Waddle last week. How was Mexico?
It was great. You know, have you been to Cancun before? I love Cancun. I never thought I would.
I have only been to Cabo, Los Cabos, but Cancun sounds great.
Yeah, I've been to Cabo too. We used to be big Cabo people, but we veered since to Cancun, and I told you the mall across the street where we stay has all the top designers. Like, it's a high-end mall.
Love that.
Jesse downplayed it, but I told you when we were talking about it off the air one day, oh, it's legit. It's legit.
Sylvie got busted trying to bring back in steroids and a bunch of antibiotics, but we were able to bail him out, Courtney, and he's back to work.
Yeah, those pharmacies, they'll get you every time.
Yeah.
Don't know if any of that stuff is legit, but I'm just glad that you weren't, detained at customs.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
We tried our best to get him detained, and it's just we couldn't get it.
Waddle once before Courtney, but well before you were working with us, when I took a trip to Miami. And
this was years.
And I was taking one of the wheel bags that's a carry-on though, so you're putting it through security. He put a tape cut. What's the right way?
It was one of those things, Courtnney, where you like it's got a tape roll on it, but it also has a sharp edge so you can cut the tape. I put it in his bag because I was trying to get him stopped at TSA.
Yeah, he put it in the inside flap. I didn't get caught, but I didn't know it was there. So when I reached inside to grab some stuff of the zipper, I cut my finger because I went in too hard, and I wasn't expecting a razor blade there.
Yeah, that's what is the title of the show today that I see on the YouTube link? Mess around and find out.
Yeah.
That's an example of that, I guess.
Listen, I wasn't always this fine, nice, wonderful guy. I was a dick back in the day, so I've grown up.
You're still a dick.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Courtney, the main reason why I wanted to talk to you today, and obviously there's a draft to get to, and I'm sure you have thoughts on that, is because you and I are simpatico regarding the Bulls. Like it stopped this year because I don't think you watched that much, and I certainly didn't watch much. But like a year or two ago, we were really texting a lot about our Bulls frustration. So, being a reporter, being a Chicago person, being a person who loves the Bulls, what is your thought with what they did and the direction they're going here?
A day late and a dollar short. I think that's the ultimate feeling that I walk away with, knowing that they could have done this years ago. Instead, they waited until the last week of the regular season to somehow find resolution here. And I still feel like they're playing with one hand tied behind their back that they did to themselves by saying that you have to have a general manager come in here who, without a shadow of a doubt, believes in Billy Donovan, wants Billy Donovan as a head coach. So you're not letting a GM come in here and build the team in his vision. And there's nothing against Billy as the head coach of this team. I was a little stunned when Michael Malone got hired as the UNC coach, I thought that Billy Donovan, considering he won 2 national championships at Florida, would have been a shoo-in for that job. And I was curious if he wanted to still stay in Chicago after seeing what this ownership group is not willing to do to be a competitive team. So I don't know how to feel, honestly, because they did the right thing. It just took them 5 years too late to get to this conclusion of moving on from AK, moving on from Mark Eversley. But I still feel like this team is in a rudderless direction for a job that should be one of the most coveted in all of sports. It has a long, long, long way to go to even enact the true rebuild of rebuilding the team from the front office onwards.
You know, it's so funny that because it almost seems like an archaic thought that in sports these days, because, you know, there's so many different routes you can go and there's so much money involved that, oh, well, you should be thrilled to want to come here and be the GM of the Bulls and not hire your own coach. Like, this is very early 2000s, late 90s. This isn't 2026 in all of professional sports, is it?
No, and I think that they can take a lesson from the Chicago Bears in a lot of respects from when they did it the first time around. Obviously, you know, when they cleaned house in 2022, it may not have netted them the head coach for the long haul, but they did it the right way by tearing it down to the studs to build it back up. And that's what the Bulls should have done. Again, it's nothing against Billy Donovan. If you believe in him that much, Michael Reindorf, move him into the front office. Let him be in the Brad Stevens sort of role. If he doesn't want to coach anymore, maybe he does. I don't know. I wouldn't want to coach under the constraints that this team places on me, the roster constraints, the fact that you don't have any first-round picks coming back to you for any of the players that you offloaded and some of the baffling roster decisions. But if you believe in him that much, don't put him with a GM who is ultimately might not have the same vision as him because he's coming in here knowing he has to acquiesce to whatever Billy Donovan wants. I would move Billy Donovan into a president of basketball operations role and let him then lead the rebuild if you believe it that his vision has to be a part of this long term. It's ass backwards in a lot of ways, but I'm not surprised that this franchise did it that way, considering they have not given us anything to trust and believe in as far as direction. And still, this feels very directionless going forward, despite them inevitably having to make changes at some point because it got so out of control and just so went so far left so many different times that they couldn't maintain that anymore. They had to do something.
You know, I want to love them. I hate that I don't love them. I hate that I hate them, but they have forced that sort of emotion on me. How would you describe where you are with the team? Are you in total apathy? Are you still angry? Where are you right now?
I've been in apathy, honestly, since the last play-in tournament. Like, if you're playing for the middle, if you're a team that I saw a tweet from Bill Simmons that I thought was just brilliant, that it's described it perfectly, that since David Stern stepped down as the commissioner of the NBA, there has not been another team, sans the Pelicans, that have just gone about this playing for money and not playing to be a competitive team than the Chicago Bulls. It's a slap in the face to the fan base. It's a slap in the face to anybody that has cared about this team, that wants to, like, we can't even envision them getting back to where they were in the 90s. Like, it's so far gone that the fact that they sell nostalgia, that's all they have. And so I think for me, the apathy runs very thick, and I don't know what it's going to take for me as a fan. Obviously, I cover the NBA, but I'm a fan of this team, and I love the NBA. I would love for this team in an Eastern Conference that's had a lot of jockeying of positioning as of late within the last couple of years, where the Sixers are good one year and then they're not. The Miami Heat are good one year and then they're not. The New York Knicks look like they're teetering. I mean, there's the whole conversation about the 3 seed, but it's a gettable conference is what I'm trying to say. Yet you put yourself in no position. Milwaukee, throw them in there. They were there and then they weren't. You put yourself in no position to actually contend. And I have a hard time believing that they will get it right, because they've shown you that it's more than just the front office that's gotten it wrong. It's the people controlling the purse strings of this franchise to go out and make big time moves that can alter the trajectory of where you're going, that they're just not willing to do that. The bottom line is more important to them. Getting the home gate for a play-in tournament game is more important than long-term success, because we've seen them prioritize that over anything else the last couple of years. And honestly, until they show me differently, which is probably going to take 3 to 5 years at the very minimum, even if they hire the best people out there. And we'll see if any of these playoff teams, I kind of doubt it, fire their head coaches in the last week of the season, kind of like the Michael Malone, Taylor Jenkins treatment from a year ago. But I don't know. I have a hard time buying into any vision here because I don't trust the people behind the scenes that they've got the right vision in the first place.
Well, that's why the buzz lasted for about 4 hours. Like the glee and the joy in Sylvie's eyes was something that
we had that honeymoon,
to behold, and it dissipated and disappeared before the show was over because you realized that the route they were going to take was not going to lead you to where you want to go. And you mentioned a little bit of the Bears, Courtney. There are other examples here in Chicago. If you do business differently, and recently here in sports, you can find your way back. You know, whether it's what Rocky Wirtz did after his old man passed away, or it's what the Bears did, you know, getting out of their comfort zone and firing Matt Eberflus and giving Ben Johnson whatever it would take. You know,
Tom Ricketts
hiring Theo. There's plenty of examples here in Chicago that if you do things differently and don't cling to the way you've always done it, you know, you may find better days. But it seems like they have blinders on still.
Well, again, I keep going back to this is an organization that makes its money by selling nostalgia. Yeah. They're not selling, you know, they no disrespect to the current roster and the players that they have and all the players that they parted ways with, but this version is not NBA basketball. Anybody who's watching this knows that they're not watching competitive NBA basketball. So it's a slap in the face to the fan base to charge them NBA basketball prices when you're watching, you know, a G League Plus team. And until they show you that they're prioritizing playing and fielding a roster that can compete in their own conference, let alone the rest of the league, I just don't have a lot of faith there. And, you know, the examples you pull up in Chicago of how these turnarounds have happened, sometimes it just takes one radical move to then cause a domino effect. And we saw it with the Bears this past year, an 11-win season after they hired the right coach and they threw a bag at him. They said, okay, you're the best at what you do. Go be the best at what you do, and we're going to pay you like that. Can the Bulls stomach that? Can they stomach that with getting a brand name coach? Like, I don't think you do a startup situation here. Even though this is a rebuild, I think if you're really going to try to change the perception of what this team is, first off, you got to, this is insane. This is Chicago. This is not a destination for free agents at all to play on that team. So you've got to, much like their counterparts in the Chicago Sky right now, you've got to rebuild your image to lure free agents here, to make people want to come here to play, instead of being the organization that agents, players, all these people around the league look at and say, well, that's dumb. They waited so long to trade Ayo Dosunmu, to move Kobe White, that they screwed themselves over the value. Well, that's dumb. They gave Patrick Williams a 5-year, $90 million contract. Well, that's dumb. They traded Alex Caruso for the list goes on and on. Like, can you just reestablish yourself as a credible organization first and foremost? Because that's where it starts. Like, it's very much the bare bones. Can you be a credible, respectable organization like you once were 30 years ago? And that's where it has to, I think, what 2026, 27 is going to be all about.
I still can hear a little Courtney Cronin anger. I know you say you're apathetic. As you continue to talk, I could still hear your passion for this. On the other side, I just
don't like when people play in my face. That's what I don't like. And I don't like being told that the sky is purple when it's blue, because that's what they've been doing to fans for a long time. When they make you pay at a premium to go watch a product that is not NBA level basketball. And they keep telling you that they're not rebuilding, they're retooling, they're working towards something. Like, don't lie to your fans. Don't lie to them. People aren't stupid, but the fact is, again, until you hit the owners where it hurts in their pockets, you're never going to see real change. It's great that it took 5 years too late for this to happen. You would like to believe, as fans in the city of a once storied franchise, that eventually there will be changes. But we're all too smart as sports fans to believe what they're selling us right now and what they've been selling us for the better part of 2 decades.
Yeah. Guess who's sold more tickets this NBA season than any other team?
The Chicago. Only the Bulls.
Only the Bulls.
Only the Bulls.
I always say I won't go to a game unless I have free tickets, unless a friend gets tickets, unless, you know. And
don't go then either, Courtney. Don't do that either.
I'm going on Friday when I think they close out the season against the Magic. Look, but I'm not I will not be patronizing them in the way that I'm not giving that organization my money. I'm just going to be straight up
Don't
about
order
that
any cocktails then, because those are going to cost you about $30 a bottle.
Exactly. But it's I have the opportunity to do that. I know a lot of fans really want to go and watch this team, and they want to believe that the glory years will eventually come back. I think most fans that I talk to that are Bulls fans, and obviously I don't cover them, so I can have a different viewpoint of this than if I were covering the Bears, a team that I'm objective about, a team that I cover on a daily basis. I think a lot of fans are just fed up with the act, and they don't want to continue to shell out money for something that doesn't yield them any return on investment. And that's kind of where I've been the last couple of years, ever since I moved back to Chicago, that if they're good, if they actually put in the effort, I'll tune back in. Will be willing to give my own capital to the organization. But until then, no. Absolutely not.
I like that. I don't know if you spoke about this when I was on vacation, because Waddle brought it up immediately when I got back and we were playing some of the sound from the NFL owners meetings. Is George walking around with more of a swagger these days? He seems more decisive, more definitive with his statements.
I think that's a fair assessment. I sat down with him after he did our group availability, and even when he was talking about at the beginning, when he was talking about the stadium and let's not use trite, I believe that was the word he used, or contrived football terminology or adjectives, saying we're at the 2-yard line. Him saying that in the room of an outlet that like published that, I was like, damn, George, where'd this come from? This isn't the PC George that we're so used to being around. But I appreciated that. I appreciated the candid nature. And I do think that obviously having the season that they had this year, him finally having fun again, consistent fun as a sports fan. You saw it from the fist pump when they beat Cincinnati in week 9. And you saw it where he told me, I sat down with him afterwards. He told me this is probably more fun and more rewarding for him as a fan, which he always claims to be, than the 1985 season, which is, obviously they won a Super Bowl that year, but they were world beaters. They were rolling over everybody that season. Because there was the question of, okay, is this for real? I think that brought out a different George than we're used to seeing. And I very much appreciate that, because he's been very transparent. He's been very honest. And he's also stepped out of his comfort zone, the comfort zone of how the team's done things in years past. I mean, we just talked about, them hiring Ben Johnson and what that did to change the outlook in Chicago. Like, I think George is bearing, or kind of like reaping the fruits of his labor here, because of the things that he did differently, knowing that this organization needed change. And that's why maybe the way that he speaks publicly now might come across as a little bit more, I'm trying to find the word here. Like, not that he's puffing out his chest by any means, but he's a little bit more confident when he speaks.
Got a little swagger,
bit more open, which I think is great.
Not that George would ever have a swagger, and his swagger is going to look different than other people's swagger. But for George, and I've said it, Courtney, I like this version of George. I thought his concise, detailed, and spot-on explanation for how they handled the Ian Cunningham situation, I thought, it inspired me that, hey, for the first time in a long time, I got a feeling like the owner is in New York talking to the commissioner and in a very impassioned way, telling him, hey, you're screwing us with these comp picks. And at the very least, I could walk away from it as a Bears fan thinking that for the first time in a long time, I like the way that they're doing business.
Yeah, and I think that's a vibe that most of us came away with from Arizona, especially the comp picks thing, because obviously it didn't go in their favor. They got shut down a second time, but the way that George positioned that it's, the league has this rule book here, and that they're teetering us down a slippery slope if they don't give the Bears their comp picks. The fact that they kept trying after being told no the first time, I thought was, a very prudent move by them. And it shows that the owner's invested in doing what's right for this organization and not stopping until he gets an answer.
Yeah.
Whether it's a good answer or a bad answer for them.
What do you think, Courtney, will happen first? Will the Bears draft a player first, or will they know where they're building their stadium?
I think the draft will come first. I do. I think April 23rd is 2 weeks from tomorrow. I know that Kevin Warren told us end of late springtime, early summer is the destination. I know Adam Schefter reported that it's the next couple of weeks they will have a an idea. They'll know where they're going. There still is that May 31st date at the end of the legislative session for the state of Illinois. And I know they're trying to give them every bit of every inch they can give them to make something happen, because ultimately they own the land there. It's less of a hassle if they can just work out the property tax certainty. But I will say, while I do think that the draft pick comes first, this is a team that loves a press conference right before a big moment, or a big statement before a big moment. So let's not put it past this team to have a Wednesday, April 22nd announcement of where the team will be going.
Kevin Warren's going to tell us they're interested in a site downtown Chicago once again. That's what he's going to do.
Boy.
No, I'm joking. Back to George for a moment, Courtney. Did you believe him when he said that we'll be fine either way, that I'm okay either way, whether it's in Hammond or it's in Arlington Heights? Or you truly believe in his heart he doesn't want to go to Indiana because this team needs to be in the state of Illinois?
I think it's both. I think if you really got him on the spot about that, he's a traditionalist. Yeah. I mean, look at from everything from the uniforms to the history of this organization to the Hall of Fame. George is about the most purebred football guy out there. And the Chicago Bears, throughout their history, have played their football, their home games in the state of Illinois. I do believe that this would be a major adjustment for him, just like he talked about it being an adjustment from when they went to from Wrigley to Soldier Field 50 years ago. But they're feeling the pressure from the commissioner. They're feeling the pressure of the fact that they bought this plot of land 3 years ago and they still don't have anything, or they closed on it 3 years ago and they don't have anything erected on it. I think enough time has passed to where he realizes we're going to lose money if we don't get this thing built. And the way he talked about the gamble here of those $2 billion, the bonds that they're going to have to purchase to fund this thing, because they're not sitting on $2 billion in cash. Most billionaires aren't, but they're less liquid than most franchises. I think that there's bigger concerns here that kind of outweigh the nostalgia factor for him of, we got to stay in Chicago, we got to stay in Illinois. That right now it's about, where can we get the best deal for the stadium to get it built, knowing that it's a brand that will not lose its fan base. Bringing it full circle. If the Bulls can keep their fan base and keep making money amid not even trying, and the Bears are actively trying, I think that George knows that he's not going to lose fans over this.
Yeah.
Not in the slightest. The Giants and the Jets didn't lose fans to go when they moved, to MetLife. So I think the Bears are in a very similar situation, and he's at peace with that.
Yeah. As far as moves on the football field, we joked yesterday, I'm still on high alert for a tweet from Shefty or you or someone that, hey, the Bears made a trade, or, the Bears are thinking about Dexter Lawrence or something like that. I see they have barely any cap room. I think they're lowest. Is there any chance of them surprising us with some sort of move before they draft or during the draft with some sort of a deal?
The Dexter Lawrence of it all, I find a little hard to believe right now. First and foremost, I think the Giants are going to figure this thing out. It's voluntary OTAs. This happens every year with different teams and guys not showing up because they want new contracts. You don't let a piece of that caliber out of your defense. He's outplayed his contract. There's no guaranteed money left. I think the deal gets done with the Giants. I know people keep bringing up the Bears because of the pass rush, and they did spend their resources in free agency on the interior, and they also have Javon Dexter and Grady Jarrett. So I find that one a little bit harder to believe, a big signing like that right before the draft. But as far as a trade, it's where are they going? A day 2 trade, a day 3 trade, sure. They've got that extra second round pick, but trading up or out of 25, I think is so difficult because it's kind of no man's land on the board, unless what I keep feeling is a possibility is that instead of defensive end at 25, which if there's a pass rusher they like there, absolutely go for it. You need somebody. You haven't addressed that spot yet. I still think that with Ozzie Trapillo's uncertainty about when he's coming back, that they will very much be in the market for an offensive tackle on day 1. I think that's in the play. I think it's in play there because Caden Proctor in a lot of mock drafts goes to the Steelers, maybe 1 or 2 above where the Bears are, or 1 or 2 below, either to Buffalo or there's another, I forget who's right after them at 27. But it's a need because Ozzy Trapillo's injury causes a lot of confusion about what this line's going to look like. And I just don't think they're satisfied with 4 guys who haven't played high-end football in a year being their options at left tackle.
Has there been anything about this offseason to this point now that a lot of it has come and gone that has surprised you? Or is it kind of unfolded the way you thought it would?
No big splash signing, which I guess is a little surprising just given this team did have success and they want to maintain success. I understand that success, like a splashy move doesn't necessarily yield success, but I'm not surprised by obviously the Drew Dahlman retirement, nobody saw that coming, but as far as like other big things that they did do or didn't do, Ryan Poles I remember sitting with you guys at the combine and Silvy was at 80% on a DJ Moore trade. At that point, that was like the day after Poles talked. And I was like, I'm going to get 40, 45 or whatever. And what he has shown you as a general manager is believe him when he's hemming and hawing over something or when he's, hesitant about like, I don't know, like he might not be here, but he's got to see how it plays out. That usually is a tell. So I guess from that logic, I'm not surprised really by any of those moves, but it just feels like there weren't enough big time, team altering moves to make you think there were a lot of like big time upgrades to make you think this roster is that much better than it was a year ago. So by that logic, that would be like my only surprise.
Yeah, I would say like from our perspective, I would speak for Silvy too, but like when you have a quarterback, as they say, on a rookie contract, and you've shown that you're capable of maybe surprising some folks. I would say that I was in that camp where I thought it was more likely maybe than others that they would make a big play. But it sounds like to me the message coming out of Hollis Hall is they're playing the long game here, and they want not just success this year and next year. They want a sustained success. So
yeah,
well, here's hoping that they're able to achieve that for sure.
Courtney, before we let you go, what's the offseason been like for you? Every time I look up, you're doing some national TV, Sports Center, something like that. How much fun have you been having?
It's been great. I mean, I've been home like 5 days in March, 5 or 6 days in February, but it's been great. I'm out in New York now doing First Take tomorrow and Friday. So it's a great time of year. I love being able to kind of mix these things into my schedule and get these opportunities. And I'm grateful for them. And it's always fun to represent Chicago on the big stage because I don't, they call us the third coast or whatever. Yeah. I still think we're number one. So let me try to sneak some Bulls talk into First Take tomorrow.
Yeah.
So there'll be enough Knicks talk to keep everybody happy. We'll see what I can do with that.
You just blasted them recently on one of the shows, didn't you too?
I did because it was when Shams reported about the anti-tanking measures. There's like the 3, it's about the lottery and like expanding the lottery and what the odds are, and then the 5 and 5 model or whatever it's called. So I remember it was Stephen A. and I talking. It was a very brief conversation just because we were still getting the reporting out about what the measures were. And he brought up a point about teams that don't play to actually do anything successful on the court. They're just playing for the middle. And of course, as someone who's from Chicago and someone who, a long time was a Bulls fan, I've witnessed that. And the analogy I used was that it's like a high school dance. Everybody wants to be invited. The teams that, do just enough to get an invite to the dance are in one tier, but not everybody can do what it takes to be prom king or prom queen. And, that's kind of how I view the Bulls right now. And that was my, that was kind of my parting message as we went off that, because they never really tank. That's the problem.
Yeah,
like, they've never been bad enough to be what the Wizards are right now or what the Nets are going to be. They've been so mediocre playing for the middle that at least try to suck. Like, try to be so
when they're
bad
good, they never try to be great. When they're good, they never try to be great, like and go over the top and spend. Like their plans have been very middle-ish. It's never to be great or to bottom out. It's always to be in that good, and we'll see what happens. Great work.
Because that makes you money. That makes you money. That keeps people going to games, and that is a very selfish way of operating a team. And I don't know if that will change, but at least we know that the leadership internally will.
By the way, real quick, based on this stat that I have in front of me, as of January 8th of 2026, the Bulls were 6th in operating income, despite how mightily they've struggled.
Funny how that works.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So the almighty dollar.
Yes, it is. Courtney, great work. Thanks for taking time for us today.
Of course. See you guys.
There you go. Courtney Cronin right here on our YouTube page. Two of my buddies I'm going out with tomorrow, my Skokie crew, who I grew up with. I've referenced them before.
When you guys go out and hit the town, like, is it just like messy? Like,
no.
Okay.
No. I don't get messy.
Okay.
Some of them still do. I have one buddy, Chris, who we have reunited with. He gets messy.
Yeah.
He could still party with the best of them.
Okay.
But my buddy Jason, who I grew up with, he says, Mark, can we watch your show live on YouTube during the White Sox games when they're on AM 1000? And I go, yeah, we're here now. So I don't think everyone still knows.
Doesn't
so spread
sound like
the
you
word.
guys are very close.
We are, and he listens to the show a lot, and I think we've been promoting it quite a bit.
Does he think you're still selling shoes at Athlete's Foot?
That's
what?
right.
Is that where you're at?
Yeah. Let me take this call, then we'll break, and then we'll do Waddle's World, because someone's on hold from Australia. But yes, the shows, whenever the Sox play, no difference in Sox games. This is not an anti-Sox thing. This is just, hey, Waddle and Silvy need to work instead of getting all this extra time off, 2 to 6. So we're on every day 2 to 6. Some of the show may be on YouTube like today. And then once the Sox postgame ends, we'll be on everywhere. We were on all day yesterday on YouTube. So it's just another way you could get it. And the way we continue to evolve as a show with all the cameras, why not? So hopefully you're enjoying it. Aaron is calling us from Australia. I believe Aaron has called before. It is great to hear from you. What time is it there?
It is 6:30 in the morning, boys.
Isn't that incredible?
6:30 tomorrow morning.
We always make the joke about he's
Wednesday,
calling us from the future.
Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Thursday.
Calling you from the future. Just got 2 points on the Fuck Around and Find Out show, and also on the Bulls. First of all, like, you would have had a whole bunch of listeners who would have been pestering you to get Unhinged back on, and now we get 1, 2, 3, up to 4 hours of Unhinged. So just wanted to say thanks to the White Sox, and secondly, the Bulls. After listening, I'm a 37-year Bulls fan, and after listening to Michael speak yesterday, there is no hope as a Bulls fan. The amount of enjoyment that I got as a Bulls fan as a kid growing up, this team, this franchise, this ownership has taken away from me the opportunity to share my favourite basketball team with my 8 and 9-year-old son. Now, you talk about people not turning up to games and it hitting them in the hip pocket, being the only way to get through to them. Like, I can tell you right now that the generation of Bulls fans that is coming up behind the youngest one now, the youngest generation now, is going to be affected by the way they run this team, because I have no interest in watching Bulls games. And I'm like you, Sylvie. I have a Bulls tattoo on my body. I'm a lifelong fan, but I have no interest, A, in watching them, or B, having my boys watching the Bulls. It's we have no hope.
I'm going to make sure that this call is heard inside that building, because this is a worldwide brand. This is a guy in Aaron who found them in Australia 37 years ago, I think he said. And to now, he wants to watch them.
Michael Jordan's not coming through that door.
No, neither is Luke Longley. And all he wants to do is share it with his son to the next generation. Aaron, I think the point that you brought up too is a great one. Our generation now, like you and I, are the ones now who, are the spenders, but we grew up as kids, high school kids, college kids, before we had the discretionary income, and we were fueled by our love of the Bulls. So therefore it is carried over, because there's a bit of FOMO too, where, hey, what happens if we do get another Derek? What happens if Michael Jordan comes and I can't get a ticket like back in the 90s? But now when that next generation gets older and they become the spenders, none of them will be interested in the Bulls, because they have not been brought up by watching the Bulls. So while this is lasting now through us, I believe there is going to be an end to this, hopefully soon, if they don't deliver, because they need to feel it in the pockets. So
it has to come. It comes from the fans, like as you mentioned on a show a few days ago about like the older Bulls fans. You see all the kids walking down the street, even here in Australia, the amount of Bulls gear, it turns my stomach. If it makes me want to, I wouldn't because I'm not out of my mind, but it makes me want to walk up to them and tell them that they're wearing merchandise from the worst run franchise in professional sports.
Yeah, what a great call, Aaron. Thanks a lot, and have a great day, okay?
Have a great Thursday.
Yes.
Thanks, boys. Love you both.
Yeah, what a great call that is. And, like, it's a worldwide disinterest, disdain. He wants to go up to people. I remember going to Italy these last 3 years. You know, we were in Portofino, and there's a bar. And the first logo when you walk into the bar is a Chicago Bulls logo.
Well, they're probably selling Billy Donovan jerseys in there now.
That's right. Like I was when I was in Rome a couple years ago, we would see Derrick Rose jerseys just being worn. You know, is cool. It's a brand, you know, and it's just in Chicago. I hope that many of the Bulls fans who are excited about the news that AK and Eversley were fired don't just submit your invoice back and return a check simply because of that move. I would say wait if you've been frustrated to see what they end up doing here. And
the hard work is still on the I mean, like, the easy job was getting rid of people.
Can you imagine, too? I was thinking about this. Like, a lot of people have said, well, Billy still has to say yes. Won't it look even worse optically if you got the fan base in a tizzy by saying we won't hire anybody who doesn't want Billy?
What if Billy says, I don't want the Bulls?
And if days later, Billy comes and he says, no thanks, I'd like out of my deal. How will that look? Like, that will look even worse. Courtney made a reference about going to the dance, like being turned down to go to the dance. You know, that they're lusting over him.
Nothing would shock me with regard to this team.
All right, it's 312-332-3776. You want to talk to us? We just gave you an hour and 40 minutes of uninterrupted stuff. Let's go uninterrupted Waddle's World coming up. Is that cool, guys? We still have a little bit before the Sox game's over. It's top 8, 4-3 Orioles right now. So the Sox are looking to salvage a game here against Baltimore. They trail by a run. As soon as Meller is done, we'll be on all tentacles of ESPN 1000, ESPN 1000, ESPN Chicago app, and of course 100.3 HD2. You can listen to us right now on Twitch and YouTube. Tell your friends, and when you leave your office or your home, you could also put it over your Bluetooth through Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you listen in the car as well. We appreciate it. We'll take your phone calls. Waddle's World coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
How do you know you're home? At Habitat for Humanity, we believe it's when you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Not because of chance, but because of high costs and other very real barriers. A housing crisis this big needs all of us. So let's open the door to opportunity and build a tomorrow where home is possible for everyone. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. Again, that's Habitat.org. Habitat for Humanity. Let's open the door.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself. From building bonds that last a lifetime, it's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Sorry, I'm out sick again.
I just can't shake this fever.
Spread by mosquito bites, West Nile virus is found in nearly every state across the country.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma, a leading chronic illness among children and youth in the U.S., can often be triggered by allergens from household pests. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect your family at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association and the CDC.
At the Y, strength means something different. It means people of all ages being together. It means you can be swishing the game-winning shot, learning to plie in first position, jabbing, crossing, and hooking a punching bag, canoeing in the lake at summer camp, donating food for your neighbors, watching your son learn about water safety in the pool. 175 years later, there's still no place like this place. Get involved at your Y. Learn more at ymca.org.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma can be triggered by allergens from common pests.
I just can't shake this fever.
Mosquito bites can cause West Nile and Zika virus infections.
Sorry, boss. I'm going to be out of work for a while.
The CDC estimates that more than 300,000 Lyme disease cases spread by ticks occur in the U.S. each year. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect your family at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association and the CDC.
Hey drivers, it's Joey Logano, driver to number 22 Discount Tire Ford Mustang Dark Horse in the NASCAR Cup Series. I've got a quick reminder that's essential to keeping you safe on the road. Check your tire pressures. Underinflated tires can fail when you least expect it and cost you more at the pump. Test your tires at least once a month or swing by a local tire retailer for an air check. A little time now can help keep you rolling safely.
A message from the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association.
When you need them, your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call. Whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree, there is always someone there for you. However, because of declines in memberships, departments are becoming understaffed and struggling. Here's how you can help your neighbors and your community. No matter what skills you may possess, you can make a difference. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs your help. Can you direct traffic? Install a smoke alarm, help at fundraisers? Your community needs you. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you make that difference? Will you answer the call? Brought to you by the National Volunteer Firefighter Recruitment Center, a program service of the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance. For more information on how you can help and make a difference, visit www.nvfrc.org. That's www.nvfrc.org.
I'm Justin Smith, retired sheriff and executive director for the National Sheriff's Association. Criminal networks are stealing billions of dollars through social media, phone calls, and text, posing as people you trust. They pressure and demand money or personal information. Don't fall for it. If something feels wrong, slow down and verify. Hang up, don't click, never send money. If targeted, contact law enforcement. Protect yourself, protect your family.
Learn more at sheriffs.org/stopscams. A public service message from the National Sheriff's Association.
How do you know you're home? At Habitat for Humanity, we believe it's when you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Not because of chance, but because of high costs and other very real barriers. A housing crisis this big needs all of us. So let's open the door to opportunity and build a tomorrow where home is possible for everyone. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. Again, that's Habitat.org. Habitat for Humanity. Let's open the door.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps. With volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Sorry, I'm out sick again. I just can't shake this fever.
Spread by mosquito bites, West Nile virus is found in nearly every state across the country.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma, a leading chronic illness among children and youth in the U.S., can often be triggered by allergens from household pests. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect your family at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association and the CDC.
At the Y, strength means something different. It means people of all ages being together. It means you can be swishing the game-winning shot, learning to plie in first position, jabbing, crossing, and hooking a punching bag, canoeing in the lake at summer camp, donating food for your neighbors, watching your son learn about water safety in the pool. 175 years later, there's still no place like this place. Get involved at your Y. Learn more at ymca.org.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
What do we got at the White Sox game? They still trailing 4-3? Is that where we're at?
Commercial right now, yeah. Was it going to a bottom 8 right now? Where are we?
I think bottom 8.
4-3. Last I checked.
Charlie, where are you going tonight? You going to
going back
to
west?
Oregon?
Yeah, I'm going to Portland.
Gonna play some golf?
2 days. Oh yeah, I'll play a little golf.
Yeah.
Watch a little Masters.
Yeah?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Good time.
Good stuff.
Portland nice this time of year? Imagine it is.
It's a little hit or miss. Because it can rain a ton around this time of year, but it looks like I'm mostly dodging it. It's going to be really nice tomorrow and Friday.
This would have been a day where probably you guys more so than me probably would have been out on the golf course earlier today if you didn't have this goddamn work thing to hovering over your heads,
right?
right?
In the 60s by like maybe
yeah. You guys probably would have gotten 9 in
walking
9
over.
holes.
Yeah,
on the train.
I think I'm going to that Blazer game on Sunday. See if they make the playoffs and get the Bulls a pick.
So it looks like right now the Trailblazers are matched up against Golden State.
So
in the play-in, right?
Well, they play. Everything's going to really come down to their game against the Clippers, because if they beat the Clippers, that's who they're going back and forth. They're separated by like a game or half a game, and if the Blazers win, they'll draw even with them, and they would then have the tiebreaker over the Clippers.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the contract that the Pirates gave Connor Griffin? 19 years old, 9 years. $140 million. It's the largest contract ever given to a player with a career average of 176. That's true. You may laugh.
That is true.
It is, but it's true. He's played 5 games, and he's got a career average in 5 games of 176. So technically, I'm right. The largest contract ever given to a player with a career batting average of 176.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good stuff by me, right?
Is this the trend now? I mean, we've seen this done a lot in the last even decade, where they try to tie up their really good young players. But now they're going to a lot of players who haven't played a lot of games yet, or any, because especially teams like Pittsburgh. Do you think this is happening more because it's the trend, or because of where the baseball situation is with labor talks and no one knows the rules yet?
I think it probably,
and they're trying to get ahead of it.
I think it has to do with labor, but not getting ahead of it. It's more like, look at some of the teams that are doing it too. It's So the Pirates can go into those CBA negotiations and say, what do you mean we're not spending money? We just gave out $140 million to Connor Griffin.
Which, by the way, I mean, like, I don't know how to feel about this because I don't know a damn thing about Connor Griffin. He's 19 years old, right? You just gave...
He was the number 1 prospect in baseball.
Okay, but that's a lot of money to give somebody who is never... Like, I get PCA's had 3 years, parts of 3 seasons.
There's also the world where he becomes really good and he's extremely underpaid.
The rumors are trading him in his second year.
He's 19 years old and already in the bigs. Like, usually, like, the last time we saw that was Juan Soto.
I was just going to say, the first teenage position player to debut since Juan Soto in 2018 when he took over starting... he took over a shortstop spot, right? Griffin, isn't that what he is? He's a shortstop.
Well, here's a question for you. What would Skeens say yes to? So what is this? This is his third year? Like 1.5 years, something like that? He debuted against the Cubs, didn't he?
What he'd say yes to is, we'd like to trade you, Paul. He'd say yes,
What would it take for him? It's still a while away, isn't he? Until he's a true free agent?
The other part of... Like, these negotiations, the CBA is probably going to chop arbitration years off, too. That's probably what the players are going to ask for.
So what do you think it would take for him to say yes? A 19-year-old who has played 5 games, as Waddle said.
Just got 9 years, $140 million.
Now, it's
so you think that's by the way, you think that's a good deal? You think that, I mean, there's some risk on both sides, but
huge.
Is it a deal that you would have done if you were Tyler Aki, general manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates?
I think both sides should do deals like that, yeah.
And I think
because he hits free agency when he's 28.
And I think for the Pirates, you do this more willingly than if you're the Cubs or the Yankees, right? Or the Dodgers, certainly, because you can afford paying guys. Pirates can't afford signing any guys when they're great.
I know, and the thing, too, about when you become a free agent when you're 28 or 29 or 30, you're still, I know it's baseball, but you still have some mileage on you. Danny, what are you doing? Stop bothering
we're doing
Charlie.
a show here.
What the fuck?
Guys, listen. I try not to oversee and overstep my bounds. I'm watching this tremendous show on YouTube, and I see Charlie eating potato chips in the brand new studio with his greasy fingers all over our beautiful board.
Oh,
There have been reports of crumbs here when certain people get here in the morning. There's been a dirty spoon left in this spot.
A dirty spoon?
I'm here to make sure that our tremendous new studio looks tremendous at all times. Charlie's a culprit, guys. One more strike, and he's going to have to be suspended.
With pay, Charlie, do it. Do it again. Like, they can't suspend you without pay, so they're going to give you some time off, paid time off.
I mean, I'm off the next 2 days.
Just crumble all of those chips all over your desk and see how much
Who had the dirty spoon? Have you figured out whose dirty spoon it was?
There's a good chance that was probably me.
Oh, you're just leaving a spoon?
Yogurt guy.
You're like my 10-year-old. You're just leaving spoons around now?
It was a singular spoon, I would say.
The thing is, there's a strict don't eat in the studio rule, which everyone seems to obey except 2 people, Kap and Charlie.
Say a curse word.
No one else is in here uninterrupted for an hour and a half, though.
Yeah, like, you're lucky I'm not shitting in my chair.
If you can't go an hour and a half without eating, you got a real problem.
You're lucky I didn't shit in my chair.
Yeah, thank you for not shitting in your chair. Can we swear on this?
Thank you. My favorite part of this whole thing has been when you and Keith came over to the window and you looked like we had stolen something. I'm telling you.
They didn't even know what we were talking about. They were
like, really?
We just wanted to get your reaction. Keith was in my office, we were meeting, and you had some vulgarities that I will not repeat here. And Keith's like, can they do that? And I said, of course they can do it.
Was it jerking off the peg?
And he just wanted
to
look.
Jerk that pig. It was a great chant. What? What happened? What'd you just do?
I
was
needed
that the crumbs,
I could not
crumbs on the counter? Is that what happened? The crumbs got in the...
Listen, this is Charlie's final warning. You, Silvy, our fine folks on YouTube are all witnesses to this, all right? No more eating. And if he eats, you're responsible.
Can I get a paid day off?
Isn't that what you're taking today?
Really?
I mean, it seems like this has been the Silvy show to me.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. That's fine.
I would never say that.
No.
That's just a day that ends in a Y.
Silvy actually texted me. He's like, has Waddle said anything in the last hour?
That's not true.
Listen, it's the chair. It's the chair. It's what happens. You just fall into a sense of security and comfortableness.
Are you looking at porn like Yerk does, too?
No, I'm not on porn.
Well, Yerk has not gone with porn up here, is it?
No, you can see everything
Pork,
on YouTube.
but not porn.
Are you kidding? You can't do that. No. All right, boys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I never would do it again.
By the way, Danny suggested that we start on these YouTube shows because I noticed yesterday I've not been in the chat or at least paid attention to the chat recently. Twitch ruined me on that. So we're going to start doing, I almost threw up in my mouth. Oh my God, that was so gross.
Why? What are you doing over there? What's going on?
I burped and
the chips are the gross things happening here.
My man's throwing vomit all over his microphone, and Charlie's getting his balls whacked for having a couple of dusty chips over there.
So we want to do like a what's up chat thing, or like a what can we call it? Let's chat. Throw us any question or comments to share.
I don't think you want to do that.
No, because they were talking about Jared Goff all day yesterday.
I think you'll be under the desk after
we asked for phone calls, so if people can't call, let's chat.
They were talking about interception regression earlier.
That's right. We all are. This is in the wake of the Bears.
Here's one.
Yep.
FadeOutMedia.com wants to know, I wonder if Pirates owner Bob Nutting hangs out with Woody Johnson.
My guess is no. There's no cross-pollination in the sport.
No?
That's right up your alley, Waddle.
Come on.
Revelers parade giant penises to dash stigma in Japan's fertility festival.
Wait, give me that again. I got it. There's a lot there.
Revelers parade giant penises to dash the stigma in Japan's fertility festival. Showcasing phallus-shaped portable shrines and pink penis candies, Japan's annual fertility festival teamed Sunday with tourists, couples, and families elated by its open display of sex.
Get your penises here. Huh?
Gonna let that one be for a while. Charlie, I'm hoping before you leave for the day, we'll hear that in some sort of return to programming. Today, a 3-foot black steel phallus sits in the courtyard of the Kanayamaya Shrine, honoring the Shinto deities of fertility, childbirth, and protection from sexually transmitted infections.
Have you ever donated your sperm?
No. Why?
I am just asked since we're on the. No, I have not.
No. Nope. Mine worked though. I got 4 kids.
You used past tense there. Do you think you could procreate if given the opportunity today?
Oh yeah,
you could.
Yeah. You don't think I could procreate?
Well, I mean, no, I'm not saying you
don't think my guys swim?
That's what I just don't know.
I'm 59 years old. I'm not dead.
I don't know if they can swim.
This is the punishment for the bracket challenge.
Wait a second.
You have to have a kid.
Al Pacino had a child. He's 75 or 79 years old.
I think he's older than that.
He's 130 years old. He just had a kid.
I think some older people can. Not all. I think it's everyone.
He's 85. Yeah. Charlie! Wow! I can still impregnate somebody. That's my kid over there. Because she got a great ass.
It's pretty good, Charlie.
It was good.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is funny. Testing suggests that Google's AI overviews tell millions of lies per hour.
I know. I tried to send you a stat the other day that I funneled through AI on a and they were way off. Like, I understand that this is going to be the wave of the future, and I understand that it's important to learn how to use it these days.
But if it's not accurate,
but I don't understand
why would you use it? I would go the extra lengths to make sure that the accuracy was intact instead of just believing Mr. AI.
Dean's got a question for you.
All right, sure. Dean, welcome to Waddle's World, Dean. Mean Dean. I always love a good interaction with Mean Dean.
Dean, what do you got for Waddle and me?
All right. Well, my buddy's wife brought this up the other day at the Cubs game. She was a little wasted, but I think I could guess all of your techniques, and I want to see if you guys can guess mine.
Techniques.
If you are a crumpler or a folder when you're taking a shit, Waddle,
A crumpler, a folder. Do I fold the paper? Yeah, I fold the paper. I don't crumple it. I'm a folder of the paper.
Well, he was going to predict, though.
Oh, I thought you said, he asked me. He said, are you a crumpler or a folder?
I was going to predict that you were actually a crumpler because I think people who fold tend to be more of a tight ass, pardon the pun. But don't you think so?
I find it cleaner.
Silverman and Tyler strike me as people who would fold to wipe their ass, whereas me and Charlie crumple. But my crumpling technique is very good, I will say. There's a whole
I throw my crumpling technique up against yours any day.
I'd just be thrilled, Dean, if you use toilet paper.
I didn't know that people fold the toilet paper.
You're out of control, Waddle. That was taking a shot.
Get us a roll. Can you get us a roll so we can illustrate and show how we do this? I don't crumple, nor do I fold. I sort of roll it into like a ballish type thing. Like,
we got paper towels.
Roll it into a ball. That's crumpling.
That's crumpling?
Yeah, I called earlier to share a celebrity sighting also, but you left me on hold.
Who was it? Who'd you see? Who'd you see?
Well, there were two. They both happened in the River North. The first was, these are great because I'm like Silverman. I need someone like Waddle to point this stuff out to me, but I was out with coworkers and I saw the oldest son from Home Improvement. And we were at O'Larry's Barn, River North, Zach Ty Bryan. He was a mess, absolutely wasted. We did all sorts of illicit drugs and drank. We were wasted. He was out of control. And then in 2013, I was with my old girlfriend. Her friend was in town. It was a Saturday daytime in River North. I had to bartend that night, and I was already wasted. And I get out of I'm in my car. I think I was like rolling a blunt or something. And I see the Pistons were in town to play the Bulls. I see Lawrence Frank, and I run out of my car, and I scream. He was with, like, Will Bynum or something. I just saw this little tiny bald guy and this big, huge black guy. And I was like, oh, my God, that's Lawrence Frank. And my girlfriend and her friend said I was nuts. I get out of my car, and I didn't know what to say, Silverman. I was like, when you saw Chris Bosh. You know, with my restaurant with all the pictures, I just screamed at him. I go, I want to put you on my wall, Lawrence. Right.
Lawrence getting so excited over.
Is he in the front office somewhere? Lawrence Frank still in the front office?
Put you on my wall.
I know. That's what I said. I
think he's with the Clippers. Yeah, at last check.
This is what I mean about the chat. All right, so here, let me read you the last few comments here. Baseball player 0, Waddle carries Silv. And then Ravi says, Dean sucks in all caps.
But, look, everyone's welcome to their opinion. It doesn't mean you got to read them. And then,
Ravi says Dean should be limited to 1 call per day. Kenneth says, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Wanalud says, drive into the lake, Dean. And then someone says...
Listen, I can run into the bathroom real quick and grab some toilet paper to show you the technique if you'd like. If you want me to, that's a paper towel.
That's a paper towel. Let's get a roll. Get a roll. I'll talk to Martin. Says only Kap cares about Dean. Dean. Someone says Christian says Dean needs a friend. It's something. People love to talk trash in that.
Knives come out in that chat.
Yeah, it's real over just the phone call of Dean. It gets under people's skin. So. All right, so we'll talk with the chat more and more if you guys want to offer up anything. Waddle is getting the toilet paper. Yeah, I consider crumple like you just take it and you just crumple it. It's sort of like not quite organized, but more of a roll. I take about that long, and then I roll it, and then go.
I feel like that's folding then.
That's folding.
I'm a folder for sure.
Yeah, I'm a
folding. I'm not a folder.
I'm just so dainty and neat.
It's it's not a ball because I need coverage. So it's still where it's got maximum coverage.
You want the track.
I never knew that this was a thing. Like there were so many different techniques.
I didn't know it was a debate. I really don't care what other people do.
The only toilet paper debate that I've always heard is the
over under.
Oh yeah, you go over, which everyone should do. Like I hate when I get the toilet paper and it comes under.
Yeah.
Okay, so like I couldn't get the full roll because you'd have to have the keys. You'd have to hold on a second.
Craziest thing is
you'd have to have the key to get
somebody
in
was
there.
in the stall when Waddle went in there, and he just grabbed the toilet
I just
paper.
jumped over top. By the way, Charlie, check your bag before you check your bag tonight. Okay, I'm just saying. Before you check your bag,
Oh, yeah, it's already checked.
Check your bag. No, check it again.
Okay.
So this is what I'm saying. When the toilet paper comes out, when I take it out, I do this, and then before you wipe, then it's like that.
Okay,
that's a fold.
It's
a fold. That's a fold.
Around your
I'm a
hand.
fold.
So like this is a little long. Like I will.
You never said that, right? This is a little.
Right.
Sorry, this is a little long.
And then I go like this. Is that folding?
That's kind of a fold.
That's a fold.
That's a fold. Yeah.
Fold roll. It's not like ever on the partitions or whatever the.
You'd have to.
You don't have to be
if
doing
you're
like.
not, you got a tendency.
You're just folding a fitted sheet there. Is what you're doing.
I feel good about this though.
You don't
It
have to
didn't
be
take a
doing like
lot of time.
origami for it to count as a fold. Like
I know, but I think you've got the likelihood that you're going to have to really wash some poop off your fingers is significantly higher if you're not folding.
So then
because I think that there's a miss factor like here.
if you just go like this.
Yeah, then
like,
there are animals who do that.
That's
No.
like look at all these.
Crumblers?
That doesn't even seem like it would work.
That's why I'm saying the
Look at all these
fold
rough
is the
edges
best.
it created,
The fold
you know?
is the best. Like
I'm surprised you wrapped it around your hand like you have a technique.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that I do. Well, maybe I do that. I'm
Like
not
boxing
sure.
tape.
Yeah, you did.
But I
You
need
first
the
did.
roll. Like I'm not. I need to like simulate this.
See, this is I know when Craig moved us to the new studios and bought 9 4K cameras inside our Jeff Dickerson studio that he felt that this would be perfect for a toilet paper debate.
Well, he can always tell us we can stay at home when the White Sox are on. Like, right, Tyler? Right, Charlie? I mean, you could get a camera on us on the 14th hole down at Cog Hill if you'd like. Anyway, did you see Shane Smith was sent? I'm sure you did. Was sent back to AAA.
It
This
surprised
is the
me when
first
I heard
time
that this
ever.
morning.
There's got to be this is the first time ever to this.
Carmen asked him that, Jesse, today, and he said Jesse is having a tough time finding that stat.
Well, it's not just that he was the opening day pitcher this year. He was last year as well, and was an all-star.
Right, we know
I'm
that
shocked that he has any. I mean, should I not be shocked? Maybe I don't understand baseball.
Well, the other part
options to send him back.
It's not like he pitched poorly yesterday either. I get that there was a lot of traffic on the base paths, but he allowed 1 hit yesterday.
No, I know,
and
but
had
you
8
know what
strikeouts.
Do you know
I
what
get
he's
that
done though? He is completely worn out their bullpen because you got to come and get him. I think what didn't Jesse say he's thrown 197 pitches in 3 starts and hasn't pitched a full 9 innings. Think about that. So I don't know. Maybe he had almost as many walks as he had strikeouts.
So I know that there are a lot of players who have been sent down very early in a season, but the opening day starter this early, it's usually not them.
That's weird. It was really weird. Blood tests show hundreds of Georgians charged with DUI were actually sober. That's not good. An exclusive Channel 2 Action News investigation finds hundreds of Georgians arrested for DUI in 2025 later were proven to be sober by GBI blood tests. What is the rule? Like, what are you supposed to do? First of all, the rule is don't drink and drive.
Yes,
okay, we
of
know
course,
that.
right.
That's the assumed. But like Tiger didn't even did Tiger
He didn't have a
submit?
drink and he didn't blow, right?
Because I think
didn't
he
blow
went into
either.
a urine test. I think he
But
did.
I did.
blow.
Yeah, because he had a 0-0.
Oh, that's right. It was Justin Timberlake then maybe who refused to.
I think you're right.
He said he was on a world tour too. Did you see that?
It's going to ruin the tour.
It's going to ruin the tour.
Now look, I thought, maybe I'm wrong, I like JT. When I watched the Justin Timberlake body cam footage, I felt like he wasn't trying to be.
I agree with you.
I'm Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
That combined with him being buzzed caused him to not know how to phrase it.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be the douche who's dropping, hey,
Totally
do you know
agree.
who I am? I'm Justin Timberlake. I'm on this tour.
Yes.
And he didn't know how to phrase it.
I'm with you. Totally. I didn't think he was being a douche, but he was. You could tell he was incapacitated a touch.
Oh, yeah.
Anchorage has to close a child care funding gap because people are buying less weed. How about that? So weed, the tax on weed, after voters approved a 5% tax on cannabis products to help pay for childcare and early education in 2023, officials designed a system aimed at spending those revenues with maximum impact in the community for the benefit of kids and families.
Where is this? Is this our state?
This is Anchorage, Alaska. Boy, there's a lot of weed that's being sold, isn't there?
Well, look, I'm a newbie, and I really do enjoy it. I believe, just like anything, as we evolve, there's you can really enjoy it, and it's beneficial. It's better. My sleep has been as good as it's been in a long, long time because of what I take. The CBD, it's a combo of THC, CBD, CBN.
And CBS. Do you have a hangover in the morning or no?
No, that's a non-starter, and that's why a lot of prescription drugs that I've tried in the past just were non-starters because I hate the groggy feeling in the morning. After you do wake up, we're all tired in the morning, but after the first 10 minutes, you got to be able to shake it off. And my body has adjusted. I feel great in the morning.
Tyler, this is a question for you and Charlie, because you're golfers. Augusta National Golf Club Chairman Fred Ridley said yesterday, actually said it this morning, that the club supports governing bodies' efforts to reduce elite driving distance. He says the ball's traveling too far. He's in support of efforts to reduce driving distance. Are you good with that?
Yeah, because I think we've gotten too far with the technology now.
So
the drivers are so good. So what they're doing is, and this is even going to impact us buying golf balls, they're rolling back the golf balls. So they're basically deadening some of the golf balls.
Really?
Because
don't do that for them. Don't do that for us. Because you know what kind of golf boner you get when you crack one.
No,
and it's
I know.
250, 260.
But
do not do that to us guys pushing 60.
But the thing is these days with the courses, you can't. There's so many golf courses where you can't just expand them anymore. And I think this is part of what Augusta.
Well, Augusta did that. They've
tried
moved it back as far as
but
they
they're
could.
maxed out
yes,
now.
They are.
And there's the one house I think that is pivotal to their expansion that will not sell to them.
Right.
They're just holding firm. But you can't expand these courses anymore, and these guys are just crushing 375, 400-yard drives.
Let's have professional golf balls and different golf balls for the average golfer. Why not? You're saying no?
No, I think
but even
for sure.
Even for us, our drivers and our golf balls now, I get they always say it doesn't matter as much for you and I, and that's true. But even still, some of these par fours are just super gettable now.
Listen, I've got to. I played some golf this weekend with my son-in-law and my daughter's fiance. They both hit it really far, but the one kid, Colin, Leah's fiance, he can drive 340-yard par fours. The ball just
You're welcome to the family, son.
Yeah. Hey, you want to play in a scramble this weekend?
That's right. It's
For money? But I mean, it's just crazy. My son-in-law Jack can hit it far away too. But
do you feel old when you're playing with the youngsters because of that?
Yeah, but you know what? I end up scoring better than them because I keep the ball on the fairway.
That's right. By the way, the Sox have just lost. They were trying to mount a rally in the 9th inning. They had first and second, but was that Montgomery who grounded out to end the game?
Studio of tears over there is. Aiden and Hannah are in there crying into their
5-3.
microphone.
It's been kind of these short little swings for the Sox. They had the 1-5 start, then they swept Toronto, and then they just got swept by the Orioles, didn't they?
Yeah, but I would say this. I mean, they've been in all these games, and I'm not patting them on the head, but they're pitching better as well. So the first, I want to say the first
few games.
First 7 games, they were giving up 9 runs a game. So I think that there is some signs of, the improvement that's going to be necessary for them to have one of these good years. And by the way, the last couple of days, the ball is just, it's hitting it's hitting the wind wall out there. There have been several shots that didn't fly out of the park that normally would. So, I mean, I don't know that you're getting a full understanding of what the team's going to be. But, yeah.
Youth baseball starts this weekend for us.
Yeah?
First game's this weekend, out in the cold.
It's going to be a little rainy on Saturday.
Yeah, that's the first House League games on Saturday. We got a travel scrimmage on Sunday. So back at it out there in the cold.
Okay, before we, do you want to do some Florida or Ohio in here in a second? But first, gardening linked to staying sharp in later life, study finds. I found this. My house I live in now, I don't have a garden. I'm gonna have to put one in this year, because I got to tell you, I got more joy out of planting and taking care of my garden at my old house as much as I did playing golf. I loved gardening.
So are you going to start a garden in your new house?
I am.
What crops are you looking to grow?
Well, tomatoes are always at the top of the list. The cucumbers are always on the top of the list.
You like a good hearty cucumber.
Why not? Yeah.
You don't like tomatoes, though, right?
I don't. But my family loves them.
I love
So we have different versions of them.
Can you grow some cherry tomatoes this year?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I love
will.
the cherry tomatoes.
Yeah, you gotta provide the fertilizer for your specific ones. But
what do you mean?
You got to shit in a box and then put it all over your cherry tomato plants. Yours are going to be highlighted.
Waddle's Cola Garden.
That's right. All right, Florida, Ohio. How about that? Check your bag. Check your bag.
Exotic animals. Dumb criminals. Random stabbings. Or maybe just some good old-fashioned debauchery. Everything's on the table. It's the Sunshine State versus the Buckeye State as we play Florida or Ohio. And as always, listeners, feel free to play along at home.
What do you got today?
Florida, Ohio is brought to you by Tyler Rocky.
Man shoots at juveniles after a ding-dong ditch prank.
This sounds like Carmen
DeFalco.
Western Springs. Man is facing multiple charges after police say he fired shots at a group of juveniles who played a ding-dong ditch prank at his home. The court records show that Yarvis Godfrey, 33 years old, is charged with discharge of a firearm on or near a prohibited premises, improperly discharging a firearm at or into a habitation or school safety zone, and felonious assault.
Okay, this is what's wrong with our country these days and just society in general. All right? Like, it's like these teenage takeovers, like, that are happening in town. My dad would I wouldn't even say, my mom would kick my ass if I participated in one of those. Bobby, get over here! And she'd rip that belt off my dad's waist, and she would beat my ass with it if I was involved in something like that. What the?
So I thought you were going to go after the guy for shooting.
Yes, I am.
Because he was over the top in a reaction.
I am.
But you're going after the parents who don't teach their kids the right way.
I'm going after the kids, first of all.
Yeah, okay.
And then the entire family element there. But my point is like this whole thing is crazy. There was a time when Ding Dong Ditch was just, you know what? It was good, clean fun for kids.
I was just going to say, that's good, clean family fun.
Good, clean fun.
It's a good prank.
Yes, like we used to do it all the time, and now you got to worry about somebody shooting at you?
Ring doorbells also probably ruined Ding Dong Ditching. Yeah.
But the kids are so dumb, they still do it. Or they'll do it on Halloween where they'll take multiple bars and you can see who it is.
Well, but that's also fun because when they get to your doorstep and they're going to, well, you hit the button, I'll hit the button. And then if you see them on you can say, hey, I can see you, you little wise ass.
They don't care, though.
I know, but there's the interaction. It's not, hey, honey, bring me that pistol.
Oh, right.
I mean, it's ridiculous that this is... Tyler, between that, did you used to pool hop when you were a kid?
Pool hop?
Yeah, whatever. Were you in a neighborhood where there were any pools?
He tries to outpour us. And now all of a sudden he's pool hopping. You think anyone had a pool except for the little Kmart pool that was plastic in the backyard in Skokie?
Give me 20. You had to go to Kenwood to go pool hop. You couldn't pool hop in your own neighborhood because there were no in-ground pools. There may be a couple of above-ground pools. You don't want to get into
we
those.
didn't have any of those.
So in Kenwood, in the nice area, there was
What does that mean? You just
in the middle of the night,
jump in someone's pool?
I don't think that's called pool hopping. I think it's just trespassing.
Same thing. Well, so is ding dong and ditching. That's trespassing.
It's kind of breaking and entering, isn't it? Like while not in the house, they're
probably so.
Their
Property,
gated,
yeah.
their gated property.
We had this one pool that, like, at night, especially in the summertime, steam would come up off of it, and we get our swim on.
Does that app? Remember, there was a pool app like an Uber / for swimming pools where you can rent out people's pools for like an hour or two. Had you heard? A few years ago, this was a big thing. It was like VRBO.
It's called
or
pool prostitution.
Airbnb for people's pools.
Wow.
Like someone who owns a house and that they would let you use their pool and rent it out like for an hour.
Really?
And you could bring your family, bring your friends, and use their pool. I don't know if that's still a
good
thing.
as shit. Do you have to go, like, do they have to have a pool house?
I've never done it, but I thought it sounded cool because I love a good pool. I have nowhere to turn anymore now that Waddle doesn't have a pool.
I don't have one.
There was someone on, one of my friends, someone on his block who there was like this little, like, smaller house down the way, like probably 10 houses down, and it was just a pool house. Like, the family had another home somewhere else in town, and like they had an offshoot pool house.
Wow.
Like a satellite pool house.
I like that. You could definitely pool hop there.
This is certainly Florida. This is certainly Florida. I'm going to say
Jacksonville.
Okay, that's a good one. I am going like a city-ish that has a decent size suburban area too. So I'll go like outskirts of Fort Lauderdale area.
Yeah, I feel like on the XY, like you can draw an XY graph on like seriousness of offense and time to grab gun, and I think Florida is very quick on that axis.
Yes.
So this
there's more tolerance in the state of Ohio.
This is a little this is a little Tampa-y to me.
Sweep of Florida, sweep of losers, Green Township, Ohio.
Greentown, Ohio? Is that what it's?
Green Township.
Green Township. Where is it? I don't know where that is.
Hamilton County.
Oh, Hamilton County is where I grew up. I grew up
really?
in Hamilton County. I was in Hamilton County. Butler County was the county next to us, but I grew up in Hamilton County. Is it Southwest Ohio?
It is, it looks like it. Let's see.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's a little north and west of Cincinnati.
Check and see if Sharonville. See if you
I'm
can
trying to find
Sharonville.
Is Sharonville, where is Sharonville in comparison to the city?
They should rename it Tommyville.
It's north of the city.
I know, but I didn't know if I was moving north or west.
I think northeast.
Northeast. All right. So
it's
this
Greenville Township, or what was it?
It's Green Township.
Green Township.
It's very, Westwood?
No.
Montfort Heights?
Yes.
All right. Montfort Heights is a part of Green Township.
Green Township, Ohio.
Kirkdale, Mack, Dent. You know where
This sounds like the Bears, the former Bears team.
Seriously.
Khalil Mack, Richard Dent. Did you just mention Mack and Dent?
This is basically where I grew up. Yes, this is southwest corner of Cincinnati. Good times.
All right, there you go. That's Waddle's World, Florida or Ohio. It is 5-3, a final on the south side. As soon as Meller is done with the post-game show, we will be on everywhere on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and also the ESPN Chicago app. If you want to talk to us, 312-332-3776. What else is on your guys' mind today? I was going to play you a couple more bites about the Bulls, but if you guys want to...
Did you see Peter Schrager had it? I think Peter only does like one mock draft a year, doesn't he?
He does one like around now and then one the week of, I think.
Did you see who Peter had them taking at 25?
It was Proctor, right?
Yes, Caden Proctor, offensive tackle from Alabama.
That's what Courtney was alluding to, that she has seen some. So I would not at all be opposed to going first round left tackle. Like solve
I
that.
wouldn't either. If you've got a high quality guy there, I'm more open to it now. I'd rather see them take a left tackle than a safety.
Yes, there's lots of safety buzz. Lots of Bears safety buzz. Like it may not be a good area. Was Courtney alluding to this too? About it may not. It's a weird area for the edge rushers. You're in between. There's some good ones in the second round or a parade.
The only thing, like the safety class is really fun. There is a safety out of LSU named AJ Halsey who is often mocked to them in the second round.
Is he going to be one of your dogs?
That guy is a certified dog in my opinion. He's awesome. So and
pick him in the second round.
And like you can find these guys. I mean, that's
safeties,
the thing.
great safeties, like wide receivers can be drafted second, third,
Emmett
fourth round.
was a second rounder, right?
He was, and even then, like part of the reason safeties work so well is you don't have to be this, 5th percentile athlete to play it because it's such a between the ears position. It's the same thing with like center. Like you don't have to be the best athlete on the field to be a really good safety like you do if you're a corner.
I would bet a lot of money that for sure the Bears take a safety in the first 3 rounds. Where they have 1 first, 2 seconds, and a third, correct?
Yeah.
They should have 2 thirds.
They don't have any safeties outside of Kobe Bryant on the roster right now that you can like credibly look at and say this is a guy we feel good about.
I get that, but maybe can they convert somebody who into a safety?
There's
like
a
we've
lot of
talked
talk-
about
I mean,
Tyreek Stevenson
That goes a little
before.
bit into the hope is not a plan though kind of thing.
No, you're right. Tyreek Stevenson, I saw a couple of weeks ago, has presented himself as somebody that is, realizes that this is an opportunity for him to get back on track and, be a difference-making player. I don't know if I saw it on social
As a
media
corner
or
or to do whatever?
He didn't say, but like I saw some video of him. He's already working out.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah, I mean, so who knows?
I just, with the safety stuff and using the most money that they've spent in free agency, wasn't Kobe Bryant the highest paid guy they got?
Yes.
I feel, I don't know. I mean, am I wrong to think that your biggest needs have been edge rusher, defensive tackle, left tackle? And yes, you
should be able to find somebody
like to go then with your top free agent dollar and your top draft pick on safeties. Aren't you neglecting the other things?
This is what I've said, in the last several weeks is once you become a better football team, I think you can veer away from that best player available mentality. I'm not suggesting that it shouldn't be part of the core of what you're doing, but what if the best available player is a wide receiver or a tight end? Are you going to make that play? No, you shouldn't.
I think they weight it though, right? Like they part of the best player available proposition is it's weighted by
positional
need and value.
But I would say they've got such a bigger positional need at edge or even DT over safety that please take that into consideration when it's decision-making time. That's what,
I think they have a similar urgency of need. I just think the need at pass rush is obviously something that's going to have a lot more impact on the rest of the roster.
Listen, I mean, Lawrence is a guy, maybe they've got interest in him. I don't know what it would take to get him, but, I mean, he definitely would fit the bill. I would ask the question, though, for a player who's your captain, why was he overweight and did he underachieve?
Yeah, of course.
Do you know what I mean? He's a captain, for Christ's sake.
And he had a bad injury the year before. I think he dislocated his elbow, but like that shouldn't take you out of shape.
Yeah, but I don't know. If they draft a safety in 25, if he's a fantastic player, I'm not going to bitch and moan. I kind of lost my zest for screaming at the top of my lungs about getting someone who can sack quarterbacks. I would still prefer that. But if you bring me a safety, a difference-making safety, then while it wouldn't be at the top of my list, it's different than adding somebody that won't play. That guy's got to play from day one. You don't draft a safety at 25 and, he sits behind Elijah Hicks.
But even if you're drafting an edge rusher or a defensive tackle or a left tackle for that matter too, if you're drafting them at 25, they should start for you day one.
You would think so, yeah. I don't know if that guy's going to start at defensive tackle. I mean, maybe with Ben Johnson involved. But you would think that they would start, Dexter and Grady Jarrett, and this guy would be part of a rotation. So I don't know.
As long as he's playing a bunch,
Yeah.
that does
I don't
really
care who you
starting
start,
on
yeah.
the
I just
when
need
you have rotations, who cares who starts?
Your play percentage, participation rate's got to be high.
The thing that we can it sort of reminds me of the Cubs from their first year. They got good. First year in the council, even though they didn't win anything or get to the postseason, they were still good. Where Jed said a lot of our improvement has to come from within. I think the Bears are thinking that too. They didn't make the splashes that we thought.
Jed actually said guys have to overachieve.
Yes, right. That I like. Caleb's the biggest key, obviously, right? If Caleb improves this year, the Bears should be a really good team.
I think their offense is going to be fantastic.
But Caleb should improve. Colston Loveland should improve. Luther Burden should improve.
Rome should improve.
Rome Adunze should improve. Booker should improve. Like, there are a lot of guys that I think we have circled that we feel good about. even though they had good years, that they have just sort of tapped into the potential.
Don't ignore, Jalen Johnson should be improved with the health. Kyler Gordon should be improved with better
I think that's
health.
a great point. I think some of their best players are not coming, have room for improvement.
Yeah.
Caleb is just scratching the surface. Roma Dunze didn't do much. And then the two veterans, I think Gordon and Jalen, are huge keys on defense. They still need pass rush, but those two guys have got to be they're one of the two guys who've got second contracts on this team. Yeah. They have to play like your core pieces, and you didn't get it from them last year.
Because I think Ben Johnson talked about those guys as well, that he didn't really get to know them as much as he wanted to know them, which is odd for a head coach to say, but both of them were injured so frequently, especially early in the year, there really was no relationship that was built. But yeah, I think that, I think that that's part of their plan is that we're going to get internal improvement that is going to take the place of going out there and taking big swings in free agency. Here's hoping that's the case.
By the way, the stadium thing that we touched on with Courtney Shefty tweeted about it a couple of days ago, but we had the breaking Bulls news. I just don't know if there's anything new. It's a weird dynamic, I've told people, because I know that when the stadium talk is brought up, I hear from some people who say, I'm sick of it. I don't want to hear about it.
That's just Tyler.
Until there's an answer. But yet, wherever I go, whether it's friend groups, whether I just meet fans of the show or fans of the Bears, the number one question I get amongst Bears fans, and it's not close. It's not about Caleb. It's not about Ben. It's about where will the Bears be? Where are the Bears going to build their stadium? So it's a weird dynamic because I hear from some who say, I'm tired of it, but yet in public, the first thing when we start talking Bears is, hey, Silvy, where do you think the Bears are going to end up? Do you really think they're going to Indiana? What do you think is going to happen with Illinois? They're certainly in the legislature sure don't seem like they're in a hurry in getting this thing put to bed. I know they're a bigger fish to fry and that there are a lot of issues, but shouldn't this, how hard should this be?
You can't do all of this?
Yeah, you should.
How about then you stay in session longer? How about that?
I never understood that.
If you have more work than you have time.
Then we're done for the day. See you next week.
Yeah, no. Not if you've got more to do.
That is the funniest part. It's Sylvie, we got real stuff we're dealing with down here. Half the time when you're in session, you're not in session.
24 hours in a day.
I don't get it. It's why I'm not involved in politics. I don't know much about it to begin with. But I don't understand when they're in session how often they're out of session while they're in session. Do you know what I mean?
I do. I still would put my money on Arlington Heights, but I'm like Tyler. I have started to drift away from being interested in it because I'm so tired of it, and it's a frustrating conversation. I've leaned to the point now where if you can't figure this shit out by the end of May, which I think is when it's over.
That's sort of what they're waiting for. They want action by then. It needs to be wrapped up.
Take that shit to Hammond.
Yes, that's what they're doing. This is like their backup plan.
If you can't get this tax certainty solved, and you're dragging your feet and you're trying to puff your chest out, and then guess what? Just take it to Hammond. Just take it there. I don't want it there. I would rather it be in Arlington Heights for selfish reasons. I want them to stay in the state of Illinois. I think that's where it's most likely to be. But I've run out of, interest and patience talking about it.
This is like pursuing someone that you really like, and they just continue to say no. So you then just get someone that you settle with.
Then
you know what I mean? Well, you know what?
Oh, I thought you were going to say then you kidnap them and force them.
No. Look. Okay, I've tried my best. It's still not maybe she gave me the time of day, but it doesn't return my calls really quick. My texts are left unread, but we had a couple good dates. I'm still going to give it a shot. And then you're just like, okay, you know what? I'd rather just settle with this person.
Yeah, but the state of Illinois in so many ways is a 3. So you're chasing a 3.
But you won't. I don't know if it's a 3 because, you called it paradise.
Yeah,
the 326 acres, and they'd rather be there.
Correct, but you know what?
That's an 8 in their mind.
Well,
that's a 9.
Okay, but what about the personality here? The personality is a 2. The difficult nature.
Quite stuck
your
up,
personality sucks.
Yes.
You ain't all of that.
You got to wine them and dine them.
Just who really? That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, yes, visually you're a 9. Overall, you're lucky to be a 4 or 5 because of how you handle yourself and the image that you give. And your personality sucks.
But Hammond
and you're stuck up.
So what is Hammond? Hammond is someone who is
good personality.
The great personality person.
Yeah. They're the Seahawks. Great helmets,
Good, but going to be a great partner.
Yeah.
Seahawks.
Have you ever heard that phrase?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. Do you want to expand?
No, I'm not. I'm good.
Oh, by the way, did we get the right microphone thing, Charlie? I'm seeing the way it's labeled. I didn't. I thought they were talking about that Waddle has been manhandling his own microphone. That Jurko could not get the microphone to work, and you've labeled it something differently. And I don't know if I want to go there if it's about that.
Yeah, I thought that it was all part of the same thing, but I'll just re-listen to it to make sure.
Should I just play it since we're not on?
I touch the microphone like if I'm standing or sitting. You've got to raise
you.
it.
So like Jurko couldn't get his microphone to like stay in the normal spot.
Right,
like
because if you stand up, if you see this, if I stand up and you sometimes it'll fall. But if you sit down, you can't sit here and have the microphone there. You got to bring the microphone down.
But so you do jerk it around a bit. You do like
jerk that pig?
They were saying that it was a Kap thing. Kap came in and goes, I don't touch the microphone. It was like this before me. So then they said that you've been manhandling the microphone.
If you didn't touch your microphone, then you were in the same position for the entirety of the show. Because if you stand up to do the show, like, is this where you're going to use the microphone?
No, it's up here. Like
you just manhandled the microphone in their world.
They're accusing you of twisting it in a different direction, in ways it's not meant to be bent.
But this one has always, when you raise it, it swivels. Yeah, it's kind of faulty. It's faulty,
really?
Yeah.
Let me grab the part after Kap walks in, because that's when it turns on Waddle.
That's a part. You thought they were talking about a certain NFL reporter.
I did. Well, yeah,
really?
It did. Yeah.
Really? Now I'm lost.
About the with the Rossini Vrabel thing.
Well, what about that?
It's labeled your Rossini joke manhandling the mic.
Oh, Jurko made a joke about.
Jurko made a.
Yeah, I think so. Interesting. I've sat down for the entirety of this show, so I really.
I feel too low. Our chairs need to come up.
Yeah. I can't sit. I can't do the whole show like this. I'm going to have to stand up in a moment.
Me too. Like, it's tough to stand for 4 hours.
Yeah.
But I've been doing that lately because we don't have the chairs that really raise.
I'll manhandle the shit out of this microphone if I have to. I'll raise it. I'll drop it.
Before we get back to the Bulls stuff, once
Tyler,
we
you want to talk about the stadium? Are you good?
No,
I think a lot of people are. A couple of random sports stories I wanted to talk about. Did you guys see what happened in the Golden State-Sacramento game last night?
I did not.
Tyler, did you?
I heard about it. I didn't see it, though.
Draymond Green spoke about it afterwards. I saw the highlights on Get Up. This is ridiculous. And I believe that they've been making a lot about tanking, where smart teams do bottom out. Like we were talking about the difference between tanking and bottoming out. I believe like tanking, you're actively doing everything to try to lose. Bottoming out is you're simply drafting and going younger and playing your young guys to develop, and whatever happens, happens. The Sacramento Kings took it to a new level yesterday in the form of Doug McDermott, too. It was really an odd sight. So the Warriors were playing at home, and Steph is back. And the Kings, who are brutal, and they're trying to get in the top 4 for the lottery because all 4 teams then have the same amount of odds to get the number 1 pick. The Kings took a 3-point lead with about 3 minutes left. Do you know they then started fouling the Warriors like they were trailing the game with 3 minutes left? There was a foul. Someone fouled Steph to get him to the free throw.
Seth.
Well, I think first it was Steph, and then it was McDermott who fouled Seth. I think there were 2 separate instances where they went out of their way to foul good free throw shooters. The McDermott one was, but I think there was a play before with Steph.
They ended up losing 110 to 105.
Like, and I heard Eddie on the north side call in, and I agree with him. I don't, and
really?
I virtually never agree with him. Wow. That's not tanking. That's not bottoming out. That's throwing a basketball game. That is, there cannot be any sort of that's like striking out on purpose in a baseball game. There should be no room for
So what
team.
do you do? What do you do if you're the NBA?
Well, I mean, like, that is just the obvious. Like, you don't need to, like, that has to be major fines. Draft pick taking away, like.
That's what Draymond said. He said, I saw a team tonight
I got the sound. Okay. Yeah, you want the sound? This is Draymond.
I saw a team tonight foul Seth Curry with 3 minutes game for no reason. In the penalty. I get fined when I do wrong. Just fine the hell out of people. You know, we love taking money from players. Keep fining the teams. I've seen 2 fines. And we all know everybody tanking. But you've seen 2 fines. We snatched that money in a heartbeat. Why isn't it the same? And we see 12 teams tanking. We've seen 2 fines. My math serves me correctly. That's 10 that ain't been fined. Just some quick math. It could be wrong, so don't judge me if it's wrong. But we're going to keep that same energy when it comes to teams, when it comes to officials, when it comes to everybody but players. We don't keep that same energy.
What do you think with what he had to say?
I think they should be fined for something like that. I think he gets fined for good reason as well because he does a lot of stupid things on the court.
This is a many things can be true kind of situation.
Exactly. 2 things can be true at once here.
Like what I've always said when I've thought in the past that the Bulls have carried veterans and are playing too much instead of letting the kids play and develop and whatever happens, happens. I've always said the coach and the players don't tank. They're trying to win. And that's where I'm fine with things happening. This was them getting a directive from their coach, who is getting the directive from the front office to actively try to lose. It is like saying, here's my bag of drugs and labeling it by
These
saying
are not drugs.
Bag of drugs.
Well, I would say, too, that the league should have the authority to make that subjective decision that, you know what? That was obvious tanking. That's bad for the game. Now I'm going to fine you.
It shouldn't be fines, though. Like, we got to start taking ping pong balls.
Well, yeah, that's right. I'm fine with that.
Take
Whatever
ping pong
hurts
balls
them the
or
most.
draft picks, because if you're just going to fine billionaires thousands of dollars, what do they care?
That's a fair point. You're right. I mean, for all of these franchises are worth multiple $1 billion. Yeah, do whatever it is, punish them in a way that actually is inspirational to them so that they don't do this again.
Would you? What would you guys do with the lottery or with everyone's coming up? I still believe, like, my bigger issue with the NBA these days is not knowing which team is trying on any given night, not necessarily tanking, but who load managing or several guys are out or, you know, not everyone playing as many minutes or is playing as hard when they should be playing hard. I still believe that's the greater issue, but when it then dissolves into this was something I don't remember ever seeing from a team.
You know, I'm sure there's an easy answer to this question, but my brain is fried sometimes. Why does the NBA need a lottery where the NFL doesn't?
Because then what the NBA wanted to do was to give that way. If there's one team that's the worst, it's easier to tank.
Well, I think
it's easier to get the number 1 pick.
They don't do this in baseball either, do they?
No, they do. There's a baseball lottery.
Yeah,
now.
they stop.
There's actually more drastic measures in baseball because the Sox.
Yeah, that's why the Sox had like the 11th pick after
they had the worst record ever.
When did they put that into effect?
Recently,
like 3 years ago, I want to say.
Because they think that it creates more fairness.
Yeah, to me, like baseball tanking, I don't think anyone ever looks at that as a problem. I don't think there needs to be the measures in place for baseball that there are.
So you think they overdo it in baseball?
The
spend,
payrolls,
yeah.
With trying to like Pittsburgh, not trying.
Well, the financials of it's different.
Oakland and year in and year out. The Marlins in the past.
I feel like you also have like the hope is there. Like it's in your farm system. Like if you're the Pirates, yeah, the last number of years sucked, but like, I mean, I guess Paul Skeens wasn't really in their system for that long, but like you had Bubba Chandler in your system. You had Connor Griffin. Like you had all these guys that even when the Cubs were really bad before all those guys came up, like you still were, you still knew what Chris Bryant was up to in the minors. You still knew the kinds of guys that you were getting back for, in some of these trade deadlines. So I feel like that deadens the blow of watching a really shitty baseball team.
So how do you fix the NBA lottery?
So there's an announcement today that the NBA Board of Governors is going to meet May 28th to vote on the anti-tanking measures.
What are they?
And so there's 3 options. The one that has the most momentum right now is this. There's 18 lottery teams. So it's the 10 teams that miss the play-in altogether. Then it's the play-in teams, the 4 play-in teams, and then 8 other teams. I'm guessing that's going to be the 8 teams that lose in the first round.
Oh, really?
And then the bottom 10 teams each have 8% chances of moving up in the lottery, while the other 8 teams split 20% odds of moving up in the lottery. And all 18 teams are a part of this new lottery.
So they think by expanding the teams who get the number 1 pick and not front-loading it with the teams who are the worst getting the best, it's the worst 10 that they feel that will allow teams to try more down the stretch. What I worry about is just like these teams who are trying to get in the top 4 right now, that it would expand teams who are in the middle to tank earlier. To get in the 10 instead of getting into the 4.
Yeah. To me, like, if you have to vote on something this drastic, you've got a major problem with your league.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, a lot of these issues are bigger problems than just the tanking or not trying. There's a greater problem currently with the NBA. Like, Bill Simmons' old thing used to be the lottery calendar. Do you guys remember this? Where it would never be the draft calendar. You would schedule your team to have you would know every year which pick you have. So like one year you'd pick 1, the next year you'd pick 30. Or there's some sort of a formula to it where you're on a schedule.
Yeah, I mean, and because you're so inept, why should you be rewarded consistently with high draft picks? So I would actually, as I think of it, subscribe more to the random nature of it all. Just because you suck at your job, now we're going to give you the top pick in the draft? Well, there's motivation for you being shitty at your job.
I don't know if it's necessarily being shitty at your job, because you're still like game planning in a way. Like the Spurs. Spurs just were smarter with it than every other team out there. Was there some luck involved? Yeah, but like they just went about it a better way than other teams. I don't know. Like the lottery system to me, I think,
like the Pacers are going to do well, right? You're going to get Halliburton back, and you're also going to be.
But couldn't you also say the Celtics had the same predicament that the Pacers had?
That's true.
They're like a lot of people have complimented the Celtics.
Yeah.
I really think. I think the Celtics are one of the better stories in the NBA recently. Like there are a lot of good stories. Like Wemby is such a great story. What Oklahoma City has done to build that monster is fantastic.
You're right. The Celtics are the biggest surprise in all of the NBA.
But the Celtics could have, Brad Stevens could have said, look, Tatum's probably not going to play the following year. Let's just sort of.
And it's a great draft class.
Let's take a year off and then reload it. But they stayed true to themselves. They were still really good, and they
wanted to win.
And then now Tatum has come back so quick and has been so good. They're now the odds-on favorite to come out of the East and play in the NBA Finals. It's
a great story.
It is. So I don't know if there is a solution. If anybody has a thought, 312-332-3776, because obviously the original thought in any sport is the draft tries to get the bad teams good.
Do you know how many minutes Jason Tatum is averaging per game right now?
It's like 30, isn't it? 25 to 30?
32 minutes per game.
What story?
Coming back, as quickly as he did from Achilles. That's the best story in the NBA. Yeah. I mean, and obviously Wemby, other stuff. But that story is fantastic.
You want to hear Jurko and Carm about your microphone? We got this right now. Here it is.
Well, hold on. What are you doing to this thing every morning?
What do you do to this
Upside down and turned around. Look how easy this is. This is all you got to do.
I haven't done anything.
It was all turned upside down.
I found it this morning.
Well, who's doing that, Waddle?
And who sits here? Waddle finagles this thing?
What is he doing? He's manhandling that thing.
But you never change it. You keep it that way.
I keep it however it is.
That's the way you like it. All right, I got you.
I don't touch it.
Let's blame
So
Waddle.
we're going to get Waddle in here. We're going to give him a course on how to handle this stuff.
No question.
That guy is killing us, man.
Waddle thing.
We're going to take care of this.
Very good. Thanks, Cappy. We'll tell Waddle.
I appreciate you coming
So
back.
it's Waddle that's doing the manhandling.
Waddle. We got to pop him.
I would.
Pop him.
I will definitely go through the course, but York's got to teach it. So that means he's got to stay here till 1:30 or 2 o'clock. So I'll go through the manhandling course, but the good kid's got to be the teacher. So he's got to stay here.
Your microphone is different than the rest of them. I don't know if it's the way the way it's pointing right now. Like they're all here. Look at, theirs are different, I guess. You guys have yours turned a weird way. It's different than the ones.
Yeah, ours hang.
He's
down.
got
Yours comes from the top.
Your mic's got Peyronie's disease.
Like Floyd.
That's right, from DTF St. Louis.
Want to go to Denny's later, Waddle?
No, I don't.
There was a Denny's, by the way. I'm not spoiling anything.
The Denny's plan.
It was called the Denny's plan. It's the name of the last episode of DTF St. Louis. And it was supposed to be, it's obviously not a real one. And the scenes in Chicago are fake. But it's supposed to be a Denny's on the north side. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
So those scenes aren't from Chicago either? I mean, like they show the bridge and everything.
They just show like
It's definitely not the neighborhood they said it is.
Yeah, or like you could tell by the buses and the street signs when they actually do the acting that it's not that. But
some of the phrases are fantastic.
Chicago Board of Trade was mentioned in the last episode.
Papa Boner is Papa Fool one.
Yeah.
Like they've got some funky phrases and sayings.
All right, you got to clean the language up, right? When we come back, are we back
Maybe
everywhere?
not. Maybe not.
So again, thank you to all of our YouTubers and Twitchers who have tuned into the show today to watch us. Even though the White Sox were playing, you got the White Sox on ESPN 1000 and 100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. That's where we'll be starting here at 5 o'clock. We'll be everywhere. We'll still remain on YouTube, so you don't have to go anywhere if you just want to watch and listen on YouTube or Twitch. We're coming back. I want to reset the main story of the day with the Bulls and some of the sound that we had from around the league. We didn't talk about this fight either that they're showing on the screen right now and using the ball as a weapon. It's all coming up next on ESPN 1000.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma can be triggered by allergens from common pests.
I just can't shake this fever.
Mosquito bites can cause West Nile and Zika virus infections.
Sorry, boss. I'm going to be out of work for a while.
The CDC estimates that more than 300,000 Lyme disease cases spread by ticks occur in the U.S. each year. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect your family at pestworld.org. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association and the CDC.
Advantage Acura of Naperville proudly presents the Peggy and Dion Show. Join host Peggy Kaczynski and Dion Miller every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Chicago, AM 1000, FM HD, the ESPN Chicago app, and live on YouTube.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. Oh, we've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
If you're in the market for windows, then you need to call me, Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. I do things differently than those other big-name window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product, best warranty, made right here in Chicago, all at the lowest price, guaranteed. Deal directly with me, the owner, and call the Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060. And check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years, and this summer they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Chicago Wolves, Rockford Ice Hogs. The rivalry continues.
You're going to get some bad blood.
The Chicago Wolves return to Allstate Arena this Sunday to take on their division rivals, Rockford Ice Hogs.
It's rock'em sock'em as they go toe-to-toe.
With the playoffs on the horizon, you don't want to miss a second of Chicago Wolves hockey. Get your tickets for Sunday Chicago Wolves versus the Rockford Ice Hogs today.
Harry Douglas here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast, others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in. Harry Douglas here to tell you about Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes just like the best birthday cake ever. Vanilla, buttery, frosting vibes. It's basically a party in a bottle. And here's the best part. All cake, no sugar. And you know I love my cake. So I get that big birthday energy without any sugar guilt. The bottle's small, easy to toss in my bag, and perfect when I need a quick, tasty caffeine boost to cakeify my day. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who was injured due to negligent lighting. Hey, it's Jurko, and I'm telling you, if you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
All right, Chicago sports fans, baseball season has started. That means spring is finally here. It's time to swing into action with Toyota's 2026 lineup. Drive the Land Cruiser, and I love it. We go one baseball game after another. I'm sure you're traveling all over the place for youth baseball here coming up. Maybe it's the rugged Tacoma. They've got upper deck power and available four-wheel drive. The RAV4, which I used to drive, is an all-star hybrid and a versatility that leads the league. It's also been redesigned. You're going to love it. And the all-hybrid Camry hits it out of the park with impressive miles per gallon. All right, no matter which Toyota you choose, you're driving an MVP. So check out the full Toyota lineup at Toyota.com or do what I did and check out your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
No, just generic music today,
I was
Charlie.
gonna say,
huh?
I like the open to the YouTube show a little bit better. But
Yeah, a little bit.
For
you can hear that on the pod.
For those of you just joining us on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app, welcome in to Waddle and Silvy. We've been at it for the previous 3 hours. In case you missed the news, during Sox season, when the Sox play in the afternoon in the 2 to 6 time slot, we will still do our show on our YouTube channel and also on our Twitch channel. So if you think, like, because of past years that we're usually off the air during White Sox games, that's not the case anymore. We do an uncensored show where you can watch or listen to us. You could also feed it through your Bluetooth in your car. But if listening to the White Sox or a diehard Sox fan and you want to listen to the great call of Len Casper and Darren Jackson along with Jeff Meller, you certainly should. And it's all in the same places on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Sox lost today to Baltimore. They got swept in that series after sweeping the Toronto Blue Jays. So they've been up and down so far to start the season, but it's great to talk to you today. 312-332-3776.
They're getting better pitching, okay? So that should buoy your hopes if you're a Sox fan, but the bats have yet to come alive. Conditions haven't been great either. Wait till it warms up.
Today is a little bit better. Yesterday was brutal.
Yeah.
Yesterday was brutal. I said to Waddle, I told Charlie and Tyler too, for those who've listened and watched on YouTube, you know our feelings on the Bulls since their press conference, but this is the first time we've been, quote, on the air.
Oh, so you want to kick him in the nuts? Go ahead. Give him a kick.
On ESPN 1000. Well, I don't even think we have to do it anymore. Like,
they kick themselves in the balls.
Yeah, like they do it to themselves. We started the YouTube part of the show. You know, I heard from someone in the organization today who was defensive of the narrative out there, the opinions out there from people like us, saying, look, this is people want this job. We are getting no shortage of input from around the league about, you know, people wanting this job as well. And even that they believe, like, or else they wouldn't do it. Of course they believe it, that the way it was phrased to me is like, look, the New York Knicks have wanted Billy Donovan recently. UNC was interested in Billy Donovan recently. Kentucky last year was interested in Billy Donovan. If Kentucky, the Knicks, and UNC were interested in him, we certainly believe this should not impair our search for a new general manager or VP, whatever the title is going to be.
And all that's well and fine.
And, like, it may not hurt you. We just don't think that that's the correct process. We think the biggest assignment right now, and Billy's been here for 6 years too. So, like, the one thing I would say to the pro Billy crowd, and I there's actually more people out there, which has surprised me, who are very against Billy. There are a lot of passionate people who have called us and said they don't believe in him at all. But I would just say, like, what has Billy done well? You may say that Billy Donovan, you can do worse, or he's not the reason. He's, like, last on the list of why the Bulls are where they're at. But what has Billy Donovan done since he's been in Chicago? And I'm not just talking about record, winning one playoff game. But, like, what is he, what do they do well? What's the Bulls' identity? Who is he developed? Who do you say, well, like, I could name you 50 guys that Tibbs has developed, good and bad players. Good players who got great, average players who got good, bad players who got average under Tom Thibodeau. So I know that AK has really messed this up.
I think everyone has to wear this. Not just AK and Mark Eversley. Billy's got to wear some of it too. I mean, look, you if you were going to attribute blame in a percentage fashion, he may get the smaller percentage. But I've asked this to whoever. You're going to tell me that with his resume and with all of his time in basketball, his voice isn't heard inside that building? So while he may not have wanted Patrick Williams, maybe wanted Tyrese Halliburton, and if you could go back in time, you'd take his, advice versus what AK decided to do. But when it's time to sign Patrick Williams again, how is Billy not in that meeting saying, guys, he can't
do it?
This is silly. We don't need to bring him back. We don't want to bring him back. He's not the answer to any of our questions. So, I would think somebody with Billy's basketball chops would be consultant on a number of these personnel issues.
If you're like, AK hired Billy Donovan. That was his hire. Remember when Michael actually said when AK was hired, hey, meet Boylan, see what he's about. I think it was during the COVID situation. So I don't know if they were playing at this time. I want to say the summer of 2020. And get to know him, and then make your decision up on our coach. They didn't give him a restriction whether they could keep him or let him go. And after dealing with him for a month or two, they finally said, no, I got to get my own coach. They hired Billy Donovan, and I applauded that move. So it was his guy, just like Ben Johnson is Ryan Poles' guy. So what did Ryan do in his first draft with Ben Johnson? And I've been critical of Ryan in the past, but he used him as an accomplished offensive mind to draft guys who play well. Why didn't, Billy, I've heard say, I don't insert myself into personnel. Well, why not?
Right.
You're
coaching these guys, you should have a say on them.
Yes. And I heard Michael Reindorf say, we want him to take more of an active role now in personnel. Well, why, as team president, as the CEO, why wasn't that a thing? Like Waddle said, why wasn't it the thing that when Patrick Williams was a bust, and I believe they signed him as a restricted free agent. Is that right? Didn't they have another year to just wait on him where they didn't even have to sign him, period?
Patrick Williams?
Yes. Was he an unrestricted free agent or restricted when they signed him?
Restricted.
So the point is, they didn't have to sign him.
No, you do have to sign him there.
You do?
Yeah, you do.
I thought it was only if someone else gave you an offer, you could.
But he's a free agent. So if someone else offers him.
That's right.
Yeah.
But no one offered him anything, did they?
I don't know. There may have been offers out there, but he signed with the Bulls.
The thing that frustrates me, Sylvie, what the person from the Bulls told you is the Knicks tried to talk to Billy Donovan. Yeah, North Carolina tried to talk. The Knicks tried to talk to everybody last year. The Knicks, it was a laughing stock because the Knicks kept asking teams to interview their head coaches and kept getting told no. North Carolina, they wanted Dusty May. They wanted Tommy Lloyd. Billy Donovan was probably their third choice. So this idea that he was some hot commodity that every program was knocking the door down trying to get, it just doesn't add up.
Well, even if he is, I'm not going to deny that. He may, make everyone hot and bothered at the thought of having him as your coach. That's the decision of the general manager in my world. If you're going to bring in somebody who is a talented basketball guy and decision maker and your personnel guy, he should. I just think
maybe Brad Stevens loves him. Maybe
let him make that decision.
Call. That's the difference.
Let Brad Stevens make that decision.
Why just already rule for the guy who's not even employed yet?
Well, what you've decided is Billy's the most important guy in the building on a basketball front. And if you're already saying that, I would ask, how does that affect the attractiveness of this job compared to others? And I know, your contact there is saying, there's people, but there are. You
want to hear Shams first?
Sure.
I'll play you Zach Lowe. We played that on the YouTube. He's reached out to people, and he believes, first of all, that the Bulls' job would be a good job because whoever turns them around is going to be great. But you'll hear this is a criticism of the Bulls. But firstly, here's Shams. So Shams is the information gatherer that he is. He's a local guy. We love Shams. Went to my junior high in Skokie, Old Orchard Junior High. I believe he went to Loyola for high school. And then I think he went to Loyola University. This is Shams talking about the Bulls' job and where it ranks right now.
Well, right now the Bulls are going to start their process, likely potentially hiring a search firm to assist this. And this process could take 4 weeks, 6 weeks, could be even longer than that to find that. But the Bulls' job that we're see now open, it is still viewed as a premier job. One, because of the market. Two, because of you see the loyalty that the Reindorfs have had for years, for decades. When I talk to people around the NBA, it is viewed as a top job under those circumstances. And yes, Billy Donovan is someone ownership wants to continue to move forward with as long as he wants to be there, and also give him an input on the roster and an input on the potential president/GM hire. That's going to be a room. If Billy Donovan stays, that's going to be Jerry Reinsdorf, Michael Reinsdorf, John Paxson, who's a senior advisor there. He ran the Bulls for a long period of time. And Billy Donovan, if he stays, that's kind of your core group to decide the next head of basketball operations. This is a team with 7 first-round picks moving forward. They've got ample cap space. So they are well positioned here in that market to turn this around.
What do you think?
I think there are some attractive qualities to this job. I mean, who wouldn't want to be, in that building with regard to the history? It's the building that Michael built. It's the third largest market. But again, if the general manager is in control of hiring his own guy, that to me would be a bit of a stumbling block.
What I worry about, too, with the committee, with Michael and Jerry, along with Pax, and if Billy Donovan's going to be along, too, if he agrees to come back and he's included in some of these interviews, is you already have like-minded thinkers who have not stopped the ineptitude of the Bulls in the past, so they may not be willing to change on a different voice. So if someone says, this is what the Bulls have done wrong for 15 years, going back to when Gar and Pax ran the Bulls, well, Pax is on the committee. So do you think they're going to be receptive as Michael and Jerry, who has owned the team then, Pax ran the team, and Billy Donovan is currently coaching the team, to a guy who wants to come in and say, look, you know what I would do? I would do things completely different than you've been doing it the last 15 years.
How's that going to be received?
That's what I mean. And if you're not open to real change, you could change people, but you're really not changing the thought process of how you want to run. We've talked about this with the Bears in the past. There were people who wanted the Bears job, and they said, first thing we would do is get rid of Ted Phillips as the president. Well, guess who's sitting there is Ted Phillips. Or we want to get rid of Jay. Well, sorry, we're not getting rid of Jay. Now all of a sudden you're being short-sighted to why you're in the situation to begin with. The Bulls have not won on a high level since 1998. And the blip on the radar of when they started to win with Derek was only because of luck. They got bailed out because of a lottery ball. They were drafting way towards the end of the lottery, and they won the lottery. Without that, they probably would not have a 60-win season since 1998. So, all of a sudden, you're going to be talking to the guys who created the issue, the owner, the same former team president, and the current coach. And if you want to criticize the way they've done things, you're not going to get hired.
It's not an encouraging situation from my perspective. Again, though, you can have an imperfect process and still find the right answer.
Yes.
So it doesn't mean you can't find success. It's just not the path that I would choose. And sorry for being a downer. I think that you look to the past to try and project the future, and the past is how you've described it. It's the same people.
Here's Zach.
Why is it going to be different? That would be the question I would ask. Why are things going to be different?
When the same people who have run the team are in the room. The guys you released 6 years ago to hire AK, now he's on the search committee again. I love Pax as much as anybody. But
I just think this situation needs a fresh set of eyes, a fresh perspective. It just, to me, it needs a full basketball enema. Start over.
Yeah, they clearly don't know what to do. This is Zach Lowe. This is from his podcast. He used to work for ESPN. And listen to this part. This is what I foreshadowed. He speaks about how he thinks whoever turns this team around is going to be viewed a hero. So he's not coming at it as criticism. He's telling you what his research revealed. Listen to this.
I talked to maybe 6 months, a year ago, I talked to a front office free agent who, let's just say, would have his pick of any job, most jobs if they came open. And he said to me, what would you do if you were me? Like, what job intrigues you? And I said, whoever saves the Chicago Bulls will be a legend in the NBA forever.
Oh, and in Chicago. I mean, you will pay for a shot of Malort for the rest of your life.
Guess who still doesn't? Tom Thibodeau, and he hasn't coached the team in like 10 years. And because it's the Bulls, and they become so moribund and so nothing, and so just completely forgotten in the NBA ecosystem. And he said to me, that sounds great in theory. Like, I don't trust the ownership.
Don't trust the ownership. This is from like 6 months, a year ago, he told you. When he knew, before the ownership group knew, that AK and Mark Eversley weren't going anywhere.
So I would ask, what about it? What about the ownership group don't you trust? What is you most concerned?
And this is what he said regarding AK and Eversley.
If you talk to Arturis and Eversley today, they would probably say, honestly, we were doing the bidding of an ownership group that doesn't care, that just wants to make money, that is happy to be in the play-in tournament every year. Mm-hmm. And so we aimed our transactions at that.
Look, perception is reality. And, inside that building, there are no mirrors, obviously, because of the way they're going about their business. But, like, they think they're doing things fine. And Bill Simmons tweeted yesterday, Courtney alluded to this when we had her on. If you missed it, you can grab it in our podcast from the Uncensored YouTube show.
I read you his tweet from yesterday.
Yeah, do you have that handy? I know I have it on my Twitter handle that I could call pretty quickly. But, like, this is a guy, you may be a fan of Simmons, you may not be, but he is a guy who is viewed as an NBA historian. He has over 4 million followers. He is a pretty loud voice in the NBA community.
I believe this was the tweet from yesterday. Another classic moment from today's Bulls press conference. Since Sterling sold, no NBA franchise has cared less about doing right by their fans, with the possible exception of New Orleans, and they're actually just incompetent. For Chicago, this has been a money strategy. And that's in response to Joe Cowley's tweet that said Michael Reindorf opened statement by reiterating that he needs this fixed for the fans. So, I've drifted into the fan feeling of apathy, and nothing I heard yesterday changed how I feel about things right now. I don't feel encouraged. That I'm not saying it can't happen, because, again, an imperfect process can still deliver you the right result. But I just don't know in what sport and what business would you try to bring in somebody who sits in a very high chair, very high level, and you kind of handicap, or you handcuff, a better term for it, his ability to do what it is he wants. And even if Billy's a really good coach and everyone thinks he's a really good coach, let the guy coming in to run your team make that decision.
Which is the bite, Charlie, where he references Jerry, his dad, Michael Reinsdorf? Is it the second one on my screen?
Yeah, I believe it's the one where he talks about not tanking earlier.
Any regret on not tanking earlier? I want to play you this, because then I want to play you Jerry from a couple of years ago. Listen to Michael Reinsdorf on, the question is form tanking, and whoever asked then admits that it's probably the wrong way to put it. I do believe there's a difference between bottoming out, going young, and then letting guys grow, and then you finish low, and then you get back good draft picks, you stockpile draft picks. But this is Michael Reinsdorf on that answer.
I don't like to use the word tanking, but
that's fair.
That's just not who we are as an organization. And I love Billy and really respect him as a coach. If I indicated to him that we wanted to lose games on purpose, we wouldn't be sitting down with Billy at the end of the year. He wouldn't be our coach. I think everyone out there who knows anything about my dad, they know how much he believes in being real and doing your best to win games. And it's unfair to the coach. It's unfair to the players. It's actually unfair to our fans. Sure, there are some fans, many fans, who might say, lose games on purpose, tank, do whatever you can to hopefully win the lottery. But there are a lot of fans that go to the games who aren't there to see us get blown out every game and who want to see us compete. And I saw those fans. When we beat Houston a couple of weeks ago, I saw the excitement. I saw the competitiveness of the game against Phoenix the other day. So I actually don't have any regrets. the lottery is a kind of a crapshoot anyways. Last year, if Josh Giddey doesn't hit that half-court shot against the Lakers, Cooper Flagg is the #1 pick for the Chicago Bulls. So I don't want to mess with the basketball gods. We'll take our chances. We're going to have a great pick this year regardless. And hopefully we can start this process for moving forward.
The thing that stood out to me in there is like not the understanding of how you have to reset sometimes to get good. Just like the San Antonio Spurs, just like Oklahoma City, just like the Detroit Pistons, some of the top seeds in the postseason right now. And on the other hand, there are teams like the Celtics and the Lakers who just know how to win, where the Bulls had their winning time and that's it. But the Celtics, generation after generation, just build great teams.
This version of the Celtics,
Lakers.
I'll trust whatever direction they tell you they're going to take, that they'll find the right answer to it.
Think about it. Every decade, the Celtics have had a great team. Like the last decade, it was the Garnett, Ray Allen, and Pierce team, Bird, and McHale and Dennis Johnson. And then before that, the Red Auerbach. Every time, the Celtics lose Magic Johnson, what happens? They get Kobe Bryant and Shaq comes to town. The Lakers, what'd they say?
Celtics. Even in down years, the Celtics had Isaiah Thomas. And then what did they do with Isaiah Thomas? It was a really good story. It was a really cool run. They traded him. They traded him for Kyrie, which didn't work out. But if the Isaiah Thomas experience,
oh, you're talking about that Isaiah Thomas. I was confused.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the short one. If that had happened to the Bulls, what do you think the Bulls would have done? They would have ridden that until the wheels fell off.
They're always in play. So there are teams who know how to build. The Bulls didn't. The Bulls, the only time in my lifetime, really, there were the Dick Motta years when I was very, very young. But the only time, especially under the ownership of Jerry Reinsdorf, that the Bulls have ever won is when they had Michael Jordan, the greatest athlete to ever live, and he was inherited by the Reinsdorf ownership group. He was drafted the year before Jerry took over. Second time was when they got lucky with Derrick Rose in the lottery balls. Other than that, they have not built anything. So this is Jerry about the White Sox. So when Michael Reinsdorf says, I want to be like my dad, who is he's being real. I want to be real like my dad. And he does whatever it takes to win games. This was 2 years ago when Jerry did the same playbook that the Bulls are about to do now. And he just grabbed his general manager from in-house, didn't interview anyone like they want to do with their coach now. Doesn't matter what the new GM thinks. He's our coach. We're going to be lazy. We're not going to let him do anything because we're comfortable here. This is what Jerry Reinsdorf told Sox fans. The reason why he's hiring Chris Getz in-house.
Well, I don't want to make predictions, but in this division, and with the core of talent that we have, I would hope and I expect that the next year will be a lot better than this year. But how much better? I don't know. But you look at the core of this team, and if we can get them all on the field, and one of the things that we're doing this year, it's a little different. Every year we send players home with a plan. This is what you got to do. What we're going to add this year is we're going to police these plans. We're going to make sure that the players are following their plans. So when they come to spring training, they're ready. We're not going to take their word that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So, given the division and given that we have a really good core of players, I would expect next year will be better.
So this was said the year before they set the record for the most losses in the modern era. We're going to be better next year. This is going to be a quick fix because Getz knows what we have. We have a lot of talent inside the building. He didn't know. Either he's as clueless as anybody about his own team or he's lying to you. And Michael Reinsdorf now, 2 years later, is trying to tell you that the coach who's been here for the last 6 years should stay because anyone would want him. Why would we ever think, being real, to hear Michael Reinsdorf say, my dad being real, no one wants to win as much as my dad. He didn't interview a soul for the general manager's job, and the following year, they lost as many games as any team in the modern day. Bulls fans, it's only going to get worse unless they luck into someone.
It's just a dangerous, I mean, from a relative sports perspective, headline to say, Bulls Reindorf says next GM must be sold on Donovan as coach, or you're not getting the job.
Right. just like, hey, Chris Getz is my GM. I don't care who I interview. I know who's out there. I don't want to interview any of them. Okay. How'd you like the last couple of years, Jerry? Where 60 wins was an improvement.
Hell, Tony La Russa is our manager. We're not going to go with AJ Hinch.
Well, that's
it's the pattern.
This is what I was going to say about like GMs. Like it would have been easy for you asked me this question earlier. At what point does a GM basically say, "Look, I can't do this. This isn't my decision. This has been taken away from me. I don't even know what role I'm really playing in a lot of fronts." It'd be easy for Rick Hahn to have said, "Like, I'm out." But there's only 30 of these. You know, and you still think you can win even when you're having the rug pulled out from under you at times. So, like, that's why I mean, like, it's hard to step aside from these types of positions, even when, or like pursuing this job, even if there are limitations. It's still going to be a desirable job for someone. Maybe not Bob Myers. Maybe not, maybe Brad Stevens has no interest. Maybe, Sam Presti doesn't even want to take the call. Somebody will be very excited about this job.
Reginald Banks says this is a lazy, dumb response on YouTube. Sylvie, I referenced this yesterday. I get this from the dumb people. Sylvie, why don't you be the effing general manager or the owner of the Bulls? Let's see what you would do. That's the point, Reginald. These guys are supposed to be the experts, and they can't get out of their own way. Do I have to show you what the Bulls have done for 27 years?
If you hired me to be the GM, I would want full control over hiring my coach.
We are two boobs on the radio. How do we know better than some of the people who run these teams? They can't get out of their own way. Why are you accepting of that, Reginald? Why would you accept what the White Sox put out there? Why would you accept the last 27 years of the Bulls where they've gotten to one conference finals? One in 27 years. They broke up the greatest dynasty ever. Do you not have higher standards than that? I know I may not be very smart. I know I can't be the general manager of the team, but I do know an ass plan when I see one. And what the Reinsdorfs have given us on both the Bulls and the White Sox have been trash. So you can go for the low-hanging fruit and you can say, well, Sylvie, what kind of general manager would you be? Let's see you do the job. I'll tell you this, I know what I don't know. And I would hire the smartest people, sparing no expense to get the best ones in-house to help me. Something that Michael and Jerry Reinsdorf have been scared to do.
By the way, I just wanted to have this on the record. I was against Patrick Williams' second contract, and especially his player option. So if I was the general manager, I want to be on the record for that. That happened. Charlie, you remember that?
Yeah, I got you down.
We were all on the same page there that wasn't a good decision. So just for the record, for everybody who thinks that if I was the general manager, I would not have re-signed Patrick Williams. And that's not after the fact.
And you certainly wouldn't give him a player option for him to determine in the fifth year if he's not been that good. Oh, Patrick, feel free to pick up the fifth year at $20 million. Wonder what he's going to do, averaging 6 points per game. Maybe he'll elect to go free agency. Yeah,
he had 20 last night.
Come on. 312-332-3776. If you want to weigh in, it still ticks me off. I think it's dumb to. I think we as sports fans deserve better, and if you don't understand that, then enjoy. That's my only wish. Then is enjoy the crap that they continue to spoon feed you. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 7 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Waddle, baseball's got more unwritten rules than the dugout has sunflower seeds. Don't steal when you're up big, don't flip the bat, and definitely don't admire that homer.
You are so right, my friend. You hit it 460 feet. You immediately are supposed to look down, right? Act like you've done it before, even if you haven't. Stupid.
Hell no, not me. I'm watching that thing fly. You know who else ignored an unwritten rule? Flight by Yingling.
Yeah, they made Flight 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and it actually tastes like beer.
That's a rule breaker, light beer with real flavor.
So if there's a rule that says light beer has to taste light, feel free to ignore it.
And grab yourself a Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA. Enjoy responsibly.
You know they call me the good kid, but I'm not here just to be good, and I'm definitely not here to be average. When it comes to performance, I want to feel confident, ready, and know I'm bringing it every single time. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar with Blue Chew Gold. This is a 4-in-1 formula designed to work on both your body and your mind. You get 2 proven ingredients that support blood flow, plus apomorphine and oxytocin to enhance arousal, desire, and connection. That means you're not just physically ready, you're mentally dialed in too. It dissolves right under your tongue and can start working in as little as 15 minutes. Less waiting, less worrying, more confidence. Ladies, if you're listening, send your man the link. Help him bring home the gold and make him a trophy husband. We've got a special deal for all of our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code ESPN. That's promo code ESPN. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring.
Believe in a world of wellness. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is lighting the way on your health and wellness journey, always helping you write your own story. As your one local trusted partner for nearly a century, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois ensures the widest access to the best affordable care, where you need it, when you need it. This is David Kaplan. I am proud to partner with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois because they keep you at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. In the market for a new car? Shop HawkAuto.com, where they buy more so you pay less. Check their massive inventory of over 2,000 vehicles. They buy in volume so you save in volume. Plus, get all rebates on top of the Hawk Auto volume discount. Save even more with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. With 12 convenient locations, your next car is closer than you think. Drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. HawkAuto.com. Financing on select models with approved credit.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087, 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087, or simply visit tra.com.
Okay, can I go now?
Let's hear it, Professor.
All right. Join us for Whiskey University, Wednesday, April 15th from 7 to 9 p.m. at Bub City in Rosemont. We'll study Old Forester bourbon and Glendronach single malt Scotch whiskey.
Not bad.
I don't overanalyze it, Carm. I just know great Scotch when I taste it.
Just continue, please.
Whiskey U. Come sip, enjoy, and learn something new. I mostly just enjoy.
We noticed.
Class is in session April 15th from 7 to 9.
You forgot one thing.
Oh, yeah. Please drink responsibly.
Bravo. A+.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports. with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that store. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville, Indiana. Shop in-store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, Waddle and Silvy back on the air. Sox lose today. They got swept by the Orioles. Cubs and Rays just underway. We'll keep you updated there.
That's a bad Rays team this year, isn't it? I mean, they got
They were
one.
bad last year, too.
Yeah, but I mean, they had a long streak of being good despite very little spent on their team. Yandy Diaz, is that the guy? Is he?
Their best player?
Yeah.
Is Junior Caminero.
Is it?
Yeah.
But they've only got a handful of guys that are worth watching these days.
They don't really have pitching anymore. Yeah. They used to always have pitching, and they don't have that to lean on anymore.
So go kick their ass today.
All right. I hope to hit like yesterday.
Like you did last night.
Your guy Assad, I downplayed that because
5 2/3, 1 hit, 0 runs.
He'd been doing that less and less last year. It was like every time he would go out there, he wasn't much help.
Now it's Colin Ray's turn to take the ball.
But hit like you do, and then you have a little more wiggle room too from a pitcher.
16 hits last night.
That was good.
Bats came alive.
Love that. All right, Tyler, you have Aki's A-list, right?
Yep.
What do you got today?
All right, so let's stick with the Cubs here since you brought them up. Jesse mentioned that Seiya Suzuki will be back after the road trip, and Craig Counsell, I believe, confirmed some of that too. So how are you adjusting a couple things? Obviously, with Seiya coming back on Friday, you need to send someone down or move on from someone. And then on top of that, you'll have to somehow shuffle up the lineup as well, because you'd imagine Seiya slots back in probably in the 3 spot. And then it's also the decision of who plays right field and who DHs.
Well, we're sending what's his name, Conforto away, aren't we, Tyler? And we all.
I mean, that's the way I would go.
He signed a minor league deal, right? Do they just send him down, or does he have to clear waivers? I mean, I don't really care.
I don't know what his options are, but
there are many Michael Confortos out there that you can find these days. Like, what did he have? Like 3 or 4 good years with the Mets way back in the day.
He didn't even have that.
No,
he was with the Dodgers last year, wasn't he?
Dodgers, spent some time with the Giants.
Yeah. I like Matt Shaw in right field. I don't know about you guys.
Me too. Why not? Like, I think Seiya, especially coming back from a bad knee, especially knowing if they're coming back home after this series, aren't they?
Pittsburgh here.
So it's going to be, the temperatures go up and down. We're going to get some rain too, I think, over the weekend. I'd make it easy for him and DH him most of the time and let Shaw continue to get better in right field. Seiya's been, used to it last year too. Remember, at first he didn't want to be the DH, but with Tucker last year, he was basically your designated hitter. I was surprised he played center field as much as he did for Team Japan, but I'd have no problem just continuing to use Seiya the way you used him last year, and don't worry about the cold weather and oblique injuries or being on his knee after what he did in the WBC. Let Shaw play right.
388 of his at-bats were as a DH last year. That was the vast majority.
I told you when I went to one game with Braxton, we were in the club down the left field line. I think it's called the W Club. And in there where they serve the drinks in the bar area, and they have a little restaurant thing.
It's where I would hang out.
You have a viewing window of the batting cage that the Cubs go to in their clubhouse, or now it's like a whole thing. So we were watching as the Cubs were in the field. Sale would go in there between at bats, and he'd work on his swing. And they have this pitching machine where you enter it. It's like a computer program. Whoever the pitcher they're facing, you enter who it is, and the pitching machine pitches like them, where it gives you the difference, the speed, the break on the off-speed pitches. And he had struggled like in his first at-bat or two, and we were watching him when the Cubs were in the field really going. And I'm like, hey, Sale was working on his swing, and maybe he does this all the time. But sure enough, I go, let's play. I said to Braxton, let's play him to hit a home run. And
teaching the youngster to gamble early.
And sure enough, in his next at bat, he hit a home run.
There you go.
So, like, as a DH, you have more room to do those sort of things between innings because you don't have to play the field.
You know who else I think needs a trip to the minors? Moises Ballesteros.
Did he hit a home run?
He hit a home run yesterday,
but it was late. It was when it was already decided.
He is really struggling, and I haven't been the biggest fan of him. I would have loved to seen him used as a trade chip, because he doesn't have a position in the field. I know they're going to try to tell you that he's a catcher or that he can play somewhere else out in the field. He can't.
24 at-bats, 8 strikeouts so far this year. He looks
for a guy whose calling card is he doesn't strike out, and he's a contact bat.
Yeah.
And he struck out in a third of his at-bats. That would worry me a little bit. This was the Dexter Lawrence stuff too that's been flying around. So obviously, if you trade for him, you got to pay him. That's a big part of what his bone of contention is, and why he's not showing up, and why he's requesting a trade in the first place.
What is it? It's like in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 a year.
Well, I think it goes up against the Jordan Davis contract, which I believe is 27.
Oh, so it's not that high.
Let me double check what Jordan Davis got on his most recent contract. Obviously, he's a better player than Jordan Davis.
Yeah, I'll check it.
3 years, $78 million. So what is that? 25 little. That's about $26 million.
Yeah.
So it's going to have to be just over that. But trade compensation wise, what you'd be like, we can figure the money part out later. Trade compensation wise, I was reading this from Connor Hughes, who does stuff for the Giants for SNY, and he was saying, think somewhere in the neighborhood of, he polled a bunch of GMs and execs in the league. He said either a late first or think somewhere in the range of what the Giants gave up to get Brian Burns, which was a second and a fifth. Now, the Bears' seconds aren't going to be as valuable as what the Giants' seconds were back when that trade was executed. You're going to be looking at back end of the second round for second round picks, which are closer to thirds than seconds. So I would say maybe it's a second and a fourth. If it's a second and a fourth, because I'm assuming you don't want to give up a first, are you doing that for Dexter Lawrence?
I'm interested, but I got to know again. I got to understand why he was overweight and underachieved, especially as a captain for the team. That's not what you want from your captains, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you don't want it from anybody.
You don't want it from anybody, but
especially a captain. So I need to know. I need to figure that out.
I will say the one thing that is good about him and why I would probably trust it is that he's only missed, I believe it's 8 games in 7 years, and 5 of them came because of a dislocated elbow. So he's been a pretty durable player.
And you said, didn't you, by looking into some of the stats, even though his numbers were down, his win rates was actually pretty decent. And that was a team that everyone ran the ball on. So, I mean, like, there's enough negative that you could talk yourself out of it, but there's enough positive that you could talk yourself into it.
You just listen to the way the Bears talk and how they solidified the interior of their offensive line, because they knew the pressure up the middle bothered Caleb and bothers a lot of quarterbacks. It's a very, like, we always talk about the edge from the pressure, but when you get the pressure up the middle, it helps your edges too. So, like, I wouldn't be shocked if Poles would really want like, he would love to have a guy who can pressure up the middle.
Oh, I would too. Like, that's why I said
I'm not push.
I think a 2 and a 4, isn't that what you said, Tyler?
Yeah, you probably have to ante up from what the last one was.
I think I'd probably be cool with that. And it's why I said when we were discussing whether or not, hey, who could you find at the edge? I said, look, and people asked about the defensive tackle position. I don't think there were a ton of difference-making free agents, but had Jeffrey Simmons been available, I've been just as interested in trading for him as I was Max Crosby.
What if they said a 2027 first?
I probably would do it.
Because that, like, a year away, that...
You get to keep all your draft capital.
It's known as like a second, right? Next year's first is like this year's second.
Yeah. Now, I will say this. They consider next year's draft class to be like bonkers good.
Are there a lot of good quarterbacks too? So
yes,
a lot of diving in.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I would definitely
think about it. This would be your one big move, right? Because we know they have to pay Darnell Wright. They're going to have to pay Caleb Williams. A lot of people.
Roman Burden.
Yeah, so...
The one thing I would say
is their big move, but next year you also would maybe, it depends on what kind of year Sweat gives you, but isn't there talk about maybe separating from Sweat next year?
Isn't his dead cap hits only like $5 or $6 million, isn't it, next year?
For next year, yeah.
I think that if they're reluctant to spend money now because of how much they've invested on their D-line, whether it's Max Crosby, it's Trey Hendrickson, it's Jalen Phillips, whoever it is, they may give you the same answer about Dexter Lawrence than they did everybody else. But I would definitely be interested. For sure.
Real quick, we mentioned a little bit earlier that the Sox demoted their opening day starter, Shane Smith. Who is back up to the major league club first? Shane Smith or one of the young, highly anticipated pitching prospects, Noah Schultz or Hagen Smith?
Shane Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think Waddle called that pretty good, too, that, he was just destroying the bullpen as well. They're going to need him. I don't think they want to rush the other guys. But they're going to need guys to fill out innings. He's got to get the control and the command a little bit better.
Don't you think they'd rather do that versus rush somebody?
Well, they might not be rushing someone.
I mean, if you determine that they're ready, then fine. But I would say, like, if I've got to sacrifice somebody, it would be somebody that's already been in the bigs for a while in terms of bringing them up or getting them back involved. But if you're telling me that the young guys are ready to go, I mean, let's do it.
By the way, the Cubs have taken a 1-0 lead. Did Nico lead the game off?
Yeah, home
so
run.
He led the game off with a home run. I love, like, every now and then I'll give you the pop. The last year plus, he's been a fantastic hitter, driving the ball, and I love him at the top of the order. Well, I wanted to see more of that last year. Who did they lead off yesterday? Was it the same thing?
It was Nico, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. He'll steal your bases. He's a contact guy. He can still give you a pop every now and then. What is that, 2 home runs in 2 days or something like that? Or did he homer a couple days ago? Didn't he have a home run?
This was Nico's first home run of the year.
Oh, that was his first. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was his second.
But he's, 297 batting average. He leads. I saw the stat was at 440 or 438. He was the highest on base percentage on the team so far this year. So he's doing Nico Horner stuff.
I want to ask you guys when we come back about a suspension for a former White Sox pitcher and if he deserves more for a fight because of something he did and what you guys think about that. We'll get to that coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Hankin Law.
All right, guys, spring is just about here. It's going to warm up here soon. And whether you want to open up your windows, are they too hard to open? My windows never used to stay open, and it would be impossible then to really seal shut. They were drafty. It even started to leak after one spring rainstorm. That's when we finally had enough, and we called Window Nation at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Schedule them for a free in-home estimate. There's no commitment necessary. They'll tell you what you need and what you don't need. They're the true experts when it comes to this. I knew nothing about windows, but you can check them out online if you want to look everything up at windownation.com. Give you a little of the specifics. They've got over 45,000 five-star reviews. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their customer service second to none, and right now it's the more you buy, the more you save sale. You can save up to 50% off. Nothing down and no interest for 5 full years. Think about all the money right back into your pocket. Great return on investment. You're going to love the way they look and that customer service again. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Psst. You. Yeah, you. Have you tried it? Well, have you tried it? Reintroducing unleaded 88 fuel, also called E15. And yeah, if your car is newer than 2001, the US EPA says you're good to go. It's cheaper than regular unleaded, the performance is the same, if not better. It keeps the air cleaner, and using it supports local farmers in Illinois. Visit UNL88.com to find a pump. Try it and get going.
I'm Courtney Cronin, here with lead attorneys at Costa, Iavone, Julio, and Anthony.
Hey, Courtney. How does being from Chicago help you in your job?
Well, I think Chicagoans like directness. I try to always remember that in press conferences and ask straightforward questions, because that's who I am.
We get that. It's the way we are with our clients. All they know is they need help, and they want a law firm to cut to the chase.
You can do that when you're both local.
It's about making a real connection, one Chicagoan to another.
Costa Iavone, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Call them at 708-4million.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
You've said it before. This will only take a second. Just a quick glance. A fast reply. But on the road, seconds don't wait for you. They decide everything. Who stops, who doesn't, who makes it home. So next time your phone lights up, ask yourself, is this distraction worth a ticket or even a life? Put the phone away or pay. Paid for by NHTSA.
Smalls here. Did you know there are many ways to do your taxes with H&R Block? You can go to a local office and get expert help in person, or you can choose virtual tax prep and get expert help without leaving home. Or you can even do them yourself online with live human help standing by. Whatever you choose, you can file with confidence, having H&R Block's 70-plus years of tax expertise in your corner. Switch today and file your way at hrblock.com.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
There's a difference when you drive a Cadillac, refined, confident, unmistakably well-crafted. And at Advantage Cadillac and Hodgkins, the experience reflects the brand. Professional, transparent, respectful of your time. If you're considering a Cadillac, visit Advantage Cadillac and Hodgkins.
Guys, your home should be as unique as you are. At Steinhoffel's, their best brand sale puts top quality, comfort, and customization within reach. It's the only place we shop for our furniture, guys. You're going to love it. And right now, save up to 30% on brands you know and trust for your living room, bedroom, dining room, including special order pieces so you can really make it yours. Because when every detail reflects your style, that's when it really feels like home. The Steinhoffel's Best Brand Sale is happening right now. Relax at Steinhoffel's 7 Chicagoland locations. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Brawl yesterday, Major League Baseball, between the Angels and who else was the other? Who was the other team?
Braves.
The Braves. That's right. Ronaldo Lopez still on the Braves, a former White Sox pitcher, and Jorge Soler, of course, is a former Cub. So this was a former Cub against a former Sox. And I guess Soler has had a great career against Lopez. I think he's hit 5 or 6 home runs against him. He homered against him in his first at bat. His second at bat, Ronaldo Lopez hit him. And then his third at bat, he threw one like above his head. And that's when they sort of stood and stared, and Soler kind of took a few steps, and that's when Lopez waved him through, and then both of them came out throwing haymakers, as they described on the air. But when you look closely, and I didn't notice this until Kap and J Hood brought it up, Lopez had the baseball in his hand, and he connected on a punch with the baseball. Like, he used the baseball as his fist, and he connected in the head with Soler. Does he get suspended for longer because he used the ball as a weapon? He didn't throw it, but he did use it to hit him in the head.
My guess is yes. Like, what if it was his glove?